Now, the Mirren is just a legend. No one takes his existence seriously anymore. The driver says, isn't that for the best? That there are people with unusual powers lurking around is a disturbing fact. The passenger replies, the problem is that it's this disturbing fact that's causing them to suffer. The driver tells the passenger that he didn't seem to like the promotion to senior manager. The passenger replies, naturally not to his liking. It is said that his predecessor died during one of his missions. He started out as a simple civil servant who only dreamed of spending his old age in peace and prosperity, and he doesn't want to go to the other world before he gets his pension. 6. Passenger says, okay, let's go. It turns out some high school kid they have has become a Merimian. He's just looking at his picture on his tablet. The driver asks if this is about the person they are now heading to. The passenger says since he's a high school student, it's a pretty conscious age. If the guy was in his right mind, he'd never be a Murims. The driver agrees there's almost no such thing, though if he meets some strong Murimian before he dies, that's another matter. A young man is standing on the roof of a high-rise building at the very edge, holding onto the railing. He is looking down. The guy's standing in flip-flops, which makes his position unstable. He could slip at any moment. His right foot almost slipped off the parapet. The young man could barely hold on. He was very frightened. He heard someone ask him, "Are you going to jump?" The boy looked around. To his left, on the other side of the railing, stood a young man. He was staring off into the distance. He pretended not to be interested in what was happening on the roof. The young man wondered where it had come from, how long it had been standing there. The boy thought, who cares how long he stands there? He turned his head and looked down again. He's already written his will. That's the end of it. He'll close his eyes first. The boy shuddered. The stranger said he'd better not. The boy looked up and saw that the stranger was quite close. When had he gotten so close? The stranger continued to stare into the distance, expressing his indifference to what was happening around him. The boy looked at him and decided that he was a sophomore. A stranger says that before a person dies, he sees the life he has lived. Happy and bitter moments surface in the memory at the same time, flying by in an instant. Those who want to commit suicide have the most regrets. The boy looked at the stranger with a questioning look. He continued, saying that it was the last choice that had forced them to say goodbye to their lives. The young man shouted, "Stop pretending to understand anything." Had he ever died? The young man cried. He said he didn't want to do it himself. He too was struggling like a fish against the ice, trying to get on with his life. But that Kim Yunho, every time at times like this, bullied him even more. What was he supposed to do? The guy lifted up his shirt and showed me the beatings on his body. Said, "Look for yourself." He did that too, saying that the guy couldn't do his errand properly. This guy was putting him in front of everyone, whipping him on the cheeks, spitting in his face, and pulling down his pants. The stranger was silent. The young man went on, that Kim Yunho is real trash. But for some reason, even the other students treat him like a downer. Every day seemed like hell to him. So he decided to ask the class teacher for help. But the teacher said, making trouble at school is bad for both of them. We should make up. He's not ready to make up with him. The stranger remained silent and stared ahead. The young man shouted that he felt really bad. If the world a bad place, he should get out of here right away. The stranger said if that's the way he wanted it, that's the way it would be. And he pushed the young man. Horror. The young man flew downward with a scream. The stranger waved his hand nonchalantly at him. In the aftermath, the stranger said, he thought it would be nice for the guy to get a taste of death once. The young man flew backwards, spreading his arms and legs and screaming loudly. He wondered what just happened. This guy had just pushed him. The young man continued to fly, drenching himself in tears and screaming loudly. Different thoughts ran through the boy's eyes. His parents are laughing. A birthday cake. The boy turns 1-year-old. He remembered his mom when he was little. The boy remembered his dad from his childhood. His friends flashed before the young man's eyes. Some unpleasant memories from his life flashed by. How he fought. The young man saw Kim Yunho, that bastard who caused all this to happen. If the young man had known then that his life would end like this, maybe he'd hit the bastard at least once. Guy didn't think it was fair. He didn't deserve to die like that. The next moment, the young man opens his eyes. But he can't understand anything. He's not falling anywhere. And he's alive. The young man jumped up. He found himself on the bed. What a place this is. The guy realized he was in the sanitarium. Why he was here. What happened. The boy was trying to figure out what was wrong. How come he was here now, when he had just been on the roof of the house? The young man thought back to that stranger on the roof. If it had been a dream, or maybe a ghost, the young man could not understand at what point the dream began. The door opened and Kim Yunho entered the room. He said, Kang Hajai, I knew I'd find you here. The young man exclaimed, Yunho! The boy was very frightened. Unho walked up to the young man and shoved him hard. The young man flew off to the side. Unzo pulled Kana outside and pushed him to the ground. The boy barely resisted. Unho tossed the young man the notebook at his feet. The boy looked at it with surprise. Why was it here? Unho said he had seen his will. Unho rolled his eyes and laughed. He said how touching it was, and it almost brought tears to his eyes. Unho continued, what a rascal this guy made of him, in his death scribbles. Kang wondered if it wasn't a dream, but he remembers everything clearly. The young man was being beaten again. He was in a lot of pain and was bleeding. The boy was coughing and the blood was not coming out of his mouth. Unho was telling the guy not to pass out and kept kicking him. Kang held on with his last strength. Unho asked if he didn't go to the roof to jump. Why, in that case, he found him sleeping in the infirmary. Kang thought he was getting a will, and he didn't dream about the truancy. Then, what was on the roof? How to explain it? Kang tried to focus. The roof, the young man, he pushes him. The young man falls down. How to explain it all? Kang clenches his fists. He's having new thoughts. The boy thought, what difference did it make whether it was a dream or not? Those sensations were very real. Unho grabs the young man by the hair and lifts him up. He yells at him and says, can't he die alone? Maybe he needs help. The young man continues to clench his fist. His hand is shaking. He regretted his choice then. Kant thinks he's not going to let himself be humiliated in peace anymore. The young man keeps getting punched in the face. He thinks his body is not moving because he wants to. The abuser continues to whip Kana in the face with his hand. The young man was convincing himself that he should do it. He was saying, come on. He lacked determination. The boy shouted to himself, Kang Haji, do something, even if he's going to die now. No regrets, the young man thought, and punched his assailant in the nose with his fist. The blow was so hesitant that Unho had time to deflect, and the arm flew past. The young man fell forward. Unho shouted that the loser had now decided to fight back. Everyone who saw this laughed. Khan was getting punched again by his abuser. He told the guy to give it up. It's not going to work. Unho wondered how this malice even dared to do such a thing. Kang gathered his willpower into a fist, stood up, put his hands out in front of him. The young man said he would not live like that again, only letting himself be beaten. Unho smiled wryly. Look at him, he said. The bully began to knead his fists. He said, well, let's give it a try. Kang thought, if he was going to die, he'd rather die trying to give a rebuff to this rascal. The guy had a determined look and tightly clenched fists. Khan heard what someone said, and you're braver than I thought. Khan looked to the side and saw that stranger from the roof sitting on the fence. Khan shouted to the stranger, he is the ghost! The stranger said he didn't seem like he needed to worry. Kang thought, so it wasn't a dream, and he was frightened. How could this be? The young men who were nearby thought about where this sophomore came from. Looking at the guy sitting on the fence, Yunho said, could he please stay out of the way of the younger ones having fun and got the hell out of here? Yunho added that he can call out Jinho Hyun. He's the coolest amongst the sophomores. The stranger remained silent in response. He just watched. The stranger jumped off the fence. He said, since it was already fate. The guy went up to Khan and said he would help once. The young man didn't understand anything. The stranger showed Khan how to make a proper stance, how to clench his fists, and how to strike properly. Everyone else watched them. The stranger liked what Khan was doing. He praised him and said that now he could try it. Yunho and the others silently watched what was happening. Then everyone laughed. Yunho asked what he was going to do. The stranger told Kang to relax. One punch would be enough on these types. Yunho flinched. Yunho got angry, swung around and wanted to hit Kana with his fist. Kang stepped back and threw his fist forward. The young man was doing this for the first time in his life. Yunho ran up to Kang and was about to hit him hard. Kang flew forward with his fist in front of him. The young man lightly touched the young man's elbow. Kang's hand gained great speed and slammed into Yunho's jaw. The offender immediately flew backward. Everyone who saw it was surprised by what happened. Yunho spread his arms and flew backwards. The bully fell on his back and somersaulted several times. It was a very hard blow. Kang was frightened. He couldn't believe what had happened. His abuser was lying on the ground. The young man continued to clench his fist. The young men approached Yunho. They tugged on his shoulder and told him to wake up. Kang shouted in surprise at how it all happened. The young man couldn't understand how he was able to punish his abuser. The guys who were watching it all from the sidelines asked how Kang Hajie was able to pull it all off. The young man got scared and said it wasn't him. He didn't mean it. He had nothing to do with it. The boy was very scared of what he had done. Kang saw the two move towards him and said that he was already dead. The young man thrust two fists forward sharply. They hit the target. The young man saw the two young men abruptly fly backwards and plummet to the ground with their backs to the ground. Kang was even more frightened. He screamed. He was afraid of everything, afraid of what he had done, afraid of what he might be slapped. Kang looked at the aftermath of his activities. The three offenders lay unconscious on the ground, and it had all been his doing. Kang couldn't understand what had just happened. How could he have achieved such a result? A stranger approached. He took a closer look. He said that Kang was really strong, knocked them all out with one punch. The stranger looked at the young man and said, "That's fine. With these skills, he won't have to be a punching bag anymore." Kang asked who he was. The boy looked at the young man and didn't answer. Kang continued, "He was the one who pushed him off the roof and carried him to the infirmary. He beat up those scoundrels too." The stranger said it like this. It was Kang who did them all. Kang was angry. He yelled that the stranger was holding him for an idiot. Swung around and went to hit the guy. The young man easily pushed Khan aside and asked what he was doing. Kang fell down. Khan asked who he was, a ghost, an alien, an esper. The stranger said it didn't matter. He helped Kang. After all, that's the most important thing. Kang thought it wasn't help. Now it's even worse. Kang was afraid that these people wouldn't leave him alone when they woke up. He thought that they would probably abuse him even more. The stranger looked at Khan and remained silent. The stranger looked at Khan and remained silent, crying as he went on. For hitting them just once, they would repay him 100 times over. The stranger looked at the frightened Khan and said, "The one who calmly runs with his fists at the ghost, the alien and the esper, was scared of some brat." The young man said he was far more ridiculous in his eyes than they were. Kang began to calm down a little. He shuddered and looked at the young man. He had spoken convincingly. The young man asked then what he should do. The stranger said to bring them to their senses. Get on your knees and apologize. Is that what he wants? Khan stood on all fours and thought. The stranger was right. The boy had to decide what he wanted. Kang thanked the stranger for saving him. The young man began to think. The guy said he didn't care if the stranger was a ghost or an alien. It doesn't make any difference. Kang continued. He just can't believe someone came to his rescue. He will never forget his kindness. The stranger said Khan was bipolar. The young man crying continued. Since the stranger had saved him, let him take the responsibility. The stranger was frightened. What kind of responsibility are we talking about? Kang said he asked to be taught to be as strong as the stranger. The stranger said if Kang knows him, how can he say that to a stranger? Kang said the young man's name is Li Xiong, and he's a sophomore. The stranger wondered how Kang knew his name. Then he realized that his name was on the shirt. Kang continued to beg. He said he would do anything he wanted for the young man. Kang looked into the young man's eyes and asked for him to help him become stronger. It's not much for a meeting place. The car pulled up in front of the school. The passenger got out of the car and said, "Anyway, it was already time to go." To meet Li Xiong, who was a simple man who had become a big shot in the Murim world. Li Xiong stared at Kang intently. He said that once upon a time, he had begged someone to do that too. And all he ended up with was despair and disappointment. The young man was silent, memories flooding back to him. He was very serious. Li continued and said, he also got an enemy he must destroy. Li Xiong turned his back and walked away. Kang stayed beside the three defeated young men. The young man who arrived in the vehicle introduced himself. He said his name was Li Chanep. He's a senior manager in the Murim Special Operations Department. The manager held out his business card to Li Xiong. The manager said it was a bit unexpected, but he is happy to meet a young man even in a place like this. The young man asked what the purpose of his visit was. The driver said that the young man should not be afraid of them. They just wanted to welcome him. The driver asked if the young man knew a man named Ku Moon Ryung. The young men who had come to meet Li Xiong were carrying on insignificant conversations amongst themselves. The young man, watching these people, thought their teacher, "This is the biggest disaster in the history of Murim." The manager said that the young man had heard news about Ku Moon Ryung. He has become the leader of a dangerous terrorist group called Shadow Warriors. Since he took office, the group's moves have become more and more unimpeded. Now they're building power beyond the state and the system. At this rate, they could take over the world. The manager continued, lately the Shadow Warriors have been spreading their influence in Marima as well. Li Xiong asked what the young people were getting at. The manager said that they asked for caution and offered cooperation. The manager said that Murim and the government cannot interfere in each other's affairs, but they would not allow an international terrorist organization to quietly conduct activities inside the country. So, if the young man suddenly had any information regarding Ku Moon Ryung, he didn't have time to finish. The manager saw the business card he was offering to Li Xiong fly into his drink can. The young man said that Ku Moon Ryung, his enemy. The guy asked that they not pester him with such questions anymore. At this point, the young man ended the conversation. He simply turned around and, without saying goodbye, left. The managers were talking amongst themselves. This guy turned out to be a real piece of work, although they initially thought he was just an ordinary kid. The manager went on and said the guy knows how to show character. He pulled a business card out of his drink can, and he got the urge to watch this guy get off. There was a crumpled notebook on the desk. There were various other things that were spoiled, wrinkled, and in disrepair. On top of all that, there was a roll of toilet paper. Kang stared indifferently at all of this. The young man found himself in a classroom. All of this was his reality. It was Kana's desk. The young man noted that the gazes of his classmates seemed much more intense than before. Kang thought maybe it was all because he almost died. He used to think that absolutely everyone was taking Yunha's side and making fun of him, but now it turned out that quite a few students were worried about Kana, especially the girls. The young man thought perhaps everyone was turning a blind eye to what was happening because they were afraid of becoming Yunho's next victim. The young man wondered why Yunho was pestering him. What's wrong with him? The door swung open and Yunho flew into the classroom. He shouted, "Kang Haji!" Everyone fell silent. The young man was frightened and pressed himself against the desk. Yunho was walking across the classroom straight to Khan. He was walking and cursing and called the young man names. The guy started to calm himself down. "Don't be nervous, Kang Haji." He decided he wouldn't let himself get beaten up again. The young man thought if Yunho hit, he would hit back. The boy clenched his fists and wondered if he could hit him even once. Uno walked over and hit Kana with all his might. The boy fell to the floor. Kang sat on the floor with a bloody face. He had a headache. Uno stood over the young man and shouted what the impertinent man had done recently. Yunho grabbed Kang by the scruff of his neck and pulled him toward him. The young man was very frightened. Yunho pronounced what kind of nonsense the guy had pulled recently. The boy mumbled something inaudible. He was afraid to utter a word. Yunho continued to beat the young man and berated him the whole time. The whole class watched the massacre in silence. No one said a word. Everyone was afraid. Some of the classmates couldn't help themselves and yelled that Yunho's head had been blown off again. Yunho threw Kang to the ground and started beating him. The young man shouted for him to stop. The student said lunch would soon be over. She was implying that the teacher might come in soon. Enha looked at the girl and said, "Was she really trying to stop him now?" The girl shuddered. The bully said he would take pity on her because she was the head girl. Yunho stood up and walked towards the old man. Blood dripped from his fist. He said, "The girl knows who his father is." Yunho continued, "His father is the toughest lawyer in the best law firm in their country." The guy went on to say, "Let's say he got a little messed up at school. And then what happens to him?" The young man walked closely to the girl. He said, curious to see what they'd do to him in that case. Yunho stared at the frightened girl. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Kang. The young man, bleeding profusely, asked what Yunho was doing. After all, his opponent, him. Kang, all bloody, got to his feet and said, "Go ahead and attack, you rascal." The young man took a boxing stance. The whole class started to murmur. No one expected this. Kang stood and waited for his opponent. He remembered how he had crossed Yunho's path. Kang stood up for a student he was bullying, and it had gone that far. Blood dripped right to the young man's feet. The guy stood there wondering why he'd climbed it. Nothing's changed since then. Yunho got angry and went to Khan again. He said, "Then let's play for real." Kang flinched, but he kept his hands up. He was ready to fight back against his assailant. The classmates were afraid of the consequences. They thought it was time to stop Yunho. One of the classmates thought about what would happen if Kang Haji died. There would be big trouble in the class. Yunho moved straight for Kana. A classmate said Yunho should take the call. He should pick up the phone right now. Yunho pushed his desk away, cursed, and picked up his phone. The guy answered the phone. The conversation surprised him. Khan stood bloodied. He asked his interlocutor how he knew Haji. Yunho couldn't understand anything and yelled into the phone, "Why stop?" From the phone came a loud voice that everyone heard. If they didn't say, "No touching means no touching, you lousy bastard." A classmate asked Yunhei what happened. Yunhei replied, "Jinho Hyun said not to touch Ange." How could he know him? Unho looked at Kang with anger. Kang flinched at that look. Unho cursed rudely. He couldn't do what he really wanted to do. Yunho told Kang not to go anywhere. He's going to meet Jinho Hyun in person and find out everything. Yunho walked out of the classroom. The door slammed shut noisily. Everyone shuddered. Khan stood in the middle of the classroom, beaten and bloodied, and wondered what had happened, really. Jinho Hyun, he's a sophomore bully. Why did he stand up for him? Kang remembered Yunho suggesting that Lee Xiong invite Jinho Hyun. Kang began to suspect if Lee Hyun-mo to talk to Jinho Hyun. Kang was approached by a classmate, the head teacher. She brought the young man a napkin. She said he was bleeding a lot. The boy was indeed very bloody. Kang took the napkin from the headman and thanked the girl. He said he wanted to know something. At school, at recess, all the students were socializing with each other and talking on the phone. Suddenly, someone called out to one of the students from the second class. The boys looked back. Khan asked if Lee Xiong was here by any chance. The young man looked terrible. His face was battered, with cotton bloody swabs sticking out of his nose. The school children were frightened. What happened to the young man's face? Kang only chuckled. The guy said that Lee Xiong is from this class. Kang asked how he could see him for a while. We should talk. The boy said he hadn't been to school for a long time. Even the class teacher didn't know what had happened to him. Kang was very surprised. One of his classmates said that maybe he had already died. Kang couldn't understand what kind of nonsense they were talking about. How could he find this Li Xiong? Kang stood beside the schoolboy and couldn't realize who he had seen recently. Could that guy really be a ghost? The students couldn't understand what had happened to this Kang. The beaten guy stood there without moving. The guys asked if he was in a stupor and tried to bring him to his senses. Kang was very dazed. An unknown big guy showed up at school. He was clearly not a second grader. No one knew him. Kang was walking down the school hallway and couldn't believe if that guy, the ghost. In the next moment, the young man thought that there was no such thing. After all, Yunho and his gang had seen him, and he was real. Suddenly, someone grabbed Kana by the neck. At that, he said, "Hey, first year." The boy thought he was in trouble again. It was the big guy, the stranger. He said he had a few questions for the boy. Kang was scared again. Why did he have such bad luck today? He was in trouble. The big man took Kang outside and told him not to be afraid. He needed Kang to tell him what he knew. Kang asked what he was interested in. Kang wondered if the big man was definitely a high school student. The stranger said that not long ago, Kang had asked about Li Xiong. Kang nodded affirmatively. What's the big deal? The big guy wasn't alone. He was accompanied by two other young men. They led Kana to the edge of the schoolyard. Suddenly, someone called out to them and told them to stop. The boys turned around. It was a woman. She asked if she could have a brief conversation. Everyone looked at the woman. She was a stranger. One of the guys asked who she was. The other one said he didn't know. She didn't look like a student. She's too young to be a teacher. The girl looked at the name tag that was on Khan's pocket. She called his name, said Kang Haji's disciple. The young man responded. The girl asked if the boy could tell her what was going on. The big guy told the girl not to stick her nose where it didn't belong, because they got a thing for this guy. The girl, coming closer, said, "What business could such thugs have with a mutilated student?" The bully told the girl that she must have no brains or no fear at all. He told her to get out of here while she was being talked to nicely. The girl replied, "Okay, have it your way." She immediately picked up the phone and called someone. She could be heard explaining where she was. The road behind the sophomore housing. The girl said to come quickly. There are suspicious persons here. The big guy told his comrades to urgently take away the girl's cell phone. The guys rushed to her. Kang immediately shouted for them to stop. The young man was worried about this girl. What the young man saw in the next moment really struck him. One of the girl's attackers flew away sharply. Kang was frightened and screamed loudly. The attackers fell to the ground. The boy kept screaming. He was very frightened. What was happening in front of his eyes was hard for the boy to understand. The big guy looked at the girl and said he thought it was very strange. The guy's face was already wrinkled. The girl deftly dodged her attackers and knocked them out. The big man thought to himself, this girl, Muriman. He wasn't glad he'd met her. Kang, hearing that word, was also startled. There was consternation and surprise in his gaze. He repeated, Muriman. The girl decided to approach the company of these young men. She lowered her hands, signaling that she would keep her cool. The girl said it was a normal school and told the young people to stop making noise. The big man moved towards this girl, wanting to deal with her personally. The big guy said the clan that owns this school, if it's the head of the clan named Kang Sarah. The boy was surprised. The head of the clan? What are they even talking about? The girl said that everyone knows her name now. She doesn't need to introduce herself. The girl told them all to follow her. She'd like to hear about what happened in a more appropriate place. The big guy pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it towards the girl. Kang Sarah had time to set her purse down. That thing hit her. There was an explosion. It was very loud and unexpected, and a puff of smoke enveloped this girl. Khan shouted, blasting. The big man, holding him by the scruff of his neck, yelled for him to go forward. The young men turned around and tried to run away from the place. One of them asked what it was, a bomb. The big man said it was not a bomb. Dense smoke enveloped the stranger. She could not be seen. The young men wanted to take advantage of this to escape from the schoolyard and take Kana with them. The girl appeared through the smoke as if nothing had happened. She said they might not hope to escape with such a cheap trick. The girl stopped and said, no way. You could smell the scent of soul charm in the smokescreen. It is an intoxicant. The bullies, along with Kang, disappeared from the schoolyard. The girl on the phone reported that the intruders took first-year student Kang Haji hostage and escaped. The girl continued. They used the weapon of stealthy attack, which was laced with the flavor of soul charm. It seemed to her that the matter was taking a serious turn. The girl asked to gather all human resources and search the school. They couldn't even believe they'd run into Kang Saru. They even threw their stealth weapons at her. They decided to get the information quickly and get out of here. The big man turned to the guy. Anyway, they need information. The big man told Khan that they were ready to listen to him. The guy asked if Kang had seen Li Shun. If he had, where and under what circumstances. Khan asked why they were asking him that. The big guy said it shouldn't bother the guy. He should say everything he knows. Kang said he wouldn't say anything in that case. He stated that is not fair. They only find out what they need to find out. He has a lot of questions as well. That is why he is offering to exchange information. The big guy said he thought the kid didn't have the guts, but it turns out he didn't. The big man swung around and startled the young man, and he said, did he really want to go to the other side? The big man's fist whistled past Khan's ear. The boy was startled. Kang noticed that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't stop being amazed. It was as if the situation was becoming calmer. The young man said if he died, they wouldn't hear from him at all. One of the guys asked how long he was going to stand there. They didn't have time. Then he asked Khan what he wanted to know. They were ready to exchange information. Kant asked why these guys were chasing Li Xiong. The guy tried to explain the Sunu clan had been pretty much sealed off lately. There had been no activity. However, the head of the clan had started to act, and that's why they got interested. Kang didn't understand anything. This information gave him nothing. Everything was vague and confusing. Kang asked the guys what they were talking about, what kind of clan Sunu was, and its head. The guys discussed among themselves that Kang was a simple man and didn't know much. Guy tried a different way to explain the situation to Khan. Li Xiong is a very important figure in Marima. That's why they're looking for him. That didn't help Kanu much. He asked what other Mirim were. The big guy decided to intervene and said that they weren't in class right now, and they weren't going to lecture him. The guy with the glasses continued, Mirim, it's a society with different values than ordinary people. Khan continued to question what values we are talking about. The bully's patience ran out. He pushed his comrade away and said, enough talking here. The big man took Kana by the shoulder and told him it was his turn to spill everything. The young man was frightened. The bulky man, looking into Kanu's eyes absent-mindedly, asked where Li Xiong was now. Kang didn't know what to answer. He really didn't know where Li Xiong was right now. Unexpectedly, Li Xiong appeared. He asked what was the purpose of them wondering where he was now. Kang flinched in surprise. The young man was scared where this guy could have come from. He hadn't even sensed him in his presence. The big man was also terribly surprised. Li Xiong calmly asked who they were and what they wanted. Kang thought that Li Xiong was definitely not a ghost. The young man walked towards the big man and asked why they were looking for him. The bully and his company faltered and began to back away. They could not say anything intelligible. It was obvious that they were frightened. Li Xiong looked at these guys from under his brow and said that he was warning them, that they shouldn't even think of trying to escape from here. The thug and his crew were very frightened. They realized that the young man wasn't joking. They were going to have a hard time now. Kang saw something that really struck him. All these guys were pushing off the ground and jumping up and down. Kang looked at them and couldn't believe it. He even opened his mouth in surprise. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. All these young men took off. They jumped up, got off the ground, and flew upwards. So they decided to run away. Kang told Li Xiong that those guys had flown away and pointed his finger at them. He turned his head, but Li Xiong wasn't around. The young man had disappeared. Kang refused to believe his eyes. How could this be possible? Suddenly, he heard a sound from above. The young man saw the escaped boys falling back down. Up above, Li Xiong was also spotted in the air. He was taking out those young men. He did it with ease and ease. The big guy and his team fell back to the ground. They were beaten and moaned in pain. Some of them fell down and lay unconscious. Haji screamed with fear. He didn't understand what was going on. Maybe it was a problem with his head. This can't be real. Kang saw Li Xiong. The young man was completely calm. Kang decided that he was really a ghost. The guys shouted to Li Xiong, "What is he doing? Why is he doing this to them? Does he really want to kill them?" "It's not like it's their fault." The young man replied, "They threw a concealed assault weapon at the head of the clan and threatened an ordinary schoolboy. Also, thoughtlessly revealed information about Marima to a common man." The boys realized that these were persuasive arguments. They had nothing to say in response. Li Xiong added why they were following him. They would tell him later. The guys said they're not far from the inventory warehouse. They thanked Li Xiong for keeping them alive. Li Xiong told Khan to follow him. The young man asked why he wanted to do that. Khan turned back, looking at the thug and his crew. They were lying on the ground, beaten and bloody. The police arrived, summoned by the clan leader. The cops took the big guy and his team with them. Li Xiong told him to keep moving and follow him. He would not repeat it again. Li Xiong was walking somewhere past the school. Kang followed him a little farther behind. The young man didn't know where they were going. Kang watched this young man intently. Who he was, he had asked himself this question many times before. Only he still hadn't found an answer to it. He doesn't look like a ghost, Khan thought. I mean, he's real. What he's doing isn't real. He thought that at that moment, Li Xiong looked very intimidating. Li Xiong told Kang that this is how it always ends up when the conversation is about him. The young man continued and advised Kanu not to contact him again. For that very reason, Kang didn't know what to say to the guy. He didn't know anything about this guy at all, although Li Xiong had already helped him a few times. 82. Kang said he now realized that Li Xiong is a good person. Kang continued, the guy says that because he's worried about him. Kang asked what about Jinho Hyung. Li Xiun figured it out with him too. He was curious, so he went to Li Xiun's class. Everyone there said that he hadn't shown up at school for a long time. Kang asked if maybe Li Xiong has some supernatural ability like he does. Maybe he too is a so-called Murim. Li Xiong said to the guy to shut up right now, stop asking him questions. Li Xiong repeated his warning, this was no joke. If Kang made a mistake, he might die. Kang said he didn't care. Li Xiong asked why. The young man replied that he wanted to say goodbye to his life today. But he had survived thanks to his savior. Now he would consider the remaining days as a kind of bonus. Li Xiong looked at the young man. Khan continued, he was too unhappy. He thought that people mocked him and hated him. These thoughts made him despair all the time. That's why he went to the roof. Kang continued after he woke up in the infirmary. The world felt very different to him. Khan saw that not everyone here was his enemy. Moreover, the headman had gone against Yunho today and stood up for him. Then he realized that their vision had been distorted by Yunho's constant bullying. Kang is grateful to Li Xiun because he helped him realize a lot of things. The guy thought if he died without finding out the truth, it would be very unfair. Li Xiong silently listened to the young man and stared at him intently. Li Xiong said for Kang to go back to school immediately. The class must have already started. Kang bowed to the young man and said he was leaving. Li Xiong didn't turn around and asked why the guy was still here. He was about to leave. Kang modestly asked if Li Xiong could give him his phone number. Li Xiong angrily replied that he wouldn't give out a phone number. Li Xiong was very angry and left in silence. Khan shouted after him that what had happened today, he would take with him to his grave. The young man was called out. He stopped and turned around. A girl, the clan head, was standing next to him. She said despite Kang Haji's situation, he seemed quite energetic. Li Xiong asked the girl how Sarah Nuna was feeling. The girl said she was fine, just paralyzed for a while. The guy said he believes the intruders were on an errand for the Miram Special Forces unit, and he apologized to the girl, saying he thought it was all because of him. Sarah Nuna said the boy shouldn't apologize. She made the mistake of allowing suspicious individuals to enter the school grounds. The girl added, however, she didn't think the guy had any need to get involved. The young man asked, does it bother her that he helped that guy? The girl said she understood the young man's feeling well. Sarah Nuna added that something else was bothering her. A big black car pulled up in front of the school. The girl said that today was the day of the secret meeting with the elder, the ghost doctor. The elder asked how the head of the Sunu clan was doing, if she was doing well. The girl said he seems to be having complications. He doesn't show it. The elder said, of course. I mean, he's been through so much. The girl said that she was worried whether the refinement process could be carried out when it was in such a state. The old man asked, is she worried about the Chukvaima? He's been wandering back and forth for a long time. Given this condition, he thinks that if he were a normal person, he would have broken down long ago. The old man added that he was a monster even before he rose to his current level. The girl said that in terms of common sense, the old man interrupted the girl and told her to better trust him, the head doctor of Honan Clinic, not common sense. As it is, things have already gone beyond common sense in Murim. The girl and the elder approached the doors, which swung open in front of them. The door was opened by Li Xiong. He bowed politely and said, welcome, elder. The old man said, awestruck, and patted the young man on the shoulder. How much he had grown in the time they had not seen each other. The old man, walking into the room, jokingly said, well, let's make a mess of things today. School's in session. The bell rings for recess. The students are talking among themselves. Kang sits in his seat and doesn't turn his head. Yunho is watching him from his desk. The guys tell Yunho that he was packing up and leaving with them. Yunho gets up and silently walks away. The head of the class follows them. Kang discreetly followed Yunho's gaze. He was lucky today, they're just leaving. The boy cautiously walked out of the classroom. He thought that Yunho had been quiet since his meeting with Jinho Hyun. Then something must have happened. It's understandable. Sung Hyun will say one word and anyone will shit their pants. The guy took out his cell phone. I wondered who Murin was. If you search on the internet, all that comes up are movies and books. There's no interesting information. The young man thought that Sung Hyun had something to do with this nonsense. Kang wondered if he would ever be able to meet Li Xiong again. The young man thought it would be nice to meet this young man. The thought seems intimidating, but he's so cool. The young man looked at his phone and saw the sneakers of the man standing in front of him. It was Yunho's shoes. Kang raised his head. The bully was standing in front of him. Yunho said, did the man really think he would just leave like that? Kang shrank back in fear. Sarah Nuna listened to the elder with her mouth open. He said there was nothing to be surprised about. The old man continued, he agrees that there are a lot of needles, but it'll be all right. The girl said if she didn't know he was the best doctor in Murim, she would never have considered it as a treatment. The old man, wiping his hands, said he thinks she's right. The old man continued he could tell with certainty if the people in the Murim knew what was happening here. The elder looked at the needles that were in Li Xiong's body. The expression on these people's faces would be worse than the girl's now. Li Xiong sat in the lotus posture, all stabbed with needles. Yunho wondered what kind of trick Kang had just pulled off in secret. The young man lay unconscious in front of him. Yunho had given him a good beating. One of Yunho's comrades said that Jinho Hyun warned, "This guy not to be touched." Yunho snapped angrily. He didn't like being told what to do. Yunho punched the guy and said, "Let that Jinho Hyun get the hell out of here." The guys yelled that Yunho is wrong, Jinho Hyun is fine with him. Yunho said, "He doesn't need to be told what to do." The other boy started to calm Yunho down and said that they could solve everything with words, and that there was no need to make a fist. Kang came to his senses. He thought he was unlucky again. He was bleeding from his nose. The young men tried to calm Yunho down and held his hands. Kang thought, so nothing has changed. Anger overwhelmed him. He watched the three young men figure things out amongst themselves. Kang thought in that case, he himself must change. Kant walked up to Yunho and punched him in the jaw. It was very unexpected for everyone. Yunho looked at Kana with anger. The boys let go of Yunho's hands. They hadn't expected this turn of events either. Kang said that Yunho could attack him. The young man thought to himself that he had started a new life, having almost died recently. The guy said that from now on, he would no longer grovel to the likes of Yunho. Yunho laughed and thought the guy was out of his mind. The girl told the elder that the head of the Sunu clan only wanted to report on the actions of the Marima Special Forces Division. The elder said that he was being a bit hasty again. It's all because of Kumang Ryong. Whenever it comes to him, he gets nervous. The elder said he understood their motives. He's Kumang Ryong's disciple after all. So don't mess with him, he's not like them. The boy said he would memorize everything the elder says. The young man hesitated and looked away. Something had alarmed him. The girl asked what was the matter. The young man apologized and said he felt some disturbing energy. The elder said that he did not feel anything like that. The old man got ready to leave. The girl confessed to the elder that Seun had been sensing an unreachable noise or energy as of late. The girl told the elder that Seun had recently sensed the energy of a student who was about to jump off the roof and had taken the boy out of the way. Elder suggested that maybe it is in the process of improvement. The boy asked that the elder set aside some time for him. Li Xiong, the girl from elder, approached the young man. Kang was lying unconscious in the place where Yunho had left him. The elder was surprised. He said he couldn't believe it. Li Xiong sensed the energy from there. How could this be possible? Kang was lying in a pool of his own blood. Li Xiong looked at the young man with compassion. The old man thought, if this is all true, he has far exceeded his expectations. The girl looked at Kana and recognized the boy. She said, "Poor student." The elder asked if the clan head knew him. The girl replied, it was the same disciple that Li Xiong had saved. Seun told Serenuna to call an ambulance right away. The boy is in critical condition. The girl said she understood and grabbed her cell phone. The elder told them to disperse and headed towards the young man. Serenuna reported the coordinates of the ambulance and said that the young man was in critical condition, unconscious. The elder tried to bring the young man to his senses. Serenuna said an ambulance is on its way. Li Xiong watched intently as the old man tried to bring Kana to his senses. Serenuna looked at the young man with regret. She felt sorry for Khan. The girl told Seun that it happened between ordinary people. This world is cruel. Serenuna added, besides, they met for the first time today. Seun said, he knows what the guy's condition is now. Seun said the young man can't be left here. Then he would die. Does the girl really want him to deliberately pass by? Serenuna shouted that the merman should not interfere. Li Xiong heard his name being spoken. He turned his head. The elder brought the battered boy to his senses. The boy, barely able to open his eyes, said that they had met again. Kang barely muttered that he didn't just let himself get beaten up this time. He'd taken one punch, too. Li Xiong jumped up to the guy. He asked how the guy was feeling, whether he was okay. Kang lost consciousness again. The elder said he needn't worry. This young man's life is not in danger right now. He gave him first aid. Kang lay there with a smile on his face. He had only recently regained his senses. The old man asked what good things had happened to him that made him so happy. Li Xiong didn't reply anything. He looked at the young man sadly. He felt sorry for this guy. Kang came to his senses. His whole face was bruised. His head was bandaged. Band-aids on his nose and under his eye. One eye was so swollen that it wouldn't open. The young man tried to realize where he was. The boy was in a hospital room. Kang heard someone say, waking up. The young man tried to turn his head to see who was there. In the ward was Li Xiong. The young man rejoiced. Kang tried to pull himself up. It was difficult for him to do so. His whole body ached. The young man asked what Shun was doing here. Kang said he was in pain. Shun said he shouldn't overexert himself. The doctor just left. Shun looked at Khan, who was crying quietly. He was in a lot of pain. It was painful for Shun to watch. Kang said he was very excited, and he was very worried when he first opened his eyes. Kang said that it turns out he didn't dream their meeting. The guy asked Seun why he keeps showing up and saving him. Is he really stalking him? Seung traditionally remained silent in response. He didn't know what to say to the young man. He wouldn't understand anyway. Li Xiong asked Kong if he still wanted to become stronger. That question caught the boy off guard. He wasn't thinking about it right now. His body was bruised and bruised. He was worried about feeling better. Kang wondered if Shun could help him. The young man didn't believe that anything could change in his life. Shun added, but he had to keep it a secret. Shun wanted to say what would happen otherwise. Kang interrupted him half-heartedly and said that he would keep it a secret. Kang said he was willing to do anything to become as strong as Shiyun. Sehun threw a cell phone on Kanu's bed. He said he would use it to contact him from now on. Seong said that the phone has basic exercises written on it that he has to do every day, starting tomorrow. Kong asked, starting tomorrow in that condition? Saloon replied, the young man had said he would do anything after all. Kong confirmed that's exactly what he said. Shun said in parting that if Kong does as he says, he will become stronger. Seung told Kang to remember to call home. His family must be worried. So don't say he's in the hospital. Kang, smiling with joy, said it would be fine. The young man said he lives alone with his mom. She comes home from work late at night, so she often doesn't know if he is in the room or not. Seong said to call him anyway, so there would be no trouble. The door to the ward slammed shut. Kong was left alone. He looked at the door behind which Li Xiong had disappeared for a long time. The young man looked at his phone and thought, he really will become stronger if he just does as Li Xiong says. Khan wanted to, without waiting until tomorrow to see what the basic exercises were right away. The young man looked at his phone and even got scared. The guy thought he would never make it. Kang shouted, are these really basic exercises for one day? Kang decided that it was an exercise he couldn't handle. It must be a joke. The young man realized that he wouldn't be able to do it. The guy got nervous and decided to call Li Xiong urgently. He must have made a mistake. And these exercises are not for Kong. Kang lay back on the bed. There was no Li Xiong's number on the phone. It was a one-way communication. The young man didn't know what he should do. The young man whispered why what had happened today seemed so unrealistic. Kang decided that the morning would be the wiser, as long as the morning didn't turn out to be a dream again. So the young man fell asleep. The next morning, Khan woke up, got up, went to the wash basin, opened the water, and looked in the mirror. And he thought, surely he is awake. The boy took the bandages off his face and saw that his face was completely whole. There had been nothing on it yesterday. He wondered how his bruises and abrasions had disappeared overnight. The guy's back in the room, and where is he anyway? Hospital room doesn't look cheap. Probably going to be a big bill later. Someone approached the boy from behind and said, you don't have to worry about that. The young man flinched in fright and turned around. A girl stood in front of the young man. He did not immediately recognize her. It was Nuna, the one he saw yesterday at school, the head of the cult. The girl took him by the chin, lifted his head, and looked at his appearance. The girl moved close to Kan. The young man blushed. Nuna said that the skill of the ghost doctor elder was immediately noticeable. The guy didn't realize who the girl was talking about. She said it didn't matter now. They had something to talk about. The girl walking into the room said that she had heard about Kang being subjected to school violence. She intends to solve it right away. Nuna said that to prevent this from happening again, they would appoint a teacher in charge, and they would pay a stipend every quarter. The girl asked if the boy would agree to such conditions. Kang said he didn't need all this. The girl looked at him in surprise. Kang explained Nuna would probably demand in return that he no longer cross paths with Li Xiong. The young man asked, is the girl also a Muraman like Li Xiong? He continued, he doesn't know what the reason is, but he is sure that the girl wants Kang to leave Li Xiong alone. She doesn't like the fact that they are dating. The girl said Kang, a savvy young man. The girl suddenly grabbed Kana and used a fighting move on him. The boy flew upside down. Nuna threw him on the bed and gave him a chokehold. He began to choke. Nuna looked him in the eye and said, then how's he like that? The girl wouldn't let go of the guy. It was hard for him to breathe. She told him to think hard and answer. This could be his last chance. Kang replied to the girl. Considering the methods she was using, he felt less and less like agreeing with her. The girl squeezed the young man's throat even more. The boy began to wheeze. She said she wasn't kidding. Nuna declared that the boy would be dead in 30 seconds. Kanu was getting worse. The guy stated she can do whatever she wants. Kang continued, still, if it wasn't for Li Xiong, he would be dead by now. The guy squeezed out that he would no longer live under the pressure of other people. Nuna let go of the young man. The young man began to cough. Kang pulled himself up on the bed. Nuna said she was clear. The girl took her bag and got ready to leave. She said that now she understood why Xiong was worried. Nuna finished the package and handed it to the young man. He asked what it was. The girl said it was supplements and a fitness center pass, the closest one to his house. The young man thanked her. The guy asked how the girl knew where he lived. The girl tried to explain and said, Kanu Haje, that Li Xiong is an important person in their world. That's why she's helping the young man. Khan asked, does Nuna mean Murim by our world? The girl said that if Zhang got into danger because of Kang, he wouldn't get away with mere threats. Kang got ready for school. He thought that Nuna was certainly beautiful, but too creepy. The young man pushed these thoughts aside and decided to get down to business. He stared at the phone that Li Xiong had given him. At that moment, the phone rang. The guy answered it. Li Xiong called. He asked if Kang was already out of the hospital. Li Xiong said, in that case, Kang should now do the exercises he prescribed. And when he's done, he should send a message. How much did he manage to do? Kang shouted that he wouldn't be able to do it. This exercise is not for him. He said he can barely do one pull-up, and he should do it 100 times. Sion replied, then let him do it 100 times. Kang asked what to do with push-ups and other exercises. Xiun replied that he should repeat them also 100 times, until he had done the specified number. Khan asked if this is the right way to train, because it sounds kind of illiterate. Xiong said it was fine. Sarah Nuna gave him the miracle pills. Kang should take them one at a time after training. Wrap up the conversation, Xiun said, the guy only has 2 weeks to learn how to do all the exercises in a day. Kang asked what would happen if he failed. Xiun replied that in that case, their acquaintance would come to an end. Kang kept looking at his phone after the conversation. He thought it was too much to do everything in one day. In the end, Kang decided not to guess, but to give it a try, and see what happens. The young man pulled out his pass and looked up the address of the fitness center Nuna had mentioned. A young man came to this address and said, he knew there would be something like this. Kang came into the gymnasium. There were athletes here who were practicing, they were powerful guys. Kang looked at them and decided that this was a strange environment. Kang thought he should find a place where he could study alone in peace. There were some serious athletes in the gym. They were working with heavy weights. They looked at this squishy guy with surprise. Kang was doing push-ups from the floor. His face was red, the young man could barely do the exercise. He said 70. The young man couldn't take it anymore and fell down. He said he couldn't take it anymore. It was obvious that he was having a hard time with this exercise. One of the athletes told the young man, he's been doing nothing but push-ups for over an hour. It was probably the first time he had come to training. The young man, drenching himself in sweat, said he was. This is his first training session. The young man wanted to continue this exercise. He said he needed to do 100 push-ups today. The athlete looked at the boy with pity, told him not to overdo it. He needed to stretch better. Otherwise, he would suffer from sore muscles tomorrow. Khan thanked the athlete for the advice, but said that's how he was punished by his teacher. The athlete wanted to say something else to the young man, but his colleague stopped him. Kang kept doing push-ups. He counted 74, 75. It was very hard for the young man. The athletes decided to leave the young man alone and not to give him their advice. Tomorrow, he will realize his mistake. When he feels bad. After practice, Kang lay exhausted on his bed at home. He couldn't move. The guy said regretfully that he tried hard but couldn't even do half of it. The young man looked at the list. Everything looked kind of hopeless. He wondered if he should just give up. The young man received a message. It was from Li Xiong. He asked if Kang had practiced well. The young man realized, that's right, he was supposed to write a message when he finished training. The guy wrote that he couldn't even do half of what was required. Xiun replied that it was fine for the first day, and he told him to remember to eat the miracle pill. He remembered that Nuna had left him some supplements. The young man opened the package and looked at these pills. The guy thought impressive looking. On each pill was written, miracle pill. The young man sniffed and thought it smelled like some Chinese medicine. He wondered if he would be all right. The young man decided that Xiun would not advise badly, so he took one pill. The boy felt the pill on his tongue sizzle and dissolve. Kang wondered what it was. Kang popped the pill into his mouth and it melted immediately. The guy thought something was happening to him. He felt strange somehow. Never mind, he decided. It was time to wash up. Something shot in the young man's stomach. He began to pass out. The young man flopped down on his bed. He didn't even have the energy to go to the shower. Disconnecting, Khan thought he should go take a shower after all. The young man woke up and jumped up sharply from the bed. Could it be that he had slept so long? The boy looked at his watch. Wow, he thought, it was past 10. Kang couldn't understand how he could have slept so long. He decided to take a shower. In the shower room, the young man undressed and looked at himself in the mirror. He was surprised. The boy tensed and wondered. Maybe it was just his imagination. Or maybe his muscles had actually gotten a little bigger. The young man stepped into the shower, turned on the water. His mood improved a little. What muscles, he thought. They couldn't have gotten any bigger in one day. At the next training session, the guy kept doing push-ups. Gritting his teeth, he counted 72, 73. The athletes continued to watch the young man with interest. The athletes thought, Didn't this guy leave the gym late last night? Kang kept counting 78, 79. They said this young man practiced yesterday until the gym closed. The athletes were perplexed. And after yesterday's training, he has no pain today. Maybe it's because he's still young. Kang fell to the floor exhausted. Sweat was pouring off him. Perhaps the effects of such training would affect him tomorrow. The next day, the athletes continued to follow the young man and his progress with sporting interest. And so, it was every day. The athletes wanted to remember how many days it had been since this young man had come here. They estimated that he had been training here for about 2 weeks. Kang continued to train hard. He was already doing a good pull-up on the bar. The athletes decided to ask what he was taking. What kind of supplements? The young man kept pulling himself up and counting 42, 43. The observers wondered how he could get so pumped up in 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the young man lay contentedly with his arms spread out after practice. Kang was pleased with himself. He had done well. It's unbelievable. The young man couldn't believe his result. It was fantastic. The young man was very satisfied with his results. Kang remembered that he had to be sure to tell Xiun, so he sent him a message. Coming home after practice, the young man thought he was too exhausted because today was the last day. Kang pulled out his cell phone. He heard that he had received a message. It was a message from Xiun. Xiun congratulated him and decided to give him a gift in honor of it. He said he was waiting for him near the subway station. The guy looked on the navigator and noticed that he could get to this subway station by bus. The young man looked at the bus stop and chose the route he could take to his destination. Khan was contemplating whether to go right now or go take a shower, run home and change. The young man heard someone call his name. He turned around. The boy looked down and saw the shoes first. They were big black boots. The owner of the shoes told the young boy to stop. The boy looked up. In front of him was a green-eyed, red-haired girl. She was staring absent-mindedly at the young man, keeping her eyes fixed on him. He said to himself, "Wow, who is she? Must be some kind of celebrity." The young man thought, "I wonder who she's calling." So he turned back, thinking someone was behind him. The girl told Kanu not to look away. The red-haired beauty pointed her finger at Khan and said she was addressing him. The boy wondered if it was a girl addressing him. The boy did not know how to behave further. The girl waved her finger at the boy. The young man came closer. Kang couldn't understand why she would be interested in him, why she would want someone like him. The girl asked if the young man knew Li Xiong and added that she was aware of all the events, so he shouldn't try to avoid it. The young man was terribly embarrassed. At some point, the guy pointed his finger somewhere and shouted. The girl turned around. The girl saw a cat sitting peacefully behind her, and that was it. She thought, "What a cute cat." The stranger turned around and shouted, "Stop right there." The girl tried to find the young man. There was no sign of him. He managed to jump on the departing bus. The red-haired beauty thought he couldn't outsmart her. The girl jumped high and did a somersault over the departing bus. Kang was sitting on the bus. He thought, thank goodness the bus arrived on time. The young man was terrified when he heard about Shayun. On the other hand, the boy decided there was no need to run away. At the next stop, a girl entered the bus. The boy pondered further. Since this girl had asked about Seun, she was also a Muriman. The boy started searching again on the search engine to find out what the word Muriman meant. Again, he found nothing. Suddenly, someone snatched his phone out of his hands. The young man turned his head and cried out. It was the red-haired beauty he had just escaped from. The guy asked in surprise how she got here. He had not seen her get on the bus. The girl answered why he was so surprised. The young man asked the girl, "Is she an ordinary person?" The girl was looking at her phone and thinking very strangely. Had her gut failed her? And she was absolutely sure of herself. At that moment, a message came in. The message was from Seun, in which he gave an address where he would wait for the young man. The girl said she would borrow his phone for a while. The girl got off the bus and took the young man's phone away. Kang followed her and asked her to give back his phone. The girl said she did not want to give it back. The young man said, "You better give it to him nicely or he'll take it away by force." The girl, Kang, was angry. No matter how frail he was still a man. There was no need to take him for an idiot, especially since he had been training like crazy lately. The young man lunged at the girl with a scream. As tough as they are out there in that Murim, the guy thought. There's no way he couldn't handle some girl out there. The girl grabbed Kana's arm very easily and casually and twisted it so that the young man grimaced in pain. The girl's face didn't flinch a muscle. She was thinking about something else. At the same time, she twisted the young man's arm. The stranger performed a painful hold, and Kana's arm ached terribly. The young man screamed. The girl let the guy go and he wanted to run away from her. He didn't like the encounter. The girl asked him who he was. The guy's a regular person, isn't he? Why does he have so much energy in him? The girl was approaching Kang. Kang tried to move away from her. Kang's arm was hurting very badly. He said he had no idea what she was talking about. He just wants her to give him his phone back. For a moment, it hit the girl. If he was the one, the boy again didn't know what he was talking about. The girl grabbed the guy's arm again and told him to follow her. The young people ran to the subway station, the place where the meeting with Xion was to be. After the young people got into the elevator, Kang asked where they were going now. The girl said wherever, to Xion's place, of course. Kang shouted that Xiong is a very dangerous person. The girl just doesn't know. He's not allowed to cross the road. The girl smiled and said she was looking forward to meeting him. Kang wasn't in the mood for jokes, which is what he told the girl, and told her to give his phone back. The girl rang the doorbell. Xion immediately opened it, but he was surprised. The beautiful stranger, kicked Xiong at the same moment in a leap. Thus, she decided to say hello to him. The girl was like a hurricane. She tried to deliver blow after blow. Kang couldn't understand what was happening. As effectively as the girl executed her strikes, showing her martial arts prowess, Xiong dodged those strikes just as effectively. His skill was no less. Kang didn't understand how this was even possible. Why is this girl so fast? Moreover, even Li Xiong had a hard time dodging her blows. Kang couldn't figure out what he should do. The boy stood at a loss. At some point, the young man grabbed an umbrella and decided to lend a hand. The girl pushed Kana away with her foot. The guy was really scared. The young lady told Khan to stay out of the fight, otherwise he'd be finished. Xiong asked Gina what had gotten into her. Kang was terribly surprised. It turns out they know each other. Li Xiong asked another question as to why they had come together. The young man couldn't stop wondering. Kang said it turns out they know each other. Tonight was no longer a languid evening. The girl pointed her finger at Kang and asked Xiong if he had given him the Taiwan life pill. Kang was even more surprised. Taiwan life pills, the girl added, so that Xion wouldn't give her a hard time about it. She saw all the correspondence on her phone. That medicine was meant for Xion. Why did he give it to her? The young man tried to calm the girl down. Li Xiong said that he would answer all her questions, but they would talk a little later. The guy said his guest was terribly uncomfortable right now, meaning Khan. The girl calmed down and said, "Okay, I'll talk to you later." She didn't look so annoyed anymore. Kang called out to the young woman. The girl looked at him with a sidelong glance. The young man told her to return his phone after all. The phone immediately flew at the young man. The guy barely had time to catch it. Khan thought, could have given a warning before throwing it. He almost let the phone out of his hand. Xiong calmly asked the young man, probably a little surprised because of this sudden commotion. Kang apologized and said that his girlfriend was most likely uncomfortable right now. He could come back later. Shun said it's fine. That young man had nothing to do with it. Kang thought it was the other way around. Xiong invited the young man to come in and offered him something to drink. Kang asked if he could have some water. Xiong noticed that Kang had changed since their last meeting. He had more or less pumped himself up. Kang replied, he was just doing what Xiong told him to do. Kang sat across from Xiong, a question plaguing him. The boy decided to ask it. Kang looked intently into Li Xiong's eyes. Li Xiong looked at Kang. Kang asked who the merman was. Kang clarified his question as he realized this must be an unusual person. Xiong poured water into a glass, apologized to the young man, and said that it was forbidden to reveal information about Murin to ordinary people. Kang asked again, then why is he helping him? If there is such a ban, then Xiong can't help him. Kang continued. He already owed Xiong a lot already. The girl waited for the conclusion of this conversation. The girl heard Kang say, why would Xiong fight with his girlfriend because of him? Because he's helping him. Kang said he didn't want to put the young man in a difficult position. The young man added, if this help is going to harm Xiong, then let him stop helping him. Kang pulled the phone toward its true owner. Xiong put the glass on the table and said that Murim is a world of people with different values. Xiong continued, in Murima, the reality is that everyone has to hide their true colors and follow all the rules without fail. Kang asked why they needed to hide, because ordinary people won't accept the Murim rules. How can a young man understand a society that justifies murder and violence? Sion finished, that's what Murim is all about. It doesn't condemn murder and violence. Therefore, it is better for ordinary people to never be interested in Murim in their lives. Kang, bringing the glass of drink to his mouth, thought about what just happened. At some point, Li Xiong became very creepy. Xiong said he was done with the talking now. They would now start the treatment. Kang wondered what kind of treatment they were talking about. The young man added that he was not sick with anything. Xiong said that from the point of view of modern medicine, he is, and there is no threat to his life. However, after the treatment, Kang discovers the body he has lived in all his life. The young man is intrigued by this. Kang sat in the lotus position. Xiong pressed certain areas of the body on the young man's back. Kang couldn't understand why he was doing all this. Xiong said to the young man not to be distracted by extraneous things. The thing to do now was to concentrate. At some point, Xiong pressed Kanu on his back. The young man wondered what it was. Kang thought that heat was spreading throughout his body, and that was unusual. And the young man also noted that it felt as if he was gaining calmness. For a moment, Kang came to his senses. Did he really manage to fall asleep in such a state? Suddenly, there was the clinking of a chain, and someone threw that chain around Kanu's neck. Someone shouted that they would kill him. The stranger used a chain to strangle the young man. Cyan's friend appeared. She disabled one of the attackers at the same moment. There were several of them in the room. The girl told them all to back away from the entrance. Kang, panting, asked the girl who these people were, and where is Li Xiong now? The girl reprimanded. She asked what they were doing to the person who was now circulating energy. She inquired, "Are they definitely Murim?" The guy was very surprised when he heard that phrase. A lot of Murim around him. The attacker, who was holding the young man with a chain, told the girl to get out of the way or he would break Khan's neck. Khan could not understand what was happening around him. Kang remembered Xiong's words. That's what a Murin is. Murder and violence are not condemned there. Khan was finding it harder and harder to breathe. The villain was making more effort and tightening the chain. The attacker told Kang to stay still and not to do anything stupid. The young man held on with his last strength. He shouted loudly. The girl looked at Khan. She did nothing. The attackers were wearing masks. Kang screamed, "Could he really die like this?" He was enraged and pulled the chain with force. It burst. The young man was able to free himself. The attacker tightening the chain around Kana's neck said he was about to kill him. Gina said what they're doing to the man who's now circulating energy. Are they definitely Murim? Kang wondered. Murim again. The attacker told the girl to get out of the way. Otherwise, they'll break the guy's neck. Kang couldn't understand what was happening. Kang remembered Xiong's words. That's what a Murin is. Murder and violence are not condemned there. These words of Sion's seemed ridiculous to the young man. The striker told Khan to keep his head down and not to think of doing something stupid. Kang figured he wasn't going to die like this. The young man looked at Gina, who stood silently to the side. The young man realized that it was within his power to change anything. There was determination in his eyes. Gina was surprised that the young man was able to free himself. Khan himself was equally surprised. The guy didn't understand how he managed to break this chain. Was it really steel? The masked attacker couldn't understand how the guy could do it. It's impossible to break such a strong chain with your hands. The attacker thought he didn't understand anything, but he realized that he had to get out of here right away. The attackers decided to grab Khan. They wanted the young man. The men in black jumped on the boy. Kang dodged the invaders. He was surprised at his own abilities. Where did he get it from? The young man moved very nimbly around the room, dodging his pursuers. He was elusive. The boy could feel the criminals coming from all sides. Without even turning around, he realized who was standing behind him. The young man asked himself the question, what is going on? Gina joined the young man. She began to neutralize the enemies with quick movements. The guy, marveling at the girl's skill, told her thanks. It was very entertaining. The girl was protecting the young man, while at the same time performing complex hand-to-hand combat techniques. The boy was well protected. Gina was ruthless to her enemies. She smashed their faces and broke their limbs. She was a hurricane girl. The girl scattered her opponents around the room as if on unnecessary things. They were flying around the room like in a big storm. When Gina calmed down, all the villains had been neutralized and were lying scattered around the room unconscious. Kang was shocked by what he saw. Before he could even blink an eye, the girl had taken out 3 of them. The guy thought she was moving much faster than she had during the fight with Siyun. The girl approached one of the attackers, who was still showing signs of life. She kicked him in the face. The girl asked the barely alive guy who they were. At least they know where they are. The young man tried to stop the girl. He told her to stop the violence. The guy realizes the girl's really pissed off, but maybe they should call the police. Gina told me who's calling the police station because of the Murim squabbles. It's basic. Murim and the regular world don't meddle in each other's affairs. The girl heard her attacker laugh. She turned her attention to him. The guy, bleeding out, mouthed, "The Sunu clan is so bad that they have to rely on the police." The girl concluded, so they didn't just break in. There must be a reason. The attacker replied that they wanted to make sure that the head of the Sunu clan was not here. They didn't realize that there might be someone else here. Kang thought they were interested in the head of the Sunu clan. It must be about Li Xiong. The girl said, what is the last time she asked who they are, what they want? The girl and the young man looked at the villain with astonishment. The girl said the poor man was talking nonsense. He couldn't think of anything smarter. Kang wondered if Xiong might die. The young man listened. He thought he heard some sounds. The boy looked toward the entrance. The sounds were coming from there. It was the stomping of feet. Someone was running down the stairs quickly. The sound grew louder and louder. Kang ran up to the girl and said someone was coming up the stairs. Gina asked who was coming up the stairs. He replied that he didn't know himself. Khan said he could feel a lot of people running up the stairs. And there were actually a lot of people on the stairs intending to storm this room. The girl thought that this guy's recognition skills weren't bad. He could be a good one. The girl put her foot on the villain's throat. He said they just wanted to scout the situation. But there was a problem. That's why they have several dozen reinforcements on their way now. The villain suggested that the girl and the young man surrender if they didn't want to be badly maimed. Gina didn't finish listening to him and disconnected. Kang asked why she had acted so abruptly with him. The girl replied, "There's nothing more to listen to here. She will check everything herself." The young men grabbed their cell phones, but there was no connection between the two of them. The girl gave Khan a motorcycle helmet and told him to follow her, and headed for the exit not at all. The guy asked if they weren't going to take the elevator down. Gina said there was an ambush waiting for them there, and told him to follow her. Outside, there were a lot of people crowded around the door. They were going to break into the room. One of the men who entered, apparently the boss, looked at the people lying unconscious and asked what was wrong with them. These men were examined and reported to him that all were now unconscious. The boss ordered a search for the fugitives. If the Sunu clan is their enemy, they must be prevented from leaving the building. One of the newcomers shouted for everyone to come over to him. He found something. The boss, Gina and Khan, walked down the steps through the emergency exit. The phone was still out of service. The girl assumed that all the transponders were broken. As usual, Gina said she didn't have any answers to those questions. Seun asked to give Kang a ride home when he woke up. She sat and waited. Then those villains burst in. Kang asked what was wrong with Lee Seun now, where he had gone, and what was the meaning of saying that Lee Seun would die soon. The girl said that she doesn't know any of that. First, we have to find a place where we can get cell phone reception and contact Lee Seun. The girl showed the guy a phone number and told him to write it down for himself just in case. Kang asked whose number it was. Gina replied that it was the number of a member of the Sunu clan, in case he could reach him faster than she could. The guy wondered if it was a death flag used in movies or something like that. Dina told him not to yawn and to write down the phone number faster. The guy wrote it down and thought that no flag of death. The girl says she's off to start the bike. The guy should follow her downstairs as fast as he can. They'll meet on the second floor of the underground parking garage. The young man wanted to tell her that they could go there together, but the girl instantly disappeared. She was moving very fast. Kang thought he really couldn't keep up with her. The girl jumped over entire flights of stairs. The guy thought Gina had disappeared in just a moment. Is everyone in Marima really like that? Kang thought something was different about him after he woke up. He was able to break the chain, and she had some strange powers. The young man decided to see if he could jump an entire span like Gina. While Khan was trying out how he was going to do it, there was an exclamation from downstairs. What was he doing down there? He should get down faster. It was the girl calling him. The young man came to his senses and shouted that he was on his way. He ran up the stairs as usual. He thought he had lost his mind. What was he thinking when he was about to jump? As the young man walked down the steps, he was already breathing heavily. It was very difficult for him to overcome the steps. The young man opened the door to the parking lot and apologized for taking so long. Some unknown person flew past the young man and fell in the distance. The boy was stunned again. Kang looked forward and an interesting picture opened up in front of him. There were people standing around. In the center of this circle, Gina was fighting off the attackers. There were many of them, but the girl knew how to deal with them all, using her helmet as an instrument of defense. The young man thought, ambush again. They've got Gina surrounded. We should help her. The next moment, the guy calmed down. It's all right. She's handling it all by herself. She was. The standing fighters around the girl became fewer and fewer. The unconscious ones were getting more and more. Gina was unsparing, sending all the mercenaries into a knockout. The circle of the unconscious was everywhere. The remaining villains parted to the sides and didn't want to deal with this aggressive girl anymore. Everyone lowered their gazes and were afraid to look directly at this girl. They hoped she would leave them alone. Gina said if they didn't stop attacking her, they would all die. The people were pulling back. The unsuspecting girl flinched. She noticed something unpleasant to herself. Gina noticed someone being behind her put a sword to her throat. It was quite unexpected. It was a strange personality. He stated that Gina would now deal with him. This man was near Gina, on the roof of the car. He looked unusual. He had a chain attached to his ear and nose. It was his distinguishing mark. Kang was terrified. He thought it was really a death flag. The mercenary who threatened the girl was very confident. Kang was hiding behind the door. No one could see him. He wondered what to do now. He must do something to help the girl. The young man closed the door. What does it mean to help, he thought. Who's supposed to help who here? They're all Murim. If he interfered, they would tear him to pieces. Kang decided to run away from here, but he heard sounds on the stairs. Someone was coming down here. The boy went down to the floor below and froze. Just as long as they didn't hear him, he thought. The young man noticed that there was a fire hydrant nearby. There was a group coming down the stairs, looking around the room. There were many of them. Suddenly, the villain with the sword who threatened Gina said to check what was wrong. The girl thought this might be her chance for salvation. The villain leaned his sword against Gina's very throat and told her not to twitch. The girl flinched. The girl thought she was also acting against her will. So, she needs a little help. Kang hid behind a car, hoping that the people running by wouldn't notice him. The young man couldn't understand what he was even doing. He must be out of his mind. He certainly wouldn't help anyone if he died here. Why didn't he just run away? Kang remembered how skillful Gina was in dealing with her opponents. Her skills are impressive, he thought. Khan decided that he might as well try to help the girl in some way. If he can distract this guy with a sword in his hand for a while, like throwing a helmet at him, that might work. The young man did so. The villain turned around and asked who he was. The guy thought, I didn't. We gotta do something. So he yelled for the girl to run away. The guy threw something at the bad guy. The villain thought that it would not be difficult for him to dodge this thing that was flying at him. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The young man managed to hide behind a car. Everyone ducked down, looking at the young man in bewilderment. The villain was thrown from the roof to the ground by the blast wave. The girl took advantage of the situation. Kant shouted. Gina decided to change her dislocation and was quickly moving out of there. The villain got up and decided to chase after the girl. He was still in the game. The mercenary let out a curse and realized it was internal energy. The girl took advantage of the situation and decided to attack her opponent. Using hand-to-hand combat, the villains were watching the situation carefully. Everyone was wondering how it would end. Kang was the one who was most surprised. What did he do? The young man thought then that it was the same in the apartment with the chain. It was as if he had acquired some incredible power. At one point, the young man noticed that Gina was already on her bike. She yelled out what he was doing and told the boy to hop on and get on with her. The young man jumped up on his bike, looked at the pretty girl in front of him, and wondered what he should hold on to. The girl yelled out what he froze for and told him to grab his belt. Kang put his arms around the girl's waist, pressed himself against her, and said he was ready. The attacker was yelling that this bike had to be stopped and not let them get away. The girl let go of the clutch, hit the gas, and the bike sped off. Kang clung to the girl very tightly. The bike flew out of the parking lot in a very spectacular fashion, off the ground. The young man held on with all his might. The young man was having a hard time keeping up. He asked to drive slower. The girl shouted that now was not the time to relax. On the way, Gina tried to bring Kana up to speed a little. She said that they were being followed by a mamungi, one of the 4 supernovae. Kana asked who it was. The girl continued. He reports to the man that Cyan was supposed to meet today. The young man said that saying that Zheng might die today might have been true. The girl replied that that was why they needed to hurry. Kang said in that case, we should go faster. The girl stopped suddenly. The boy asked why she suddenly decided to slow down. Gina said that they wouldn't be able to track them down anymore. The girl said 5 seconds was enough for her. She has to call Zheng right away and find out where he is. Li Xiong in a black jacket sat in anticipation. He saw Gina calling to him. The guy didn't answer. A man approached Soon and asked if he was the head of the Sunu clan. He offered to escort the young man to the elder. The man told the boy to follow him. Li Xiong was asked to leave his cell phone before entering. The young man looked at his phone. Gina was still trying to reach him. The girl said she couldn't reach him. Kong suggested that it might be something serious. Maybe they should ask the Sunu clan where Xiun is. The girl said they didn't know. Xiun kept it a secret from the Sunu clan and decided to act alone. The young man thought, then Li Xiong is in serious danger. Gina told the young man to stay out of it, take a cab and go home. It would be better for him. Kang refused. He wondered why she was sending him home. After all, he could help. Gina said it was a Murim squabble. Xiun ordered him not to get involved under any circumstances. The girl told the young man that she was grateful for the help, grateful that he saved her in the parking lot. He looked cooler than most of the Murimen. Gina concluded that the young man had been lucky today. But from now on, he must not meddle in the affairs of the Murim. Kang shouted for her not to leave him. He could do what he could to help and try to change the course of events. The girl naturally didn't listen to the guy and sped off on her bike on her Murim business. Kang didn't calm down. He thought that the girl had made the wrong decision. The guy pondered and decided he didn't even know what he could do to help. The young man was attracted by a loud noise. He looked at the road and saw many bikes coming towards him. The bikers rushed past the guy with a huge noise. There were, as always in such cases, a lot of them. Leading the column was the Mamungi Gina had told him about. Apparently, they were looking for the girl. Kang was afraid. These ruthless people again. The young man further on was not at all clear why the convoy had turned around and was returning. The young man wondered if it was all because of him. The bikers stopped, and Mamungi got off the bike and told them to wait here. Mamungi got off the bike and told them to wait here. Mamungi sensed something, but he wasn't too sure about it. The villain stopped and decided to look around. He thought he saw that guy out of the corner of his eye. Kang was sitting in the distance at the time. He hid behind a dumpster and tried not to breathe. Mamungi approached the young man. He scrutinized every inch of him. Kang was scared. He clasped his hands over his mouth and thought, let him not see him. Mamungi looked down from above in the direction where the young man was. The boy was ready to die of fear. The villains asked the captain if he had found anyone. The captain walked up to his crew and said, looks like they missed them. They will waste no more time and leave. The captain was told to keep looking, in case they find someone else. Captain said it's okay. The Sunu clan doesn't just act like that. Kang, eavesdropping on their conversation, learned that the clan head was in a high-rise neon building. When the danger had passed, the young man wondered what it was. Why this guy had pretended as if he hadn't noticed him, and gave away Seun's location, whose side he was on. The young man memorized the address, the neon high-rise. He decided to call the number Gina had given him. At the last moment, the young man stopped. Something is not right here. Maybe it's a trap, he thought. It can't be that simple. The boy looked at the map and saw that the building was not far from him. Kang found this address very quickly. This is the building in front of him. The young man decided that maybe he was getting into more trouble. Kang knew that this matter involved Li Xiong, so he decided not to back down and check it out properly. The young man couldn't get into the building. The door was locked. Suddenly, the young man was illuminated by someone. It turned out to be a guard who pointed a flashlight at the young man. He asked who was there. The guard asked what the young man was doing here. The young man replied that he was looking for an acquaintance. The guard asked, and who exactly? Kang said he was looking for a high school student. He's a little taller than him and has a short haircut. He heard this guy was here, so he came here. The guard asked Kang, isn't he talking about Li Xiong by any chance? Kang confirmed it. I wondered how he knew that. The guard said he would escort the young man out and showed him the way. The next moment, the man grabbed the young man by the neck and menacingly asked who he was, and from whom he had heard that Li Xiong was here. The young man asked hoarsely why the man was doing it. The guard replied that the young man himself knew why he was doing it. The man repeated the question of how the guy knew about this place. Khan motioned for the guard to let him go and grabbed the man's arm. The arm crunched. The man screamed. The young man was terrified of what he had done. The guard held up his hand and yelled loudly. He was in pain. The young man asked if he was okay and said he didn't mean to be. The guard called the guy names and said he was an unusual person. Why didn't he just say? Kang was frightened. What's really going on here? It turns out he's a Muraman too. The young man was frightened, turned around and rushed out of here, leaving the guard alone. The young man snuck onto the property and ran away from the guard. The young man was sure that Li Xiong was here. We just need to find him. The guy grabbed his phone and thought, we need to report everything to the Sunu clan now. In the next moment, the young man's cell phone flew apart. The young man was frightened. What happened? The guy didn't understand what had happened. Why his phone exploded. It was a nightmare. He noticed that a man in a strict business suit was approaching him. Who is this man? Khan thought. The man said if the guy didn't stop, the next knife would fly at his head. The boy was startled and asked who he was and what he wanted from Khan. The man, turning to Khan, asked who he was and what he wanted here. At the next moment, the man used a fighting move on Kanu. The young man found himself lying on the ground. As he fell, the young man took a very painful blow and smashed his face. Blood spurted onto the asphalt. The man asked why he didn't know how to fall properly. Another man in the same suit approached them and, pointing at the young man with his finger, asked if he was an ordinary man. The first man said that this young man had broken the guard's arm very skillfully. He can't be an ordinary person. Moreover, where can you see an ordinary person who didn't pass out after such a blow? Kang shouted, why are they even doing all this? Who they are? The man walked over to Khan, placed his foot on his head and said if the young man wanted to pretend to be a normal person, he should at least hide his energy. Kang didn't understand what they were talking about. What kind of energy? The man said, stop talking. The guy has to tell who he is, how he found this place. And he had already asked, Li Xiong is here, right? The guy continued, is Li Xiong okay? The man lifted his foot and said that the young man should answer, not ask questions. A man slammed Khan's head against the pavement and said, for the last time, how he got here. Kang shouted, if anything happened to Seun, he wouldn't leave it like that. Suddenly someone said, stop doing that. The men turned around. Standing behind them was Li Xiong. He told them to stop, and this young man with him. Kang looked at the young man with a bloody face and called his name, Li Xiong. He asked if Li Xiong was okay. Li Xiong wondered where this young man came from. Li Xiong looked at Kang Hajie. The young man was pitiful to look at. His face was bruised, and everything was bloody. The young man was in a bad way. The young man decided he had to save Kana. Otherwise, he wouldn't get out of here alive. One of the men turned to Li Xiong. He said that the head of the Sunu clan should be at the negotiation site right now. What is he doing here? Li Xiong said that it was first he wanted to know why his comrade was in such a state. The men were surprised. They didn't know that this young man was the clan chief's comrade. The man thought that only Li Xiong and the elder would be at the meeting, so they didn't know about any comrades. The young man replied, "Do they really think it was his fault?" The men began to apologize. Li Xiong said, "If they think he made a mistake, let's assume there was no negotiation." The young man told Kanu to get up and walk with him. The man screamed. He did not agree with this decision. He figured the young man was joking. The elder would be arriving soon. The young man made the appointment himself. Now he just wants to leave. There could be irreparable consequences. Li Xiong wondered if they were afraid of the consequences of what they had done to his comrade. The man smiled and said that the head of the Sunu clan was very amusing in this case. The young men were leaving. The man said he knew that the head of the Sunu clan had been very popular in his time. The men headed after the young men. They had heard that Li Xiong was crippled after the unpleasant incident. Does the young man consider himself equal to the elder? The man finished. The young men were surrounded by several dozen men in black suits. Kang was very scared. He looked at Li Xiong hopefully, but he didn't know what to say to him. He wanted to get out of here quickly. Li Xiong said that nothing is impossible. Kang didn't understand anything. The negotiator only grinned. They were in the majority, against two young men. The man told the Sunu leader to go back to the negotiation site. Otherwise, things could end badly. Li Xiong was calm. His face did not express any emotion. The young man said he came here for the purpose of negotiating, not to listen to threats against him. Nevertheless, at that moment, the elder appeared. He was not alone. Everyone parted. The elder was a man in his 70s, accompanied by a girl in a black suit. All the men in black turned around to face the elder and bowed to him in unison. The men said they were greeting the elder. The old man took it for granted. Kang Haji looked at this old man and thought, that's him, the same dangerous person Li Xiong was supposed to meet. Li Xiong calmly and confidently looked at the elder. The elder asked sternly what it all meant. He had not expected to be met with such a buffoonery. The man in black stated that the head of the Sunu clan suddenly said he was leaving. They tried to talk him out of it. Kang observed the elder. Just a little old man, he thought. The elder noticed Kana Haje. He looked at him intently. The young man couldn't be missed, even though he was small. But his appearance, blood and battered face, made him stand out from the crowd. Who is the old man? The man in black looked at the young men suspiciously. He thought the Sunu clan leader's companion was strange. The man said, "To the common people has leaked the power of the Murim, which must be strictly guarded." Kang wondered what he was talking about. He thought he was addressing Li Xiong. Kang Haji was worried that Li Xiong was in an awkward position because of him. The man in black invited Kanu to come with them. The boy will not participate in the negotiations. The elder Li Xiong knocked the man out without much tension, very quickly and subtly. The punch was so strong that the man flew several meters into the air. When the man went down, Li Xiong pushed his head against the ground. The man's head slammed into the asphalt and blood spattered to the sides. Everyone was amazed at what they saw. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Kang Haji was the most frightened of all. He cried out in fear. Kang asked Li Xiong why he did that. The young man was asked, the head of the Sunu clan, what kind of tricks were these? The man in black lay face down and did not move. He must not forget who he is in front of. The old man angrily asked if he really wanted to die. Kang Haji flinched. He was terribly frightened by those words. The boy couldn't move out of fear. His whole body was restrained. Li Xiong turned to the elder and looked at him intently with a spiteful glare. The boy inquired if he was definitely invited as a guest of the elder. If Li Xiong is a guest, why are the guards allowing themselves to beat up his comrade and show disdain? The old man objected. What a ridiculous nagging from the young man. The boy continued, at the elder's request, he came alone without the Sunu clan's escort. But the elder's afraid of something if he brought so many people with him. Li Xiong asked if maybe their plan was to kidnap him. The guards became indignant. They shouted that Li Xiong was talking rudely. This is not the way to behave in front of an elder. The boy continued. He can see that the elder has nothing to say. The young man got ready to leave and said, it seems his expectations were not met. Kang continued to be surprised. Li Xiong whispered to the young man, as soon as a fight starts, for him to immediately run away. The young man continued. He would try to get their attention and Kang should get out of here in the meantime. Kang looked at Li Xiong and thought it was all his fault. The guy looked at how many people surrounded them. How would Xun handle so many people alone? The young men continued to move toward the exit. Tension was rising. The old man thought these young men had guts. He liked that. The elder said he believes there was a misunderstanding between them, and he apologizes. The elder said he would ask about what happened later. For now, everyone should disperse. The old man raised his voice and shouted. He told everyone to leave. The guards bowed in consternation and began to disperse. There were 4 people left on the road. Li Xiong and Kang Haji, and opposite were the elder with his bodyguard. The elder said that the young man could now follow him. The old man muttered it was time for a frank conversation. Li Xiong said he apologizes, but he doesn't think it's today. He asked to meet another time. The elder kept moving and paid no attention to the young man's words. The bodyguard said that the elder told him to follow him. The girl looked intently at the young man. Glasses and a mask covered her face. The girl added for Li Xiong to follow silently. It was obvious from her posture that she had an aggressive attitude. The young man asked what would happen if he refused. The boy was determined. The girl said she would make him do it. The bodyguard stamped the asphalt with her heel. The girl jumped up and tried to attack Li Xiong. Kang was frightened and excited. In this whirlpool, he didn't notice what was happening. There was dust and noise all around. Kang Haji was terribly frightened. He was screaming with fear. Li Xiong and the girl were showing off their hand-to-hand combat skills. They had no equal here. The young men attacked and defended each other in the same professional manner. Their professional qualities were top-notch. Kang Haji couldn't tell if they were really fighting. It looked very unrealistic. But the young man caught himself that he couldn't take his eyes off them. Kang noticed that her heart was jumping out of her chest. Her breathing was very rapid. Elder said, so adept at dealing with a peak-level master. So it could be considered that he had fully recovered from the complications. Kang remembered that Li Xiong had told him to run while he diverted attention to himself. But he had glared at himself. Thinking back on it, the guy decided that he needed to leave immediately. The young man turned away when he heard the elder say to him, "Palm." Kanth shuddered fearfully. The old man extended his hand towards the guy and told him to hold out his palm to him. Kang asked why that was. The old man said, because something was bothering him. The boy held out his hand to the old man with fear. He asked which clan the boy was from. The young man said he didn't have any clan. He was scared. The elder replied that he knew it. The old man touched his palm to Kanahaji's chest, and the boy felt something incredible. The old man said that he would then destroy that energy. The old man stepped forward and pressed down on the young man. The young man lifted himself off the ground. The boy screamed in pain. Everything inside him was burning. He felt the heat all over his body. Li Xiong continued to fight with the elder's bodyguard. He noticed that there was something wrong with Kang Hajie. Li Xiong thought that the guy urgently needed help. The young man shoved his rival aside and moved to help Kan. The old man continued to destroy the boy's inner energy. The young man was getting worse and worse. Li Xiong wanted to wrestle the young man away from the old man, but he dodged, and the boy flew past him. The old man grabbed the boy by his satchel and wanted to go elsewhere with him. Li Xiong the elder continued to move, moving Kanahaji with him. Li Xiong continued to battle with the girl. Suddenly, Li Xiong appeared in front of the elder and told him to take his hands off the young man. The elder continued. Coming out, he was being cocky because he was relying on his power. The old man continued to hold Kanahaji close to him. The boy had no strength to do anything. The old man holding Kana back turned to Li Xiong. The elder said that this child was endowed with powers that an ordinary person should not have. And the old man cannot allow such a thing to happen because he is a Murim elder. Li Xiong said if the elder let the guy go, then he would accept his invitation. The young man fell silent and began to cough. Something was happening to him. He was out of breath. He was losing his strength. The old man took the guy by the throat and pumped. Who was he anyway? The old man was very angry. The elder continued to choke the young man. The boy was suffocating. The old man said, first he dared to illegally possess the power of the Murim, and then she started to talk nonsense. Kang shouted out with his last strength to stop Xiong from letting himself be fooled. He heard everything his subordinates were saying. The old man angrily asked Khan what he had heard there. Li Xiong, flaming with anger, approached the old man from behind. He clenched his fist as he was about to strike. The old man let go of Kana and dodged sharply. The young man thought it was now. The old man suddenly gave Li Xiong a powerful kick with his foot. The guy wanted to call out to Li Xiong, but he couldn't speak. He only watched. The young man couldn't understand what was happening to him. He couldn't control his body. Kang Haji stood in one place in confusion. He could only watch. The old man told Li Xiong that the man had failed to catch him off guard. Li Xiong asked what the elder had done to Kang Haji. The old man said there was nothing to worry about. He just pressed the appropriate points to calm the guy down a bit. These are points that paralyze the body and take away the ability to speak. The young man tried to figure out what points the elder was talking about now. The young man, approaching the old man, asked why he gagged the guy. What was he not satisfied with? The old man replied that Li Xiong was going too far. The old man continued, does Xiong really believe the boy's words? Does he think he's going to be killed? Li Xiong said that he trusted the young man more than the elder. The old man said that Li Xiong's confidence had swelled after his energy was boosted. The old man said, well, he had another plan. The elder said that he would give Li Xiong one chance. The old man left Kanahaje and went to Li Xiong and said that the young man could attack him. The old man said they would now see if the young man could break him and open a point back at Kanahaje's. The young man couldn't understand what this old man was talking about. Was he really going to fight Li Xiong? Chang Haji thought that Li Xiong had been inimitable in the last battle in the past. Could it be that the elder could be even stronger? The young man headed in the direction of the elder. Apparently, he accepted the offer. Chang Haji watched this while holding his breath. In any case, there was nothing else he could do. The old man attacked the young man, directing a stream of his energy at him. The young man was able to dodge. The elder praised him for it and said that the guy had a pretty good ability to sense energy. Soon, he decided to attack the elder. The guy moved like lightning. He was very fast. The old man said, "This is the Sunu clan's wall-beating downpour." The old man and the young man fought, in the best tradition of martial artists. The young man bounced back and assumed a fighting stance. It was a confrontation of experience and strength. The old man asked if the young man really thought such an attack would work. The fighters again fought to the death. They did not spare each other, striking deadly blows. It was hard to keep track of who was winning in the maelstrom of this fight. The rivals were twisting around each other like a ball of nerves. Kang Hodge thought, he can't see what's going on at all. During this battle, Kang was confident that Xiong was skillfully attacking. On the other hand, the young man noted that the elder looked very carefree. It was as if the fight was a joke. The old man delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's chest. The young man flew up several meters. Suddenly, the old man's bodyguard appeared. She immediately attacked Li Xiong. It was already an unequal fight. The elder stood aside and watched quietly. The boy and the girl approached each other in anticipation of another fight. The young man looked to see that something was wrong with his hand. The old man said, "He really wants to die." The girl looked at her opponent through her broken glasses. Kang Haje recognized her. It was the same girl who had recently fought with Li Xiong. Kang thought that the elder was already a difficult opponent. If this girl interfered, Li Xiong wouldn't even be able to move. The elder urged Li Xiong to calm down and try to pull himself together. The old man thought that he still had to learn, and he would teach him everything gradually. The elder asked the young man what he was worth. Does he not want to continue? The old man slowly approached the young man. He kept saying something to him. The girl stared intently through her broken glasses at her opponent. The old man swung and punched the boy in the face. His fist stopped short of the target, at arm's length. They stood looking into each other's eyes, the old man with his arm outstretched, and, across from him, a young man. A motionless Kang Haje was watching all of this. The old man asked if the young man was frightened. The boy watched as everyone froze. The old man, the young man, and the girl bodyguard. The young man wondered what could have happened, how he had been able to move such a distance in an instant. The boy thought it must be the footsteps of a ghost. If one were to see such an elder's technique for the first time, one would think that it was magic of some sort. The old man continued to hold his fist near Li Xiong's nose. The boy calmly observed the elder. The old man was also calm and looked into the young man's eyes. The old man lowered his hand and said that he finally realized that the young man's strength was a mirage. The elder noticed that, judging from his previous fight, he was only using Sunu clan techniques. She really is unbelievable. The swiftness that is inherent in the Sunu clan has reached its limit with the arrival of Quan Jegyu. The old man continued. But the problem was that the energy in his body was created by the Black Heaven and Earth technique. Calmness is very important in this technique. Their techniques look soft and slow, the old man continued. The elder showed how he could use his outstretched arm to release his internal energy, turning it into a dangerous weapon. The elder explained that there was a powerful force hidden, like the one he had just shown. The old man extended his arm. There was an explosion just ahead of him. Kang thought it had suddenly exploded. The old man continued, "The very essence of martial arts is that energy is first accumulated through circulation and then used in techniques. In other words, martial arts are formed through the harmony of energy, circulation, and techniques. No matter how excellent the circulation energy and techniques are, if they are not in harmony with each other, there will be no complete martial arts. That's why most clans study circulation along with technicians." Kang Haji thought, somehow this is all strange. Didn't that elder intend to destroy Li Xiong? Why is he lecturing him then? The old man finished, if the young man was interested in full-fledged martial arts, then he should stop being stubborn and become his disciple. Kang was amazed at what it was like to become a disciple. It was all so unexpected for him. The young man said he knew that his energy didn't match the techniques of the Sunu clan. The old man asked if he knew, then why persist in using them? Li Xiong replied, because he is the head of this clan, and he can't betray those techniques. That's why it works. The old man sighed and called the young man a fool. He explained and explained to him, but the boy stood his ground. Li Xiong said that he should express his gratitude to the elder, not for his advice. The old man's bodyguard approached Kanu Haje. She brought her palm to the young man's body. The young man felt a jolt of energy. He felt uncomfortable. He cried out. The boy wondered why it hurt so much now. The young man was able to raise his arms and move. He shouted that his body was fine and obeyed him. Li Xiong said that he had already forgotten before the elder reminded him. Kang Haji thought that the bodyguard was using the ghost's footsteps. Kang Haji asked Li Xun how he was feeling, whether he was okay. Li Xiong said, for Kang to tell him what he wanted to tell him before. Kang Xiong asked how the guy knew those people were subordinates of the elder. Kang said that Gina had told him about it. Li Xiong asked the elder if he knew a man called Mamungi. The man presented a machete to Gina's throat. The old man remained silent in response. Li Xiong said, demanding an explanation from the elder. The old man remained silent. Li Xiong asked if his friend was telling the truth. The old man laughed. Not only did a mere child possess the power of a Murim, but he was also throwing around some ridiculous accusations. The guy yelled that he wasn't cheating on anything, he's telling the whole truth. The young man remembered that according to the laws of the Murim, one cannot reveal one's identity. This statute is enclosed by the radius of existence of the ordinary world and the Murim, and for violating it, you can lose your life. The old man summarized that now an ordinary man, endowed with energy, was reprimanding him, the elder, on matters concerning the Murim. Kang Haji guessed that Li Xiong had gone for something very serious, but was it really that serious? Kang thought that he had intervened for nothing in the first place. Why did Li Xiong take such a risk? The old man asked the young man how the young man had energy in his body. The elder asked as Li Xiong answered his question. The elder said if it turned out to be the work of the Sunu clan head, not only he but the entire Sunu clan would be held responsible. Kang decided he had to do something about it. He told the elder that he had a question. Everyone looked at the young man. Kang Haji said to his grandfather, the problem is that he is an ordinary man. The elder listened to the young man with interest. Kang continued and said that the problem might go away if he became a Muriman. The elder, Khan clarified, if he becomes a Murim, this case will be all about the Murim. This is his opinion. Haji asked Soon, isn't he right? The old man became angry and shouted, rather absurdly, does the young man really think that anyone can become a Muriman? The old man angrily asked, did the guy really think that at his age, an ordinary person was capable of becoming a Muriman? Li Xiong said that it was possible. The young man explained that he himself had become a Muriman at the age of Kanahaje. Therefore, he could do the same. The elder Li Xiong added that he would be able to deal with the elder on this matter. What is nonsense and what is not nonsense? The young man continued. Now it was the elder's turn to answer questions. Xiong repeated his question. Did the elder order his subordinates to attack him? Li Xiong and the elder met gazes. They stared firmly at each other without averting their eyes. The old man couldn't stand it any longer and said, enough with the ridiculous suspicions. The young man himself knows that he could not have given such an order. Sion objected. He had seen his friend being beaten. If the elder had nothing to fear, why did his men attack the man who came to meet him? Xiun said he knows that the elder has a deep hatred for the Sunu clan. In spite of this, he came alone to talk to the elder. Li Xiong concluded that expecting the elder to have a normal conversation was a foolish decision. The old man said there seemed to be a misunderstanding. After all, he's an elder. Li Xiong clenched his fists. Why would an elder in this situation hope for dialogue? Kang listened to all of this while holding his breath. Xiun said if the elder decided to continue this conversation, then he would have to talk to the corpse of a young man, Sion finished. Li Xiong and Chang Hajie stood and looked at the elder. The young man clenched his fists. The elder realized that he had to give an explanation. And in this case, Li Xiong didn't believe him. The bodyguard turned to the elder. The girl decided to bring this information to the elder. She said she decided to contact North Star just in case, but he wasn't answering. Moreover, the girl continued, the Sunu clan was now scouring the places in the city that the Flux clan had visited. In other words, the situation is not good. The old man became nervous. Kang Haji looked at him and shuddered. The boy wondered what had happened to the old man. Kan became very frightened. He was surprised, for the old man was just standing there. The young man hoped the old man wouldn't appear abruptly in front of his eyes and launch an attack. Kang watched the old man's actions. He was very afraid of him, although he couldn't explain to himself why. In the next moment, the elder was no longer said to be so creepy by Kanu Haji. The elder turned to his bodyguard, told her to contact the Southern Red Star, to escort her since the clan leader's here. The girl said she had already been contacted and explained everything. The young man flinched as the elder headed in his direction. The elder approached and asked the young man what his name was. The boy said his name was Khan Haji. The old man repeated his name and looked intently into the young man's eyes. The boy didn't know where to put himself. The old man said, okay, let's see how long this guy can last in the Murim. Kang trembled. He realized that he was screwed. From today, his life would change drastically. The young man wondered what eternal energy meant. Li Xiong replied to the guy, this is what Kumun Rayong hunt for. The old man asked, hadn't he come here to find out despite the predicament? Surely after hearing the recent news about Kumun Rayong, he was curious as to why the latter had started acting out. Li Xiong shouted, "Did the elder have something to do with the special division people visiting him?" The elder said that the large Marima clans, which can be counted on their fingers, had not moved for months, especially since rumors began to circulate that the head of the Sunu clan had become a cripple. That would make anyone's interest piqued. The old man made sure that the young man was unharmed, and that was enough for him. He didn't say what he wanted to say, though. Li Xiong asked what else eternal energy was. He wanted to know that, too. The old man remembered that the young man himself had refused to talk. Why was he asking the question now? The old man ended the conversation and told the young man to give up. Chasing after Kumun Ryong with his current skills was tantamount to suicide. The old man and his bodyguard were off in the night city in the distance. That was the end of the conversation and the meeting, Kang thought as they disappeared again. The young man thought it was like they were half demons of some kind. Kang asked Li Xiong if he's okay now and what's going on at all. Xiong turned around, grabbing the young man's chest. The boy was very angry. Li Xiong shouted, "How did he even end up here? Who told him to come here in the first place?" Kang said he broke up with Gina and then heard about this place from the Manga. Li Shinun said little did he hear. Why did he thoughtlessly come here? Kang apologized. Kang said Siyun took care of him all the time. Why couldn't he? He could care less in return. Xiong was angry. He said he mostly helped the guy out of a fleeting sense of compassion. Li Chong, he's been like this since he was born. No amount of exercise helps. On the contrary, because of physical exertion, there is a chance of dying sooner. Modern medicine will not correct these physical peculiarities, but it is possible to heal with Muruma medicine and energy circulation. Shun said he was foolish. He didn't think the young man would have so much energy after the treatment. The young man had a poor understanding of what Shun was telling him. Maybe he meant that he had recovered thanks to the young man. After all, that's a good thing. Seong said that there was nothing good about it. Kang had recently started shouting at the top of his voice that he would become a Murimin. Even more so, he did it in front of the elder himself. Xiun explained that Kang would no longer be able to escape. Now, there was only one thing left for him to do: become a Murimin. Xiun said he just wanted to fix the physicality of the screen, but ended up drawing him into this world of Murim. Xiun looked at Kang and felt guilty. Kang asked if it bothers Xiun to become a Murimin. What's the big deal? Kang asked why he was angry. After all, it's his decision. If something goes wrong, he will be held responsible himself. Xiun said, "It's just that the guy doesn't know anything about Murimin. It's a dangerous place." Kang recalled that he was only still alive today because of Li Xiun. So Khan doesn't really care what it's called. He wants to be in the same world as Shun. The young man listened to the boy in silence. He realized that he cared about him now. Kang believed if Murim was a bad place, it would have fallen apart long ago. But apparently it's still blooming and smelling, Khan continued. There are many in this world who like Murim. Li Xiong listened to Kang Haji carefully. The boy agreed with him on many things. A man and a young boy are standing on the edge of the roof of a building and talking. The man says that perhaps to the young man, this world seems wild. But for those who are born and raised in Murima, it is like a homeland. The man would very much like the young man to one day take Murim as his home. The guy realized that there were some who actually liked Murim. Chang Haje listened to Li Xiong with his mouth open. A strange young man in a hat appeared on the roof of the same house. He shouted, "Thank God you're still alive." Kang Haje pumped the stranger. "Who are you?" Sayam told him that he was early today. Kang didn't realize who the man was, but he saw that Xiong knew him. The stranger said that if he was late, things might not be right. The stranger and Xiun were about the same age. Haje guessed that they had known each other for a long time. And perhaps this meeting was not a coincidence. The young man asked Xiong how the clan leader was feeling. He added that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Li Xiong also said hello to the stranger and said that he was doing fine. Kang asked Xiun, "Is this man also from the Sunu clan?" The stranger inquired who the little guy was. Kang Haje said that he was a willing new member of the Sunu clan. The stranger was surprised. Suddenly, a lot of cars suddenly pulled up. He and Crip stopped abruptly. Haje was once again frightened. The doors swung open and many men came running out of them, and they rushed the young men. Kang Haji shouted that the matter might end badly again. "Who are these people?" The stranger said calmly, "They had already made it. And why did he have to hurry?" Li Chong said that this would be the first greeting. Kang Haji didn't understand anything as usual. The men in black ran up to the young men, stopped, and bowed in respect. From the side, one could see everyone greeting the head of the Sunu clan and standing with their heads down. Li Qiong told Kang Haji that he could meet the members of their clan. The boy stood there with his mouth hanging open. The two old men gazed intently, almost absent-mindedly at Kana Haji. The young man scratched the back of his head, chuckled, and didn't know what to say to them. He looked ridiculous. The strangers asked, "Turns out Li Xiong wants to accept this young man into the clan. Kang asked Xiong who these people were. Why are they here? Lee Seun said that it's elders Min and Kim, and they wondered why Lee Seun recommended that Kang be accepted into the clan. There were two other men who were also scrutinizing the young man. Standing nearby was Gina, who watched the encounter in silence. Elder Min motioned for the clan head to go inside and not stand outside so as not to attract attention. Kang, for some reason, decided this didn't seem like a friendly environment. He regretted coming here. Seun asked Gina to take the boy to the library and heal him. The girl snapped and said she didn't have to do that. Kang once again regretted coming here. He could see that he was not welcome here. Li Xiong once again asked the girl for a favor. The guy told the girl that you can't leave a guest alone. Gina said she would do it, and Kanu told him to follow her. Gina was treating Kanu's facial wounds and abrasions. The young man was writhing in pain. The girl told him not to make a fool of himself. His wounds are minor. Kang, looking around the library, said he didn't think he'd see Gina here. Does she live here too? The young man asked. Guy noticed that Xiong must be from a rich family. He has a very luxurious house. Gina told him not to make it look like they had known each other for a long time. The girl put a band-aid on the young man's wound, and he cried out in pain. The girl grumbled at what Xiong was even thinking. After all, she had purposely kept silent about him using the Taiyuan life pill unwisely. The guy asked, were these pills very valuable? The girl ranted. She had told him several times that these were very valuable. Why ask again? Gina said since she fixed the guy up. Now he has to tell her everything. The girl asked how Kang ended up here along with Shun. Kang tensed up and told Gina everything to keep her in the loop. The girl listened and said, that's how it happened. Li Xiong said that he apologized for arbitrarily disposing of their clan's treasures. The elder replied that of course this also bothered him. But from the rest of the news, he was just completely bewildered. The old man added that the young man had been treated by the ghost doctor all this time. He also saw the head of the Martial Arts Federation. And it seems to the old man that the clan head has acted too lightly. The man complimented that Li Xiong should have consulted with them first, before meeting with the ghost doctor and the head of the Martial Arts Federation. Xiong objected even if he had consulted. Would they have consented to it? Li Xiong said while in his hospital bed, he asked several times to arrange a meeting with the ghost doctor. However, the Sunu clan has consistently opposed it, citing your enmity. The guy continued when he was unable to do anything. Feisty rumors began to spread around the Murim. Rumors that the Sunu clan is falling apart, and the head of the Sunu clan was crippled. Who spread those rumors? Did he really have to sit idly by? The young man in the hat thought he had changed. He used to be so gentle. The young man told Seun to let the clan leader take it easy. The elder said that Chief Lee only said that because he was worried about the clan head. S decided to close that topic and talk about Q Mun Ryong. So he showed up in the Murim again. The elder said it's not a good arrangement. In such a case, even within the Sunu clan, there would be discord. The elder asked what Min would say on the matter. Does he care about other people's opinions? Min asked, wondering if anyone doubted his hatred for Kumun Ryong. Everyone present looked at Li Xiong. They were waiting for his answer. Elder said he was merely outlining the current situation, a precious treasure of the Sunu clan, gone to a mere schoolboy, and that's something to be reckoned with. And now Li Xiong is asking to be accepted into the clan. If reasoned logically, this could lead to a rending of the Sunu clan. The elder continued, he understands why the head wants to help that guy. But would the head be able to fight Kumun Ryong in that condition? Li Xiong listened and continued to remain silent. It seemed to him that the rebuke was not justified. He had already expressed his point of view before. The clan head said that he wanted to help his friend by all means. However, this is his personal wish. He knows very well that he has a responsibility as the head of the Sunu clan. That's why Li Xiong wanted everyone's opinion, and if they were strongly opposed, he would destroy his key center and take the power back. The clan leader finished, and everyone thought for a moment. They had to make a decision and give an answer now. Li Gubam thought, how could the clan head talk about it so easily? He himself had a similar experience, and he understands what it is like. Seun said, in that case, the matter would be closed. The elder asked, is that why the clan leader told the young man to wait in the library? Gina dropped into a chair and said, she knew it. Haji looked at the girl in surprise. She clarified that she meant Mamungi. She and Shun know each other. Khan thought that's why it was so easy. The girl said if Kang knew where Shun was right away, he should have reported it to the clan. Why didn't he do that? The young man replied, he thought it was some kind of trap. The young man said it was very strange. Why did he have to make a circus of it? If he then got the information from him, quite calmly. The girl noted that the Mamongi was just afraid to cross the path of old man Dangju. Kang asked what kind of old man he was. Kang asked if the girl was referring to that grandpa they used to date. Gina said yes, she and him are sworn enemies. And Mamongi, that's his servant. The young man wanted to ask Gina something more about the elder. But the bell rang. The girl said that they had finished negotiating there and they could go. Gina and Kang walked out of the library to where the meeting was. Kang Hajie walked into the room. Everyone turned and looked in his direction in silence. The young man was wary. He thought there was some kind of tense atmosphere. The elder asked, "Is the young man's name Kang Hajie?" The boy confirmed. The elder walked almost right up to the young man. The young man tensed. He guessed that the conversation was about him too. The elder extended his hand to Kanu Hajie and said, "Welcome to the Sunu clan." The old man introduced himself and said he was Min Saok. He was the elder of the Sunu clan. The boy respectfully shook the old man's hand and said that he was very pleased to meet him. The young man looked up respectfully at the huge old man. He looked good-natured. Their acquaintance was interrupted by one of the meeting participants. He drew attention to himself and everyone looked at him. The man said that we can call it a day. The time was late and it was time for the chapter to rest. Everyone walked the elders to the car. They said that they were leaving. Li Xiong wished the elders a good journey. The elders left in their car from Li Xiong's house. They had a lot to discuss on the way. Elder Kim asked if Min thought the head of the Sunu clan had changed. Min agreed, but said he had changed for the better. Kim said for the better, of course. They were worried he might go to extreme measures. That's why they gave him the Taiyuan life pill. They wanted to help him get better. Still, it was a shame that the head had given the pills to someone else while he was being treated by a ghost doctor. Kim asked how the guy was. Min asked what he meant. Didn't the mines measure the young man's pulse during the handshake? They say that after treating an interrupted pulse, you can start learning martial arts. Ming replied, the more interrupted energy pathways are, the harder it is to treat. However, if one were to cure such a disease, one would be able to perform much better. The clan head has the 3 yin crossing disease. Min said that guy had a single yin disease. There was nothing to expect there. He wouldn't be able to reach the level of Imdok Ta Tun. Kim wondered why the elder suddenly mentioned about Imdok Ta Tun. Min replied that that guy was the real jackpot. The old man remembered the young man smiling and thanking him for introducing him and accepting him into the clan. Gina told Kan to finish saying goodbye. She decided to give him a ride home. Kang Haji said he would be happy to have the girl give him a ride home. Gubam suddenly grabbed Kanahaje by the neck. The guy was very surprised. He hadn't done anything. Gubam whispered in the young man's ear that if he stuck to Gina, he would rip his head off. The boy could take it in his stride. Kim asked if Mdok Tatun. Isn't this the same level that mermen can only reach after 10 years of training? Taiyuan life pills are not that great a medicine. Ming replied, it's not just the pills. This was also possible because the head pushed through the energy of the pills with his immense inner strength. Kim was amazed from the disease of single yin at a time to bring to Mdok Tatun. What is the level of the head's internal energy? It's astounding. Min replied that his energy was not bad before. Mim continued after the ghostly doctor's hand touched the young man. It was as if the head had transformed into another creature. Li Qiong said that the men could go rest. Li Qiong wanted to talk to Li Qubong, so he asked the man to stay. Li Qubong said at his service. Li Qubong let go of the others and said they could go. He would stay for the time being. The young man thought there was still something left, and some questions would be asked. It seemed very suspicious to the guy, so he decided to think about it. Li Qiong stated that he once had the experience of destroying a KI center, and he knows how scary and painful it is. However, he is also well aware of how dangerous uncontrolled force can be. The clan had continued. If his friend could not find a place in the Murim, the right thing to do would be to destroy his power. Elderman remarked that it was by no means easy for an ordinary person to become a Muriman, much less a member of the clan. Therefore, Elderman continued, if that guy becomes a hindrance, then the clan head himself should take that power away. Min finished, if Li Saiwan promised to do so, he wouldn't mind the young men joining them. Kim added that there wouldn't be much of a problem in that case. There are a lot of people in their clan after all. No one would notice if there was one more member. Elder Kim asked if anyone had an objection. Everyone decided that if it was the will of the elders, no one would interfere. It's not a bad idea at all. Kim advised the chapter, listen to what the others are saying. The head of the Sunu clan scrutinized the recommendations of all the members. Li Xiong thanked everyone for fulfilling such a huge request of his. The man thought he had another question. He turned to Taesan Hyung. Did he think the clan leader was serious about taking action if something happened? He said that he would probably do so. Taesan Hyung said that in order to survive in Murim, one day you'll have to change. He thinks he's making progress. The interviewer agreed with him. The young men continued to talk about the prospect of the young man's presence in the clan. They agreed that he would be watched, and they thought that there might be criticism from other clans because of this action. The man said he thought so. Apparently, Jin was coming to the head of the clan for just that. Li Xiong asked, Is there really suspicious movement within the clan, just like Gina said? The interlocutor said that he wasn't sure for sure yet. Something does bother him, he added. The man said Yang Kilnam, the chairman of the Songjai Company. Everyone remembers how he always attends the meetings. The clan head looked at this man's picture and remembered him. Chairman Yang has outstanding martial arts skills, also communication skills, because of which he is quite famous within the clan. There were rumors that the chairman has been in contact with another clan lately. Of course, he denies it. Someone suspects that he may be forming his own faction to leave the clan. Li Xiong asked, "Isn't most of the clan's property under the control of the householders?" The interlocutor agreed. "What would happen if everyone left the Sunu clan?" Li Xiong asked. The interlocutor replied that then the clan would immediately fall apart. Chairman Ian was approached. He turned around. The man said they were contacted by the clan and announced that the head had returned. Chairman Yang was surprised. "It looks like there will be a meeting soon." Chairman Yang said he understood everything. Men are sitting in a restaurant and negotiating. One of them addressed and called all deeply beloved members of their community. Jan Kilnam stated that he had been told that the head had returned back to the clan today. We should all congratulate him together. One of the men said he thought he'd never see the head of the clan again. It was so quiet. I guess he's still alive. The other man said he was alive, but no more, and he grinned. Ian Kilnam suggested that we raise our glasses. A man asked what happened to Chairman Yang. Ian Kilnam said to be forgiven, he must step back for a while. The man, limping, leaning on his cane, withdrew into another room. Jan Kilnam turned to his interlocutor, who was sitting with his back to him in a high chair. Did he not think he was embarrassing himself by his sudden visit? The old man, drinking his tea, asked what he was talking about now. The elder said, he only came to drink delicious tea and admire the beautiful view. Jan Kilnam said, he didn't think their tea would be to the elder's liking. Chairman Yang decided to sit down at the table with the elder. The elder said he had a question about their clan head. The old man continued and said he was unharmed, so much so that even Warden Lee was confused. Jan Kilnam was surprised and thoughtful when he heard such information. It was news to him. He didn't understand why it was necessary to disappear from sight then. It was a question that should have been asked before the clan leader's location was revealed. Jan Kilnam asked if the old man had any other information. For example, the weaknesses of their clan head. The old man said that Chairman Yang was quite shameless. He decided to target that huge fortune and extend his hand to others. Yang Kilnam asked why the elder spoke of him that way. Chairman Yang said that the elder should benefit if the Sunu clan collapses. The elder said he didn't like people like the man he was talking to. You never know what's going on in their heads. Yang Kilnam said it was a coincidence. He harbors the same dislike for the elder, and for the same reason. The old man put the cup on the table and said that he was about to tell something interesting about the head of the clan. He advised me to pay attention to a guy named Kang Haji. He runs around the head of the clan. It could be very entertaining. The bike stopped at the roadside. Gina asked if this was where to drop him off. Kang Haji got off the bike and thanked Gina. The girl was about to leave. The young man asked what he should do from tomorrow. Could he come to Li Xiong's house? The girl replied if he stayed home, a person would come to teach him. Kang wondered if Li Xiong would be the one to teach him. The girl said that the clan head had enough to do without him. Hage listened to the girl. She said that when the head of the clan returned, there would be a real stir. The young man asked, is there some kind of problem in the Sunu clan? The girl replied, no problem at all. The young man thought Li Xiong, the head of the Sunu clan. But it felt like something didn't add up. Gina replied, we'll know a lot. We'll be old soon. Kang Haji replied, better let him watch himself. The girl told the young man, it is said that after the treatment, there was still some Shun energy left inside him. If something goes wrong, Kang will be able to use a much more unimaginable power. The girl concluded that the young man's body might just not hold up. A bone, for example, might break. However, after a few days, this energy will disappear. So we must not overdo it just yet. The young man came home and collapsed on his bed. He thought it had been a killer day. Kang Haji remembered what had happened to him during the day. In the morning, he didn't even know that such a world existed. The guy lay on the bed and mentally ran through all the events that had happened to him today. But strangely enough, the scary moments wouldn't get out of his head. The boy thought if he started learning martial arts in the Sunu clan, he too could one day become as strong as Li Xiong. The morning of the next day came. The young man woke up and sat up on his bed and stretched. He decided that he had had a good night's sleep. As he stood up, the young man noticed that his body felt as if it was lighter. He remembered that he didn't have a cell phone, so Gina wouldn't be able to reach him. The boy became nervous. At the same moment the bell rang, the guy turned around. The young man opened the door, and there were two young men standing on the threshold. One of them asked, does a man named Kang Haji live here? Kant asked where they were from. From the Sunu clan? He added that they emanated Murim energy. The young man was glad they had come to pick him up. He said that he would quickly pack up and go out. Kang Haji packed up, went out. They put him in a car and took him away. The young man was glad that they had come for him. He thought he was being taken to the Sunu clan, and they'd take care of his training. The men who took the young man wondered what was wrong with him. It was as if he'd been waiting for them, and even enjoyed them. A young man was brought to some warehouse. The boy asked if he was going to study here. The man asked what he wanted to study. The young man said that he didn't know yet. The man said the young man was talking nonsense. He was brought here for questioning. The boy was very surprised. It's not what he thought it was. The young man was frightened. He thought he had been kidnapped, and he didn't know what to do now. The man said the guy wasn't kidnapped. He was invited. And there's a conversation to be had. He and Kilnum suggested that Kanu Haji should have a little chat. Kang asked in consternation who he was talking to. The man, shuffling from foot to foot and limping, said he was the one who had invited the young man to talk. The man sat down on a chair, pulled up to him, and held out his hand to the young man. The boy didn't react. The man shook his head. Doesn't the guy want to? Kang said the man wanted to know something about him. He realized it right away. The man said the young man was far more interesting than he thought. Then Jan Kilnum, and it was he, said that there was no point in wasting time, and he was ready to get straight to the point. The man pulled a wad of money out of his pocket and offered it to the young man. The boy was surprised. He had never seen so much money at once. The young man took the money and asked what it was. The man said it was his pocket money. Kang was even more surprised. The man asked how he felt about it. It's a pretty decent amount of money for a student. Yang Kilnum told the guy, as a thank you, he would like to hear from Kang everything he knows about the head of the Sunu clan, and about how the guy suddenly got into the Sunu clan, even though he was a completely ordinary person until recently. Haji asked, wondering who he was talking to. Is he also from the Sunu clan? What is the man's relationship with Li Xiong? Yang Kilnum asked. And what does that have to do with it? The man continued. The most important thing was that the young man was now lucky. After all, he had a lot of money, isn't that right? Kang Haji said that Li Xiong is a good person, and he can't betray him. And that's why he's returning the money. The young man gave the money back to the man. The interlocutors looked intently into each other's eyes. The man said that the current head was only temporarily performing his duties. The boy wondered, why temporarily? The man said, the young man really doesn't know about what's going on in the Murim. Jan Kilnum said that the Sunu clan has a real head. The current one is just a temporary replacement. The Sunu clan is a formidable force. There are only a handful of others like it in Marima. Some of the clan members have more wealth than most rich people. However, the clan is now represented by an 18-year-old boy who wasn't even born a Marimian. It's not fair, the man continued. The current chapter will not die a natural death, just like the previous chapters. The man advised the young man to think carefully and make a wise decision, whether he should follow the false head. Haji thought. That's why it seemed to him that Li Xiong seemed out of place. A lot of things were becoming clear to him now. The young man laughed and said that he wasn't particularly smart, so he didn't understand very well what the man was telling him. And for that, he apologized. The guy told the man to just take the money back and let him go home. It was like the meeting never happened. The man laughed. He didn't want to give up his goal, so he decided to talk in a different way. Jan Kilnum said he would put the question in such a way that even a fool would understand, and snapped his fingers. The boy kept looking at the man, not understanding what he meant. He realized that they wouldn't just let him go. The man's assistant, standing behind him, opened the suitcase and showed him the contents. It was filled entirely with money. The man asked, does the young man understand now? After all, he explained lucidly. The boy's eyes widened. Does it really happen to have so much money together at once? The man told the boy to take it all. I bet his mom will be very happy too. The man continued, he knows his mom drives a truck, and she's trying to raise a young man like that on her own. With that kind of money, there shouldn't be any problems. Or rather, all problems would disappear. Kang Haji continued to stare at the money with wide eyes. The man continued, this money would be enough to buy a new truck. Or his mom could do something else, instead of such a dangerous job. The boy, looking straight into the man's eyes, asked, had he ever been on the brink of life and death? The young man continued, it was thanks to Seun that he lingered in this world. Therefore, he owed him his life. Khan concluded that no amount of money could cover such a debt. And that's his answer. The young man turned around, signaling that the conversation was over, and told the man to drop the idea of getting him on his side. Jan Kilnum didn't stop. He said that in that case, he would have to change his method of conversation once again. In the same second, the young man was knocked down. He flew up and tumbled. There was no ground beneath his feet. The boy fell on his back with a crash. It hurt a lot, and he cried out. It all happened very suddenly. The young man was lying on his back and coughing and choking. He realized that things had not gone according to plan. The man stood over the young man and rested his crutch on his throat. He asked, "How did the young man do it?" The guy had his hands on the crutch and was trying to pull it away. And he thought, this is the second time this has happened to him. Why do they have this behavior in Marima? Threaten you after you're an adult. The man smiled and looked at the boy. Said he was surprisingly brave. Jan Kilnum said. Then he would test how much courage the young man had. He pressed his crutch harder on his throat. The young man turned red and began to choke. The guy was trying to get the crutch away from his throat. He was doing his best, but he couldn't do it. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. At last, the boy succeeded, and he shifted the crutch, resting it on the ground. Air immediately entered his lungs. The young man took a deep breath, and after that, he felt better. The boy caught his throat, turned on his side, and began coughing intensely. He needed to come to his senses. Looking at the young man, the man said that he had a pretty good internal energy. It helped the boy out in this case. The man said that in that case, he should use his energy, and he swung his crutch at the young man. The boy flinched. The young man looked up at the man from below. His eyes were burning. His face became angry and furious. The young man thought that he had abruptly become somehow different. He didn't even hit him with his cane. But the young man was already beginning to feel as if he were suffocating. The man says he's asking one last time, if the guy would accept his offer. Haji shouted that he wasn't accepting the offer. He'd already said that, and he explained why. So stop torturing him and let him go home. The man looked at the boy calmly and said, "Okay, as he pleased." Kang couldn't believe his eyes. It can't be that simple. He would be allowed to go home now. The man told his assistant to take the young man home. The assistant said he would do it now. Kang Haji asked what that meant. Is it that he is now being released to go home? The man said he wanted to give the young man some advice, not to get too close to the head of the Sunu clan, unless, of course, the boy wants to die a natural death. The young man was brought in and dropped off outside the house. They said he understood everything. No need to explain anything to him. The deputy told the kid to watch his mouth. If word gets out, they'll kill him, even if the chairman is against it. A wad of money flew from the car to the guy. He caught it. The assistant said it was from the chairman for pocket money. The car immediately sped off. The young man wanted to return the money and ran after the car, shouting, "Wait, the car didn't stop." The guy wanted to throw the money away, and he said if he asked for it, then the young man changed his mind and decided the money wasn't worth anything. Why throw it away? The next moment, the young man wondered what it was at all, and he looked somewhere in the distance. Kang Haji suggested that Li Xiong might have some problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had this morning's conversation. Li Xiong was negotiating and asked what his interlocutor meant. The clan head's interlocutor was Chairman Yang. He looked at Li Xiong indifferently. Yang Kilnam said, "Don't pretend that the young man doesn't understand him." Before coming here, he had met with Kang Haji. Chairman Yang continued, "He said he was left impressed. For someone who was just a simple person just a short while ago, the energy is incredible." The chairman repeated the question he asked about the clan head's intentions. Li Xiong said it was true that he used the clan treasure on an ordinary person and let the boy join the clan. The young man asked the chairman, however, what did it matter? He had the support of the elders. The chairman said that most of the householders have expressed numerous complaints, and this could not be ignored. The chairman continued, "They remained loyal to the Sun clan for only one reason. Elder Quan was a strong leader. However, in his absence, Li Xiong's behavior was extremely reckless." Chairman Yang asked what the young man was hoping for. After all, he is only a temporary fake. The man shouted that Chairman Yang is forgetting himself. He's taking a lot on himself. His words are offensive. Li Xiong said that Chairman Yang had said everything correctly. Even he thought so at first. He thought that this was a place he wouldn't stay for long. He would sit quietly, and when the time came, he would step aside. Later on, however, it seemed to the young man that the two elders thought otherwise. To them, he was the true head of the Sunu clan. So he stopped taking his position lightly and redefined his place in the Sunu clan. It is as meaningful as the lives of the elders who protected him. Whatever Chairman Yang's intentions, his will is unshakable, and the young man will never shirk his responsibility, even if he ends up in pieces. Chairman Yang asked, "Does Li Xiong have the ability to do so?" Li Xiong replied, "If Chairman Yang is willing, they can check." Kang Haji was walking along the road and wanted to find a familiar place. He thought it must be somewhere close by. The guy was sure it was worth getting involved, but he felt uneasy somehow. At last, the young man saw a familiar car. He decided to get closer. As he got closer, the guy realized it was the car he was looking for. The driver got out of the car and said that the young man was obviously not smart enough. He'd been warned a short time ago. How could he forget? Two men got out of the car and headed towards Kanuhaja. The boy heard a motorcycle roaring behind him. The boy turned around and saw Gina. The young man rushed to the girl and shouted, The men grabbed him and covered his mouth with his hand to stop him from screaming. The guy twisted his attacker's arm with force and twisted it. The man screamed in pain. The boy broke free. The attacker realized that apparently his arm was broken. And he's not exactly incapacitated. The boy rushed to the motorcycle and shouted the girl's name. He hoped she would save him. The girl sat quietly on her motorcycle, waiting for the young man. The boy stepped closer. Gina said the young man had been warned not to hang around here for a while. Kang Haji told the girl to look over there, pointing toward the car. The guy turned around, but the car was gone. She'd driven off. The young man wondered where they had gone. He told the girl that they were the ones who had kidnapped him. The girl asked why Kang was so nervous today, and what happened to him. The young man said that he had an unpleasant experience. Suddenly, the young men heard the sound of breaking glass. They looked around. Kang and Gina saw Li Xiong flying backwards through the window into the street. The young people were frightened. The guy landed on his feet and didn't fall. He was still moving backwards by inertia for some time. The young man wondered if this was all happening too slowly. The boy was focused. In the next, Chairman Yang was next to the young man and knocked the head of the clan down with his cane. The man acted in cold blood. Li Xiong instantly stood up and got to his feet. The young men realized that there was a fight going on between them. Chairman Yang performed an attacking technique. Li Xiong flew aside again. The guy thought that it was still slow. Li Xiong held his ground with dignity, but he was getting more trouble from the opponent who kept attacking. Chairman Yang attacked with his cane. The young man was putting up blocks. His hands were battered by this cane, but he didn't miss the blows. The guy thought that he had mastered the double dragon chain dance technique. It's a very dangerous technique. The young man thought it was no accident. The chairman heard the head of the clan calling out, "I had to stop the fight." Gina and Haji ran to Li Xiong. They asked what happened and how the young man was feeling. Chairman Yang stood quietly to the side. Kang Haji recognized the man and wondered what he was doing here. Chairman Yang asked what Gina was doing here. The girl asked how to make sense of it all. She heard about her uncle coming here. Li Xiong said for Gina not to interfere. He had asked Chairman Yang to do so himself. The girl was very surprised. The girl looked at her uncle. He said that was right. It was consensual. The clan head's aide said that Chairman Yang had agreed to compete with the head. The girl said she'd lost all interest. Why did you have to do it now? Chairman Yang said goodbye and said that he would hear the rest of the answer from the clan head at the meeting. Chairman Yang and Kang Haji met each other's gazes. The young man was numb with fear. As the man passed by, he told the young man to remember his advice well. The boy looked at the departing Chairman Yang for a long time. He was still afraid of him. Gina Haji asked Li Xiong who it was. He was very interested in the young man's answer. Kang has not met with Chairman Yang. Kang said he met with him for the first time this morning. The girl was very surprised. How come Kang was meeting her uncle Kilnum this morning? The young man said that he didn't know when he met who he was. Li Xiong said that Chairman Yang was responsible for one very important job in the Sunu clan. Gina asked, how come the secret got out in less than one day? Xiong replied that there was nothing surprising when you think about Chairman Yang's influence within the clan. Chang thought that this Chairman Yang some big shot in the Sunu clan. The girl asked the departing Li Xiong, why did Uncle Kilnum come here? The young man said it was nothing. Xiong added, he just wanted to be given the place of the clan head. Gina and Kang were surprised by what they heard. Chairman Yang in the car told his traveling companions the same version of the purpose of the visit to the clan head. His traveling companions asked if it was too hasty. Besides, the two elders of the clan are still in good health. Chairman Yang said if he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have met with the chapter. Even though that's why the girl was terribly upset. Uncle Kilnum now ignored her calls too. Haji asked Gina if she knew the man well. The girl said she knew him well, because his grandfather raised him. The girl went on to say that after the death of her grandfather, Uncle Kilnum changed for all 360. That's why they say you shouldn't let strangers into the house. The young man thought that Gina was acting like an old grandmother. Li Xiong said for the girl to help him and didn't refuse. It's not like he asks her often. Gina replied that she would help, but this was the last time. The young man thanked her. Kang Haji said that the girl couldn't refuse Li Xiong. The girl got angry with him. Li Xiong looked at the young men as they walked away. He knew that Kang Haji was in good hands. The aide asked if there was a need to report to the elders on what happened today. The young man assumed that Chairman Yang was interested in him. If he didn't act, nothing would change even after the elders were involved. The guy said not to worry, he'll think about the decision. He still has time. The aide escorted the chairman of the Sunu clan with his gaze. He asked if he was sure everything was going to be okay. The young man replayed tonight's fight in his head. Gina stood in the gym and pondered. It didn't give her a moment's peace. Seun had locked himself in his house, and she didn't even know what he was doing all these days. The girl was upset. Uncle Kilman didn't answer her anymore either. Kang Haji continued to train hard. The girl yelled at Kang Haji, why is he hanging around here? Why doesn't he go to school? The girl said that Li Xiong entrusted the guy to her for just one day. Why does he come here every day? The girl, Hajie asked if it was really that bad. The girl answered, did he not realize, after what he had seen, how much the householders disrespected Xiong? The girl continued, and it's not just about Uncle Kilnum. After the death of his grandfather, many housemates have been trying to weed out Seun. Because of this, he has been under a lot of stress for a long time. The guy, Gina said that wasn't the reason. Li Xiong, and because of this kind of character, Li Xiong has had a lot of problems dumped on his head. Kang Haji asked Gina, is that why she likes Li Xiong? The girl blushed in embarrassment. The young man remembered the words to focus not on movements, but on energy management. The girl, warming up on the simulator, said that martial arts training is when energy is accumulated for a long time, and then applied a little at a time in movements. No matter how much energy there is, if you don't give it to the movements, you can't learn any martial arts. It is necessary to harmonize the form with the energy with such light movements. The guy said he learned all this from his grandfather, who Li Xiong fought with. The girl squeezed the young man's head again and reminded him that that grandfather was their enemy, and there was nothing to praise him. The boy screamed for the girl to take pity on him. But the grandfather was really cool. Someone from the Sunu clan could have handled him once upon a time. The girl said there was one once, one of the top 10 masters, which also includes that old man. Gina said she could show his abilities. Gina mimed a thunderous boom that shook the heavens. It was powerful. The boy was amazed at what he saw. Gina smashed the exercise machine to pieces. Kang asked how the girl managed to form such a powerful technique. Gina said, Kang won. The girl said angrily, even though this technique has a 9th grade level, it's too much of a torment. The boy thought that Gina was not just strong, she was very strong. Kang asked, the girl told him to start with circulation. Hone the harmony of energy and movement to perfection. Then Xiong would worry less about him. Li Xiong was talking on the phone. He thought that his interlocutor was paying attention to it. The young man said goodbye and said, see you at the family meeting. Li Xiong, the aide, asked if the head was sure everything would be all right. After all, he had even rejected the help of the elders. The young man said that they all saw that day that Chairman Yang was very strong. The boy said that he himself was not completely sure what the outcome would be. He felt that Chairman Yang was hiding a lot of things. After Chairman Yang announced that just now, the head had finally rejected the help of the elders. Everyone nodded approvingly. The guest, Chairman Yang, stated, he thinks at this rate, they can put a stop to the upcoming family meeting. The girl offered the young man some water to make him feel better and asked him how he was feeling. The boy said he was fine. Gina said that after a few days of training, the guy was starting to get into the swing of things. And that's progress. Gina said, the girl squeezed the guy's head once again and told him he wasn't allowed to do that. The boy walked home, barely able to move his legs. He was absolutely exhausted after the training. Someone asked the young man where he was going. The boy turned around. Chairman Yang looked out of the car. The young man was surprised. Where did he come from, he thought. Chairman Yang said that the guy has been practicing with Jin lately. The young man asked how he knew. The man said he was in the neighborhood and met some friends who are involved in Jin's business. They told him everything. They also talked about Kang Haj. The chairman asked what the boy's progress was. Can he already show what he has learned? The young man said that according to Jin, he is doing quite well. Chairman Yang said, all right, let it be as the young man wants it to be. It was announced to everyone that the head had arrived. The visitors rose. The head of the Sunu clan entered the hall, accompanied by his advisors. He looked around at everyone. Everyone present bowed politely and greeted the clan head. The young man thanked everyone and said that he was very happy about the meeting. The boy was extremely polite. One of the chapter's advisors was scrutinizing the visitors. The visitors all smiled politely. The counselor thought that some of the atmosphere there was strange, and she looked at the people in the corner. The aide motioned for the head to come to his desk. The young man looked away. Chairman Ian was there and apologized for being a little late. Li Xiong and Yan Kilnum looked into each other's eyes. Gina attended this evening. She saw Kanahaje, who came here with Chairman Yang. Gina explained that only very important members gather at the Sunu clan meeting. Chairman Yang announced to everyone that he wanted to introduce a new member of their clan. This young man's name is Kang Haje. The chairman continued. Until a few weeks ago, this guy was just a simple man who didn't even know Murim existed. However, he had joined the Sunu clan, the main object of envy of everyone in the Murim. Kang Haje realized it was a setup, and the meeting with the chairman was for a reason. How is it possible? Chairman Yang asked the clan head to give everyone a comprehensive answer. Kang Haje told Chairman Yang what he was doing. Did the chairman kidnap him again? The chairman said it's nothing like that. Kang Haje came to this event at Chairman Yang's invitation. It's official. The boy shouted who they thought he was. The young man clenched his fist in anger and pretended to be ready to fight. The same young man was grabbed by Assistant Chairman Yang and squeezed him by the throat. The deputy told the young man to shut up immediately. Otherwise, he would snap his neck in retaliation for his broken wrist. Gina yelled out what they were doing there. They must release the young man immediately. Chairman Yang stated that the Sunu clan head gave the clan treasure to an ordinary person and accepted the boy into the family. This is a perfect example that shows how irresponsible the leadership of the current head is. The chairman continued, he and a few other clan members who agreed with him demanded Li Xiong's immediate dismissal. If this demand is not accepted, the signatories of this document will leave the Sunu clan. There was a murmur and a clamor in the hall. Gina couldn't believe her ears. How could this have happened? The girl screamed, Uncle Kilnum, what do you mean? What do you think you're doing? One of the clan members said that the main goal of the current head is money. The young man wants to take the clan's fortune and run away. One of the clan members approached the girl and said she was engaging in boorish behavior. She doesn't understand anything about these things at all. The man declared that such a little shit, some girl, dared not say anything at all. The guy complimented that he would defiantly bust everyone's heads in. Discontent began to appear among the clan members. The situation was about to get out of control. Something had to be done. The elders said what a scandal in their presence. Are they not being noticed? The aides who were holding Kanahaje shuddered with fear. The young man wondered where this elder could have gotten such ferocious energy from. He looked completely harmless. Chairman Yang apologized to Elder Kim. The man said he didn't want to be rude in front of the elder either. Chairman Yang continued, it took a lot of courage for him to do such an act due to the fact that many clan members were drafting this document. Elder Min demanded this document to look at how many people had signed it. Chairman Yang said he was sorry, but it would be problematic, even though it is required by the elder. This issue concerns only the signatories and the head of the clan. Therefore, the document can only be seen by him. Of course, Elder Min concluded that it was an anonymous agreement. Min asked if it turns out that the chairman is asking the head to step down, so he can see the contents of a document that may only have his name on it. Chairman Gina yelled for everyone to stop talking nonsense. There's no such thing. Chairman Yang said, he doesn't care what decision the head makes. He merely gives him a choice, as befits a member of the Sunu clan. Chairman Li Xiong asked if Chairman Yang had anything else to add. Yang Kilnum remained silent. The clan Chairman Yang didn't understand what Li Xiong meant. Everyone looked at the young man with fear. He was ready to throw up and throw down. Yet he remained perfectly calm. He was throwing objects around him, exuding powerful energy. The elders thought it was a double dragon chain dance. They didn't expect such a thing from the young man. The young man said whether it was not proper for the Muraminim to decide matters as they should. Chairman Yang asked if the young man was challenging him to a duel. The man grinned wryly. Li Xiong turned to the elders. The young man asked them to act as eyewitnesses to the fight. Everyone in the hall made way for the bout to take place. The young man said if he won, he would deal with Chairman Yang and the document in his own way. Elder Kim asked Elder Min if the chapter should be stopped. After all, his opponent is Kilnum himself. Elder Min said that it was already too late. How would they be able to dissuade the head when he had already made his decision and announced the battle in front of everyone? In any case, one would have to go through this someday. Elder Min said that this is the verdict of the chapter. Elder Min, Chairman Yang Haje thought that Li Xiong was going to fight this man, so he would be able to see such a fight once more. The clan members chuckled. The young man had fallen for it after all. Just like Chairman Yang said, he jumped into the fire himself. How could this impudent young man challenge the chairman himself to a duel? Kang Haji heard someone placing bets on how many minutes the clan head would last. Kang wondered what kind of people they were. They talk as if Li Xiong had already lost. The duel began, and the opponents began to smash each other. They came closer and closer to each other and flew away from each other. Li Xiong believed that he knew how his opponent would move. The guy realized that Chairman Yang, just like last time, was moving too slowly for him. The chairman noticed that the young man was dodging his punches more this time. Moreover, Chairman Yang felt that the feeling of his attack had changed. It was as if his skill had increased. Li Xiong said that Chairman Yang should keep his eyes open. The opponents stood against each other. All the others were placed around the perimeter of the hall. Everyone realized that the fight would not be for life, but for death. The young man thought that at last their fight was beginning. The aide reported to Li Xiong, Chairman Yang was expected to surpass Elder Quan in his younger years. However, after the incident of losing his leg, his activities had been redirected mainly towards business. However, this person wields the techniques of the Iron Thunder leg and Eagle Head staff. The young man asked, the leg of Iron Thunder, is that referring to his prosthesis? The aide said it is. The chairman has very fast movements. However, he rarely really uses his prosthesis. The fight started and everyone was watching this fight with attention. The aide said that the head of the clan should remember to be wary of the cane, which could fly out in the most unexpected situation, rather than the chairman's dexterous movements. This is the strike called the eagle-headed staff strike. It's a particularly dangerous blow. Each fighter, after learning his opponent's weaknesses, utilized that in the fight. Chairman Yang is very skillful with his cane. It is a deadly weapon. A staff can be at one moment like a mace, at another moment like a hook, and sometimes like a sword altogether. The leg of the young man thought that Chairman Yang had decided not to hesitate. The clan Kang Haje thought that these people were beginning to make him nervous. The clan had successfully attacked his opponent. His foot struck his chest, and Chairman Yang flew far into the wall. The young man's eyes burned with anger. He was as fast as a hurricane. His rival tried to stay calm. The young man thought to stall for time until he got used to the speed of the Iron Thunder's foot strike. The young man thought, what is the opponent doing? He is performing tricks for his age. Apparently, Chairman Yang didn't know that the young man wasn't an easy opponent. He can't be defeated so easily. Gina was very worried and emotional about this fight. Energy blasts here and there resounded throughout the entire hall. The audience scattered in all directions. The clan members who were rooting for Chairman Yang rejoiced at his success. They thought he would win. The young man tried to evade his opponent's attacks, especially when he used his cane. Those watching from below wondered whether the young man would be able to escape from the experienced fighter. Yan Kilnam was aided by his cane. At some point, Li Xiong dodged and grabbed his opponent's cane. Chairman Yang didn't expect this to happen. This was the first time it had happened to him. Everyone who saw it exclaimed in amazement. How could this be? The head of the clan had obviously been preparing for such a moment. The clan head holding his cane said, Chairman Yang has let his guard down this time. If it goes on like this, his luck might turn away from him. The young man, with great effort, thrust the cane into the floor. It rattled to the hilt. Li Xiong said that his opponent wouldn't be able to use his precious weapon now. The guy was extremely calm. The guests were surprised. Didn't Chairman Yang take his cane? How could he let it out of his hand? The head was now clearly provoking Chairman Yang. Chairman Yang wished to continue and immediately delivered a powerful fist strike to his opponent's chest. The clan head was thrown high up. The wall. In the same instant, Chairman Yang was near his opponent and attempted an equally powerful knee strike to the chest. The young man miraculously managed to dodge the blow. The guy jumped back a fair distance, looked back and saw that the wall was starting to collapse. He realized he was lucky. The clan head's advisors watched the fight emotionally. They too thought that the young man had dodged the blow. The elders watching the fight decided that Chairman Yang was serious and wanted to destroy Li Xiong. The young man thought that the eagle-headed staff wasn't some sort of weapon. It was Chairman Gina couldn't believe her eyes. Could her Uncle Kilnam really be capable of such a thing? She didn't know anything about that leg. The head of the fight, Li Xiong, the clan head, was showing what he was capable of. Even in this situation, he managed to evade his opponent's attacks. He won't reveal all his cards at this rate. In such a case, the opponent will be able to calculate all the moves ahead. Everyone saw that Chairman Yang was feeling very confident either way, and realized that this fight should not end in his defeat. A lot of people hoped so. There were arguments among those watching. Chairman Yang should not be inferior in skills to some boy. However, this same boy is still holding on. The clan passions were running high, and those who were watching were struggling to contain their emotions. They were counting on the clan leader to win this victory sooner. He said that many people, he said it's all about preparation, and it should always be very thorough. Gina told the men, if the girl gets any closer, they'll break the young man's arm. And it's not just a threat. Kang Haji shouted for them to let him go. After all, he's not a prisoner. He is an invited guest. The men continued to hold the young man down. Gina hadn't expected this from the young man. He impressed her pleasantly. The results of long training were showing. Kang Haji made his way to the clan council member and said that he had a question for him. It was about that envelope. The old man, suddenly, the man called the young man an insolent lout and said he dare not put his hands on the things of his elders. And he pushed the young man, so that the young man fell to the floor. The young man took a fighting stance and told the man to step aside, or he wouldn't be responsible for himself. Everyone around them was terrified. They saw a real thunderclap that shook the heavens. Everyone was surprised. There was no way that could be. It was Elder Kwan's technique. Gina's skills had grown so much, her opponent was lying on the floor, dead. The girl Kang Haji picked up the briefcase. Gina asked what it was. The young man replied that it was a special briefcase for swapping documents. The girl was surprised by his answer. The young men heard the sounds of an ongoing battle and turned around to look at it. Chairman Yang was delivering his next blow. The clan head coughed after receiving another blow. Chairman Yang suggested to finally end it all. The clan head thought that his opponent's attacks wouldn't compare to the ones before. Chairman Yang executed a shooting kick into the sky. The young man flew high from the resulting blow. Everyone watching shouted out in horror. The elders assumed that the denouement was near. Chairman Yang's onslaught was increasing by the minute. Jan Kilnum destroyed everything in his path. No one could withstand such powerful attacks. The man said because he warned me it would get a lot more dangerous. You shouldn't have gone to that event with him. At some point, the clan head began to glow like a source of flame. His fist turned into a thunderous punch. The guy was ready to pounce on his opponent. His eyes were burning with hatred. The young man said that now he too would inspire fear. He decided to use his thunderous fist and lunged at his opponent with terrifying force. Chairman Yang realized that he could not dodge this blow. Then he realized that all he had to do was to take the blow. The man tensed up and swung around to counterattack. The rivals rushed towards each other with a shout. Their fists were about to touch. The next moment, there was a huge explosion. It was the result of the release of two opposing energies. Those present tried to dodge the shockwave. Everyone got hit. It was like two powerful superweapons colliding. All present experienced the consequences of the clash of these two opposing forces. The battlefield looked like a battlefield of a large number of people. Chairman Yang said that the clan head had made a mistake, and this blow was not enough to hit him. Yang Kilnum was ready to lunge at his opponent, and sparks began to appear from under his artificial leg. The clan head realized that he had to prepare to repel a strong blow, but such a blow didn't happen. This fight, which has gone on for quite some time now, has not revealed a clear advantage for either opponent. Everyone present realized that the information that the Iron Thunderleg couldn't be used for a long time was true. Li Xiong said that if Chairman Yang wants to continue, he is ready. Everyone was surprised that the Iron Thunderleg technique had such a flaw. No one could think of such a thing, because Chairman Yang had not had any long fights until now. All the opponents had surrendered early. Those sympathetic to Chairman Yang were annoyed. They perceived it as their loss. Ian Kilnum said enough, and he was ready to call it a day. The man sighed heavily. The head of the Sunu clan was a bit puzzled. Was this really the end of the fight? Chairman Yang said, if just now the clan head had used the previous clan head's Gram Fist, any leg would be able to withstand such a blow with difficulty. Chairman Yang showed what was left of his cane. There was no point in him continuing this fight. Ian Kilnum has admitted that he lost this fight. Many began to condemn Chairman Yang for his refusal to continue the fight. Elder Ming said, if Chairman Yang admits defeat, the chapter has the right to decide how to deal with the chairman and the document. Chairman Yang said that he understood everything perfectly and had made a conscious choice. The man thought that he had underestimated his opponent's abilities in this fight. There was a great uproar in the hall. Many people became very nervous. They realized that the balance of power in the clan might be upset now. Elder Min said to give the document to the head of the Sunu clan. Kang Hajie said that Li Xiong should look at this document too. The guy raised the envelope high above his head. The guy headed over to the clan leader and said that this envelope was the one he had taken away with Gina when they tried to switch places. Gina stated that she didn't know which envelope was the real one, but they would know when they compared the two documents. Many people in the audience were tearing their hair out in frustration. The clan head held both envelopes in front of him. He would have to give his verdict now. Everyone in the hall was watching the young man with bated breath. Their fate depended on his actions. The head of the Sunu clan approached Chairman Yang and asked if he was willing to accept any of his decisions. The man agreed. Li Xiong said that he suggested Chairman Yang to become an elder and help the young man. Everyone present was extremely surprised. What had just happened now? Could it be that Chairman Yang could be the new elder? Chairman Yang raised his head and looked at the young man. He asked the clan head what this meant. Li Xiong defiantly tore all the envelopes. It was a gesture that clearly made the clan head's intention clear. He would not allow discord within the clan. Kang Haji cried out in surprise. Gina expressed the same emotion. Everyone present had not expected such a gesture. The clan head called out to his aide, Li Gyubom. Li Xiong told him to burn those documents. It must be done immediately. The young man said that he had decided to deal with Chairman Yang and the document at his discretion if he won this duel. If anyone has any complaints regarding his decision, Gina yelled at Li Xiong, "What is he doing?" It was a list of traitors. The clan head stated that there are no traitors in the Sunu clan, and they will solve all internal affairs peacefully. Young said conflict happens everywhere, but everyone here remains one family. The young man added, just as Chairman Yang had said, he was only temporarily holding the position of clan head. Li Xiong added, if anyone was unhappy with his actions, it was a personal blunder of his as the clan head. The guy said he lacked experience due to his age, and he made a lot of mistakes and disappointed a lot of people. The young man continued, however, He still holds this position because the members of the Sunu clan believed in him. It was possible that he would disappoint someone again. So to prevent this from happening in the future, the young man said he asked Elder Yang to guide him, and the young man bowed respectfully to Ian Kilnam. There was a moment of silence. Everyone listened with their mouths hanging open. No one had expected such a turn of events. The hall broke up with clapping, which turned into applause. Everyone was amazed by the act of the clan head. Gina was surprised at this reaction. The girl thought that this guy had completely captured the hearts of the Sunu clan members. And this scene was full of drama. Elders Kim and Min said that they didn't even have anything to help the young man. The head is already quite good at handling his role on his own. Elder Ming said that the most interesting part of it all is just beginning. There was a man in the audience who was filming everything on a hidden camera. It was attached to his tie. Someone sitting in a chair in his office was able to watch all the events on his screen. The man was silent and smiled as he looked at the screen. The stranger, looking at the screen with the clan leader, raised his whiskey glass and said, "Welcome back, Dragon Slayer." The news of the Sunu clan leader's return would soon spread throughout Murim. The Sunu clan members who supported Chairman Yang decided it was a complete fiasco. Chairman Yang's defeat was already a failure, so they were still in trouble when they were about to leave. The men went on, didn't they all agree to tamper with the document? If it hadn't been for Chairman Chan's idea, this wouldn't have happened. Chairman Chan said that there was no point in discussing this topic now. Many people wondered how Chairman Yang could lose today. After all, he is such a great master. Chairman Chan said, "No one thinks that Kilnam lost on purpose." The men wondered whether Chairman Yang would leave them after what had happened. The conspirators decided to meet the head of the clan sometime in a quiet setting. In today's duel, Li Xiong had proven that he had the right to be called the head of the clan. Therefore, if they talked to him, maybe it would be the road to salvation. The Sunu clan had asked why Elder Yang wanted to meet with him. The elder with his cane looked at the young man. He had something he wanted to discuss. The man said he wondered what the clan head had in mind. Whatever the reason, but he had entered into a confrontation with the clan head. However, such a sudden offer for the position of elder. The young man interrupted his interlocutor and said that it was not a sudden decision. He had started looking for a new elder months ago. Elders Min and Kim highly recommended Yang Kilnam's candidacy. Li Xiong asked if Iron Thunder's leg was all right. Elder Yang said that his leg was fine now. The young man unleashed a torrent of energy at his interlocutor. Jan Kilnam asked how that could be understood. What the young man allows himself. The clan head said that Yang Kilnam had lied when he announced that his prosthesis had broken. Kang Haji asked Gina where Li Xiong had gone. He wanted to say goodbye to him before he left. The girl said he had gone to meet Uncle Kilnam. The guy asked why they were meeting again unless there was something left unsaid. The girl suggested that they might have some private conversation. The clan head's aide asked why the young man didn't like Kilnam. The boy replied that he was an unpleasant person. He always thinks others are idiots. Hajie added, besides, he had just fought with Li Xiong. The boy wondered if there might be an emotional clash between them again. Elder Yan managed to take a step back at the last moment. A pot of flowers flew in front of him. Li Xiong wanted to execute a death blow. The opponent instinctively dodged the attack. Yang Kilnam shouted at what the clan head was doing. He had already admitted his defeat after all. Li Xiong said that Elder Yang had intentionally hidden his abilities. Jan Kilnam said that the young man used such a dangerous blow to test his hunches. The guy said it was a Yen 1 clan technique. The young man couldn't show this technique in their recent duel, as he was only forced to use the Sunu clan's technique. The guy thought if he demonstrated this technique, his opponent would realize he had nothing to hide. Elder Yan asked how the young man could know that he was hiding his abilities. The guy said he has mastered a spiritual practice that allows him to ideally complete any technique the first time. Li Xiong continued, so he managed to replay the techniques he had once shown him several times in his head. From the young man's observation, Elder Yan's abilities were almost that of Elder Quan's. The boy said, it must be suspicious that such a person was able to lose to him when he was only imitating the Sunu clan's technique. The elder said that the young man was overestimating him. He didn't hide his techniques. He just didn't flaunt them. Since there was nothing to be proud of, Guy asked, even in this one, the outcome of which could decide everything. The clan head said that Elder Yang had purposely pretended to be a traitor in order to figure out the real traitors of the Sunu clan. Li Xiong assumed that Yang Kilnam openly endeavored to pass on this list of names. Elder Yan said that the young man's imagination knows no bounds. The world is not that romantic. Elder Yang said that he didn't intend to be a traitor, and he wasn't going to intentionally miss the chance to become the head of the clan. The young man said he had learned something about John Kilnam from 2 elders. The boy stated, to the best of his knowledge, young Kilnam spent his childhood in Elder Quan's house, so he is like his own father to him. The young man thinks that it is impossible that such a person betrayed the Sunu clan because of some money. Ian Kilnam asked why the clan leader tore up those papers. The guy said that making the list public in a situation like this, it wouldn't be the best decision. The internal issues of an organization as large as the Sunu clan didn't end with simply replacing problematic people. On top of that, you have to take into account the huge amount of money and time spent, as well as hidden disagreements and conflicts within the clan. Making hasty decisions will show the Sunu clan from a weak side in front of other clans. Jan Kilnum said that there was logic in the clan leader's words. The guy said that Ian Kilnum can't just turn a blind eye to the problem. That's why he needs his help. Elder Yang had gotten close to these traitors in the process of drafting the document. The young man said that he trusted Elder Yan of these people and asked for active participation in the clan's affairs. Elder Yang asked if the young man had thought of it himself. The boy said there was someone who gave him advice. The elder said he understood now. It's obviously about that girl from the Mil Yang clan. Ian Kilnum said, there is nothing that can be done about what has happened. But to consult with an outsider about the internal matters of the Sunu clan, it is not right. Li Xiong replied, had Elder Yang forgotten that the current clan head was an outsider himself? Ian Kilnum said the young man was the one to whom everyone entrusted their lives. Therefore, no one in the Sunu clan would consider him a stranger. Li Xiong thanked his interlocutor and said that he would never forget it. The young man said that Elder Yan has very dexterous hands. If he attacked the young man, he wouldn't have time to dodge. Jan Kilman pulled himself together and apologized. He said that he had done it himself without realizing it. The man said he wanted to formally introduce himself. He called himself Elder Yang. He said he would serve the clan head with heart and soul. The young man said he relies on the elder and counts on his support. Suddenly, Haji and Gina appeared. They asked if there had been another fight. The girl asked what had happened to both of them. Did they decide to play child's play? Two grown men. Li Xiong said that they were just talking. Elder Yang said that the girl shouldn't worry. Jan Kilnum sat down in the seat of his car. It had been a long day for him. He needed to rest. The driver asked how Chairman Yang was feeling. The man said he was fine. In the next second, Elder Yang said that not only was everything all right, but he was having a lot of fun right now. Elder Yang said that he wanted to test the man and ended up testing him. Jan Kilnum said that now he understood for certain what the gentleman had seen in the young man. The driver asked what exactly Chairman Yang wanted to say with this. Ian Kilnum said that as long as they are alive, the Sunu clan could undergo the strongest changes in its history. At that moment, Kang Haje unceremoniously got into the car. Elder Yan wondered why this boy was here. The guy said since he was kidnapped and brought here, he should be brought back home now. The guard said that the young man didn't dare behave so impertinently. Elder Yang shouted at him. The man told the driver that he could consider it a night out on the town. Elder Yang said that the young man was not a timid person. He asked what the boy wanted to say. Kang Haji asked what the conversation in private with Li Xiong was about. Ian Kilnum asked if the lad wanted to know what the clan head's interest was. Everyone in the clan knows the answer to that question. The clan head's primary interest is Ku Meng Ryong. The man said they got this photo through the CIA. That's reliable information. It is said that Ku Meng Ryong destroyed the guerrilla base of Assistan in just a week. The elder wondered if Ku Meng Ryong hadn't been to Latin America recently. The man said that after he completes a case, he immediately moves to another location on his private jet. He has an incredible number of clients all over the planet. The elder asked if they had found any leads on his activities inside the country. The man said it was not easy to do that. The Shadow Warrior group to which Kumun Ryong belongs has already become an impressive international force, spanning political and economic circles. Domestic activities are also carried out under their control. Government investigations alone are not sufficient to distinguish their activities from ordinary corporate affairs. The elder thought they were indeed hiding in the shadows. The man said that it was in this regard that the help of the Murim was required. Otherwise, at this rate, the barrier between the Murim and the ordinary world could really collapse. The elder said they don't have to worry. After all, that is what the union is for. The man said that he wanted to know if the elder had contacted the Sunu clan on this occasion. The man added, "It seems to them that this clan has been quite aggressive lately." The old man said, "Don't worry about it. He knows the head of this clan very well." The man asked how well the elder knew Yang Kilnum. The elder replied that Ian Kilnum was now a new elder, whom he had known for a long time. Elder Yang is looking into the financial affairs of the Sunu clan. He is studying the reports given to him. He is told that the net profit of one of the companies is too low compared to last year. Elder Yang reveals to the clan leader that a point was missed about the overseas investment of this company. The young man agrees that a mistake has been made. Elderman said he had one question. The young men looked back at him. The elder said that the meeting had been going on for over 2 hours. The time passed quickly. Li Chung thanked everyone and said that they would meet in 2 days. Elder Yan said that the clan head was simply incredible for his years. He didn't expect the guy to read all the reports and even check the numbers in detail. Elder Ming said that the clan head was simply in a desperate situation. Elder Yan wondered what he meant. Min continued before, The clan head used to assign all matters to them, while he himself was only thinking about getting back to normal life. Therefore, the clan head was now desperately trying to understand their responsibilities. Elder Ming finished. The young man studies every day until late at night. Elder Yang said something he thought was strange that such a young lad could understand such documents. After studying, the chapter devotes itself to practicing martial arts and endurance training until dawn. Elder Yang asked when the young man had time to sleep. Elder Ming said that, according to the chief of the clan leader didn't sleep at all nowadays. Elder Ming has already spoken to the young man several times about this matter, but he doesn't want to listen at all. Elder Ming added, wondering if the young man's burden was too heavy. Kang Haji was lying on the floor resting after practicing. He said, I wish he were Kumun Ryong. Gina said she thought she could spare him a little since his skills had gotten better. But apparently it was for nothing. Kang clarified, he just meant that he wanted to see Li Xiun. After all, he's only interested in Kumun Ryong. The girl slapped the guy on the back, said there were some things he shouldn't say. Gina explained, Kumun Ryong, the enemy of Xiun and the entire Sunu clan. So the young man should hold his tongue. Kang started to make excuses. They both hadn't seen Li Xiong for a very long time. Wouldn't the girl be interested to know how he was doing? The girl said that she was curious too. Jan Kilnam appeared on the doorstep of the gym. The man said that the young people were practicing hard even after the family meeting. This is very commendable. Kang Haji suspiciously asked why the elder had come here. The man said he wanted to reward them for their efforts. The aide told the clan head that Elder Yang had come to see him. The young man was surprised. Elder Yan greeted the clan head and revealed that he had brought the young men with him. Li Xiong asked what the matter was, why they were here. Elder Yan said that they received a call that the reconstruction of the pitchfork was finished. The clan head has no business today and tomorrow. Maybe he would agree to spend a few days at the villa to rest. Kang Haji and Gina said they were free too. Maybe all the young people will rest together. Li Xiong saddened everyone by saying that he didn't have time to have fun, and he planned to work for the weekend. The clan head asked why Kang Haji was not in school right now. Doesn't he want to be educated? Gina said that Li Xiong was creating conflict out of nowhere. The guy just wanted to see him. Li Xiong said that Gina was also concerned. The clan head asked when the girl planned to master all of Grandpa Kwan's techniques with such an attitude. The guy said if they had time to pester him, they'd better let them spend it studying with training. Gina said that she wouldn't visit that ungrateful Li Xiong again. The girl took offense to the fact that this young man is admonishing her. Grandpa's techniques, and it doesn't concern him at all. Kang Haji asked how Gina was feeling. Is she all right? The girl said there would be hell-level training today. She grabbed the young man by the throat. The boy screamed at her not to kill him today. Elder Yan thought that the clan head was really overreacting. Elder Yan asked, was it true that the young man hadn't gone to school for a long time? Yang Kilnam added that there is no need to hide anything. He knows about what happened to the young man and Li Xiun. Elder Yan asked Kang Haji if he was still afraid of the guy named Yunho. Kang Haji thought for a moment and said that he probably wasn't anymore. Elder Yang suggested that he go back to school. Ian Kilnam said it was time for revenge. Elder Yang said that a benefactor is paid twice as much and enemies are paid 10 times as much. The young man said it was the first time he had heard such a phrase. The man replied, the phrase now welling up in the young man's mind, especially after he became part of the Sunu clan. Li Xiong was practicing his athletic skills near huge car tires. The young man worked his fist to the fullest, hitting this makeshift punching bag. The guy was hitting a pear and reminiscing about his childhood, back when he was a kid. The young man hugs the old man and says, thank goodness he wasn't hurt. The young man says he had the strength not to get sick and not to get upset without him again, or he won't recognize him as his apprentice, even when he returns. The guy said that instead of teaching somehow, it's better to teach properly. After all, Li Xiong is his student. The young man was beating on car tires with rage and thought it was all lies and lies. Li Xiong destroyed this impromptu pair and thought everything back then was a lie and a lie. The next day, Kang Haji went to school. He was wearing a new uniform. The young man wasn't particularly eager to see Yunho and the others just yet. The class was as lively as ever at recess. The children were noisy, doing their own things. Kang Haji cautiously entered his classroom. The young man had not been here for a long time. They didn't recognize the guy right away. They thought it was a newcomer to the class. Hage recognized the elder and called him by his first name. The others noticed him too, thought he had changed a lot. The young man said hello to the head woman. The boy waved at her. The bullies looked at Hage and decided that he had grown up. Their look was as threatening as ever. Yunho walked over to the young man and looked at him point blank. Haji tried not to look away. Almost immediately, Haji received a fist punch to the jaw from Yunho. The students flinched as usual and opened their mouths in horror. Yunho thought it was the same Kang Haji. Haji, with his face reddened from the blow, asked Yunho what he was doing. Yunho asked cheekily, wondering what you think. He took another swing at the young man. Yunho said he really missed Kanu Haji. The young man's face turned even redder. Yunho said, "Wow, you're still standing on your feet. You must have worked out at the gym." Yunho told Haja to stay after class, not to go anywhere. It was a direct threat. The young man thought, is that it? Because of this, he dreaded going to school day after day. Haja said Yunho, a real lowlife. The bully didn't expect such a response, cursed, clenched his fist, and turned back to the young man again. Yunho raised his chair in rage and shouted that he was about to destroy this Haja. The unbelievable happened. Haja fought back hard against the bully. Yunho and his chair flew to the far corner of the classroom. All the students in that class shrieked and shuddered. They had never seen anything like this before in their lives, Kang Haji said with hatred, telling this scumbag to get up immediately. The young man shouted that Yunho would get 10 times more than him. After a while, the bully Yunho's mother was at school proving to the teachers that this Kang Haji is crazy. The woman said her son now has 4 weeks to recover. How is that even possible? The teacher told the woman not to get heated. Kang Haji sat modestly and remained silent. A woman answered why there is an outrage in the school. The teacher tried to calm her down. Haji thought that this was the way it was going to be. The young man recalled how Jan Kilnam had offered him a fight from the heart. The boy didn't believe it. Kang said they can't hit ordinary people, right? Gina warned him about that. Elder Yang said that's the way it is. If you hit the wrong person, it's all gone. Elder Yan clarified, this prohibition only applies to masters. And the young man had only recently started studying martial arts. The man continued, so no one would suspect anything if they saw it. The young man sat in school and wondered how come they didn't suspect. Yuno was sent to the hospital for 4 weeks. It was over before it started. He only threw 1 punch. The bully's mother said we should do anything, either kick him out of school or transfer him to another school. Kang Haji didn't agree with that verdict. After all, he wasn't even listened to. The woman shouted that she was not even going to listen. The teacher said that there is order in such matters, and they should not be in a hurry. The woman started threatening and saying that she would tell the media what had happened. The teacher said he had invited the young man's guardian here. He would be here any minute. The door opened and a man entered the office. He said he was the guardian of a student named Haji. The man asked who the woman was, if she was the representative of a student named Yunho. The man introduced himself once again and said he would protect Kana Haji's interests. The woman didn't expect that some guardian might show up here and became indignant. The mother of the bully began to tell what condition her son was in now. The guardian asked Haji, had he handled him? The guardian said that Kang Haji had been bullied by her son for a long time. And that's the aspect they're going to focus on now. The woman became indignant. What is the man talking about anyway? Her son is the injured party. Haji's guardian asked the secretary for the documents. The guardian showed notes from the nurse's station in the hospital. He said that doctors' statements were also attached and offered the woman to familiarize herself with all these documents. The woman screamed that she was being taken for a lunatic here. There is no evidence that her son was the one doing the beating. The guardian showed a surveillance video taken on the day of Haji's hospitalization. The video was found by chance. The video proved that Yunho and his accomplices had beaten Kana Haji. Taking a seat at the table, Haji's guardian said it was clear from the paperwork that the injuries were so serious they could have been fatal. The guardian continued. Yunho again beat up Haji, who had just healed and barely made it to school. Moreover, he used a heavy object. A video is also present among the evidence. The woman screamed at the guardian, is he saying Haji did the right thing in bringing her son to a hospital bed? The woman shouted out, if this guardian knew who her husband was. The man said that he was very well aware of it. The man explained that her husband is one of the legal partners his company works with. The woman was very surprised by this answer and immediately changed the tone of the conversation. The man apologized for not introducing himself right away. His name is Yang Kilnam. He is the manager of a small company called Songjae. The woman could no longer say anything. The teacher said that he immediately recognized the man's face. After all, he is the chairman of the Seonjai group. Kang Haji listened attentively to this dialogue. Yang Kilnam asked if the school knew him. The teacher said of course they do. His picture often appears in articles about economics. Haji thought, he's actually a businessman. The teacher asked what kind of relationship Yang Kilnam had with the young man. The man said that they are one family. Yang Kilnam said that rumors had reached him that Haji had faced injustice many times in the school. So he decided to come here personally. The man continued, first, they would like to hear an apology from Yunho personally. Then the man would insist that Haji be transferred to another school, because it would be unpleasant for the boy to see that bully from now on. The bully's mother tried to object to something about the apology. Jan Kilnam didn't want to talk to her for long, and said if she still didn't understand the whole situation, she could discuss it at home with her husband, and then she would have an answer. The man finished, he expressed his confidence that her husband wouldn't want to take a hit to his business because of what had happened. Already outside the school, Haji told Uncle Kilnam that it was as if he was in a dream. The guy said he didn't think the problem with Yunho would be solved so easily. The young man thanked Uncle Kilnam for such invaluable help. Haji and Kilnam were talking about their business when Chairman Jan was called out by someone. They turned around. The man said the CEO wished to meet regarding the student Haji's issue. The young man tensed up. Why would the CEO be interested in him? It's not for nothing. The girl greeted Elder Yan. Kang Hajie, upon seeing the girl, was very surprised. Was Nona really the principal of their school? Yang Kilnam told the director that most likely she was aware of his coming. The girl said that she assumed this after hearing the news about the incident between Haji and Yunho. The director said that a clan unknown in Marima had broken a taboo and created a stir. The girl continued, apparently Yang Kilnam is a man who wants to avoid the gaze of everyone in the Murim. He wanted to visit her under the pretext of school affairs. Elder Yang said that the girl is indeed not simple as they say about her. Kang Haji looked at Uncle Kilnam and realized that he was using him again. Elder Yan asked if the girl knew the reason for his visit. The girl assumed that the man was here because of Mr. Zhang. It's obvious. Yan Kilnam said that the headmaster had understood correctly. The clan head should not be allowed to drive himself to his grave in the end. Kang Haji didn't understand anything, but he was very scared for Li Xiong. The young man said, the head of the clan, that's such a mansion, and even in a rich neighborhood, sees Sunu on a whole other level. The aide says since the young man liked it so much, he can join their clan. A smiling blade is always welcome. The young man refuses. He says he's more comfortable alone, and he can't live in the same house with the Southern Red Star either. An aide says the chapter practices in this building. Li Xiong is warming up in the training hall. He is doing martial arts training as usual at this time. The guest said hello to Li Xiong and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The clan head said hello to Jigong and said he was happy to see him. The guest scrutinized Li Xiong. He noticed that the young man had changed a lot since their last meeting. Jigen thanked the clan head for the invitation and said that it was rare to have the opportunity to spend time in a castle like this. The young man wondered why Li Xiong had invited him here. Surely it wasn't to spar. Li Xiong replied to that, saying that the uniform and sword are in the next room, and the guest has some time to prepare. Jigun was surprised. He thought that it would just be an opportunity for the three of us to have a good time. Him, Li Xiong, and the red-haired girl. Xiong replied that Gina was busy too. Foxy said he needed Jigun's help. He had practiced one technique, but hadn't tried it in real combat yet. Jigun agreed and said he would fulfill the young man's request, all the more so because he owed him a debt. But he warned him that he would not be spared and would not give in. Kang Haji was startled by what he heard from Yan Kilnam. The boy cried out in surprise. Yang Kilnam pulled him back and said that he was now talking to the head of the Mil Yan clan. The young man should behave with more restraint. Elder Yang told him to be careful. In Murima, even the slightest rudeness can cause great anger. Haji thought that Elder Yan was starting to intimidate him. The boy didn't like it very much. The girl said that she was also very curious about what Yang Kilnam meant. What danger could Li Xiong be in? Elder Yang asked the girl if she had crossed paths with him recently. The girl said that she had talked on the phone recently. It seemed to her that Li Xiong was very busy. Jan Kilnam said that the head of his clan doesn't sleep much. He exhausts himself and his body with training and paperwork. Elder Yan clarified that he had once heard that the young man was mostly practicing techniques, the sole source of the Yuan Academy. The man added that such meditation consumes a lot of energy. The girl herself should know this, because she herself studied at this academy. Li Xiong felt much better after being treated by the ghost doctor. But what kind of body can endure when one tortures oneself with training and hasn't slept in days? Elder Yan was certain that the young man was not fine. The clan head should not continue to overexert himself practicing the soul source technique. Haji listened to Uncle Kilnam with astonishment. If this continues, the clan head will either die, driving himself to a complete frenzy, or become an invalid. Kang Haji was very frightened. He became afraid of Li Xiong's condition. Yan Kilnam finished and said that the clan head refused to listen to anyone. Therefore, he decided to turn to the girl, hoping that she had some influence on Li Xiong. The man said he knew that the girl had contributed to learning the techniques of the Yuan Academy and being treated by the ghost doctor. Yang Kilnam asked the girl to try to change the mind of their clan head. The girl replied that she too would be happy if Si Xiong listened to her. The girl wished she could see before her not the stranger Mr. Xiong had become, but the bright young man he used to be. Jigun and Shun are sparring intensely. Jigun is holding a sword. Jigun thought the words about not being spared were partly a joke. The young man didn't think that Li Xiong would take it so seriously. Indeed, the clan head was very serious. Jan Kilnam was disappointed. So his interlocutor didn't know what to do either? The school principal said she had questions. Soul Source, the spiritual technique that was invented to master martial arts through meditation with limited body movements. But is there a reason to exhaust yourself like this? Yang Kilnam said that the girl was right. To master the form of a certain technique, you don't have to abuse yourself like this. The headmaster said that, however, Mr. Xiong was exclusively attached to the Soul Source technique. During sparring, Jigen was indomitable. He and his sword were as one. In this case, it was the perfect sparring partner for Xiun. Li Xiong, using his martial skills and mastered techniques through his internal energy, successfully repelled the attack of the sparring partner, who was with sword in hand. Li Xiong was so strong during the fight that Jigong asked him to be a little lighter. Jigen decided to build up his power during this fight and finally stopped giving in. The girl said that perhaps Mr. Xiong was probably not obsessed with the soul source so much to master someone else's skill. Perhaps the young man had decided to be the one to use the technique. Though that's just her personal speculation. Elder Yan asked what the girl meant. The headmistress replied, "She means the strongest and most significant creature Mr. Xiong remembers." Jan Kilnam realized who the headmaster was referring to. He said, "No way." Li Xiong was so aggressive in this sparring that he shattered his opponent's sword to pieces. He was unstoppable. The head of the Sunu clan was very aggressive. Not towards his sparring partner, but towards this fight. Elder Yang assumed that Li Xiong wanted to become a Kumun Ryong. Jigen asked his opponent to stop. He didn't want this sporting duel to escalate into something more significant. Jigong said that they're actually having a training fight. And in his opinion, Li Xiong is pushing his opponent too hard. He doesn't want to put him in the grave. The girl said that a lot of tragic events happened to Mr. Xiun during that time, and he blames himself for everything. The school principal suggested that the young man was torturing himself because of his sense of responsibility. Jan Kilnam decided that the situation was much worse than he thought. We can't leave things as they are. Kang Haje, who had been silent all this time, raised his hand and said he had a question. Haje asked why they didn't want to discuss it with Li Xiong's parents. The young man wondered if he had asked an inappropriate question. After that fight, Jigong said he felt alive again. Jigong asked Li Xiong, "What kind of technique was that?" It looked very creepy. He thought he couldn't take it. Li Xiong replied that he was just getting into the funk. Jigong asked how the young man was feeling right now. Jigong said regretfully he was sorry about Li Xiong's mom. Li Xiong's only family member, his mother, recently passed away. Kang Haji, upon hearing the news, was very upset. It was a tragic event for Li Xiong. Yang Kilnam said, if Haje was not aware of it, then surely he also did not know that she died because of Kumun Ryong's pursuers. Kang Haji didn't expect to hear that. He was very surprised. Elder Yan continued that a woman was attacked in broad daylight in the middle of the city, in order to provoke her son. She lay unconscious in the hospital for a while, then regained consciousness briefly, but died as a result. Kang Haji said that these words did not fit at all with those he had heard from Uncle Kilnam. Uncle Kilman told Hajia that Kumun Ryong was Li Xiong's teacher. He said this the day he gave the young man a ride home. Ian Kilnam said he had not lied to the young man at the time. Elder Yang continued. At the same time, Kumun Ryong is considered the strongest enemy of the clan. He is simply a dangerous person who is capable of bringing Murim to collapse. He also killed Jinny's grandfather, Elder Quan Jegyu. The young man thought that he had gotten too much negative news today. The boy remembered how he had said in Jinny's presence that he wished he were a Kumun Ryong. Now he regretted those words very much. Elder Yang said it seemed to him that the young man followed the head in everything. But he didn't know anything even about his enemies. Kang Haji didn't know what to say to those words. They took him by surprise. The man asked, did the young man really think that without any effort, he could understand everything from a few words heard from another person? Haji pondered. Uncle Kilnam is right. He had never seriously considered what happened at Li Xiong's place. He just felt grateful to him. John Kilnam, said the young man, was interrupting their conversation a little by standing like that. If he feels guilty, let him think about his behavior while standing in the hallway. Kang Haji stood still. Yang Kilnam asked if the young man had anything else to say. The young man said he understood everything, and he's speechless. The girl said it is clear to her that Elder Yan is greatly worried about Hajia. Ian Kilnam stated that he had high hopes for the head of the Sunu clan. Kang Haji was the first person head Li Xiong brought into the Sunu clan, and he cares about it. Hajia became ashamed. He was not aware of such circumstances. Hajia decided that he would think about these matters later. He was more interested in how Li Xiong was feeling right now. Li Xiong asked where Jigong worked. Jigong replied that thanks to the clan, he was overseas. In order to be able to leave on good terms, he asked a favor of the company where Seihi's father, a close childhood friend of Li Xiong's, worked. Jigun asked if Xiun was afraid something would happen to the girl. Jigun asked if Xiun knew where Seihi was now. Xiun replied that he hadn't called her in a long time. Her number and mail are different now. Jigong asked if Li Xiun wasn't going to meet Seihi for the rest of his life. Xiong replied that he would definitely meet. Li Xiong added that their meeting will definitely take place after he destroys Kumun Ryong. Jigun wondered if his interlocutor really wanted to destroy Kumun Ryong. The young man didn't want to continue this topic and said, bygones. He asked if Jigun recognized what he had asked. Ian Kilnam said that in general he understood everything. The girl asked what condition he was in now. The man said he had a question as to why the headmaster was helping the head of the Sunu clan. Elder Yan wasn't sure if such a smart girl would provide her help without any calculation. Or there's another interest here. The girl is in love with the young man. The girl said that Jan Kilnam likes crude jokes, but they have the same aspirations. The girl said they wanted world peace to come. Elder Yan smiled and said that he was surprised at such an unexpected answer. The girl continued, after Kumun Ryong's last strike, the allied forces of shadow warriors in Murima began to grow steadily. And it's not just about martial arts here, but also financial support. She believes that a significant number of small-scale clans are already under their influence. Elder Yan asked if the girl had any justification for this information. The girl said that there is a group called Shinyop. It is made up of young Murim masters who exchange news among themselves. The girl said that there was a group called Shinyop that consisted of young Murim masters who exchanged news among themselves. Elder Yang said that in that case, it should be reported to the Federation. The girl said she had already done it. After the leader of the Federation resigned for personal reasons, he went missing. The new leader of the Federation does not want to hear anything. On the contrary, he said that he would severely punish those who spread unfounded rumors, thus causing a stir. Elder Yan said that he had the impression as if the current leader had chased away the previous leader, relying on the strength of the shadow warriors. The girl said she didn't know where the truth was, but if the Murim are already enslaved by the shadow wars, then the boundaries between the Murim and the world of ordinary people will soon break down. In that case, tragedies like the one in which Mr. Xiong's mother died would happen all the time. The girl concluded that both she and Mr. Xiong wanted to prevent such an outcome. Yang Kilnam said that everything would become clear after talking to the previous Federation leader. Does the girl know where the previous Federation leader, Kang Seon, is now? Li Xiong interjected, a hell of uninterrupted torment. Jigun confirmed and said a man had seen him there. Li Xiong asked where this hell was located. Jigong said that he himself would like to know about it. The Hell of Uninterrupted Torment was built by the Sunu clan at the behest of the Federation. Jan Kilnam said that he was grateful for the invitation. He hopes to see you again at the next opportunity. The school principal wished the man a safe journey. The girl glanced at the departing car with Jan Kilnam. The headmistress breathed a sigh of relief. This conversation had made her a little tired. The assistant said that the director seemed to be very tired. The girl replied that this person was very difficult to deal with. The girl thought that the elder's intentions were clearly impossible to understand. All she could do was not to reveal her intentions. The girl thought, since Elder Yan is protecting the Sunu clan, one can at least exhale a little. Uncle Kilnam told Hajie that he is a brave lad, but with a simple character. His thoughts are easy to read by the expression on his face. The man assumed that the young man wouldn't have been able to communicate so calmly with the clan head if he had heard the story about Kumun Ryong that day. Haji replied that he understood now why Uncle Kilnam had not said anything to him then. Elder Yang explained that the clan leader had rather mixed feelings about the young man. The relationship between Seun and Hajie reminded the clan leader of his relationship with Kumun Ryong. Based on this whole situation, it is better for Kanu Hajie to have less information. So, as not to draw the wrong conclusions, the young man became nervous whether Uncle Kilnam was trying to confuse him again. Elder Yan asked why the young man was thinking like that again. After all, there was no premise. Ian Kilnam explained that the young man had a big advantage. If a Murim causes problems, it is immediately reported to the Federation. This was not the case with Khan Hajie. In other words, until he was caught by the Murim. Ian Kilnam said he had one request for the young man. The man said that in return he would train the boy in martial arts. Elder Yang said that the young man has a hidden talent, and he knows a way to bring it to life in the shortest possible time. The man asked if Kang Hajie wanted to learn the techniques of the Sunu clan. Kang Hajie clarified, so Elder Yang is willing to be his teacher? The man explained that the relationship between student and teacher in Murim is not established so easily. Elder Yang explained that he would rather be something like a tutor. Chang Haj asked, in that case, what business would Elder Yang have with him? Yang Kilnam said he needed to find someone very important to the head of the Sunu clan. Kang Haji was amazed at how one could find a person from just one photo. The young man wondered who this girl was, if she was called an important person to Li Xiong. The young man decided that there was something wrong with the head of the clan, judging from yesterday's conversation. Kang Haji heard someone call out to him. The young man looked from the phone to the person. It turned out to be the teacher. He said that the young man came earlier than usual today. He asked how Chairman Yang was doing. The teacher asked the young man for a favor. He would like to get Chairman Yang's autograph. A teacher happened to see a picture of a girl on a young man's phone. He asked if it was a school nurse by any chance. Kang Hajae asked if he really knew her. The man said it was Lee Shiho. The instructor inquired as to where Hajae got her picture. The young man asked if the teacher knew the girl's phone number. The guy asked for a man to contact her, as she had to meet someone. Lee Xiong sat with his eyes closed. He was replaying the previous fight with Jigong in his mind. Jigong told Lee Xiong that such a request is too big a burden for the Sunu clan, because they want to stay out of the Federation as much as possible. Jigun said that the hell of unbroken torment is considered a place where even the most dangerous Murim criminals go. Perhaps Master Kang Sun is located there. Lee Xiong asked if it was true that Kang Song had been seen in a hell of uninterrupted torment. Jigun said he didn't believe it at first either. But judging by what's been happening lately, maybe it's true. Master Kang Song promoted various reforms in the Federation. It all culminated in the announcement of the resumption of the martial arts tournament. Apparently because of this, the Murim elders began to hate him. They opposed the behavior of the tournament, believing that it would only dishonor the authority of the clans. Just at this time, Master Kangsun suddenly left his position as Tanju and disappeared. Wonju Vetra, the previous Tanju, and the one supported by the Murim elders, took his place. Jigun added that then the topic of opening the tournament did stick. Jigun said that he and Shinyop want to see this tournament, but it's imperative to have a Master Kansun for that. Lee Xiong suggested that Kumun Ryong might be in the country, and the tournament may still take place. And it's possible that Kumun Ryong may appear at this tournament. Liu Gubam saw Lee Xiong coming down the stairs. He asked if the young man had been up all night again. Li Xiong asked if he knew where the hell of continuous torment was. Gubam was very surprised by this question. The man asked why the clan head was suddenly interested in this. The guy replied that he wanted to look for a Kansun master there. Kong Haji was on the phone with Yang Kilnam. The man asked if the boy had found that girl. The young man said that it wasn't easy to find from one picture. Afterward, the guy confessed that he found the girl very quickly. It turned out to be a nurse from their school. Kilnam was pleasantly surprised. The boy said Uncle Kilnam knew. After all, he said to look for her at school first. Uncle Kilnam wanted the lad to go to school and there inquire about this girl. The young man continued to ask himself, not to match Chairman Yan's reputation. John Kilnam said the lad was smarter than he thought. The guy said she's not in right now. We'll have to come back next time. Jan Kilnam dropped a file with an introductory course in the basics of martial arts onto the young man's phone. It's a reward for a job well done. The boy has to learn them first. Kang Haijie said this file is in an awkward format. Maybe Uncle Kilnam can find the video. Yang Kilnam said the guy was very cunning. For example, he learned martial arts from old books, written in Chinese characters. The young man said that now everyone listens to video lectures. Yang Kilnam said that no video lectures the boy would not see. Elder Yang was disappointed. Today's young people need everything on a platter. Jan Kilnam went to the restaurant for the meeting. He was already expected there. The man greeted the audience and apologized to the head of the clan. He explained his lateness by the fact that the meeting had been delayed. Waiting for him at the restaurant were the Sunu clan head, Elders Min and Kim. Elder Yan guessed from the faces of those present that something was wrong. He asked about it. Elder Min said that the clan head was interested in the hell of uninterrupted torment. The young man said he asked Uncle Gubam about it, but the latter said it was confidential information. He advised him to go to the elders. Elder Yang asked if the clan head wanted to know about the hell of continuous torment because of the rumors that Kang Song was imprisoned there. Yang Kilnam said that he had recently heard about it when he happened to meet with the head of the Milyan clan. She said that there were rumors among the young masters that the head of the Federation had teamed up with the Shadow Warriors and imprisoned Khan Sona. Elder Yang said it's unknown if it's true. The Sunu clan is now withdrawn from all Federation-related matters. The young man asked if there was a way to know the inner circumstances. Elder Yang replied that it was not easy. From uninterrupted torment, it is considered an independent territory that is separated from the outside world. They even carry out communication by occasion. Li Xiong said that he was at least interested in the location and internal structure. Elder Yang asked if the clan head was asked by the Shinhyop clan. If this clan intends to get information about the hell of unending torment and invade it, they must be stopped. In the hell of continuous torture is the most dangerous prisoners. This place is crawling with monsters who tear chains with their bare hands. They kill people with a smirk on their faces. The very structure of hell is like a mixture of a labyrinth and a fortress. There have been a large number of cases when the keepers themselves fell into the clutches of criminals. When the Sunu clan was in charge of the hell of uninterrupted torment, one man was nicknamed the Unshakable Steel Wall. He almost lost his life. Li Xiong asked in that case if it was not possible to personally borrow strength from the Sunu clan. Elderman asked if the clan head really wanted Sunu to break into hell. Li Xiong said that it should be done for Murim's sake, in the event that Khan Dream is really there. Elder Kim said that the Federation is in charge of the hell of continuous torture. When the Sunu invade, they will be the enemy of all Murim. Elder Kim continued. They probably don't know if the Khan Sunu is there. Even if he is there is nothing the Sunu clan can do about it. Elder Yang said, it's not really a stalemate. If the clan leader wants to go to the hell of uninterrupted torment, he will be able to help him. Elder Kim shouted, what does that mean? What does Elder Yang mean? Yang Kilnam said, but it would be on one condition. From now on, Li Xiong must resign from all the duties of the clan head. Yang Kilnam continued, such an action would become Li Xiong's own will, not related to the Sunu clan in any way. Elder Yang said that the young man had been asked to do so by a Shinyap. In that case, they would be the ones in charge. Li Xiong only succumbed to circumstances and briefly aligned himself with that clan. So Li Xion's actions will have nothing to do with the Sunu clan. Ian Kilnam is finished, and until the matter is resolved, the young man will be reported missing. The elder added, if the young man agrees, he will look for a way to enter the hell of uninterrupted torment. Elder Ming thought that the clan head was clearly out of sorts. It was strange that the clan head had decided to leave her position and go to the hell of uninterrupted torment. Elder Kim reminded him that the head had already overburdened himself all this time. Now, thanks to Elder Yan, he would at least be able to rest for a while. Things will get better soon. Elder isn't sure it's a question worth taking so lightly. Lately, the clan head's soul and body seem somehow detached. Elder Yang concluded, if left as it was, Li Xiong would drive himself to his grave. Elder Kim asked if Jan Kilnam had any ideas. He replied that they had a promise that the clan leader had made. Elder Min asked if Yang Kilnam was serious about sending the clan head there. Yang Kilnam said that he was always serious. In order to have a normal conversation with a person who is hovering in the clouds, the first thing to do is to bring them down to earth. Elder Yan remembered a person who could help them. Elder Kim said he had one suitable person in his mind as well. Jagun is on the phone. He asks if the person he's talking to is sane. Go with him to the hell of unending torment. Li Xiong says he asked because he's curious about Jigong's opinion. There's no information about the hell of continuous torture yet. As soon as he gets that information, he'll call. After the conversation, Jigen thought he really wasn't kidding. Li Xiong doubted himself. Was he doing the right thing? He wasn't sure, but that anxiety wouldn't let him go. The young man thought he was being haunted by a very strange feeling. At this time, he was either studying in the library or examining documents in the office. But suddenly, all the files suddenly disappeared. The guy suddenly jumped up. What was he thinking? Now is not the time to be lying around. The young man decided if he got some free time, he'd better spend it practicing. Gubam said that the clan head had a visitor. The young man asked who it was. Gubam said that it is Mr. Unshakable Steelwall. The guest said that from today, he would begin to prepare the young man for departure to the hell of uninterrupted torment. Li Kong wondered if he would have to learn something. The visitor said that he has no talent for making speeches. Because of this, he asked to be forgiven. A man thinks a conversation will go better with action. With less words and more deeds, the guest suggested that the young man attack him first. The case took place in a gymnasium. The unwavering steel wall said that after this sparring session, he would decide how they would proceed. Li Xiong was surprised that the guest had offered him a duel. The visitor asked, is the young man going to go to that place because of Ku Mun Ryong? The visitor continued. When the Xinhyap brought information about Kan Sona and the hell of uninterrupted torment, Li Xiong learned that dangerous Murim criminals were gathered there. The young man thus decided that he could get information about Kumun Ryong himself. The guest said he didn't care what the young man's goal was. The man has been ordered not to release untested individuals into the hell of uninterrupted torment. That's the basis of the training. The man continued, if Li Xiong could defeat him here and now, the preparation would end here. Otherwise, the young man is in for a boring educational process. The clan head said he understood and prepared to attack his guest. Li Xiong tried to attack his opponent. It didn't succeed. He tried it a few more times. The result was the same. The young man thought that this man had fended off all of his blows, and he hadn't even dodged once. The clan head thought, is he really that impenetrable? The young man decided to attack his opponent again, but to hit harder. Li Xiong attacked, but was pushed far back by his opponent. The boy concluded that most likely he was deluded. The young man, Mr. Unwavering Steel Wall, said that the young man fights very lightly and is not serious about the matter. In that case, he wouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest prisoner of the hell of uninterrupted torment, not to mention Ku Mun Ryong. Li Xiong realized that he wasn't good enough in this sparring session, and he would have to take more initiative. The young man said that now he will try to be more serious, and that the opponent should be ready. Mr. Unshakable Steel Wall was ready to repel the young man's attacks in any condition. Elder Yang was on the phone. He was told that right after the guest arrived, Li Xiong had been challenged to a duel, which was expected from an unshakable steel wall. Elder Yan said to Gyubum he regretted that he would not be able to watch this fight because of an important meeting. Gyubum replied that it was a very serious fight. Gyubum says the sounds of punches coming from the gym are getting stronger and louder. The man continued. The head had become dangerously sharp in his blows of late. Do not underestimate him. Elder Yan said that Gyubum should know very well how the legend of the unshakable steel wall was created. Elder Yan reassured Gyubum and told him not to worry because the clan head would not lose. Li Xiong, attacking his opponent, thought that the stronger the attack, the sharper the desperation. The clan head was really desperate. He couldn't believe his eyes. None of his attacks were working. The guy thought that his opponent was indeed the truest wall of steel. The young man noticed that, most interestingly, his opponent hadn't moved a single step since the fight began. The man said that the young man wouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest prisoner of the hell of uninterrupted torment, let alone Kumun Ryang. The guy figured that this result would keep repeating itself, unless he changed something in his approach to this issue. The guy thought he'd change his tactics because of this. He's attacking his opponent in a different way. The young man changed his approach and altered his attack techniques by tapping into his inner energy. Chong decided to end this fight with the most powerful attack he was capable of. The opponent thought it would be slightly dangerous. The clan head decided to attack his opponent with a completely new attack technique. The guy applied a devastating strike of raging heavens. The opponent still remained standing still. The young man put all his possible internal energy into that punch and moved his opponent far back. The boy wondered, had he really been able to block that punch? The young man attacked, his opponent blocked his every blow. And the attack was not successful. Li Xiong thought, how could this be possible? The young man's every punch was blocked. All he managed to do was to move his opponent out of his seat, because the blows were incredibly powerful. After another attack, the clan head's opponent exhaled. The man said the young man had a pretty good fist. The man added, this fist, however, falls far short of his standards. The young man was told by his rival that he had better forget about the hell of uninterrupted torment for a while. Li Xiong asked what technique his opponent had just used. The man replied that it was a modified technique of the Sunu clan. The boy replied that it was impossible. The young man knew that the specialty of Sunu martial arts was quickness and lightness, and his opponent hardly moved at all, and his technique itself was slow and weighty. The man looked at the young man with disbelief. Why was he being so judgmental about it? The guest said that he could teach this technique to the young man. The boy objected that there was nothing special about the technique. What is there to learn? All martial arts of the Sunu clan belong to the head of the clan. Therefore, a young man can learn them at any time. Li Kong said in that case he wants to start right now. The opponent said he didn't mind, but the young man needed to wash and sleep first. The man said even though they are in training now. The young man looks very restless and anxious. The guest continued and said that in the condition the young man was in, no training was possible. The first thing a guy should do is shower and get a good night's rest. In one breath, the energy is transferred from the lower Tanjong to the central Tanjong. It passes through the acupuncture point of Kokchi and follows to the point of Nakshim. Kang Haji studied the file that Uncle Kilnam had sent him. He didn't understand anything about it. The young man was spotted by Sarah Nunu. She asked him what he was doing here at this hour. The guy looked at the girl and said that the principal was back. He already thought he wouldn't wait for her today. The girl told the young man to go home. It was getting late. They will talk tomorrow. The boy said it would only take 1 minute. The young man showed the director the cell phone with the picture and said that it was a very dear person to Li Xiong. The principal asked who this girl was since she was so important to Mr. Xiong. Haji said he didn't know himself. This girl worked briefly as a nurse at the school last year. The school principal assumed that the young man had gotten this information from Elder Yang. Sarah Nuna congratulated the young man on becoming the puppet of an elder of the esteemed Sunu clan. Haji started making excuses and saying that it wasn't true. He had just received a small commission from his uncle. In return, he had to teach him martial arts. Haji said that he wanted to become strong quickly and help Li Xiong. Uncle Kilnam said he knew a way to do that. Haji wondered very much. Why is he even trying to make excuses now? If the principal knows, just let him tell him where that girl is, and he won't be annoying anymore. Sarah Nuna said, in a way the young man still couldn't understand. This assignment, in finding that girl, is not for the young man, but for her. Haji was once again surprised. The principal explained that Elder Yan had given her a clue to the information she was missing. His methods are not particularly pleasant, but she'll still have to deal with the matter since the girl in the picture is very dear to Mr. Xiong. The principal said she had answered the young man's question, and he was now free to go. Haji didn't relent and said he had one more question. The director stated that Kang Haji doesn't understand something. They are not close enough to exchange all sorts of questions and answers. The young man said he wouldn't take much time and showed the file that Uncle Kilnam had sent him. The boy said he had no idea what it said. The headmaster froze when she saw this file. She said that the martial arts book was a treasure. and the ultimate secret of the clan. The principal said if an outsider looks into someone else's book, he could become an enemy to the whole clan. Would Hajie really want her to cross Sunu's path? The young man said he didn't know that. The lad decided that he would in that case ask only the most obscure thing. The boy read out a phrase that was particularly unclear to him. He asked the principal to explain it to him. The principal looked at Hajie silently and said nothing to him. The young man thought he had done something wrong again. The director asked if the boy didn't know the location of the acupuncture points. The young man said he didn't understand the question. Sarah Nona told the young man to follow her in that case. The director gave the young man books and told him that these were basic literature on the subject. These are books about the history of Murim, written in simple language. It also has basic information about energy circulation. The principal gave the young man a week and told him to learn everything, and then she would test his knowledge. The young man was puzzled. After all, he only wanted to ask one question. The principal said that these books are the basics that any junior high school student in Marima knows. The principal asked if Hajie really wants to help Mr. Xiong. In such a case, the young man must prove how sincere his help can be. Kang Hajie shyly asked if this information was available in audio format. The young man thought he had asked the question for nothing. It was just more waste paper. The young man thought that despite being unemotional, Sarah Nuna still helped him. Or she was helping him for some other reason. The clan head was taking a shower. He thought that a duel while meditating and a real duel were very different things. Uncle Tessen's technique that he had shown today was simply incredible. The young man still couldn't believe how he was able to repel the destructive strike of the Black Heavens so easily. The boy wondered if he would be able to use Uncle Tassen's technique in a fight with Kumon Ryong. The boy decided that now was not the time to stand still. We should do some meditation. Li Chung thought that after mastering Uncle Tessen's technique, he would try it out in a mental battle with Kumon Ryong. Elder Yan told his interlocutor that he would be able to persuade the clan head quite well. Tessen said he couldn't. He seems to have failed. The head of the Sunu clan went to practice meditation again. Elder Yang agreed that it was hard to change in one go. Ian Kilnam told his interlocutor to try further to achieve the goal. Tessen asked, wondering if something was bothering Gyubom. Gyubom recalled what had happened during Elder Yan's last visit. That time, the head had repeated the elder's technique after seeing it only once. Gyubom said, maybe he's worrying for nothing, but if the chapter repeats Thiessen technique this time, in that case, even Tessen wouldn't be able to stop the young man. Tessen stated that perhaps his interlocutor was right. The man showed his flushed palm and said he was at his limit today. The elder, drinking his tea, said, this is quite unexpected. The elder had expected that Yang Kilnam would come to welcome him as the new elder of the Sunu clan. Now it appears that he is here to create conflict. Yang Kilnam said that there had been rumors among the youth recently, so he decided to inquire for the sake of interest. The elder said, what is the logic and his interest in imprisoning the Khan's son in a hell of uninterrupted torment? The elder continued, he had heard about the young ones following the Kong song, but he would never have thought that they would make such an untruth. Yang Kilnam asked if the elder knew where Khan sleep now. The elder said that he was resting because of health problems. For personal reasons, he kept the location of his stay a secret. Yang Kilnam said that such an answer would do little to convince the youth of today. The elder, finishing his hot drink, said, is there any time for some infantile young men nowadays? The old man added, there's the threat from the Shadow Warriors and the sudden instability of order in the Murim because of Ku Munryong. The Alliance had plenty of other problems without that. Ian Kilnam said he was concerned about the fate of the Murim if things continued like this. This is not the time to be distracted by some absurd rumors that the children are spreading, but they will lead the Murim in the future, so ignoring them now is wrong. An elder asked what suggestions are there from Yang Kilnam. How to convince the youth? Kilnam replied, why not invite a few of these boys to the hell of uninterrupted torment? Young people will be able to see for themselves that their arguments about Khan Sona being there are unfounded. The elder became nervous. Was the hell of intermittent torment some kind of attraction for Kilnam? What if something happened to the young men? Who would take responsibility? Kilnam said their clan knows this better than anyone else. It just so happens that the current one is built on the sacrifices of the Sunu clan. Elder noted, it seems that Yang Kilnam had really come to quarrel. Why does he have to stir up something that has already been settled? Kilnam apologized and said that he had obviously behaved tactlessly without knowing it. He understood the elder's reply. Kilnam stood up and said he was grateful for his time. After the visitor left, the elder thought, could he have gotten wind of something? The old man asked his assistant if there was any news from the hell of uninterrupted torment. The girl replied that since the last planning report, there is no news, and there are no suspicious movements either. The girl added, if the elder's worried, you can send a few more people from the incessant torment. The elder said that wasn't the point. The old man figured if someone suspected something, they could wait out the moment to act. The elder finished. Even if there were already rumors, they shouldn't worry for now. There's no way this man can escape the hell of unrelenting torment. Elder Yang, while talking on the phone, said that he expected, in some ways, this result of the conversation. For example, he never stirred. Elderman said that the old man is a trickster. Don't forget that. We should look for people who have something to do with the hell of continuous torment to find out what the situation is. The old man added, if there really is a Khan Sunu in there, it's worth using force before any problems arise. But the head of the Sunu clan had better not be allowed into the hell of uninterrupted torment. Elder Yang said that his colleague could not worry about it. After all, there is now an unshakable steel wall with the head. Li Xiong meditated and mentally conducted the fight with his new opponent. He took into account all the nuances he had memorized in the actual fight. Not an easy technique for Uncle Tessin to understand, the boy thought. However, the boy knew that Uncle Tessin would still be training him from today. Gubam handed the young man Tessin's answer. The man said it wouldn't work. Li Xiong was very surprised. They had agreed on everything yesterday. Gubam said, the young man ignored the advice again and stayed up all night. That was why Tessin-san had instructed the young man to rest for a few days and regain his strength. The boy said he was fine with his strength. The young man had no sooner finished that sentence than his nose began to bleed. Gubam noticed it. Li Xiong wiped away the blood and thought, what had happened to him? He was certainly a bit tired, but this kind of thing had never happened to him before. The aide asked how the head of the clan was feeling. The young man replied that it was no big deal, and it can be ignored. Gubam said that the young man was wrong. There was no way to turn a blind eye to it. A master like Li Xiong had developed health abnormalities. Gubam said that the young man had been awake for a very long time and had exhausted himself. The boy replied that he just couldn't sleep. The clan head says as he closes his eyes, Ku Mun Ryong pops up in his mind. Recently, there has been more and more information about him. The young man is sure he will reappear soon, becoming even stronger. That's why his anxiety is growing inside him every day. Li Xiong's afraid that if he has to engage in a fight with Ku Mun Ryong, he might play around, just like last time. The young man says this must not happen. He has to become stronger by all means. Gubam said that he understood the clan head. However, one cannot be in such a hurry. Even his body was signaling the young man to rest. Impatience in learning martial arts can cost your sanity. The man continued, Li Xiong should force himself to rest. You should also think about the people around you who are worried about the clan head. Li Xiong replied that he himself was aware of crossing a dangerous line. Li Xiong has received many phone messages from Kang Haji telling him how he started learning Murim. Haji sent Li Xiong a picture with his image on it. The man tells his colleagues that this device is 200% more efficient than the previous one. Thanks to it, it will be possible to perform much more delicate operations. The two men were discussing the girl and decided that she was as beautiful as ever. One of the men said their director's young, beautiful, and wealthy. That's just perfect. Another noted that she's very unemotional, and that's kind of scary. The principal is so calm that it seems as if she is completely unperturbed by anything. The girl suggested taking a short break. At this moment, Li Xiong called to her phone. The men noted that the principal just smiled. She must have been pleased with whoever called. Li Xiong called the girl over, said hello, and asked if he was distracting her. The principal said she just had a moment to spare. The young man said he was interested in one question. Is Khan Haja training with them now? The young man asked how he knew about it. The interlocutor explained that Haji sent him a picture of him sitting with books. There he saw the textbook that the girl had used to teach Li Xiong. The guy explained that he remembered listening to stories about Murim, and so he decided to call. The girl concluded that Kana Haji seemed to be useful. Sarah Nuna wondered how the young man was doing. Had he been busy lately? The director advised the young man not to neglect himself, and to think about Haj or other people who are concerned about him. Li Xiong thanked the girl for always helping him. The principal said that she always enjoys talking to the young man. The girl said that she needed to meet Li Xiong when it was convenient for him. She had something to tell him. The young man said he was ready to meet right away. He just had some free time on his hands. Sarah Nuna blushed upon hearing this. Such an answer took him by surprise. Li Xiong said hello to the girl. He came exactly at the appointed time. The girl rejoiced and said the young man had indeed come. The boy replied that he had promised to come. The principal said that she was very pleased. But after all, the young man has so much to do. Li Xiong replied that he had some free time, so it was fine. The young man said he was also worried about ripping the principal off. Sarah Nuna blushed with embarrassment, turned away and said she was just getting free. The assistant told the principal that she had a meeting scheduled soon. The girl said to reschedule the meeting. She was still embarrassed, and the blush on her cheeks gave it away. The aide said he would wait for the principal in the car. She had about 2 hours of free time. Li Xiong said that the girl has a very capable assistant. Sarah Nuna agreed, but said he lacked wit. The young men went into the cafe to continue their conversation there. The boy asked, did Sarah Nuna have something she wanted to tell him? The girl said that just recently, they had received information regarding the immortality energy that Kumun Ryong was looking for. Lee Chung wondered, why didn't the girl contact him right away? After all, this information was very important to him. It just wasn't the kind of information that was worth rushing to pass on to a young man when he was already busy. The girl asked if the young man remembered the nickname Immortal Demon Lord. The boy replied that it was some kind of villain. He had heard about it from her when she was teaching him Murim knowledge. Sarah knew a little. At that time, people all over the Murim tried to catch him, but all were unsuccessful. Due to his near-immortal regeneration and destructive power, his insane followers nicknamed him the Immortal Demon Lord. Lee Chung said that he remembered everything now. However, how could this all be related to eternal energy? The principal said when she heard about her from the young man, the Immortal Demon Lord immediately came to her mind. That was why the director trusted her gut and flipped through the Federation's book depository. Among the records, she found this passage. The Immortal Demon Lord said, the power of a Demon Lord is eternal energy. The Lord is eternal and immortal. The principal added that the next page was about how he looked from the outside. According to the records, no matter how much the Immortal Demon Lord used his techniques, he never once got tired and survived any mortal wounds. After all that was said, the young man assumed that the eternal energy that Ku Mangryong was looking for belonged to an immortal demon lord. The headmaster noted that it was impossible to say for sure yet. Murim is no exception. They also strive for the ability to eternally apply energy that is mercilessly expended from the slightest use of techniques. The girl added, so it could be assumed that the immortal demon lord's eternal energy had become a strong belief for his followers. Li Xiong, the girl said that the end of the book described the last moments of the immortal demon lord and his followers. The immortal lord died in a trap with the inhabitants of Murim, and his followers fled. The young man asked, so now there was no more information about the eternal energy? Didn't this lord leave any book behind? The girl, those materials she operated on have miraculously survived. Li Xiong asked why it was necessary to get rid of those books. The principal said that in Murim, it was easy to worship power. Therefore, the books couldn't help but become a temptation for them. Techniques that left great scars on the Murima could be the ground for a new conflict, or a prerequisite for the birth of a new demonic leader. That's why they had to be gotten rid of. The young man said he understood everything. That's why the girl said at the beginning that it was not information that should be rushed. Sarah knew. The guy noted that because he had learned that eternal energy, which had previously seemed to him a mere fiction, was mentioned in reality. Li Xiong noticed if the eternal energy that Kumong Ryong was looking for, which really belonged to the immortal demon lord, fell into the hands of the former, it would not end well. Kumon Ryong will turn into an unkillable creature that no technique will work against. And it will be. The young man said he had a question for the old man. Does the old man know him? The old man said that Kumon Ryong was good for coming here. The guy said the old man was right, but why did he bring him here? The old man said that the young man was about to find out everything, and he smiled. The guy calmly watched the fire raging around him. The old man drew his axe and moved straight toward the young man. He had a determined look in his eyes. The old man declared that the young man had nowhere else to run to. This place would become his grave. The guy looked indifferently at the man. He calmly lit his cigarette. The old man offered to attack the young man, and they would go to hell together. The guy told Grandpa to stop doing nonsense. He's not young anymore. He's the one who asked him to find the eternal energy. It's unclear why the grandfather's making this mess and trying to kill the young man. The old man needs to stop threatening with his big axe and not increase his aggression. The old man shouted, he has known about Kumon Ryong's intrigues for a long time. The guy knows very well that they have been searching for the cult leader's eternal energy for a long time. After all, the information about the Shadow Warriors had been revealed on purpose, as if it was an accident. That's why they asked for help, and they got money and pretended to be helpers. So the moment the eternal energy was found, they were going to take out everyone and intercept the find. The old man thinks he's right. The old man shouted that Kumon Ryong would die here today. He would sacrifice all the energy he had gathered over 80 years. Kumon Ryong told the old man to shut up. The Shadow Warriors immediately cut him down. The old man's blood splattered in all directions, so he was finished. The young man said, old people talk too much. Kumon Ryong asked why they cut him up. After all, they had somehow found a follower of the immortal demon lord. How are they going to look for clues to the eternal energy now? Now they'd have to find another follower, preferably one who wasn't so talkative. It's been 60 years. By now, there are very few of his followers left. The girl communicates via video link and says she has found other survivors. They're in 3 countries. Kumon Ryong asked which country had the most of them. The girl said there were 3 in Korea. The guy asked, when is there free time in the schedule? The girl replied that from next weekend. Then we should organize a vacation for everyone, said Kumunryong. Sophia asked, really going to Korea again? Kumunren replied, if there are as many as 3 talking types there, 1 or 2 could be finished off. Gyubum told Lia Sung that it had done him good to go on a date. The young man replied that it was not a date. The aide asked what they were talking about. It seemed to him that the young man had been drawn into the conversation. Sarah Nuna said that the only information about the immortal demon lord was left only to his surviving followers. However, even they, after the death of their leader, scattered wherever. So it will be very difficult to find them. Lee Chung asked his assistant, where could the immortal demon lord's followers have gone? Gyubum asked why the clan head needed such information. The guy said he needed the followers of the demonic leader to deal with the eternal energy. The deputy said he didn't know. I mean, they're all criminals. People in a different category than them. The young man thought that indeed they might be criminals. The boy remembered Tessen's words, that the dangerous Murim criminals were gathered there. The young man thought that by going to the hell of uninterrupted torment, he could find information about the followers of the immortal demon lord there. Jigen wondered if the young man was really serious about going to a hell of uninterrupted torment. Ellie Chung said it was the only place he could find something. The young man remained silent because he didn't want to reveal all the information right now. From behind, a girl approached Jigun. She called out to the young man. Jigen thanked Choya for the coffee. The guy asked that the girl leave them alone. They have a confidential conversation. The girl apologized, said that she had lost her head and left so as not to interfere with their conversation. Jigong said that Li Xiong could have warned him that he was coming. He would deal with the office and call the other guys. Jigong said that he wanted to return to the conversation and asked what Li Xiong wanted to find in the hell of uninterrupted torment. The guy replied that he was interested in information about the immortal demon lord. Jigun was surprised at the directness of his interlocutor. Jigun said that the young man didn't think about what he was saying because he used to be a simple man. There are some topics in Murim that should be raised with caution. Xion replied, he is aware of the fact that all information about him has been destroyed. That's why he's going to a hell of unending torment. Perhaps he will find some clue there. Jigen replied that this was a very bad idea. The young man added that they had been indoctrinated as children, that an immortal demon lord was not even something to be interested in. Jigen said it was because the clans and the people had suffered a lot from him. Everyone was told to keep their mouths shut. Li Chong did not hesitate to say this name right now without any hesitation. This was something he shouldn't have done. The young man asked if his peers knew nothing about this man. The girl stated that it's not that simple. There are people in the world who see charm in all kinds of taboos. Jigen asked, what did the girl mean? Since she had overheard this conversation anyway. The girl sent Jigen the file on her phone and asked that he forward it to Mr. Xun. This is the information about the immortal demon lord she found and pieced together. Really, there's nothing grandiose about this information. Just systematized rumors that have been floating around. One piece of information was that the young man had a mole in the shape of a star. Jigen thought it was unnecessary information. Li Xiong asked, how did the girl manage to get this information? After all information about him had been eliminated. The girl said that the Marima is full of people who are very interested in forbidden information. Choa said that Kumun Ryun even has his own fan club. The girl jerked herself up and apologized. She said she hadn't thought at all. Xiong said he was very interested in some lines in this text. The guy read in combat, apply techniques opposite to those of the opponent. What does that mean? Probably something like water versus fire and earth versus water. Jigen said that's not true. To do that, you have to learn how to circulate energy in a different way. But even if you spend your whole life practicing, it's still impossible to use the element in this way. The girl said you shouldn't take what you've written too seriously. It's just people's stories. Some of it might be false. Someone claimed that the immortal demon lord could use energy of different kinds at the same time. It's more like an excuse for the losers. They are not weak, but the opponent is too strong. Jigun thanked Seun for stopping by to see him and apologized for Choa's words. Her fervor got ahead of her thoughts. Xiong said he was grateful to the girl for her materials. He would find them useful. Jigun asked if it was true that the Sunu clan would help the young man with a trip to the hell of uninterrupted torment. Is the Sunu clan ready for a clash with the Federation if it does happen? Xiun said the clan promised to help him. But first he has to pass Uncle Tessen's test. That's not easy. Jigong laughed and said that passing the unshakable steel wall test was very difficult. When Jigun knew who the young man was now dealing with, laughed hard. The guy said he'd probably dash Seun's hopes, but he'd probably have to drop the idea of going to hell of uninterrupted torment. Because of his passive nature, the unwavering steel wall is not as popular as the Southern Red Star. But among young Sunu masters, he is the best. Jigong added that taking Uncle Tessen's test was the same as simply saying, don't go to the hell of an uninterrupted torment. Elder Yan was surprised, talking on the phone, to have his interlocutor answer him like that. Yang Kilnam explained to Li Xiong that the steel wall had received clear instructions to escort the young man to the hell of uninterrupted torment. The boy wondered, then why can't he go right now? Why is there a need for this drill? The elder said that he could not answer that question. It would be better for the young man to discuss the details with the unshakable steel wall. The aide asked Elder Yang, could something be wrong? Kilnam said that everything was fine. Tessin is doing a great job. The boy remembered that Uncle Taysom had said he would teach him techniques, but even those turned out to be defensive. So, the test would be impossible to pass. To pass Tessim's task would be to break his defenses. The young man thought that no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't find such a way. Tessin's quick attacks are easily blocked, but strong blows don't work on him. The young man thought, no thoughts coming to his mind. He wondered. Tessin asked, does the clan head still stay awake at night? Gyubam replied that even after Tessin's arrival, the head hadn't slept well for days. The guy said hello to them and asked what brought them to the training room at this time. Tessin replied that they were worried. The man asked how many days Xiong hadn't slept for. His body wouldn't thank him after that. Gyubam said that the young man is not in a good condition right now, and his body is weakened. Li Xiong said that he is perfectly fine now. There's no need to worry about him. Taesan said that the clan head had deceived him. The young man looked at the man in surprise. Tessin said that he had arrived here after the young man's words about his readiness. However, the boy didn't change anything at all, and he's disappointed. Tessin told Xion to let himself rest. When he regained his strength and was ready to learn the real techniques, they would continue training. Gyubam said it's not worth discussing right now. Gyubam was surprised. The young man saw the skills of an unshakable steel wall. What kind of duel could we talk about now if the young man was in such a state? Xiong stated that he has a better understanding of his own body, and he suspects that he is being stopped on purpose, with excuses about his health. Gyubam said that's not the case at all. Xiong suggested right now to have a second duel. The guy, Taesan and Gyubam, looked at the young man. Li Xiong was waiting in the ring for his opponent. However, even if this is true, Li Xiong's condition is not conducive to sparring. Gyubam thought, in that case, we should deal with this matter as soon as possible and send the young man to rest. Gyubam wondered, was the clan head really willing to use full force from the start? The young man attacked in a new way. He was using new techniques. Tessin was very surprised. He didn't expect the young man to show such initiative. Gyubam was surprised. It was a split soul fist. The clan leader had never used such a technique before. The young man didn't give up and continued to break through the powerful Tessin's defense, using a variety of attack options. The young man knew what he was doing. Using the ghost mind technique, he checked Uncle Tessin's every move. To the clan head, it seemed at first that his opponent was simply taking a powerful blow. But that's not how it turned out in reality. Tessin used his hands several times to balance the pressure. His gestures were so precise and instantaneous that the young man didn't notice anything at once. That's why the Sunu clan's quick and light techniques didn't pass Uncle's defense. The strong, slow blows of the Yuan clan also failed. Tessin wondered, could the split soul fist be used continuously? The gap between his opponent's attacks was getting shorter and shorter. Gyubam thought he had some sort of bad feeling. Maybe it was just a feeling he had. Xiong thought that ordinary speed or strength was not enough to break through Uncle Tessin's defense. The clan had thought it was worth combining the former with the latter, the split soul fist and the double dragon chain dance. Gyubam saw what the young man was doing and shouted. He was amazed at the clan leader's techniques. Tessin's defenses were cracking at the seams. He couldn't understand how this was possible. Gyubam shouted for the head to stop now. This time, Tessin didn't hold back, and his defenses were breached. Li Xiong thought that it would take a little more, and everything would work out. The guy didn't stop and continued to break through his opponent's defense. Tessin felt himself beginning to give up under the onslaught of the clan head. The young man was like a hurricane. He didn't stop for a second. He was relentlessly breaking through the dumb defenses of his powerful opponent. Li Xiong clearly realized that he could win now, and finally pass this test. Tessin at one point tried to counterattack the head, but the young man dodged his opponent's attack very effectively. Li Xiong was very surprised. This was Uncle Tayson's unconventional behavior. Why did he attack out of the blue? Before that, he was always defending himself. The boy decided not to stop. He had already caught the right rhythm and was seeing progress. The guy decided that he should continue at the same pace. Gyubam couldn't help himself and wanted to stop Li Xiong. It came out instinctively. Gyubam pulled himself together and apologized. After that, the young man fell into oblivion. The young man came to his senses and couldn't understand what this place was. Had he passed out during the fight with Uncle Tessin? The boy saw Ginny sleeping in front of him near the table. He called out to her. The girl flinched and woke up. Instinctively, she asked who was here. The young men looked at each other, trying to remember how they had gotten here. The girl flew over to the guy. hugged him, and asked him how he was feeling. Lee Chung said that he was fine. The guy blushed with embarrassment. He couldn't understand where Gina had come from. The girl shouted that Seun had come to his senses and called everyone here. The young man wondered why the girl had made such a fuss. He had not risen from the dead. Gina explained to the young man that he had been unconscious for 3 days. The girl learned that the head of the clan had decided to duel in his exhausted state. If the young man had not been stopped by force, he might have died, nearly went insane. Gina added that she had heard about the hell of uninterrupted torment. Does Lee Xiong really want to go there? The guy said he has such a wish. There might be clues to finding Kumun Ryong there. Gina said that Lee Xiong had really lost his mind. Why would he be looking for Kumun Ryong? The young man said, he's awake, he's fine, and Gina can go. Lee Xiong reminded that the girl needed to practice. Gina got angry and grabbed the young man by the shirt. She said it was disturbing to hide from that scoundrel, and he was going after him. The girl reminded him that Kumun Ryong is the strongest Murim master. Lee Xiong was a small child in comparison. If they met now, things wouldn't end well. Lee Xiong said he imagines fighting Kumun Ryong several dozen times a day. The guy said regretfully that he loses every time in these battles. So he knows very well how much he doesn't realize his body, and how reckless an act he's about to commit. The girl asked if he knows, why does he keep making himself a stubborn superhero? The boy said he wasn't scared. The girl looked at the young man with eyes full of tears. Gina was afraid that Lee Xiong might die like her grandfather, right in front of her eyes. Lee Xiong said that's why he piles on the training. He doesn't want to see something like this in his life anymore. He wants to become stronger and protect the girl. Gina said that there's no need to rush. Can't we wait a little longer? The girl cried. The young man apologized and said he didn't have much of a chance. The guy said he's confident that Keyumun Ryong will be back very soon. The young man added that when the enemy started to act for real, even the Sunu clan would no longer be able to side with him. Gina asked, wondering if Seun was referring to Sosul. The guy confirmed that it's true. She's now being helped by Kumun Ryong with treatment. Kumun Ryong wouldn't disinterestedly give her help. He would use the Sosul to force the Suna into action, like he did with the Federation in the past. In that case, the Sunu clan won't be able to compete with Kumun Ryong. Gina asked, why is Shun so sure of that? Gina added she doesn't know what the past was like, but she knows what Kumun Ryong did to her grandfather. The boy wondered to the girl if his being here made her realize nothing. Kumun Ryong's supporters had already begun to appear in the clans. They are all watching the head closely, thinking that he might make a careless move that will go against Kumun Ryong's plans. The girl asked, does Xiun think that Uncle Tyson is on purpose, so he's discouraging her from going to the hell of uninterrupted torment? The boy asked, then what was the reason? Even Gyubam intervened when he almost won the duel. The girl said that in that case she apologizes. Tessin entered the room and asked how the clan leader was feeling. Lee Xiong said he's fine and he doesn't know why he fainted, Tessin said as he overheard the clan head's words completely by accident outside the door. Tessin said that the young man understood everything correctly. Gyubam purposely prevented the fight just to save the young man. Shun said that just a little more, and he would have been able to pass the test. Tyson said the young man was mixing Sunu and Yuan techniques. Gina was very indignant when she heard that. Wasn't the young man aware that using techniques with completely different properties could send one to the grave? Xiong said that he had succeeded, and it was fine. The boy interjected, did she mean meditation? Tessin explained that meditation is not reality. This should definitely be taken into account when conducting a real battle. The fusion of these two techniques in life is not possible. That is why he and Gyubam tried to stop the young man. The young man thought, why did Uncle Tessin only defend himself the entire fight, and then suddenly strike sharply? Gina said that she absolutely agreed with Uncle Tessin. Under no circumstances should incompatible techniques be mixed. Xiong stated he had heard that an immortal demon lord did that. Gina admonished him not to believe in fairy tales. It was not befitting of a clan leader. Tessin video that there is childish figuring out of relationships going on here, said he was leaving. Tessin said he hoped the young man would reveal the plan to go to the hell of uninterrupted torment once he regained his strength. The girl heard this and was greatly surprised. The young man shouted out, and what happens to the dough? Tessin left the room and said that the young man had passed the test. To pass, they had to make him go on the offense. The man added, despite the whole situation, he did throw a punch, so the young man's victory counts. Tessin looked intently at the clan head. Gyubam asked, is this really the right decision? The current state of the clan head is not suitable. Tessin asked Gyubam if Lady Sosul orders to help Kumun Ryong, as if worried about the head. What will he do? Gyubam replied, Kumun Ryong is an enemy to all Murim. The reason why Mrs. Sosul had given Mr. Seun the place of clan head to her. The man didn't finish. Tessin interrupted him. Tessin said so Gyubam hadn't thought of that arrangement. Tessin admitted that he hadn't thought about it either, to be honest. He was trying not to think about it on purpose. Gyubum said that this problem, which they were unknowingly dodging, the clan head was thinking about alone. Tessin said he trusted the clan head and wanted to help him. It is to him a sign of respect to Elder Kwan, who recognized Siuna as the head of the clan. Elder Min asked, did Tessin really dare to escort the head to the hell of uninterrupted torment? Elder Kim confirmed. Tessin told him if the head satisfied the conditions set, there was no reason to restrain him anymore. Elder Yang apologized and said that he didn't expect the master to suddenly change his mind. Elder Ming said that it was not his fault. He did not know what to do about the matter. The rights to the hell of unending torment had gone to the Federation. So they wouldn't be able to enter it at will. If they asked to open the passage to the unending torment hell, they would have to face not only Murin, but also the government. Elder Yan said that he would try to look for some other way out. Elder Kim said Ian Kilnam said he was looking for someone for the chapter. Jan Kilnam confirmed, but said that the skill of the fellow to whom he had entrusted the matter did not please him at all. Khan Haji said over the phone that he was offended by his interlocutor's words. The boy said he hasn't been getting much sleep lately. He studies at school during the day, then studies Murim at night. He also finds time to look for clues. Sarah Nuna said if the boy doesn't want to, he can stop. The young man said himself that he wanted to help Mr. Shuna. The guy said it was like that. It seemed to the principal that someone suddenly got scared. He must find the oldest of the clan, who comes from the same place as Teacher Lee. Sarah Nuna said that Murim usually acted in clans. If the girl is alive, she would probably contact someone in the clan. So we need to find out something about the teacher. Sarah Nuna said that Hajie went there as a simple schoolboy volunteer. Therefore, the young man must behave with extreme caution. The director said that she was paying special attention to this moment, because the Murim elders were also in that sanatorium. The boy must be extremely careful. The girl is sure that something must be happening. If it wasn't for Mr. Shiun, she wouldn't even agree to look after this schoolboy. After the conversation, Hajie decided that Sarah Nuna was taking him for a little kid, repeating the same thing 10 times. The young man was approached by the headman and asked who he was talking to just now. The young man asked what was the matter. The girl replied that he had been asked to help with the vegetable garden. The boy was surprised. Did the sanatorium really have a vegetable garden? The girl said she was surprised too. Hajie replied that he was not an expert on vegetable gardens. The headman said that the people here thought that Hajie would do an excellent job. He's so strong. The girl said she was amazed by the young man. Not so long ago, he was different. The headman asked how the young man was able to improve his body so quickly. Although not only had the young man's body changed, he had become different as a person. The boy asked if maybe he was wrong to ask the headman to go along with him. The girl said she was very glad. The headman asked how the Hajie knew there were volunteers here. The young man replied that it happened by chance. The young men continued talking and moving along the road. Suddenly, the boy braked sharply and grabbed the head woman's arm. He said that she should be careful. At that moment, a pot with flowers fell in front of them. The girl cried out in fear. The boy asked where the flower had fallen from. Hajie saw some young man approaching them. The guy was smoking a cigarette and was reservedly silent. The young man took his time walking up to Hajie and the headman and stared intently at the boy. Hajie was wary. Who was that guy who approached them? The stranger stared at Hajie. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. Hajie shuddered. He read on the young man's chest that he was from the Q Ryan school. The stranger did not say a word, turned around, and slowly walked away. The young people remained standing in bewilderment. Kang Hajie's heart was racing. Who was that just now? The stranger was moving away. Hajie thought he felt a strong pressure coming from this stranger. And besides that, he felt something else. The headman asked if Hajie knew the man. The boy said it was the first time he had seen him. The young man remembered how the headmaster had warned him not to show others that he was a Muriman. The young man decided to forget about this stranger. Hajie asked the headman what should be done in the vegetable garden. The girl replied that she did not know exactly. Kang Hajie didn't expect this. He never imagined that a shovel would be waiting for him when he volunteered. An old man in the neighborhood was watching the young man with his crutch. The boy asked why he was digging a hole. The old man, watching the young man closely, said that he was digging the hole for fertilizer. The boy asked his grandfather if this place was too far from the sanatorium. The grandfather said it was good on the contrary. It's very quiet here. The boy thought that the old man liked to be alone. The old man said he doesn't like to get involved with other people, to avoid unnecessary problems. Hajie, working with a shovel, came across something. He said there was something here. The old man asked him to check it out. The old man asked the boy where he had come from. The young man said he was from the Kuryong school. The old man suddenly pounced on Hajie. The boy didn't understand what was the matter. The old man fell the young man into the hole he had just dug. He told the young man not to deceive him. He was already convinced that the boy was a Muriman. It's suspicious that a young guy like that would come to this neck of the woods. The old man swung his shovel at Khadija and asked him what he wanted. Why was the young man looking for him? Hage asked if the flower pot that fell from the window was the old man's handiwork. The old man said the boy had guessed. He's good at sensing energy. Hage shouted that it was very dangerous. What if that pot had fallen on them? The boy noticed that in the hole in which he was lying there was a human skeleton. The young man shouted that there were human remains near him. The old man told the young man to be quiet. The old man looked aggressive. He told the young man to lay out who they were. The old man said he was aware that the types who followed him weren't from Milyan. They don't have such professionals. The boy was frightened. What types were following him? Could it be that stranger? The boy shouted for his grandfather not to jump to conclusions. He's not like that. The young man wondered if there was any point in telling his grandfather the whole truth. How could he guarantee that he wouldn't touch him anyway? Looking at the skeleton, the young man assumed that it was his grandfather, who had done this kind of thing many times before. And now he had made Hajj dig his own grave. Whatever answer he gave, he thought, the old man would eventually finish him off. The boy decided that he had to find a way to make it on his own. The young man closed his eyes and tried to think, to move his brain. Gina had taught him different forms. He should use something in a situation like this. The old man assumed that the young man was from the Shadow Warrior clan. That was why the young man was so reluctant to reveal himself. The old man said that his comrades had stopped contacting him after contacting the Shadow Wars. He assumed they would come for him one day. The old man added that there was no way they would find what they were looking for. The old man said that it was in the tomb of an immortal demon lord. The old man said he had no choice. Since the young man had learned such valuable information, he would take his life as payment. The boy thought it was the end. The old man swung the shovel over his head. At that moment, someone shouted at the old man and said hello to him. It was a girl. She walked up to the old man and asked, Li Cheng-hee? The girl compared the old man to a picture of him on her phone, figured it was him. Asian old men all look alike. The girl immediately dodged the shovel the old man used against her. The old man still had his crutch. He jumped towards the stranger, waving that crutch around. The girl managed to dodge the crutch at the last moment. The fight between the old man and the girl continued. The old man had a tricky crutch. Inside it was a sharp sword, which the old man was now wielding. Looking out of the hole, Hajj wondered what was going on here. The girl continuously repelled this old man's attacks and thought that he was no ordinary grandpa. The old man and the girl prepared for another attack and to repel the attack. Suddenly, more warriors appeared, apparently the stranger's companions, and they all began to attack the old man together. The young man told the girl it looked like she was in danger. The girl replied that she was just distracted. The old man, seeing the numerical superiority of his opponents, redeployed closer to the forest. The girl told the old man to stop running, in case his heart couldn't take the exercise. They don't want to take the corpse with them. The young man thought he had glared again and jumped out of the hole. An old man flew up to the guy at the same moment, grabbed him by the throat and held his deadly sword in front of his face. The old man shouted for everyone to move away. The old man threatened that otherwise he would destroy the young man. Kang Haji thought that he had once again gotten himself into some kind of story. The young man remembered the lessons Gina had given him. In such a situation, he should tilt his head slightly. The boy remembered that Gina had advised in the next stage to strike the back of the opponent's head. That's exactly what the young man did. He smashed his grandfather's nose with his head and intercepted his hand that was clutching the sword. The next moment, the young man performed a combative operation and threw the old man over his shoulder, dropping him to the ground. Heiji shouted loudly that he would not allow himself to be beaten. One of his grandfather's attackers thought about where this young man came out of. No one present knew where the young man had come from. The girl declared that we should catch the old man first and then deal with this young man. The girl looked intently at the old man. He said he had been playing hide-and-seek perfectly all this time. The old man continued, apparently it was time to get out of here too. One of the attackers suggested that we finish quickly before it gets worse. The old man asked if they had seen what they were looking for. The grandfather's teeth were knocked out and his nose was broken. The old man said that since the opportunity had arisen, he would show something interesting. He suggested that they watch carefully so that they would be proud of it later. Heiji, looking at the old man, thought, what a strange energy. The old man declared that the demon lord's power was eternal, and he himself was immortal. Heiji and the attackers were horrified. What had happened to this old man? The young men wondered what this old man had just done to himself. The girl said, there's nothing more to stand for. She doesn't know what happened to him, but he must be tied up before he does anything else. The old man, transformed into a terrifying demon with incredible strength, began to attack his opponents, striking them with his internal energy. The old man became like a monster with glowing eyes. One of the attackers managed to hit the old man powerfully in the face with his fist. The old man stopped, turned around, and decided to deal with his rival. The man was terrified. The old man was so strong that he had already destroyed 2 opponents. The girl gave the command that they should all scatter, because the old man had suddenly become dangerous. One of the attackers decided to use chains with hooks against the old man. The monster old man calmly grabbed the chains with his bare hands. The next moment, the old man decided to attack the girl. His blows were incredibly strong. The old man grabbed the girl and lifted her up by her leg. The old man stated that there would now be a third victim, and he laughed. Kang Habjai, who was watching the whole event, wondered what had suddenly happened to this grandfather. The boy thought, how is this possible? The old man recited some spell and reincarnated. The boy wondered if this was one of the features that people in the Murim had. At some point, the stranger Hajj had seen with the headman appeared. The man said that the place was a mess. The stranger said he just asked the old man to catch. Even that couldn't be done quietly. The attackers rejoiced and said that the boss had come. Hajj saw him and thought it was the same type he had seen with his classmate in town. The old man said it right. If someone came to see him, there must be someone more important. The old man threw the girl far away from him and said, "This should be more interesting now." The stranger caught the girl and held her in his arms. The old man put his fist forward and rushed towards the guy, hoping to give him a devastating blow. The stranger, holding the girl in his arms, repelled the old man's attack very powerfully and kicked him to send him far away from himself. The blow was very powerful. The old man, rising to his feet, said it was not bad. The stranger told the grandfather to follow them. He would not repeat himself twice. The guy lowered the girl to her feet and said that if the old man didn't follow him, he would die here. They won't leave him alive. The old man called the stranger a fool and thought that he had become conceited after hitting him once. The grandfather said, if he fought at full strength, the stranger wouldn't stand a chance. The grandfather's eyes showed that he had the power of hell. From the stranger's appearance, one could sense that he was participating in this fight without much exertion. Once again, he repulsed the old man's attack. In response, the guy hit his grandfather with a right hook, and the old man was stretched out on the ground. The blow was strong and spectacular. The grandfather had no chance to hold on. The old man jumped to his feet and said that he was anticipating all the movements of his opponent. The grandfather did not stop, his eyes glowing with hatred. He said it was time to show his true power. It seemed that the old man's rival was fighting him without much effort, and without making much effort. He once again repulsed the grandfather's attack, knocked him down, and stepped on the old man who was lying there. The boy, without taking his hands out of his pockets, pressed the old man's head to the ground with his foot. The grandfather swore and cursed his rival. The guy said that even here old people's mouths don't close. The grandfather stopped resisting and was amazed. The man told his partners to pick him up. That was the end of their mission. Chang Hajie, who was watching this battle, was astonished. How could this stranger handle his grandfather so easily? The attackers pulled the grandfather out of the pit and cleaned themselves up. Hajie thought, after meeting Li Xiong, that he had more or less learned about Murim and martial arts, but this man's level was beyond all his perceptions. He was incredibly strong. The attackers held the old man under their arms. He came to his senses and said he had a good feeling. The attackers said that the old man was completely crazy. The old man continued, and said that it was as much fun then as it is now. When you fight with a demon lord, it seems like you have the whole world in your hands. The old man said he was waiting for a repeat of what had happened in the old days. Grandpa finished and said it looked like that was the end of it. It seemed as if he was glowing from the inside, as if some flame were burning inside him. The stranger shouted for the young men to quickly move away from the old man. Kang Haji, seeing all this, was horrified. The old man had set himself on fire. The young man couldn't understand why he set himself on fire. The attackers could not understand what had happened. The old man spontaneously combusted and burned completely. The girl asked her boss if it had something to do with eternal energy. The grandfather's reincarnation seemed suspicious from the start. The girl looked at what was left of the old man and said that the last of the 3 survivors in this country was dead. Heije caught himself thinking that he was frozen in place again, and now he would be discovered. The girl told her boss that the old man was here with that young guy. Maybe he knows something. The stranger and Haje's eyes met again. Haje again had the same feelings as the first time they met. Li Xiong and Tayson were sparring again. Now the young man was defending himself, while the man was attacking and throwing punches. Tayson praised the boy and said that today was great, already much better than before. Progress is being made. Xiong thanked his opponent for the praise, but he didn't understand. How would he be able to crush his opponent with defense techniques? Tayson said that he was not showing a method of removing the enemy, but a survival technique. They are different things. The man explained that in most cases, gaps appear in the attack, especially in this case, as the young man uses extremely aggressive and destructive techniques. There are incredibly vile and despicable creatures in the hell of continuous torment. Li Xiong would immediately fall prey to them with these techniques. Tessin remarked that such a thing could not be allowed to happen. But if the young man got into any kind of fight, he should remember that his goal was to survive, not to defeat the enemy. The young man listened attentively and said he understood. The young man listened carefully and said that he understood. Gubam appeared in the doorway and said it was time to go to the meeting. All the elders were present at the meeting. They announced that they were happy to give the young man positive news. The elders told Li Xiong during a video conference that it would not be long before he could go to the hell of uninterrupted torment. The elders stated that they had visited over 20 clans within the alliance. They had succeeded in changing their positions. The young man was surprised. As far as he knew, they had a sense of rejection towards the Xiong clan. Elder Yang replied that that was why they used the name Xiong and the Xinyop clan. It turned out that the rising talents of many clans had a positive attitude towards the Xinyop clan. This made it much easier to bring up the topic of Kan Sound and the hell of uninterrupted torment. Xun noticed that the Federation was aware of the Sunu clan's backstabbing. Wouldn't certain problems arise? The elder said he had just visited the Bommel clan. According to them, the Federation is now completely on the side of the Xinhyop clan. Elder Yang continued, the Federation head is still stubborn, but the Bommel said that it won't last long. The driver reported that Chairman Jan had someone on the phone. After this call, Elder Yang said that he had just been contacted by the Murim Special Forces Unit. They want to meet without attracting attention. Xiong wondered, why is there a need for this meeting? Elder Yan said he didn't think there was anything important there. The man was very surprised. Was his interlocutor really serious about this? The man continued, the situation in Murima was already unstable. If the Sunu clan were to come into conflict with the Federation, that could be a problem. The man didn't think he would hear the edification of Murima from people who came out of the government. Jan Kilnam reminded that Murim and government do not touch each other. Had his interlocutor forgotten this? The man said he remembers everything. But the hell of unrelenting torment, that's the exception. The inmates there are crusaders who know no boundaries. If they are all released at the same time, the world will descend into chaos that cannot be eradicated. However, the Sunu clan continues to reach for the dangerous bomb. The man said so they asked the Khan Sunu to stop. There's no need to alarm the Murim with false rumors that the Khan Sunu is in a hell of uninterrupted torment. The men heard the objection, that they should be the ones to stop. The head of the Sunu clan who had just entered took the floor and continued. They sided with the Federation because they only listened to their position. The men, upon seeing Li Xiong, greeted the head of the Sunu clan. The man rebuked Elder Yang for his fondness for making a fuss. They offered to see each other in private, and he called the head of his clan. Xiong said he came here because he had to do it. All of Elder Yan's recent activities are related to his orders. Li Xiong continued, if they wanted to say something about the hell of uninterrupted torment, they could tell him personally. The man said that the young man had changed a lot recently, but in any case, he suggested getting straight to the point. The interlocutor replied to the elder that they were not defending anyone. They just thought it was the right thing to do. The man continued, it turned out that since a long time ago, the elder had responded with disdain to questions raised by the Shinhob clan. The head learned about it from them, after which he instructed Elder Yan to check the veracity of this information. The man continued, Elder Yan had visited several clans for this, but no false rumors were spread about. The old man wondered, how could they believe it? The man replied that they don't know where the lies are and where the truth is. The man added that they do not want to interfere in the conflict between people in Murima, because no matter which side the government takes, they will still be insulted. It follows that the head of the Federation has used all his cards. Elder Yan said that they should be informed of the news of the continuous torture, hell soon. They would probably have to make preparations soon. Li Xiong asked if his interlocutor thought that he had provoked the head of the Federation. Jan Kilman replied that the head of the Federation must have calculated such an arrangement. The head of the Federation knew that people's positions were not moving in his favor. He did not want to appear as a weak man who was buckling under the public. Therefore, the head of the Federation decided to engage the government to create a reason to open the hell of uninterrupted torture on their initiative. Elder Yan suggested that the clan head not to worry and rest. The young man thanked him and left. Yang Kilnam said that it was too early to relax. This is just the beginning. Kilnam continued, they are dealing with the Federation. No matter how good the training is, they can be hit back. Elder Yan's assistant said that he has been very overstressed lately. The man said he was perfectly fine, and so was the clingy young man. Jan Kilnam remembered the young man and wondered why Haji had not heard from him for days. Elder Yang knew where Kang Haji was. From this place, he had disappeared 3 days ago. Deputy Sarah Nuna noted that several dead bodies were found in the vegetable garden at the location. The man suggested that there was probably a conflict between the residents of the Murim. The director agreed, but it is safe to say that these footprints do not belong to Haji. but to real martial arts masters. The girl assumed that Haji had accidentally gotten involved in someone else's fight. Sarah Nuna, of course, assumed that the young man might cause some trouble, but apparently it's serious now. We need to investigate this case. John Kilnam wondered, had Hayed disappeared without a trace? How could this have happened? What were the circumstances of the disappearance? Sarah Nuna said his mother returned home a few days later and reported her son missing. Kilnam wondered, why so late? There had been no calls before. The girl replied that before losing contact, Haji had told his mother that his phone was broken and he had taken it to a repair shop. The woman thought that this was the reason why she could not reach her son. Sarah Nuna continued. The police took the mother's statement and tracked the location of the cell phone. And at the spot where the battery died, they found some strange findings. They were buried corpses and signs of battle. That's where Haji followed an elderly man named Lee Janhee. Kilnam asked who was the old man. The girl replied that he was being treated in a sanatorium. After they checked his documents, they turned out to be fake. The director continued, while Haji was in the vegetable garden, a certain group of suspicious foreigners visited the sanatorium. Elder Yang was interested in this information. The director said that the foreigners were not caught on any CCTV cameras. They were only remembered by the sanatorium staff. Jan Kilnam suggested that you had foreigners following the old man. The director shared his point of view. The man suggested that Kang Haji might have been accidentally drawn into their conflict. This is the most logical explanation for the young man's disappearance. Kilnam and Sarah Nuna suggested that if this theory holds true, it is possible that the young man may have already died. The stranger asked Haji if he had had enough of life. The guy was startled and asked what his interlocutor meant. The stranger was explaining to the young man the differences of using breathing practices. He suggested that he feel the rhythm with the tempo. Haji said that he did not understand well what he was being told. The stranger explained that the young man was required to gather energy in his hand, and tried to explain how to do it. The man explained that it was done for the purpose of attacking the enemy. The young man is now just gulping air without understanding the basis. There's no benefit to it. In this way, he could dry up all his energy and die. The guy should feel the energy pouring out of the vessels in his body. He should feel the flow of energy coming out. The young man rejoiced. He said he had succeeded and he felt energized. The man replied that the young man was exaggerating. It's all small things. The guy was energized. Now he feels this energy. Those books didn't tell him anything. Turns out it can be very easy. Looking at the man, Haji thought he had followed him for a reason. Then in the vegetable garden, the stranger asked Haji if the old man had told him anything. Kang Haji was confused, as if he had water in his mouth. You could tell from his look that he didn't know anything. The man said the young man could relax. He probably just happened to be here by accident. The girl suggested that he not let him go. He'd seen them all. The boss said he didn't care. There's nothing more for them to do in this country. Haji, seeing the company leave, exhaled. He felt much better. The boy decided it was time for him to get out of here too. He can't stay here any longer. The young man was frightened. He could not move. The boy wondered why he couldn't move. The young man couldn't understand what was wrong. Why couldn't he get those scenes out of his head? It's like an obsession. Haji didn't hold back and shouted for the company to wait for him. The men stopped and turned around. The boy rushed to catch up with the company and said that he had something to say to them. Something irresistibly drew him to these people. One of the company asked, "What was wrong with this guy?" "They let him go, didn't they? Why did he follow them?" The boss stared intently at the boy once again. The young man said he knew. Haji shouted, "He knows where what they are looking for is located." The boy couldn't understand why he was saying that. The stranger asked if the young man knew what he was looking for. The boy said that the grandfather had told him everything himself. The stranger told the young man to spill everything. Haji said he would tell everything, but on one condition, if they trained him in martial arts. The company surrounded Haji and stared at him intently. The young man was serious. He wanted to become strong like them. The stranger asked if the guy knew who he was. Haji said he knew they were from a group of shadow warriors. The stranger came close to the young man. The man asked, "Is the young man a merman?" Haji confirmed this and asked, "What's the matter?" The man stated that there was not a single person who thought they could stay alive after meeting him. The boy tensed. Fear appeared in his eyes. He couldn't understand what this feeling was. The man only looked at him. Haji noticed that when he did so, his body felt paralyzed. And he begins to suffocate. The guy was already really regretting going after them. He shouldn't have done it. The young man, blushing and swallowing saliva, said that in that case, they wouldn't know where their target was. The man called his interlocutor brave and offered to start by telling what he knew. If his information proved useful, he would teach the boy lessons for a few days. Haji asked, not a couple of days, but at least 10. The stranger looked intently at the young man again. The man said he agreed and was waiting for the boy's information. The young man said what they are looking for is in the tomb of the immortal lord. The man asked how he could be sure the boy wasn't lying. The young man said that the old man was going to kill him after he told him about it. The man turned to Julia and said there would be an assignment for her. The stranger gave the girl a task and told her how she should proceed. The man told the guy that he would stay by their side until his information was confirmed. Haji asked, in that case, would he be trained in martial arts all this time? The man agreed. Now he had a reason to stay in this country for a while. The stranger said he was confiscating the guy's cell phone because he's not allowed to communicate with anyone. The guy asked for 1 second. He would quickly text his mom and the friend he came here with that he would be out of touch. The young man asked how he should address the man. The guy said calling him uncle, teacher, or mentor didn't sound right. The stranger told the guy to call him boss. Haji figured he would. He had no other options. He didn't recognize the stranger's name either. Kang Haji pondered over the situation he was in. This company was quite strange, but his desire to learn martial arts was great. The young man thought the boss sounded slightly amused, though it didn't really matter. The young man looked out the window and thought that the boss was still teaching that guy martial arts. Julia confirmed. They've been standing there since this morning, and the young man seems to be enjoying it very much. Julia noted that the boss was getting a little weird. Why was he running around with this guy? The girl understood that the boss had made a promise, but it would be easier to just kill the boy. Her interlocutor disagreed. It's not that simple. The girl noticed that the boss hadn't been this energetic in a long time. He probably enjoys messing around with this guy. The girl went up to her boss and said that she had made inquiries about people who had something to do with what he had told her. Haji was practicing the elements of breathing at this time. The boss, after reviewing the information, decided that the guy was probably telling the truth. He was amused at how they'd gotten the information they'd worked so hard for. The boss asked, by the way, who are they? The girl replied that she didn't know. Perhaps it's just an accident. The man pointed out that there are probably forces out there that are interested in the same goal as theirs. Elder Yang said that the Alliance allowed a maximum of 10 people to be sent to the hell of uninterrupted torment. This trip would be for 2 days and 1 night. Li Xiong said that he would tell the Xinhiops to allocate 9 people. The 10th would be him. Gina said 8. Everyone present looked at the girl. The girl continued, the clan head shouldn't be going there without an escort. It would be fundamentally wrong. Seun said that was not necessary. The Union had already promised to give him protection. Gina said that she would be his escort, so Xinhop should be told to allocate 8 people. The girl turned to Uncle Kilnum. He wouldn't mind, right? Elder Yang said that the first thing the girl should do is not to convince him. It's someone else. The young man shouted, the girl has completely lost her mind. Does she even know what this place is? Gina asked if he was suggesting letting the head go into the Union territory alone. The guy said that's not what he means, and asked Kilnum to stop this crazy person. Kilnum said he tried, but Gina is very stubborn. Ian Kilnum added, the Union said that security takes care of itself. Therefore, it is okay if the girl joins. The boy calmed down, so Kilnum wanted him to go, too. Then he agrees and has no questions. Gubam said only people under 30 can go there by invitation. Coyle said he disagreed and grabbed his head. Then the girl wouldn't go. Gina continued this weird negotiation, and she said she was done making a big deal out of it. The girl added that she wasn't going where no one could go. If it's that dangerous, the head of the Sunu clan should be talked out of it first. Hale remarked that Gina and the clan leader were different things. The girl asked if he thought she was weak. The girl added that one should not underestimate her. She is the granddaughter of a prominent man, and she is not going to live under Hale's tutelage anymore. The negotiations are over. Li Xiong said that they were leaving. The girl was going up to the bus. Everyone said goodbye to the head of the clan. They wished them a safe journey and told them to be careful. After the bus left, Jan Kilnum told Hale not to worry. Everything will be all right. Hale said he wasn't worried at all, although he probably was worried. The man was sad that the one he had raised had grown up so drastically. The bus was informed that the phones would be returned on the way back, and they had to hand them all in. The attendant said it would take about 3 hours to reach the place. After arrival, it would take about 10 kilometers on foot. Someone said hello to the young men. They looked back. It was Jigun and his girlfriend Choa. The guy said, that's the meeting, and offered everyone chips. Gina declared that this was not a happy reunion for her, and she took the bag of chips. Jigun's girlfriend asked the girl, her name is Quan Genie, and is she one of the new 4 talents? Gina asked who she was dealing with. Sam thought to herself, she hadn't heard anything about the new foursome of talent. The girl was very glad that she had gone. She couldn't believe that she was seeing with her own eyes the one she only knew about from other people's words. Choa asked if she could sit down with the girl. Gina wondered why she was taking a seat if she hadn't consented yet. Shun noticed that Choa wasn't nervous at all about the fact that they were going to a hell of uninterrupted torment. Jigun explained that the girl always shuts off her thoughts if she sees something she likes. Shion noticed that Jigun was also in a relaxed state. Jigun said that if it was dangerous there, they wouldn't have been invited. The young man noticed that the people here were not all as relaxed as he was. Seo Gunu of the Chanha clan was present. There was also Lee Junyong from the Yongnam clan. Kim Yunji from the Cheonghwa Garden was present. Among them was a young man named Shin Woojik from the Halim clan, Ha Dongchul of the Samho clan, Kim Jaeho from Shimsu School. Lee Xiong decided to get to know each other better when the opportunity came up. These guys are all rising stars of the Murim. One of the young men noticed a drone circling in the air above the bus. The assistant reported to the elder that they had gone. She had gotten this information over the phone. The old man said he felt uneasy. The girl reassured the elder and told him not to worry. Once they knew the truth, they would quiet down immediately. The old man said he didn't mean that. The elder added, "First the sudden rumors of Kansona, then what happened to the young ones? It's all so strange." The assistant asked, "Is the elder implying that there is some kind of conspiracy behind all this?" The old man said that after a long life in the Murim, he was always beginning to doubt things. The old man hoped it would be over without too much discord. He added that it was good that his friend could be trusted. The bus driver couldn't figure out what was wrong. After all, they were almost there. A police car was overtaking the bus. Its flashing lights were shining. The young men noticed that the police car stopped abruptly in front of the bus, signaling that the bus driver should stop. Jigun asked, "What was the matter?" The driver couldn't understand what had happened either. Why did he have to stop? The police officer approached the driver and told him to get off the bus. The bus driver inquired as to the reason the police officer stopped them. The policeman stepped closer and put a gun to the driver's temple. The passengers on the bus saw this. Jigun jumped up from his seat. The policeman, without lowering his weapon, ordered the driver to shut up and get off the bus faster. Passengers got up from the back seats of the bus and came closer. They wanted to know what was going on here. The escort asked what was the matter. Why was the policeman acting like that? The policeman ordered everyone to get off the bus. Jigun asked, "Where have they seen such barbaric policemen? There is clearly something wrong here." One of the passengers asked why Jigun was speaking to him on a first-name basis. Another passenger saw a car coming through the bus window. He said that the police were not alone. Armed thugs ran out of that vehicle. There were quite a few of them. They had swords and firearms in their hands. The passengers on the bus wondered, who are these types? It seems that this type with a gun near the driver is not a policeman either. The driver was ordered to open the door immediately. He was given 10 seconds to do so. The pseudo-police officer started counting 1, 2. The passengers of the bus began to assess the situation around them. The policeman uttered 3. Gina jumped up from her seat. Li Xiong warned the girl that the gun was too close. Jigong asked Li Xiong what to do in such a case. The young man replied that there was only one way out. The policeman pronounced 4. Xiong said he felt some kind of energy. The policeman had already pronounced 6. Armed men could be seen approaching the bus from outside. The policeman said 8. The mercenaries were already close. The bus passengers were ready to act. The policeman said 9. The policeman had no sooner uttered the word 10 than he was kicked in the jaw. Everyone outside saw the armed policeman do a somersault in the air and fly far away from the bus. The blow to the jaw was very powerful. A young man appeared among the policemen and resisted the villains. Everyone on the bus was amazed. The attendant, the driver, and all the passengers shrieked, "Revealing you." The young man outside was very fast and strong. The passengers recognized this young man. It was Hyuk Sochon, the heir of the Cheondo clan. The passengers wondered what this young man was doing here. Sayan noted that it was exactly his energy. Another policeman jumped up to the bus and pointed a gun at the driver. He told the young man that if he moved, the policeman would blow the driver's head off. Li Xiong told Jinny to be careful. The girl said she understood. Hyuk Sochon didn't give the criminal a chance, instantly standing beside him and deactivating him with her foot. The police officers were finished in this fight. There were still armed thugs outside. The criminals didn't like it. They were very scared. But since they were armed, they decided not to retreat. The criminals opened fire at the young man. The young man dodged the bullets while neutralizing the enemies. Panic broke out in the middle of the attack. The young man said he advised them to stop if they didn't want to make things worse. The guy was completely calm. One of the attackers shouted for the others to destroy him, and there's nothing to stand around for. The attack on the young man continued. The boy stood calmly waiting for the nearest attacker. The young man continued his occupation. He neutralized another criminal, dodging bullets in the process. The passengers on the bus watched the events unfolding outside with breathless interest. The young man was alone and dealing with a bunch of gangsters. Someone said the rumors about him were true. Choa was in awe of the young man. How could anyone be so perfect? The girl regretted that she hadn't brought a video camera with her. She didn't have her phone with her. Jigen told the girl to come to her senses. Choa looked at the people around her and said, "Oops." The girl thought she had said a lot of unnecessary things. Outside, events continued to unfold. A young man approached one of the attackers. The young man said he didn't like long conversations, and he asked who were they and who sent them here. An elder heard a caller on the phone tell him it was a blessing cult. The elder said that he had heard about this criminal group. He asked if their leader was also in a hell of uninterrupted torment right now. The old man's interlocutor was Hayuk Sochan. He replied that the bandits confirmed the information that their leader was in a hell of uninterrupted torment. The old man thought it was a gang of brainless assholes. They stole guns and a police car to get their leader out. What were they hoping for? The young man asked the elder how the information about this trip had reached them. The boy said, for the elder had told him that today's event was being kept secret. The passengers on the bus wondered what the heir to the Kondo clan had forgotten here. This clan withdrew and secluded after a certain incident. Sochan said a team from the union responsible for the crime would be here soon. The guy told his assistant to hand over the attackers and catch up with him faster. He's going with the others. The aide asked if Sochan was sure of what he was doing. After all, there is a Sunu clan among the passengers. The young man said he knew he would have to meet someday. The young man approached the bus passengers and said he wanted to introduce himself. The young man said his name was Hayuk Sochan. He came here at the request of the Alliance for the sake of provision and protection. The young man looked carefully at all the passengers. Jigen said they realized who he was. Jigen continued, wondering if the young man thought it would be a good idea to start with an explanation rather than a greeting. Gina stepped into the conversation and said she too was wondering, how should this all be understood? How did the Cheondomen clan that is supposed to be shut down because of a well-known incident end up here? The young man replied that there were many powerful criminals where they were going. So Tanju-san wondered if their accomplices would also come out of the shadows after hearing about this trip. So the elder asked their clan for help just in case. The attackers wanted to take the bus passengers hostage so that they could exchange them for prisoners. A passenger asked what the young man had to say about the drone that was following the bus. The guy confirmed they planned to guard the bus from a distance until the transportation reached its destination. Gina said that in return for protection, they received an indulgence from the union for the fact that the apprentice, along with an elder from their clan, had killed their elder. Sochan said they conversely feel responsible for what they did, which is why they agreed to help. Sochan bowed and said that he would like to apologize again from the entire clan for what happened then. Gina was offended, and she defiantly turned her back on Sochan and stepped aside. The young man heard that the Cheondomen clan itself was equally shocked by what had happened. Seun said he's sure they've had a hard time too, and he is grateful for the help the young man has now given. Sochan replied that he was immensely grateful for Li Xiong's concern. Passengers took their seats, and the bus moved on along the established route. While the bus was moving, a young man approached Sochan. He apologized and said that he had not greeted the young man. Sochan said that he was happy to meet Mr. Kim Jae-ho. The young men smiled at each other. Ji-ho asked if Sochan remembered him. The young man said he did, for they had met when he had visited their clan. Ji-ho said he wanted to have a conversation while they rode on the bus. Sochan motioned for the young man to sit down. Choa excitedly stated that she too wanted to be present for this conversation. Jigun told the girl to be respectful. Jigun offered the girl a good idea. He said she could try riding in silence. The girl took offense and said that she too wanted to sit next to the heir. The escort said that the young people had traveled a long way. The bus will arrive at the destination very soon. Next, the young people will be guided by a specially dispatched team of specialists. The bus arrived at its terminus, and the passengers got off. The guard greeted them unfriendly and said that the young people could turn around. There's been an emergency. There was an escape yesterday, so no more visits from now on. Jigen said it wasn't fair. Why are they only finding out now? If there was an escape yesterday, they should have been warned yesterday. The guard said their communications were cut off. They couldn't immediately notify someone. Sochan said that Mr. Tanju had ordered to show the young men the hell of uninterrupted torment anyway. Therefore, some way out of the situation must be found. The guard did not calm down and stood his ground. He announced that he would not let anyone through and that everyone had to leave. The guard continued, "It's not a playground for children inside. This prison houses some of the most dangerous criminals in the world. It's not a place for entertainment, where young people like them can come." Ji-ho said that in front of the guard is the heir of the Cheondomen clan. Therefore, rudeness is not appropriate, especially since those present here are strong enough to defend themselves. So the young people want to be led into a hell of uninterrupted torment without threats. The guard's expression changed. He said that he didn't recognize the heir. If the young people insist, they will be escorted to their destination. However, the guards are not responsible if anything happens to them. This is an official warning. Sochan asked the young men if they would agree to such conditions. The guard said that in order to reach the finish line, everyone must master the easy step technique. The guard shouted for everyone to gather and keep up. Using the light step technique, all the guards began to walk off into the mountains. Gina said with anger that the guards wanted to undermine their spirit from the start. Li Xiong said that most likely it's not just that. The girl didn't understand what the young man meant. The boy asked her how she felt behind that mountain. The girl looked at that mountain and said she could feel some powerful energy. The guards continued to climb higher and higher with easy steps. They were trained in this technique. Following the guards, the young men moved along the same route, using a light step technique. They were much better than the head of the guard had expected. In this regard, the guards decided to speed up and turned on turbo mode. The distance between the guards and the arrivals began to increase. The commander was shouted at that the distance was increasing. He shouted back that he had warned the young men, now it was their problem. The guard commander said, "If these people are not capable of such speed, it is unclear why they appeared here." The young men were speeding up too. They caught up and even overtook the guards. They must have had the super mega turbo mode of the light step technique at their disposal. The commander of the guards wanted to increase the speed still, but apparently that was already their limit. The security commander wanted to let the young men know who was really the tough guy around here. Climbing to the top, everyone was resting. The young men looked more alert than the guards, who were falling over. The young man said that they were already at the top of the mountain. There is probably an entrance somewhere. Xiun thought that no one had noticed anything but him. Li Xiong looked at Sochong and thought that he too could feel this energy. The boy looked down from the mountain and felt a fierce energy flow coming from the depths. A shiver ran through him. Li Xiong thought that that was the entrance to the prison. The young man was approached by Jigen and asked what he was looking at. Xiun pointed down and asked if he thought it was strange. Jigen looked in that direction. Xiun clarified. He was referring to the energy flowing through the mountains that way. Jigen replied that it was hard for him to say. Cho approached the young men and said that this landscape looked like a dragon's lair. Gina asked what the dragon's lair had to do with it. Cho answered that, according to geomancy, the energy of heaven and earth was gathered in such a place. The girl explained that geomancy was a theory of the dependence of human destiny on the terrain. Choa suggested looking down. The rib following down the highest mountain surrounds that spot. However, there is one strange point, the girl continued. The dragon's lair should be ideal for training because of the huge accumulation of energy around it. Jigen objected to the girl and said that a prison couldn't be built in a place like this, and it looked like someone had already regained their strength, judging by the carefree chatter. After a rest, the captain of the guard said it was time to follow him on his journey. After a while, the guards and the young men went downstairs. It took less effort. The young men wondered if this was the entrance to the prison. They smiled. The secret entrance door would now open on command. There was no secret door, and they had to go down into the cave. Xiong felt the energy getting denser and denser. It continued to press down on him. Sochan approached Xiun and asked if the young man was worried. Xiun said that he had heard that there were some problems here. One of the members of the expedition said not to worry. According to Tanju, nothing serious should happen. Xiong inquired what exactly did the elder say, but the young man didn't want to talk. He ran up to Sochan and said they would go on together. Gina looked at him with anger. She realized that the guy was avoiding the conversation. Xiun told the girl to leave him alone. The girl wondered if the same guy was being openly confrontational. Xiun said that this was not the time to be fighting over nothing. Li Xiong added that he is not the only one who is hostile to them. The wife replied that the young man was right as always. The girl couldn't understand why everyone was so subservient to this guy. Besides, that incident was his teacher's fault. Jigen told the girl that Sochan was a true Murim idol. Compared to him, the Sunu clan is a pale mongrel. Jigen continued. All these young men are considered very popular in their circles. Obviously to them, the head of Sunu, a nobody, is without his status. Gina angrily asked the young man if he felt the same way. Jigen replied, when it comes to the art of ball handling, he can't say no. As they talked, the expedition made its way through the cave and came to a huge gate, which was securely locked. The captain of the guard reported that they had arrived on the scene, and for everyone to become as serious as possible. Li Xiong felt this energy coming from this place. The next moment, someone appeared out of nowhere and wanted to hit the guard captain. Sosha managed to pull the guard aside. The captain of the guard got off with a minor abrasion. He thought the young man had very good reactions. The guard shouted that there was a fugitive in front of them. The captain of the guard ordered his subordinates to catch him immediately. The subordinates rushed to carry out the orders. The fugitive had no intention of running away this time. He decided to confront the approaching guards. The fugitive asked, "Are they sure they could apprehend him?" He grabbed the two guards by their heads and lifted them up. The unfortunate ones dangled in the air. The villain banged the guards' heads and their blood splattered in all directions. The villain said that they had very negligible skills, and there was nothing they could do against him. The captain of the guard shouted that he was about to destroy this fugitive and would not take him prisoner alive. The young men decided that it was necessary to help the security service as much as possible, and they decided not to hesitate. The villain, eyes bulging and holding the heads of the unfortunate guards, asked why everyone had stopped and no one was approaching him. The fugitive himself moved to meet the guards and wondered if they would engage in a confrontation with him. The captain continued to curse and call the fugitive names, but he didn't budge yet. The villain hurled their injured comrades forward toward the guards. The captain of the guard was frightened. He was hesitant to go on the offense. The fugitive said it was as a reward, meaning wounded guards. At that moment, Sochon appeared and attacked the fugitive. He kicked him in the back. The fugitive managed to dodge, and the blow missed him. The villain managed to catch another guard. The young men watched this with bated breath. It was as if they were in a daze. The villain thought that this young man had very good energy. If he didn't dodge, he would get a good beating. The fugitive said he would fit the young man with a reward as well, and tossed the captured guard toward the young man. Sochon hesitated as he dodged a flying guard. The villain decided that everything was fine, and going as it should. He rushed toward the young man. The fugitive decided that he would now be his plaything, and wanted to take the young man prisoner. The young man shouted that they must not allow the heir to be captured. At the same instant, Li Xiong appeared beside the villain. He hit the fugitive's outstretched hand hard. He probably broke it. The villain cried out loudly in pain. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't even imagined that someone could put up a decent resistance to him. The fugitive shouted, "Who are you?" Li Xiong had no intention of negotiating with the invader. He knocked him out with a powerful punch. Sochon and the head of the guards watched in horror. They didn't expect to see such a reaction and strength coming from Li Xiong. The young men were amazed at how brave their colleague had acted. Li Xiong was the hero of this beating. The young man stepped aside. At the open gate lay a motionless baguette. He was covered in blood and gave no sign of life. From the darkness, on the other side of the gate, footsteps were heard. A man approaching. Everyone present looked in that direction. The stranger said that he seemed to have been spared some trouble. The young men stared in silence with their mouths open. They did not understand anything yet. Who was this stranger? A man stepped out of the shadows. Everyone saw that it was Mr. Kang Sun. The young men saw that it was Mr. Kang Sun. Was he really here? The security chief bowed and said that he welcomed Mr. Kang Sun. The young men did the same, tilted their heads and said that they saluted Mr. Kang Sun. Kang Sun said he was happy to see everyone. He thanked them for coming all the way. Kang Sun said he learned of the young men's arrival from Tanju's letter. Jigen said they had information that the Khan Dream was in custody. What's going on? Kang Seong said that's not true. Kang Sleep said it was a very long story. The man did not have time to start his story. Suddenly, there were some sounds, and the young men looked in the direction they were coming from. Kang Sun said they were too late. Seong asked, "What are those sounds?" The guard stated that the last protective circle of the prison had activated. Apparently, the warning system responded. It looks like an emergency. The girl said that the criminal was already dead. The captain of the guard said that more than one criminal had escaped. The girl asked, then how many escaped from the prison? The guard survived. Kang Sleep said he was lucky. He took the man under his arm and tried to help him move around. The guard stated to go inside. If the last circle is activated, this place will be locked down soon. The captain of the guard said to get everyone inside as fast as possible and help the victims move around. Kang Sun helped the guard get inside. The man told him to tread carefully. Li Xiong watched him carefully. Seun was thanked for his help. The young man looked back. It was Sochon, the heir of the clan. He said that Seun's skills had improved greatly. The head of Sochon said that everything was fine. Anyway, the situation began to develop a little differently than expected. Seung said he agreed. It could have been much worse. The young man added that he had a feeling that what was happening had something to do with their arrival. The guards and young men continued to move in. Tension was building. The young men came to a long staircase. It led deep down. The information about the activation of the last circle was repeated. The mine was deep and you couldn't see the bottom of it. Kang Sun said where they should go next. The young men followed him. The young men noticed that the scale of this place was simply no nonsense. Just being here made them feel uncomfortable. The young men were advised not to touch anything on the path, so as not to create an abnormal situation. The guard said that failing to do so could activate one of the traps. The young man asked where the prisoners were now. The man said that there were cells with prisoners in them. That's where most of the prison facilities are located. And this place is a staircase, a kind of connecting bridge. Gina was as displeased as ever. She said there's been so much fuss made. She feels like a picnic right now. Li Xiong turned to Mr. Kang Song. The young man had a question. A guard popped out of one cave and said, "You finally showed up." They were worried and searching. Kang Sun inquired, "What else happened?" The guard said that one of the fugitives opened the 14th block, and that's a big problem. The man warned me to hurry before it was too late. He was very excited. The young people became concerned. What did it all mean? No one knew exactly, but they concluded that they too were in danger. Kong Sun said he understood everything, but he had one question. What's that guard's name? The master stated that this was the first time he had ever seen him. The guard grinned wryly. The surprise attack must have been a bust, he said. A man in uniform shouted to someone in the shaft. He said they were uncovered and they could all come out. The young men heard the stomping of bare feet. People who were not guards appeared from the cave. The young men were scared. What's going on here? They didn't expect this. The man in uniform took off his headgear and said, Khan Dream himself appeared. Everyone praises his skill so much. The stranger asked how the Khan Sleep now would behave in such an unconventional situation. The young men realized that they were prisoners who had escaped from their cells. The leader of the bandits ordered them to attack. The bandits were armed with sticks, and they rushed at the young men, the Khan Sona and the guards. Kang Song, without wasting a second, clashed with the criminals and gave them a proper fight back. The robbers were scattered in all directions. Kang Sun stated that due to such a fervent interest in his person, it was possible to bring all the villains together. The man promised to do his best to appease their curiosity. So far, he had managed to keep his promise. Kang Sun asked them to do their best too. The villain told Khan Sleep to stop making himself a hero. No matter how tough he was, he wouldn't be able to fight them and protect all those young boys and cripples at the same time. The young men watched as Kang Sun fought off the attacking villains. Sochan also entered the battle. He was swift and fierce. The bandits were taken aback. They did not expect that the young men could fight back. The clan heir has warned that the prisoners are forbidden to approach him. Those who ignore these words will pay with their lives. One of the villains shouted that he wouldn't intimidate them, and they wouldn't respond to some juvenile's threats. In the next instant, other members of the youth team rushed after Sochan. The young men were very aggressive. The armed criminals were again taken aback. They were constantly under pressure from the young men. One of the young men asked the heir's permission to help them deal with these scoundrels. They don't even know who they're pointing their guns at. Sochan said that the young people were invited here as guests, so they should not be hurt. The young people said it was nothing, and they are willing to help the clan heir. The leader of the villains called them ragheads. He said they were not capable of dealing with young men. Kang Sung walked down the stairs towards the leader of the criminals. He said that he should be more serious, if he wants to fight him. The villain said that he wasn't actually going to participate, but since this was the case, he was willing to play a little. The perpetrator was holding an edged weapon. The villain attempted to attack Kansun, but the man dodged effectively. The young man got cocky. He said that the villains could attack him and get a decent response, which is exactly what happened. Those watching him thought the guy was crazy. That's probably because he's realizing his dream right now. Gina thought, what are these young people so excited about? It's like they came to the playground. Li Xiong felt once again that energy. It was present here. The villains were terribly surprised. They had not expected that the young men could use hand-to-hand combat techniques so effectively. One of the perpetrators said he thought they were just kids, but he was wrong. One of the outlaws shouted into the depths of the cave for the others to come out to do his bidding. What the villain saw terrified him. The criminals were lying still and bleeding. A monster with glowing eyes was coming toward him. The monster thundered he'd heard there was a Khan Sleep here, so he's going to the right place. The villain shrieked in fright. What did he want? The man's legs were shaking with fear. The monster grabbed the villain's head with a bloody hand and squeezed hard. He asked if the man had forgotten his name. The young men noticed that the criminals were resisting less and less, and that only encouraged them. The young people asked if the competitors had already run out of steam, but they were not finished yet. One of the guests said there was no point in helping him. We did it without him. A strange sound came from the cave. The guests wondered what was it. They heard the clinking of metal. It sounded like someone dragging a chain up the steps. The young men heard someone calling for Kansun. The sound came from deep inside the cave. Kang Sleep, fending off another attack from the criminal, heard his name being called and turned around. The voice sounded familiar to him. All the guests became wary. This caused an even greater sense of unease. The situation was escalating. Everyone saw a huge monster emerge from the cave. Its eyes were glowing. All the criminals ran away in terror. His feet were chained together. Kang Sun's opponent screamed in horror when he saw the monster. Kang Sun's expression changed as well. He asked, "What idiot let him out?" The monster said, "So that's where you've been, Ken Dream?" Jigen asked in consternation, "Who is the big guy?" The guard said it was Pak Chegwan, nicknamed the Giant Ape. Who thought of opening his cell? The Giant Ape was the monster that tore apart the Alliance guards with his bare hands. He was also famous for killing every opponent he dueled with. The guard said that they were able to detain Park Chegwan thanks to the help of Mr. Kang Sun. He was even confined in a separate cell and closely monitored. Kansun's opponent came to his senses and continued to attack him. The men effectively evaded his attacks. The perp said to keep the cannon distracted. The villain warned that his duck swords are poisonous, and there's no way to dodge all the blows. All it takes is one touch, and the Khan will die. The giant ape slowly descended the steps, right towards the young men. The young men cried out in consternation, "What is he going to do? Isn't he embarrassed that they are standing in his way?" One of the young men aggressively declared that let that Verzilla try to pass through them. At the same moment, Sochan covered him and bent down himself to evade the monster's attack. His fist whistled above their heads. The giant ape's fist flew past and hit the wall. The wall cracked at the same time, and stone fragments rained down on the stairs. Everyone was amazed at the power of this monster. The young men saw the huge fist in front of them and realized how much power this giant ape had. In the same instant, Sochan sprang toward the monster and struck a knee to the head. The villain's head snapped back. The young man said it worked. Hit it right on the point above the lip, which was expected of an heir. But it didn't work, Li Xiong remarked. The villain tried to catch the young man and reached forward, but the young man dodged effectively, performing a flip. The boy landed on his feet and immediately rushed towards the villain with a desire to attack him. He shouted to the others to stay behind him. The giant ape looked down at the young man from above and said that he was still a child. The monster added, "How dare he pounce on him?" The young man effectively evaded the villain's attacks. Dodging the monster's attacks, the young man would approach it and strike it in the body, then retreat again. Monster said that this young man is quite effective. The villain added that the young man knew how to make a calm man angry. The boy continued to deliver his blows, which were very effective. Gina thought that none of Sochan's strikes work against this bulky guy. Just unreal power and reach attacks. The girl thought it was an impenetrable armor technique. Even level 5 strikes are of no use. Sochan thought that because of the type of opponent and the location of the fight, a simple energy boost wasn't enough. You could fly down from one of his counterattacks or shockwaves. He knew that he shouldn't think about extraneous things during a fight, but he was suddenly curious. What would Li Xiong do in this situation? The giant ape has decided that his opponent is very bold. How dare he get distracted while fighting him? The monster noticed the young man's hesitation for a moment and swung his huge fist in a desire to hit his opponent from above. The boy kept his guard up and managed to dodge that blow. The monster's blow hit the ladder they were standing on. The ladder cracked. The young men were worried about whether the whole structure would fall apart. One of the young men said that now it was his turn. It seemed to him that the air gave him a signal. Sochan shouted, sidestepped, and threw another punch at the giant ape. The guy dodging his opponent's blows thought his blows were just as fast, but you can't give him a head start anymore. The young activist, clutching a cold weapon in his hands, decided to attack from behind the monster. The boy thought while the air distracted the prisoner, he could attack from behind and disarm him with a single blow. That would fit in with the air's plans. The monster figured out this attacker and reached back. He disarmed the young man and pinned him against the wall. Everyone was amazed at what they saw. If the guy wanted to get close without being seen, he should have learned how to hide his energy first. Sochan thought it was his mistake. He was distracted and missed the movement of his comrade, whom he was supposed to protect. The monster lifted the young man above his head and pronounced that this guy had no brains at all. How could he pounce on him with such skills? He was going to tear him to shreds as an example. Sochan looked straight into the monster's eyes and thought, not at this rate. In the next instant, something unexpected happened. Li Xiong jumped up and landed directly on the giant ape's shoulder. Gina and the others shrieked in surprise. They had not expected this. Li Xiong asked, "What wilds did the air get swept away into? What happened to him?" The boy added, "Was the air really that weak?" The giant ape was very surprised. "Who else is up there?" The monster let go of the injured young man and wanted to grab Li Xiong. The guy pressed down on the monster's shoulder very hard and used the seismic step technique, pressing the monster with his energy. The stairs beneath them began to collapse. Everyone screamed in terror. No one understood what was going to happen next. What happened next was even more unexpected. The ladder collapsed and Li Xiong and the giant ape began to fall into the abyss. Gina shouted for Li Xiong to get out of there quickly. The girl was terrified. The monster was descending downward. Li Xiong stood on his shoulder. Everyone was watching this picture. Gina was not confused and rushed down after the young man, hoping to save him. Jigen shouted, "Where was Gina going? Had they all decided en masse to go crazy?" Kangsun continued to repel the armed opponent's attacks. The villain thought the rumors about his opponent were true. He dodges absolutely every punch. Kangsun told the guards and the young men to move to a safe distance. The villain thought that his opponent was so confident that he would allow himself to be distracted. The perp thought it was a good thing. It's only good for him. So the villain decided to use a new method of attack. The villain thought that this attack would succeed. Khan's dream let him get very close. The man blocked both hands of his opponent's attacker and began pressing them into the ground. The villain's hands crackled. Kang Sun's fist was like steel. The perpetrator screamed in pain and let go of his weapon. His hands were broken. Victory was out of the question. Kang Sun was like a hurricane. He attacked his already unarmed opponent with great power. The criminals watching the fight were terrified. They thought their boss was finished. Mr. Kang Sun slammed his opponent into the wall, and he was embedded in it. Mr. Kang Sun's opponent was unable to strike a single blow with his duck swords. Mr. Kang Sun asked, "Who will be next?" The criminals shuddered. There was no next one yet. The man said he didn't have time. So, if everyone's okay with it, they can all pile in at once. Everything happened exactly the opposite. The villains turned around and ran deep into the cave, fleeing from the Kang Sun. The guard reported to Mr. Kang Sun that there was a victim among the young people who had come. The man said he knew, since he had been closely monitoring the theater of battle. Kang Sun said the first thing to do is to contact headquarters and report the situation and request to open a pursuit. All the young men should be moved to another location. The young men tried to bring Li Junyong to his senses. Sochun recalled Li Xiong and thought that the young man attacked without any hesitation and flew down with him. The young man thought that Li Xiong was still giving out unexpected answers. Gina descended efficiently, skillfully using her aerodynamic abilities. During the flight, the girl thought, where could Li Xiong have fallen to? At some point in the flight, the girl heard Li Xiong say that he was here, and the girl saw a young man standing near one of the mines. That's where Gina landed. She was glad the young man was in one piece. Li Xiong said that everything was planned. He had specifically come down to study something. The girl was once again surprised as usual. Gina asked, aren't they here because of Mr. Kang Sun? The guy said it was because of him. But another case had come up. The young man, pointing deep into the cave, told the girl that some strange energy was emanating from here. A monster appeared in the doorway, and he said, here comes the guy. Judging by the way he's talking, he's not even thinking about running away. The monster said that the young man was hoping to finish him off with that punch. Li Xiong said not at all. He deliberately lowered the power of the technique. The guy added, he didn't expect the giant ape to come so quickly. The monster's angry. The young man thinks he's all-powerful. He's got a lot of nerve. Gina was startled. Li Xiong calmly looked straight into his opponent's eyes. There was a tremendous energy emanating from the cave. The monster landed a powerful blow on the young man. His fist was huge and powerful. The boy effectively blocked the blow, and it didn't have the desired effect. The giant ape was astonished. How did the young man master this technique? The monster asked, is his opponent a disciple of the unyielding steel wall? Li Xiong asked, how did the giant ape know Tessen's uncle? The monster realized how this young man was so strong. The monster said he wasn't going to fight Tessen's apprentice. It would be ineffective. The giant ape said, let the young man mind his own business. He would go on to look for Khan Sona. Li Xiong asked why his opponent was eager to fight Mr. Kang Sun but against fighting Uncle Taesun. The monster replied that while the unyielding steel wall was here, he had managed to fight him a few times. Then he got bored. He had only fought the Khan Sun once. The monster said it was 10 years ago. An eerie interest creeps through him, wondering if he can still win now. Kang Sun stated that he had no words. He was very surprised to learn that only the Ra Zone had been studied. Mr. Kang Sun had been told that there was a serious shortage of people due to the arrival of new refugees in different parts of the prison. Mr. Kang Sun has ordered that every effort be made to search, but to ensure proper security. The man said he was sure the head of Sunu couldn't have fallen down that easily, considering all his skills. The young men wondered if the head of the Sunu clan was all right, and it was unknown whether he had reached rock bottom. Mr. Kang Sun didn't have answers to these questions, but he was also interested in finding a way out. Sochan asked if he could join the search for the head of the Sunu. Li Xiong said that the giant ape didn't have to be helped. The monster said he was on his way anyway. All the more reason not to aid the disciple of the unshakable steel wall. Gina assumed that Uncle Taesun was a popular person here. The monster showed the way and said that the young man should go further down, but he did not advise him to do so. Further down, a natural cave begins. It is extremely unsafe. There is no lighting in that place, and if you get lost, there is a high probability that you can stay there. The young man asked again, really, there are no people further in? The monster confirmed, inside, no one. The young man asked his interlocutor why he could feel people's energy from there. The guy asked, where did all this stuff come from? There was some kind of cord and many boxes nearby. I could see that it was the work of human hands. The giant ape was shouted by someone. The monster looked in surprise in the direction the voice had come from. A man emerged from the cave and asked what fate brought the giant ape here. And who were the young men beside him? The monster said he wanted to ask Kwak Yung the exact same question. What's he doing here? And what's this weird mess he's making upstairs? The man said that the monster was only interested in fighting Kang Sun. What happens here is none of his business. The giant ape was angry at such a response. Had the man decided to play a joke on him? The giant ape told the man to answer nicely. What's he up to? The man was silent. The big man said it was like he was talking to a wall. The monster and the young man noticed that the lights were missing. The giant ape asked, "Why did the man turn off the lights?" The giant ape shouted for him to turn the lights back on quickly. This man, with a cold weapon in his hands, decided to attack the giant ape from behind. The villain was aware that the giant ape possessed the technique of impenetrable armor. He was also aware that he needed to see his opponent to do this, so he turned off the lights. Gina noticed that Li Xiong had abruptly disappeared somewhere. The next moment, a light appeared, and beside Li Xiong lay a defeated opponent. The guy explained, he noticed the man moving the patch to his other eye, used to the darkness. That's why he turned off the light, to attack unnoticed. The guy said that he had experienced a stunt like this once, so he knows how to act in such a situation. The giant ape grabbed the villain's head with his huge hand and asked him who he thought he was fooling. Did the giant ape tell the unfortunate man to tell what his plan was? The man shouted that it wasn't his fault in any way. His job was just to follow Baek Seong-ho's instructions. Giant Monkey said, "Baek Seong-ho, that's the head of the blessing cult." The girl thought back to where she had heard about this cult recently. The girl remembered and told Lee Seung that they were the guys who had recently attacked the bus. The young man thought that there must be something wrong. The young man looked into the boxes and noticed that all of them held bombs. The giant ape asked, "What are these bombs? Where did they come from?" The man smirked. "Bombs aren't just here," he said. "Bombs have already been placed throughout the prison. So if the giant ape wants to survive, he's got to get out of here now." The monster squeezed the saboteur's head with all his might, and the latter shouted that he had lost his mind and apologized for his behavior. The giant ape told him to clear the bombs immediately. The man said he couldn't do it because Baek Seong-ho was the one who placed the bombs. Li Xiong asked where Baek Seong-ho was right now. The villain said he has no intention of giving him up, and Li Xiong can do whatever he wants to him, he won't get an answer anyway. The giant ape, holding the terrorist by the head, lifted him high up and said that this was his last moment. The villain was scared and said he would be released. He decided to tell everything. The giant ape said if the man cheated, he would tear him to pieces. The villain cried out in pain and begged not to be tortured. And he's ready to confess where Baek Seong-ho is. The man managed to slip out of the giant ape's grasp. He activated a flash of light and ran away. The giant ape couldn't hold him back. The light attack disoriented him for a while. Seizing the moment, the villain fled deep into the cave. Li Xiong shouted for Gina to go back upstairs and report everything to Mr. Kang Song. Li Xiong followed the criminal into the depths of the cave. Gina shouted, "Where was he going alone?" The announcements kept repeating themselves. The final defense circle has been activated. For security reasons, all prisoners are asked to remain in their seats. The young man asked the heir why so many people wouldn't give them a pass. Or maybe it was just his imagination. The head of security said it doesn't seem that way. There should be no prisoners here. Sochan had no idea why the prisoners were swooping down on them in a string. The young man approached one of the injured criminals and asked if he could explain what was going on here. From the young man's observations, he was in charge if he gave out orders to the others. Therefore, he could answer this question. What are the prisoners making all this senseless noise for? The prisoner replied that he didn't know anything. The man added that he was simply obeying the head of the cult. The heir said he needed to step away for a few minutes. "I need to check on something." The young man contacted Mr. Kang Son via intercom and said that he had one question. The boy asked if there was a man named Baek Seong-ho among those who had escaped. Sochan said he was the head of a sectarian blessing cult. The old man lived a secluded life with no one around him. He was now sitting at his desk, bent over a book. The old man was disturbed. He was distracted, and he looked to see who had come to see him. Men in protective robes approached the man, called him master, and said they had collected everything they found in the area. The old man said fine. The old man, taking the book with him, said it was time to move out. Time's up. At that moment, a villain with an eye patch ran into the cave and shouted that Baek Seong-ho should hurry up. The giant ape spotted the bombs. There might be a disruption in the plans. The old man, looking at the fiend, asked who it was. The man was surprised. He said he was Kwak Yungu. The old man said he was referring to the young man who was chasing Yungu. The man looked back. Yungu saw that he was being chased by Li Xiong, and in his defense, he said that he didn't feel anyone chasing him. Li Xiong asked the old man, "Is his name Baek Seong-ho?" The man in overalls shouted that the young man dared not familiarize himself with the gentleman. The old man shouted at him. The old man said if the young man knew him, let him introduce himself. The young man said his name was Li Xiong, and he was from the Sunu clan. Sunho said he was the head of the Sunu clan. What a meeting. What brings such an authority figure to such a decrepit place? The boy explained that once in the prison, he felt a disturbing flow of energy. It interested his inquisitive mind. The old man said he was surprised the young man had good instincts. The boy said, that anyone would have noticed if it hadn't been for the commotion upstairs. The boy asked, "That's why the old man arranged the prisoner's escape, isn't it? To divert the caretaker's attention." The boy called Seongho to account and told him to confess what he was doing here. Seongho held a flask in his hand with a blue crystal inside. The old man said that since Yoongu had brought this young man with him, it was his responsibility. Yoongu said the boy was very strong. He can't handle him on his own. The old man turned to the young man and asked if he was really interested in knowing what he was doing here. The old man showed the young man a flask with a crystal inside and said he was looking for something. Li Xiong listened with interest to what it could be. The guy guessed that there might be some kind of conspiracy here. The old man pulled Yoongu close to him and said that he would omit the tedious explanations in this case. Seongho's gaze was full of determination. Sunho put this blue crystal into Yoong's mouth. The man intuitively swallowed it and asked what it was. The old man told him to feel it for himself. Yoongu started coughing and grunting. The old man said that this was the power of eternal energy. Li Xiong looked at it with horror. The young man asked if the eternal energy was related to the immortal demon lord. The old man replied he didn't expect anyone else to know about eternal energy. Li Xiong continued his questioning. He asked, "What is eternal energy?" Yoongu continued to squirm and cough. The man was getting worse. At some point, his condition changed. He opened his eyes and said that he felt very well. The old man, looking at the man, said that apparently the circulation process had ended. Songho added that he was leaving. He ordered the man to deal with the young man and catch up with him. Sunho turned to Li Xiong and said if he was interested in eternal energy, then he could fight his buddy. And after that, he would figure it out for himself. The old man said that he was leaving because he had other things to do. Li Xiong shouted for the old man to stop immediately. Yoongu pounced on the young man with fury and decided to defeat him in a brutal fight. In this fight, Yoongu had amazing power. He declared that his power was just bursting out of him. He didn't expect to be so powerful. Li Xiong was able to cope with the onslaught of the enemy and successfully repel his attacks. The guy at the moment of battle thought he was constantly being haunted by a strange feeling. Yoongu's eyes were glowing. He was like a machine that knew no fatigue. Li Xiong thought that this immensely flowing power was what eternal energy was all about. The young man wondered, is that really all there is to it? It doesn't make much sense. Li Xiong landed a crushing blow on his opponent. The young man wondered what happened. He had hit his opponent. The opponent didn't seem to notice. Yoongu said, "Is that a blow?" The man grew even more heated with hatred and panting power. Li Xiong's blows had no effect on him. Yoongu said he was about to show what a real punch should be. The villain put all the power and strength into his punch. It was very crushing. But the young man was able to dodge it. Yoongu was furious. His opponent was able to dodge. The man became even more aggressive. He was unstoppable. Yingwu shouted that he wanted to see how much the young man would have. He only needs one blow to finish off his opponent. After that, he will deal with the giant ape. The girl tried to call on the intercom. The phone was malfunctioning, the giant ape was on hold. The girl couldn't figure out where to find a serviceable connection, how high she would have to climb. At this rate, they would get farther and farther away from Li Xiong. The girl had an idea. Maybe the giant ape will report the bombs to Kang Sun. She'll try to look for Li Xiong in the meantime. The giant ape said it was a bad idea because the wardens won't believe him. He has a tarnished reputation. The girl asked, what other options does he have? She mustn't let anything happen to Li Xiong. The giant ape said that he had an alternative plan. He will go in search of Li Xiong. Gina will be going upstairs to look for a serviceable connection, to contact Mr. Kang Sun and report to him what happened here. Yoongu continued to smash everything around him. He was like a machine that never tired. The villain asked why the head of the Sunu clan doesn't attack him anymore. Yoongu said that the guy could repeat his attack that he performed recently. Or was he already tired? The young man calmly watched his opponent. Yoongu said, if a young man is tired, it is sad, because his energy is burning with fire. He feels that he is about to defeat any opponent. Li Xiong yawned and said, stop doing chit-chat already. It's boring. Shouldn't we get down to business? Yoongu said he would show him now. The villain said his goal was to rip Li Xiong's head off. The young man told Yoongu to look at his hands. Blood was oozing out of them. The man looked and saw that his hands were bloody. It was his own blood. The guy explained that this always happens when energy overflows an energy vessel, as in this case. The villain was frightened and looked at his hands. They were shaking. The young man explained that there would be unfortunate consequences if one used energy that was more powerful than one's own strength. Yoongu was surprised and frightened. Why could there be unfortunate consequences from such a magnificent power? With it, he could defeat the giant ape in no time. The young man wanted to advise the man how to behave further, but the man wouldn't listen. He told him to shut up. Yoongu once again lashed out at his opponent, swinging his fist and saying that the young man didn't understand anything. The guy blocked his opponent's punch and used his internal energy to repel the attack. The young man kindly told his rival to stop or he would drive himself into the grave. Baek Sunho said about Young-hoo that he's a one-time puppet. He's not a one-time puppet, so don't get too hung up on him. The aide said that the old man had given him a very valuable item. Song-ho decided that it was okay. If you cling to the small things, you might miss out on the big prize. A big catch is more important than a little thing like Young-gu. The old man had other far-reaching plans. As Sonyo continued his journey, he saw a young man who was in a team of people who had arrived by bus at the prison. The old man didn't expect to see the young man here, so he expressed his surprise. Sunho said he was extremely surprised. He ordered all paths leading downward to be blocked. The boy was perfectly calm. He said he had one question for the old man. Why wasn't the guide we were supposed to meet at the entrance? And what's another blessing cult attack? The old man said things were bad. He didn't want to cross paths with that young man. It was an unplanned meeting. The young man said he'd heard Baek Seonho had gone a little crazy, but not crazy enough to steal the Shadow Warrior's things. Sunho stated that he had found a bigger client. It's nothing personal. It's business. The young man was surprised, for there was no one who could attach the terms better than he could. The old man said that there is such a client, and he was very influential. Somewhere over the mountains, a helicopter appeared. It looked like it was looking for a place to land. The young man said he had to go now, and he would go on about his business. Lee Chung advised Jung to circulate to calm the energy flow, because the man's life was now in danger. Eungu was frightened. Was his life really in danger? Although, to be honest, he too felt that something was wrong with him. Eungu got nervous again and told the young man that they weren't done yet. Eungu shouted that he wasn't letting the young man go anywhere, and decided to make another attack on the young man. The boy calmly dodged this blow. Lee Xiong shouted that he hadn't lied to his opponent, and he would be in trouble any minute now. Eungu shouted that he didn't care anymore. The man shouted that he might look insane, but he had never had this kind of power before. Eungu continued and said that he had finally found his long-awaited power and a chance to prove himself. So he is not going to stop. The man decided that he would rather die fighting the merman than give up his new power. The young man said that Eungu had decided his own fate, and it would be as he wished. The young man touched his rival, directing his inner energy at him. The villain immediately became inflamed. He screamed in pain and terror. But this was already the beginning of an irreversible reaction. Sunho thought he had all his affairs in order. He had everything under control. The old man thought that he should settle the matter with this young man before he left, and shut him up. The old man declared, if they crossed paths now, he couldn't let the young man go so easily. The guy said he was only interested in the merchandise right now. That's why he was here. The old man wondered why the young man was now bringing up the merchandise. The next moment, several people from the old man's entourage were stabbed in the throat by something sharp. Blood was gushing from their necks. The old man was frightened and ducked down. The young man said the old man had a pretty good reaction time. Now it saved his life. One person in Song Ho's entourage thought his attack was rather unexpected. In fact, he was the one who killed his colleagues. The man reported to the young man that the goods had been received. The old man asked the man as he was bribed by the Shadow Warriors. The young man said that the man had been a member of their group from the beginning. The old man just didn't realize it. Song Ho wondered if he had been dancing to their tune all this time. The old man heard the answer that Kumun Ryong might be behind all this. This answer surprised him. The guy said Kumun Ryong is a member of the Shadow Warriors, and he doesn't need any obstacles. The old man said that the dragon could not be imprisoned in the pond. Kumun Ryong's influence has surpassed the Shadow Warriors. He doesn't need this organization. He may be looking for an excuse to leave the Shadow Warrior clan. The young man said that Kumun Ryong was now heading here for eternal energy. The old man thought, this is happening just as he found her. There is a possibility that Kumun Ryong's goal is to absorb the Shadow Warriors with eternal energy. It seems to be fate. The young man asked the old man if it was destiny. Why didn't he want to join them? The old man decides that the young man is a fanatic, so he talks his teeth in his mouth. The young man told his accomplice to kill the old man. Talking is useless. The aide wanted to execute the order, but the old man handled it very easily and deactivated the traitor. The old man grabbed his bag and said that they were proving to be very difficult to deal with, and they were tiring him out. The old man pulled some kind of ball out of his bag and said if they didn't want to do it the right way, he would do it another way. At that moment, there was some kind of explosion and everything went up in smoke. The old man said he'd have to use force, so he attacked his opponent and burned his hand. The traitor with the burnt hand tried to confront the old man. He thought he had the power to do so. The young man said he had anticipated such a move from the old man, and that's why he's prepared. Sonyo shouted that he too could give the young man time to think. The old man confronted the young man and gave him a powerful blow. The boy lost his balance. The old man noticed that some irreversible processes began to happen to the young man. Sonyo coughed and realized that he wasn't going to be able to handle this young man so easily. The old man shouted out that he unfortunately didn't have time to settle the matter now. It was not an easy opponent, and the old man headed deeper into the cave. The young man noticed that the old man used a poison made of silver dust, and the poison affected him. The man in the spacesuit asked how the young man was feeling. The boy said he was fine, he just made a little mistake. The young man unbuttoned his collar and showed his face. It was disfigured. The guy said he decided to get rid of all that camouflage and unzipped the jumpsuit even lower and got rid of the disguise. Instead of a guy, he became a spectacular blonde. The girl said she will remember Baek Seon-ho. The man in the spacesuit said, if the old man is right, won't Kumun Ryung open a chase after them? The girl said that in such a case, the situation might become more complicated. There was no way to hide from Kumun Ryung. The girl felt that something strange was waiting for them when she heard that Lee Xiong would be here. The girl said that Lee Xiong is Kumun Ryung's enemy. If they fight, the girl can buy herself some time. The girl said it's unclear where they both are at this point. The man in the spacesuit stated that he had recently seen Lee Xiong. Gina continued upstairs, looking for Kansun or a connection to him. The girl looked around carefully. Suddenly, Gina's attention was drawn to the prisoners, who were not far from the intercom phone. The girl wondered, who are these people? They look like escaped convicts. What are they doing here? The girl noticed that several prisoners were near the telephone. They're probably waiting for someone to call them. So there is a connection here and the phone works. The girl heard one of the prisoners say they were meeting the founder. Seong-ho appeared in front of the prisoners. He asked if any uninvited guests had come here. He was told that no one had come here. The prisoner asked what happened to the others. The old man replied that they were in trouble. A traitor had appeared in their ranks. The old man asked if they had received a call from Kumun Ryung. Gina overheard the whole conversation. She didn't give away her presence. The girl was very frightened when she heard Kumun Ryung's name. The old man replied that in that case, he would go up higher and wait there. He ordered everyone to leave except the two who were to remain here. The old man announced that all who were now downstairs were traitors. They must be destroyed, their belongings seized, and they must be moved to the hall. The two who are left here should definitely take the call from Kumun Ryung. They must receive all the information that Kumun Ryung leaves for them. The prisoners who remained near the telephone were discussing their plan of action. One of the criminals hesitated and looked away, but it was too late. At that moment, Gina appeared, who came out from her hiding place and delivered a crushing blow to the criminal. He didn't stand a chance. After deactivating one of them, the girl attacked the other and used a strangulation hold on him. The man began to suffocate. The girl said he must answer her questions. Then he has a chance to save himself. Gina asked, what are they doing here? Who was that old man? And what were their ties to Kumun Ryung? The man gasped and blushed. It was hard for him to breathe. The perpetrator remembered that he had a cold weapon and decided to retrieve it from its sheath. The villain asked the girl who she was and where did she come from. Gina saw the knife in her opponent's hands and dodged it just in time. The girl, not letting go of the villain, performed a complicated hold and tossed the criminal upwards. Gina powerfully brought her opponent's head down and slammed him to the ground. The blow was very strong, and the criminal was neutralized. The girl screamed that he had unknowingly pulled out the knife. It was his mistake. He could have at least responded before taking any action. The girl decided that in any case, she had found a phone number to contact Kansun. Gina dialed the number. No one answered. The girl was nervous. Why did it take so long for the call to be answered? Someone shouted into the phone that Kumun Ryung's entourage had arrived. The first rabbit in front of the cave. We have to open the gate right away. Kumun Ryung and his men were standing outside the cave. Gina heard the message. She was frightened. There was terror in her eyes. The girl hung up the phone with a trembling hand. Did Kumun Ryung really come here? The girl knew that Kumun Ryung was the enemy who killed her grandfather. And that person is here now. It was becoming clear to the girl, that ridiculous bomb, this strange commotion. Gina saw this as an opportunity to get revenge on this man for everything. The girl was determined. The girl was tormented by doubts. You can't do this. If Lee Xiong finds out that Kumun Ryung is here, she doesn't know what he will do. And if Lee Xiong meets that person, he might die. Gina decided not to tell Lee Xiong in any way that Kumun Ryung had shown up. It would take Kang-sun himself to figure it out completely. She calmed down a little and picked up the phone again. The man upstairs with the telephone receiver in his hands couldn't understand why his information hadn't reached its destination. Kumun Ryung was as calm as ever. The man with the phone in his hand apologized to Kumun Ryung. He said there was probably a problem with the connection. They would probably call back soon and open the door. Kumun Ryung told his assistant to take action. The villain took action, used force, and opened the gate. Kumun Ryung told the man with the phone to show him the way. The man was frightened and agreed. Julie asked her boss if everything had gone too smoothly. Could there be a trap ahead of them? Kumun Ryung said that everything would be fine and that she should ignore the nuances. The man said if it was a trap, they wouldn't have made such an oversight. Kumun Ryung said that he was more interested in the strange energy felt in that area. Therefore, they might see something amazing. Yoongu came to his senses and asked what the young man was doing. Lee Seung said if he came to his senses, he better let him start by recovering. The guy put his hand on the villain's chest and helped him start his recovery. The young man said if he balanced his ki now, he could survive. Since the young man had helped him, he should now try to balance his energy. Yoongu remembered that he was a villain and shouted, "What was the young man doing?" After all, they had just been in a state of battle. Lee Seung told him to shut up and work on his recovery. The guy said it's not the fight that's important right now, it's surviving. And then they'll think about what to do next. The villain didn't understand what kind of Marine he was. He wouldn't let him die with dignity. The villain said if the young man did that, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Murim for long. Lee Seung replied that he often hears this kind of thing. The young man stated that everything is calm right now. The man needs to heal a little longer. Villain stated that he is getting frustrated with it. His adversary is healing him. This is kind of out of character. Accompanied by a man in a spacesuit deep underground, a spectacular blonde woman suddenly appeared and said that people don't change. It was as if she was walking casually by, deep in a cave. The girl said she thought the young man was stronger until they saw each other. Lee Seung and the villain looked at her in surprise. What was she doing here? The young man asked. Who was she anyway? Lee Seung inquired, could it be Jung Myungran? The girl was surprised the young man even remembered her name. She's flattered. The young man looking at this girl thought, what happened in this place is related to Kumun Ryong. The girl noted that the young man had a remarkable wit. He was a pleasure to deal with. The boy asked where Kumun Ryong was. The girl wondered if the young man really wanted to meet him. The girl advised him to give up. If he met Kumun Ryong with such a weak attitude, he would crush him like a cake. The girl said she hoped to meet a stronger version of the young man next time, and wanted to say goodbye. Lee Chung didn't like this kind of farewell and punched the girl. His fist was transfixed in fury. The young lady's head snapped back. All the girl had time to think was, what a powerful blow. The guy said he's right now while he's giving her his strong version. The young man didn't have much time to negotiate, so he did so, and said that the girl had to now answer the question posed. The spectacular stranger told Lee Seung that he also had a tough side. The girl signaled to her assistant not to take any action yet. The blonde pulled out her whip and prepared to show what she could do. The girl suggested that Lee Seung conduct a small test. The stranger jumped at the young man and wanted to hit him in the jaw with her knee. Lee Seung dodged at the last moment, and the girl missed. The blonde put her whip into action. The young man dodged her as well. The guy said if the girl was really eager to have a test, he could arrange it for her. Lee Seung decided that he would not behave correctly with this girl, and would show what he was capable of. The girl decided to attack the young man once more, but he said that such an attack would not work on him, so he dodged her. The blonde said that's not all she can do, she has other methods. The girl stated that the young man could easily fall into the trap she would prepare for him. The girl gripped Lee Seung's leg with her whip, and he found himself restricted in his movements. The girl managed to get close to the young man and raised her leg to deliver a crushing kick. The young man struggled to look her in the eye, and not to be distracted. Lee Seung dodged, and the girl missed and put her foot down on the ground. The ground shuddered. The girl pulled on her whip, and the young man lost his balance. He fell, and the girl tried to control him. Lee Seung had to get free of that whip at all costs. The boy tried to tear it off. The young man said if she planned to trap him, she had chosen the wrong opponent. Unexpectedly, Yoongu, who had been brought back to life by Lee Seung, appeared. The man was surprised to see this fight. Yoongu thought, who is this woman? Contrary to how she looks, her skills are amazing. The assistant asked the girl if she really had to meet Kumun Ryong. The girl said she did. The man in the spacesuit asked, isn't there another way to grab Kumun Ren's hand? He is also in the Shadow Warriors right now. The girl asked, what did the man hear from Baek Seonho? This eternal guardian, the final piece of the puzzle, fulfilling an elder's long-held wishes. There is no Shadow Warrior leader who does not know this. Despite that, Kumun Ryong kept his eyes on that thing and came all the way over. The man said that a man like Kumun Ryong would not let them go quietly. The girl told the man not to think about unnecessary things. If he didn't want to die, he should follow her quietly. At least she will scratch Lee Seung a little to give them time to get out. The man said he understood the whole situation. But what does that have to do with Kumun Ryong? The man noticed that the girl was spending too much time just scratching Lee Seung. The girl wielded her whip. Lee Seung tried to free himself from her. The girl thought it wasn't what she wanted. Lee Seung thought of the anger he saw that day. If ever again he became like this, Kumun Ryong would waste his time dealing with this guy. The guy wanted the girl to come out and all and show her anger. The young man stood still, stalling and preventing himself from pulling his leg. The girl pulled her whip as hard as she could. Nothing was working. She thought the young man was using the 1,000 weights method, and he was good at it. It was a way to block her attacks this way. The guy asked how she was going to deal with him if she was going to stand still like that. If the flow of ki stops during a fight, one should open one's ki and let one's instincts take over. And don't rely only on your eyes and head. Then, he will be able to use powers he didn't even know existed. The young man thought that he shouldn't delve into it too much. His teacher had once said that if you did something wrong, there would be big trouble. The young man dared to let go of thought and control quite a bit. The girl couldn't understand how she had managed to get so hurt. Why had she gotten hurt so badly? After all, she had an undeniable advantage. The guy decided to use a different tactic. Instead of trying to retreat, he rushed straight towards his opponent. That was unexpected. The young man was so swift that the girl did not have time to react properly, and the boy struck her down with his powerful fist. The girl thought she would try a different tactic. She got an unfamiliar feeling. Li Chong was very angry. His eyes shone and expressed fury. The young man was determined to deal with his rival. Everything around them was mixed up. The observer could not understand who was winning in this fight. The girl did not let go of her whip. The blonde thought she was addicted to this unfamiliar feeling. The young man handled the new attack. It was obvious that he was confident. The girl wondered how he was able to block this attack. The guy looked at his rival holding the whip and thought she was stronger than he expected. The young man wondered, should he continue to raise his ki? The blonde asked, the young man is curious to know where Kumun Ryong is right now, isn't he? He's not going to give up on that now, is he? Hearing Kumun Ryong's name, the young man became very angry. The young man was not himself. His inner energy was bursting out. He was ready to tear his rival apart. But first he had to find the answer to her question. Yungu suddenly felt an eerie energy around him. Is everything all right? The girl decided that enough negotiation was enough. The young man reacts very nervously to the name Kumun Ryong. The guy said he's like this because of Kumun Ryong. He'd do anything to overthrow him now. The young man felt someone put a hand on his head. The hand was huge. The boy tensed up. The giant ape appeared beside Li Xiong. The giant ape said that the young man lost his temper very easily, and it might be difficult to continue the fight in the future. The villain thought an indestructible giant appeared. The giant ape asked, what was even going on here? The giant ape looked at Li Xiong's rival and thought, where did the half-naked maiden come from? The girl wondered, why is the giant ape still alive? Why didn't Li Xiong not deal with that monster? The girl looked deep into the cave and decided they were already there. Armed fugitives approached the place where Li Xiong and the girl were figuring things out. It was quite an unexpected encounter. The criminals are very interested in who this woman is. What is this blonde woman doing so deep in the cave? The criminals wondered why the indestructible giant was near the young man. The criminals shouted, what is the indestructible giant doing here? Shouldn't he be dealing with the issue of Kansun? The criminals said that if the indestructible giant killed all the humans, then they would take him to their side. One of the Yungu told them to stop, because this is where his savior is. The criminals laughed back. This man doesn't understand what is happening here now. One of the outlaws shouted that the giant should first kill the unfortunate man who had interceded for the young man. The man said he's in league with Baek Seon-ho, and they're all his subordinates. He was told to shut up. Li Xiong and the indestructible giant watched this dialogue in silence. The perpetrators said they came here to clean up as instructed by their supervisor. The man said they were just pawns in someone else's game. They didn't do it out of their own minds. The man said that Baek Seon-ho is a real bastard. He's going to get even with him. The girl thought, looking at the young man, that she was now interrupting all the fun because of these criminals. The blonde said regretfully that they would be done for the day. The perpetrators assumed the girl wanted to come over to their side. They said it was fine with them, and they'd give her a very warm welcome. The girl blushed and said that the villain annoyed her with his underhandedness. Unfortunately, he can't see further than his nose. The blonde took out her whip and began to hit the criminals with it very effectively. Who couldn't put up a decent resistance? The indestructible giant was surprised at the technique this girl possessed. Li Xiong said that he wouldn't let her get away that easily. So he decided to detain the blonde. The girl threw some sort of suspicious ball in the young man's direction. At the same instant, an explosion rang out, and the young man was thrown back by the blast wave. The villains started coughing and choking. Their mouths were bleeding. The girl launched a chemical attack. The boy tried to recognize the dangerous compounds spreading in the air. The girl said that, as expected, the boy immediately guessed and stopped breathing. The girl stated that the young man should remain alert. If he carelessly inhaled the smoke, he would be seriously injured. The blonde said she might see you again, waved her hand, and disappeared into the noxious smoke. Li Xiong continued to hold his breath. He thought that this girl was a thousand-faced girl, and he would take care of her in the future. The giant asked how the young man was feeling. The boy said he was fine. The criminals began to come to their senses. They took a breath after the chemical attack and told the giant to grab that young man. They urgently needed to find out what kind of relationship he had with Kumun Ryong. The criminals wondered why the giant did not react to their words and does not take the young man prisoner. The villain shouted that the giant probably wanted to go to the other world first. He could arrange that now? Sochun is on the phone. He asks, "Is it really possible?" Kang Sung said that's exactly what it was. Ms. Gina confirmed it herself. Kang Sun added he couldn't realize how serious the problem was, so he requested an urgent investigation. Until progress is made, everyone stops searching for Sunu and returns to headquarters. Kang Sun hung up the phone, ending the conversation. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. Someone knocked on the door. The man opened the door and looked at the visitors. There were guards standing in front of the Kang Sun. The man asked, "What are they doing here?" The captain of the guard asked, "Kang Sun is going to go to the auditorium where Kumun Ryong is said to be." Kang Sun said to the guards not to worry about unnecessary things. Everyone should go back to their seats and go about their business. The guard captain tried to dissuade the man. The captain of the guard reminded him that Mr. Khan sleeps here to heal internal wounds and regain his strength. The guard continued, "Khan's sleep could not get proper treatment because he was doing his job even in this place. The guard told me to pretend that Kang Seon didn't know anything. It didn't matter what purpose Kumong Ryong came here for." Kang Sun thanked the guard captain for taking care of him. "However," said Kang Sun, "he was currently in charge of this place. Whatever the reason for Kumong Ryong's coming here, it's a fact that can't be changed at this point." Kang Sun said that as a responsible person, he has a duty to protect this place. But he's not going to shirk his duty, even if he has to die on the job. The giant deep in the cave was asking the villain what he meant by saying he was going to send that one to the other world. The rest of the villains were lying scattered around the cave. The giant handled all the villains by himself. The giant wondered, where do troubled people come from nowadays? Why can't they realize where they belong? The giant asked the young man why he was fighting with that blonde. The boy replied that he didn't have the patience. He was seized with emotion when talking about Kumun Ryong. The giant was surprised to hear the name Kumun Ryong. The monster asked, "Is he still alive?" The young man asked, "What does the giant know about him?" The giant replied that he too watched the War of the Gods at that time. The giant ape said that Kumong Ryong was not like a human. He wants to fight a really capable person once. He was tired of just watching him. The giant concluded that maybe he wasn't that good. The surviving villain said his boss went to meet Kumun Ryong. The villain, Li Xiong, grabbed the villain's chest and asked, "Where is this meeting?" The young man repeated, "Where is the meeting place with Kumun Ryong?" Kumun Ryong was told it was an honor to meet him. Suno said that seeing Kumun Ryong in person after having heard about him was very touching. Kumun Ryong and his team stood waiting. The old man approached this company. This was their meeting place. The man calmly and indifferently examined this old man from head to toe. Kumong, hadn't the old man summoned him to give him the requested item? The thing is, the old man said, it wasn't so easy to get rid of the previous client. The old man asked, why did Kumun Ryong come here to pick up the goods by himself? Did he suspect something? The old man said that a significant amount of the eternal energy he was supposed to bring here had been taken from him. Kumong Ryong looked at the old man suspiciously. He didn't like the words he had just said. The man said, did the old man really want to pin the job of finding the lost eternal energy on him? And he called him for that purpose. The old man said that Kumun Ryong was wrong. The old man said he had sent his men to track down the kidnappers. Everything should be all right. The old man stated he wanted to meet Kumun Ryong here, to build a relationship of mutual trust. The old man said that this meeting is an example of how bypassing distrust can build a good personal relationship. The old man recalled that the Power Alliance was built on the tomb of an immortal demon lord. The man continued to listen attentively to his interlocutor. Kumong Ryong asked why the Power Alliance had imprisoned him in such a place. The old man replied that this place was originally the secret training ground of the immortal demon lord. The overlord always trained here alone when he had time. As soon as the Power Alliance received this information, they had enlisted all their best masters to defeat him. After that, people from Murim, who were curious about the end of the immortal demon lord's story, came here. They found out that this place was a blood point, the best place for stigma research. The immortal demon lord's name began to be mentioned in the Murim again. The Power Alliance wanted to erase the traces of the immortal demon lord. Li Xiong asked, is that why they built the prison here? The man replied, it was to block access to the rest of the Murim from coming here. The purpose was to erase the traces of the immortal demon lord. The giant asked, why is Baek Seong-ho searching for an immortal demon lord whose tracks are already hard to find? The man replied that they had received a request to find eternal energy. That's why he was put in this prison. It was a special classified mission. Li Xiong asked, What kind of eternal energy is this? The young man was constantly interested in this question. The man explained that it referred to the condensation of intangible energy into crystalline form. After turning the energy of this place into a crystalline form, the immortal demon lord called it eternal energy. The moment the eternal energy enters the body, it transforms into a straight line and instantly increases the energy of the host. Kumun Ryong asked Baek Sunho if this upset his internal balance. The old man replied that the imbalance would be negligible, and the body would not feel it. The old man asked, does Kumun Ryong really think that this energy is insignificant? The old man Sunho said that this crystal contained a concentration of energy that a first-class master would not be able to obtain even if he practiced for the rest of his life. The old man said that he certainly wondered how many people could swallow that amount of energy and still be fine. Kumun Ryong looked around. He watched the door leading to the mine intently. The girl asked, what's wrong? Everyone turned their attention to that door. There was a noise from the other side. The door opened and everyone felt some kind of energy coming from the other side. Kumun Ryong's men became wary and readied their weapons. They did not know what to expect. Sonyo said they were alarmed again in an unexpected place. Kumun Ryong saw the man who came through that door. He said, isn't that man dead yet? Everyone saw that a can sleeper was standing in front of them. The man was calm and confident. Julia and everyone else shouted that this man was dangerous. How could he be here? Kumun Ryong said that they met again in an unusual place. Their relationship is stronger than he thought. Kang Sun said that they could end their uneasy relationship now. Kumun Ryong and Kang Sun stared intently into each other's eyes. Their faces expressed nothing. They were completely calm, and each was confident. The first to break the silence was Kumun Ryong. He asked, is Kang Sun looking for a place to die? The man Kumun Ryong said that he will definitely think about the relationship they had and destroy his rival. Kang Sun said that killing him won't be as easy as Kumun Ryong thinks. He's not the same person he used to be. Kumun Ryong threw the first punch. It was a very powerful punch. Kang Sheng blocked it and deflected the first attack. Li Xiong was aiming for the exit. He had received information that there would be a Kumun Ryong here. He was eager to fight these villains. The young man said to the giant, he just felt Kumun Ryong's internal energy. It looked like he was fighting someone. The giant thought, who could be Kumun Ryong's opponent? He would have to have a great ability. Only one candidate came to his mind. Sochon stood and listened to the information his interlocutors were giving him. The captain of the guard said that Khan Sleep ordered everyone to wait in the break room until this situation is over. Therefore, one should follow those instructions. The young men were at a loss. Jigun asked Sochon, didn't that seem strange to him? Sochon said that he should hear the order directly from Mr. Kang Sun. He asked where he was now. The guard captain said it's not a request. It's an order that came from Mr. Kang Sun. It's not negotiable. The young people thought that Kang Sun was in trouble, as one would expect. This man is principled beyond belief, but he always listens to what others say. Therefore, he wouldn't give such a unilateral order. The heir said he was interested in the information the guard captain was withholding. The captain of the guard blanched and said they weren't hiding anything like that. The man made a poor attempt to hide his excitement. Sochon said he was not asking in such a case as a visitor to the prison, but as the head of the Cheon Domin. The young man said gravely that the captain of the guard must fully consider the relationship between the Alliance and Cheon Domun before he could give an answer. And he repeated his question, where is the Khan Sleep now? The captain of the guard realized that he was up against the wall, and it was useless to get out of it. The man said that Kang Sun had gotten the information that Kumun Ryong had come here and had gone to deal with him. The young men were amazed at the information they heard. Why did Kumun Ryong come here so suddenly? Sochon shouted, does the captain of the guard know what state the Khan Sleep is in now? The captain of the guard said they were acting under his orders. He's a subordinate. What he's told, he does. Jigun asked where Kumun Ryong was now. The guard said that this information was classified to the young men and they could not reveal it. The guard stated that the Khan had told them not to interfere, although he didn't say anything about outsiders. Cho suggested that he might be in the audience. The guard wondered, how could the girl know that? Cho replied that Kumun Ryong must have come here at someone's invitation, so he must have had some sort of appointment. If you look at the prison from the inside, the only suitable room where many people can gather is the hall. There was a fight going on in the hall at the same time. Kumun Ryong was fighting with Kang Seong. It was an incredible battle. Kang Seong blocked Kumun Ryong's punches, and he dodged Kang Seong's punches. It was hard to give the victory to anyone at this stage. Kumun Ryong was burning with anger. He made efforts to defeat his opponent. The opponents were ruthless to each other. They knew what to expect in this fight and were ready for anything. At one point, Kang Sun delivered a powerful knee strike to his opponent's chest. Kumun Ryong flew backwards. The man steadied himself and decided to retaliate. He was determined to win. Kang Sung continued to attack. Kumon Ryong effectively evaded his opponent's attacks. At one point, Kumon Ryong jumped and hit his opponent in the head with his foot. The blow was so strong that the Kanseong was bleeding. Kumon Ryong looked at the result of his counterattack and was satisfied. Kang Sun's eyes blurred. Kang Sung continued to press his opponent. The number of his attacks exceeded the number of attacks of Kumon Ryong. The latter's companions, who were watching the fight, were surprised by Kang Sun's fighting style. The young man said that last time Ken Sleep was only focused on defense, but now he continues to attack relentlessly. How can one counterattack after being hit so many times by their boss? What is this Kan dream made of? Julia thought, if they're fighting like this, it's clear that this battle isn't going to end so easily. Seongo thought, how did Kan Sleep manage to get himself into this situation? What was going on in the first place? It's going to be difficult to stall before the bomb goes off. That's a real problem. The guards who studied the bombs concluded that this was a job for professionals. It's not a level they can handle. If something goes wrong, it's going to explode immediately. The guard admitted there was a problem. The timer's already started and counting down. The guard noticed that the amount of explosives was not that high, and there's plenty of time before the explosion. The guard concluded that the blast wave would hit the upper floors where the prison cells are located. The lower part of the cave would collapse and block the way. The man figured there was nothing they could do right now anyway. All they could do was leave the bombs in place and evacuate. The man wondered where Ginny went after bringing them here. Ginny asked the surviving criminal where Sion and the giant had gone. The criminal said that they had gone back upstairs. The girl thought that Shun had found out that Kumon Ryong had come. Gina concluded that something terrible had happened that she didn't even want to think about. The girl thought if Shun met Kumon Ryong now, something terrible might happen, by any means necessary to prevent them from meeting. The man said over there where the big lighted window is the hall. Xiong said it would be difficult to get there. Climbing up the cliff was the fastest way. There were no elevators in the prison. The man said that he had brought Shun to where he had asked. But if Kumon Ryong is in the hall, you probably shouldn't go there. Li Xiong declared that he had his own way of dealing with Kumon Ryong. The young man was absolutely sure of himself, and unwavering. The boy began to transform. It was like he was glowing. The giant and the man looked at Siyun and asked what happened to his body. Li Xiong said decisively that Kumon Ryong will meet his end here. He added, "You'll see." It was as if the guy had become the owner of a jet engine. He directed all his energy upward, toward the hall. The young man pushed himself upward. The man screamed, "What is this?" Suddenly, the boy had a strange energy. The giant said that this young man senses an energy that they cannot detect. That is why his interlocutor cannot understand anything. The giant added, "The young man undoubtedly knows that he can't defeat Kumon Ryong alone. Therefore, striving upward, he created such an atmosphere." The man told the giant that the young man might need his help. The giant confirmed that without him, the young man might die. Li Xiong thought that even if Kang Sun didn't like it, but he should still meet Kumon Ryong. Kumon Ryong said his opponent is putting up a dirty fight. Kang Sun decided that all means are good in this fight. It's all about winning. The man thought that this might be his last battle. Kang Sleep, bleeding, pounced on his opponent with fury. He thought that he would leave no regrets in this confrontation. Kang Sun asked, what did his interlocutor want? The elder talks about how Kandream is going to transform the union. Isn't that saying that they should transfer the rights of the branch that split from the clan to the union? Does he really think the Murim elders or some of the people who separated from the clan will accept that? Kang Sun said it's a necessary process for the future of the Murim. The elder said he didn't believe people who said that. They are always hiding something. The elder, after studying the documents, said that he had no idea what was behind the plan. That's why he's curious about what the DreamCon really want. Kang Sun replied that he wants stability and peace in Murim. The elder, without averting his gaze, stared intently at Master Kang Song. The old man asked if that was really all the Khan Dream was trying to accomplish. The man said it was absolutely everything. The elder replied that he would probably decline the request for the time being. The old man said he was sorry, but he didn't want to get involved with the union's business anymore. Besides, he hadn't told Khan everything yet. The elder thinks the man is taking on too much since his teacher Baekhyul passed away. The elder added that the Kansan teacher was involved in an unpleasant incident and was sacrificed to the Marima people. The old man assumed that Khan's sleep to justify the teacher's death, determined that he should become the perfect ideal Muriman. And as a result, the elder continued, Khan's son is now a perfect Muriman, respected by everyone in the Murim. However, his interlocutor sacrifices many things to maintain his image. Elder finished. He thinks Khan's sleep is in a critical position. The old man said the Khan dream is ultimately human after all. One must allow oneself to be annoyed, angry, and hateful. Don't deny his emotions. If he wants something, he must fight for it. He's a living being. Kang Sleep can afford to be a little honest. Kang Sung and Kumun Ryong continued to fight. The fight did not reveal a clear advantage for anyone, although Kang Sung looked more tired as time passed. Kang Sleep wondered how to be honest in this situation. When the man first saw Kumun Ryong, he experienced awe and curiosity, intertwining the basic issue of favor and disfavor, coupled with a thirst for revenge. Now there's a lot of anger and hatred in him. And how is he supposed to be honest when he has mixed feelings of longing and regret? Kumun Ryong said, "Why is his opponent trying so hard?" The man added that Kansona has almost no ki left, and he can barely stay on his feet. Kang Sleep replied because he knows he won't get another opportunity. Kanson added that this is an opportunity to get revenge, something he has not been able to do before because of his position as head of the union. Kangsun said that Kyu Munryong hurt his teacher and even killed the priest. The man said that he had forgotten for a while that he was the head of the union. He was now a great disciple of Baek Kyul, named Kan Sun. He will fight for the honor of the former head of the union, who was an extraordinary man. The rivals' gazes crossed again. There was no fear in them. Ku Mangryong said that it was strange for him to hear such honest words from his opponent's mouth. He was only capable of pretentious things before. Ku Mangryong said that in that case, he too would fight fair in this battle, and that would be the day when Kang Sun would die by his hand. Ku Mangryong jumped and tried to deliver a staggering blow to Kang Sun. Ku Mangryong's assistant thought his opponent was doing much better than she expected. "If this continues, their boss might get hurt," her companion remarked. Julie replied that there was no need to worry for nothing. Their boss always defeats his opponents, even though he is overwhelmingly superior. Kumun Ryong's men noticed that young men, clan representatives, had appeared in the hall. Sochan shouted and spoke Kansun's name when he saw what was happening in this hall. Kumun Ryong's companions realized that there were unnecessary witnesses who might have to be dealt with now. Sochan looked around the hall carefully. He noticed that in addition to the combatants, there were also people from Kumun Ryong. As the fight progressed, Kumun Ryong began to press on. It was obvious that Kang Sheng had less strength left. He was slowly retreating. Kumang Ryong is determined to take this fight to its logical conclusion. He must put an end to their relationship. The young people became convinced that the opponent of Kang Sung was actually Kumun Ryong. Kumang Ryong continued to press his opponent. Kang Sheng went on the defensive. His attacks became less frequent and short-lived. Sochan decided to come to the aid of Kansun, and he rushed to the conflict zone. Jigun shouted for Sochan not to do that. The heir shouted for no one to come any closer. One of Kumun Ryong's henchmen advanced towards Sochan. One of Kumun Ryong's henchmen moved towards Sochan. The man shouted to the heir not to interfere in this fight and blocked his way. Thus, another confrontation arose. The fighters intensively clarified relations, having organized their own battlefield. Julia, Kumun Ryong's assistant, also decided to speak out. She decided to neutralize Sochan and showed an act of aggression against him. The girl said that the young man wouldn't be able to just dodge and walk past them. He was too young and not experienced enough. The result was that all of Kumun Ryong's minions were distracted by Sochan and were trying to deactivate him. So far, it hasn't been successful. Kang Sung shouted for the heir to be more careful. Kumun Ryong called him a daring young man. Gumang Ryong decided to change his tactics. He thought that Sochan's actions might play into his hands. Seizing the moment when Kang Sun was distracted by the heir, Kumang Ryong decided to make a winning move here and now. He crept up behind his opponent and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Kumang Ryong decided to use a crushing thunderstrike and end this fight. Kumang Ryong did what he had planned. Kang Song was distracted and let his opponent get close to him. Kumang Ryong's fist was in close proximity to his opponent's head. At the last moment, Kang Sun managed to dodge and block Kumang Ryong's punch. It was a grand spectacle. The man said he expected such an act from Kumang Ryong. In response, Kansun threw a sudden, powerful punch and sent his opponent far back. He said that he had been waiting for his opponent to lose his guard and was confident of his victory. Everyone in the room was distracted and paid attention to the kick that was executed by Kang Seon. Kumang Ryong didn't expect to get such a rebuff this time. The opponents again came close, and as at the beginning of the fight, began to exchange multiple blows. Kumang Ryong said that Kang Sun had done everything properly. He had no idea that his opponent would resort to such tricks. Kang Sun said that he was tired of the relationship between them. It's all very tiring. The man urged his rival to end things here and now. Again, everyone in the audience cringed. They couldn't take their eyes off what was happening in the epicenter of events. Kumang Ryong cried out in pain. Kang Sun was hurt too, but he held on. He didn't say a word. The men broke through the wall and began to fall into the abyss. There was nothing to hold on to. At the bottom was Li Xiong, who had been making his way up the whole time. And he noticed the fall. Kumang Ryong flew and screamed. As he screamed, blood came out of his mouth. Kumon-ryong noticed Li Xiong. The young man didn't expect their meeting to happen like this. Kumon-ryong grabbed onto Kang Sung in a fall and shouted to go with him. Kang Sung applied a strong metal arm in the fall to hold his opponent tighter. Kang Sung, the fall continued. The opponents flew downward, bound together by the same force. Kang Sung tried to resist and used force on his opponent. He realized that his strength was leaving him. Kumon-ryong wondered how his opponent could continue to fight under such conditions. At some point, Khan's sleep began to faint, but his hands held his opponent securely. Thanks to the strong metal arm, you can grab your opponent and not let go, even after death. Kumon-ryong thought that his opponent was very cold-blooded. Apparently, he was going to die with him from the beginning. Kumon-ryong thought that Kang Seon wouldn't succeed, so he tried to get out of the situation. Kumon-ryong gathered his strength and tried to loosen his opponent's iron grip to free himself from it. The man succeeded, and he pushed the Kansun away from him and told him to go to hell alone. Li Xiong, who was below, noticed the falling Kansun. The young man tried his best to save the master. Kumon-ryong was able to grab onto the ledge and stop his fall. He ended up on the ledge and was rescued. Kumon-ryong decided afterward that it was dangerous. During the battle, his strength was slowly running out. Kang Sung continued to fall. Li Xiong, jumping from rock to rock, approached his comrade in arms. The young man was spotted by Kumon-ryong. He saw him trying to help Kang Sung. The man thought, "What is this young man doing here? Could he really make it?" Kumon-ryong thought that Kang Sung might get lucky again. In the form of a young man named Li Xiong, Baekseono looked out of the hall and shouted that we should get up quickly, because there's a time bomb downstairs. It's already started. Kumon-ryong asked, "Where did that bomb come from there?" Baekseono said the bomb was planted at the request of his previous client. Kumon-ryong thought he had a little more time and rushed down. Kumon-ryong went lower and lower. The old man shouted to him that there was a bomb, and Kumon-ryong misunderstood him. At some point, Li Xiong jumped down from the ledge towards Kang Sung. He wanted to intercept the falling man. Li Xiong succeeded. He wrapped his arms around Kang Sung and pulled him tightly against him. There were already 2 men falling down. In order to stop this fall, Li Xiong held his companion with one hand, and with the other he hooked onto a rock protruding outward. The fall stopped, but not for long. The hand slipped, and the men began to sink lower again. At the very last moment, Li Xiong's arm was grabbed by someone with his huge hand. It turned out to be a giant ape. He saw the fall and was able to stop it. Now, all that was left to do was to pull himself up and pull the men out of the abyss. The giant ape looked at Li Xiong with its kind eyes and asked if the young man was all right. Li Xiong said he's feeling fine. What's more important now is the condition of Kang Sun. The giant ape saved Kang Seon and Li Xiong. Kumon-ryong was watching them from above. Kumon-ryong saw that both of his opponents were alive and almost unharmed. The giant ape looked at Kumon-ryong with interest. Li Xiong looked at him with hatred. Kang Sung was lying unconscious, but he was safe. All 3 of them examined each other in silence. The giant ape glared with his gaze. The opponents were silent but determined. Kumon-ryong and Li Xiong rushed towards each other. Kumon-ryong had a day of battles formed today. Each of them intended to put an end in their complicated relationship. Kumon-ryong said, "He can see that the young man has recovered from his injuries, and he looks good." The man continued, "If a young man wants to live a long life, he shouldn't be stuck in places like this." After talking for a while, Kumon-ryong said that he didn't have much time, so he was leaving. He warned Li Xiong to be careful in the future and stay out of his sight, because he annoys him. Next time he sees him, he might destroy him. This arrangement did not suit Li Xiong. He was eager for battle. He was as aggressive as possible. Li Xiong said that Kumon-ryong was wrong if he thought he could escape. The young man was eager for battle. Xiun threw a powerful fist strike at his opponent. Kumon-ryong blocked it, but was forced to fly backwards, under the directional energy. Oliching rushed towards his opponent again. He was as fast as lightning. Kumon-ryong prepared to block the young man's attack. Kumon-ryong stood on a small ledge where it was difficult for more than one person to hold on. The young man, putting forward a fist that exuded energy, approached his opponent. Kumon-ryong counterattacked Li Xiong, and he was forced to retreat, making an unplanned but controlled fall. Kumon-ryong, watching his opponent from above, said that he had improved his skills a little. But that doesn't mean anything. The man stated that, however, with such skills, the opponent wouldn't even be able to touch his ankle. Li Xiong was still too weak and inexperienced compared to him. The young man called his opponent by name, didn't tell him not to relax. Kumon-ryong replied that he was nearby and always at the young man's service. Kumon-ryong said to the young man to try to catch up with him, and rushed upward, toward the exit. This confrontation was watched from below by a giant. The giant couldn't understand what was wrong with this Kumon-ryong. Why did he suddenly decide to flirt with Li Xiong? The giant tried to bring the man feeling. He said to come to his senses by the end. It was time to wake up. The giant ape took the man's hand and realized that there was no Kai left in his body at all. This meant not a simple faint. The giant didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to cure internal diseases. He only knew how to do external damage. Suddenly, the giant saw something shining. The giant saw a crystal in a test tube. He thought, why does the dreamer carry such a thing? The giant thought it was some kind of unusual energy packed into this vial. What kind of elixir is this? The big man asked Kang Sun if he would mind if they tested it on him. Since Kang Sun didn't answer, the big guy thought he wouldn't mind. Judging from his condition, it wouldn't be any worse for him anyway. The giant unsealed the vial. The young people in the audience thought, what is the state of Khan's sleep now? If he still hadn't risen, they might still be fighting. Only Sochon was on the defensive against Ku Munryong's men. The others decided not to interfere. Sochon wondered, should he go through these opponents and go down to the cave for Kang Sun? But in that case, he would leave the others here. The young man decided that was the wrong decision. Ku Munryong's companions wondered why their boss was still not rising. Could something have happened to him? The old man said he should go downstairs and check on Ku Munryong anyway. That would be the sensible thing to do. The old man added, the thing is, there is a time bomb at the bottom of the cave. This bomb was set to get rid of any trace of the Eternal Guardian's existence, and it's only minutes away from detonating. Even though Julia claims her boss is immortal, he wouldn't even blink an eye in an explosion, so his life won't be affected. The girl thought about it and decided that unreasonable risk was inappropriate here. She would definitely find the boss. Everyone else should stay here. Julia jumped down looking for Ku Munryong. She decided to check the whole area. The girl was coming down and thought it was all strange. The boss hadn't spent so much time fighting before. Soon Julia thought, where did this young man come from? Where had the dream gone? The girl remembered that this young man had fought her boss in the Namsan Tower before. Ku Munryong looked up and saw Julia. He realized that the girl was moving in search of her boss. Li Xiong noticed the girl too, but Ku Munryong was his priority target, so the guy didn't get distracted. As Li Xiong approached his opponent, they exchanged blows. In the next moment, Li Xiong made a very powerful punch, but his opponent dodged, and the guy punched into the stone wall. After that, Ku Munryong attacked his opponent, and the young man had to lick his wounds. Ku Munryong told Li Xiong he might die if he uses a martial art that he shouldn't touch. Li Xiong said that this is something he knows very well, and he can confidently hold his own and control the use of various kinds of martial arts. Li Xiong said that he knows very well what the outcome of this battle will be. Therefore, he is consciously doing so. The old man scrutinized the young men. He turned to the young man and asked him why he said the name Ku Munryong. Li Xiong, who was in a wheelchair, stated that an elder had once told him that he would be able to handle Ku Munryong. Sarah Nuna was standing next to him. The boy added that now he wanted to see if that was the case. The old man continued to look at the young man. Then the old man said that he wanted to ask the young man, it had been a long time since they met last time. Why had his condition worsened? Sarah Nuna intervened in the conversation and said that it was actually simple. The young man kept asking to see the elder. The girl continued, it was said that Li's son had a strong resistance inside. The young man said that he alone was responsible for his actions, and it didn't matter what he did to meet with the elder. Li Xiong said that it was very important to hear the elder's answer before him now. That was why they were here now and met. The young man's question sounded like this. Would he be able to handle Ku Munryong if he did recover? The doctor said it all makes sense to him now. You didn't have to make it so complicated. The old man said that the young man contacted him for such an occasion through Milyan. This is definitely not normal. The elder added that in such a terrible state, the young man was more obsessed with revenge against Ku Munryong than with his treatment. And that is not normal either. The old man summarized that the young man was acting on emotion. Therefore, he would not succeed. Li Xiong stated that that man broke everything in him. Why can't he take revenge for that? The old man shouted that the guy in front of his eyes has a living example. It's Ku Munryong. Doesn't he realize that? A life of revenge is no life. The boy shouted that the elder was his last hope. The young man added, if the elder said that the guy couldn't get revenge, he would consider his life to be over. The doctor cursed. He was not happy with this arrangement. He said that he would speak bluntly. Ku Munryong had reached the pinnacle among martial artists at the moment. It didn't matter how much sorrow the young man had endured in doing so. Objectively speaking, there was little chance of a young man defeating such a person. That said, the old man said if you go beyond common sense and change the approach, it makes a difference. If we're talking about becoming superhuman, for example, this time it was Sarah Nuna who got angry. She said she couldn't believe her ears. What does the elder mean now? It's just a legend. The old man countered that in the past, a great number of masters had believed in the legend and tried recklessly to do so, but they died or were left crippled. Therefore, superhumanity is certainly a Murim legend. The old man clarified and said it remained a legend until he saw the transformation for the better with his own eyes. The elder added that right now, the only way to resist Kumun was to become a superhuman. However, the price for failure would be high. The young man would either die or, at best, be crippled. Saranuna said that this is a reckless decision that is peculiar to young men, not a respected elder. The young man said he agreed. The guy added, "Revenge or death, that's what he wants." The old man said that if the young man had made up his mind, there was something he needed to know. The superhuman process has some nuances. It is absolutely forbidden to worry. If the young man worries, it will immediately lead to failure. Also, in the process of transformation, the guy must completely forget about Kumun or revenge. It won't be easy, but if the young man's transformation succeeds, he will be able to resist Kumun in 10 years. The boy was very surprised. Fighting just to see if he could win? Li Xiong said that he wasn't interested. The young man said he wants victory at all costs. Li Xiong prepared for another attack. He was burning with hatred. His internal energy was bursting out with great power. Kumu Ryong was in an unstable position. He was balancing on the edge. Li Xiong wanted to inflict at least one wound on his opponent that would never be erased. Kumun Ryong used the Black Heaven's destructive strike. Li Xiong used the seismic step. The outcome of this fight should now be decided. This was a powerful confrontation. The energy charges that were released when these two opponents clashed resulted in a huge explosion. Even Gina, who was approaching the scene of the battle, saw and heard it. The girl wondered, what was that sound? The girl came out of the mine and saw a ruined staircase at the site of the rivals' clash, and crumbling rocks. Gina marveled. What could have happened here? The girl was interested in Li Xiong's fate. Gina saw the young men falling among the debris and smoke as they continued the confrontation. Kumong Ryong shouted, "Is his opponent in his right mind? He shouldn't waste his strength like this." The young man was like a demon with a never-depleting supply of energy and ever-increasing strength. Kumong Ryong thought it was a crazy young man who had decided to die with him. Li Xiong was becoming more fierce and dangerous by the second. There was definitely nothing that could stop him now. Kumu Ryong gave a crushing blow and hit Li Xiong's chest. The young man was knocked backwards. He was breaking rocks and emitting a huge amount of energy. Julia and Gina, who had been watching this confrontation, screamed in horror. Kumun Ryong said, the young man must have forgotten who his teacher was. Also, the young man must have forgotten how strong his teacher was. Kumong Ryong bricked his opponent into the wall. Li Xiong was bleeding and lowered his head. Kumong Ryong looked at his opponent. The young man was exhausted. His head was hanging down on his chest. The victor did not express a sense of satisfaction. This fight had not brought him any joy. Julia showed up. She asked if the boss was okay. She asked what happened to Kangsun, and where did that young man come from? Kumong Ryong didn't want to dialogue with her. He asked why she had followed him. Was she trying to interfere with this fight in any way? The girl said that she didn't doubt the boss's abilities. She wanted to report that there might be an explosion soon, since there is a time bomb downstairs. Kumon Ryong said he was aware of it. He was going to come up later anyway, until he'd settled things. Kumon Ryong leaned his palm against the chest of the defeated young man. The girl asked, "What is he doing?" The man said that this guy is still the head of the Sunu clan. Kumong Ryong stated, since he wasted his strength on him, he would take him with him for ransom. Julia told her boss it wasn't worth it. He would be a lot of trouble. Kumon Ryong agreed that Li Shun is a troubled guy, and stated that he wasn't dead yet. Julia realized that this young man was her boss's disciple. But why didn't Kumong Ryong tell her about it before? The girls are sitting in a bar having a drink. Julia is talking about something to her companion. The girl told Julia that their boss takes drugs to erase painful memories, causing him to forget other related things. However, ever since he met that guy, he's been trying to stop taking those drugs and accept his painful past. Julia asked if that young man was really that important to their boss. The girl replied that that was what she was worried about. The girl added that the boss definitely harbors affection for this guy. If a situation should suddenly arise in which the young man would fight the boss at the cost of his life, the girl fears the decision the boss might make. Julia, watching Kumon Ryong, was afraid of what he might do. Kumong Ryong said to Li Xiong, did the young man really think that he could drag him along just because he had improved his skills a little? It was very naive to think so. Li Xiong came to his senses and said that in this he absolutely agreed with his opponent. Kumon Ryong looked at the young man in surprise. In the next instant, Li Xiong pushed his opponent away and ran off to the side. Julia could not understand how the rascal could escape. He was unconscious. Kumu Ryong realized that the fight wasn't over yet. Li Xiong turned into a flaming monster. The young man was like a volcano spewing lava from its depths. He was terrifying to look at. Kumong Ryong decided to hold on to Julia, who was ready to rush into battle. Li Xiong decided to use the double dragon chain dance and soul-crushing strike. Kumong Ryong held Julia and retreated to a safe distance. Julia, being nearby, heard her boss attack. She realized that it was Li Xiong. The girl rejoiced. It meant that the clan head was alive and somewhere not far away. The girl decided not to waste a minute and get closer to where the sounds were coming from. Kumu, Ryong, and Julia stopped on one of the ledges. They tried to wait out Li Xiong's incredible attack. It would take time for the smoke to clear. Kumong Ryong evaluated his opponent's behavior. The young man used defense and attack techniques at the same time. Julia asked her boss, "How could this young man suddenly show such power? Who was he anyway?" The girl recoiled to the side in horror. Li Xiong was nearby. The young man struck his opponent and bounced higher. Kumong Ryong staggered. Julia lost her balance. Kumong Ryong evaluated Li Xiong's attack. It was a thunderous fist combined with a devastating black heaven strike. Kumong Ryong was wounded in the chest area. Julia cried out in fear and asked how the boss was feeling. The girl thought that this young man had lost his mind. She had never seen an attack like this before. The girl pointed out that Li Xiong arbitrarily combines martial arts with completely different properties, and this is not a one-time action. Julia looked at Kumong Ryong and said it was deeper than she thought. "We have to get out of here right away." Kumong Ryong said it's okay. After all, the young man had almost no strength left. The man explained, if one mixed and used martial arts in this way, the body would literally break apart due to the rotating energy. As the opponent consistently used this kind of attack, it is difficult for him to keep his sanity due to the pain. The young man was indeed like a monster that had lost its mind. Li Xiong was not himself. There was only one thing going through the young man's mind. Kumong Ryong, Umun Ryong, thought that the young man was indeed unconscious. The attack was a kind of unconsciousness of the young man. It was the boundary of the black source. In his right mind, he wouldn't be able to mix martial arts. Kumong Ryong realized he had forgotten something. He wondered what kind of soul the young man had now. In what state did it now exist? Kumong Ryong shouted for Julia to get out of here immediately. There's no time at all. Only one word resounded in the monster's head, Kumong Ryong. The monster had only one desire, to kill Kumong Ryong, and that was the only goal for him at the moment. Kumong Ryong remembered that the young man was a guy who didn't know how to give up. He went all the way to the end, regardless of the fact that he might break down and disappear. That's why Kumong Ryong became his teacher at that time. The man thought it was the most stressful time of his life. Li Xiong continued to attack his opponent. He did not see any obstacles in his way. Kumong Ryong was unable to resist properly and had to maneuver and retreat. Julia, watching this confrontation from the side, couldn't understand how this young man could have such power. Even with such a significant injury, the girl felt that her boss shouldn't continue this fight. Li Xiong exhaustedly leaned against the wall again. The guy was in an unconscious state. Kumong Ryong relaxed a little and exhaled. There was a pause to gather his strength. The man started coughing and blood came out of his mouth along with coughing. His wound was serious. Something had to be done. Julia, looking at Li Xiong's unconscious state, told the boss that he had overdone it this time. Kumong Ryong looked up. Something was happening in the area of the hall. One of Kumong Ryong's accomplices was falling down from above. He was holding a chain in his hands. Julia tensed. What else could it be? Who were they having a relationship with? Kumong Ryong rushed to meet his comrade in arms to give him support. The man managed to grab the young man at the last moment and prevent him from falling further. The next moment, Julia came up and asked, "Is it okay? Or is the boss?" Kumong Ryong said he's fine. That guy just passed out for a while. The young man was lying next to him unconscious. The girl stated that she wasn't worried about Pierre. Julia watched Kumong Ryong carefully. The man was thoughtful and detached. Upstairs from the hall, Sochan watched the situation in the mine. Julia said, "Is this the one who put Pierre in this condition?" Pierre was still unconscious. Kumong Ryong said it's Sochan from Cheondomen. It turns out he's here too. The man realized that if Sochan was here, then it was no surprise what had happened. Julia noticed that the young man looked like an ordinary guy. There was nothing outstanding about him. Kumong Ryong told Julia to help Pierre come to his senses and bring the head of the Sunu clan here. The girl asked, "Is her boss really going to fight that guy now?" After all, the boss is not in a very satisfactory condition. Kumong Ryong said that he was feeling fine. The man would add, if it weren't for that fact, Sochan wouldn't even dare to deal with him. Li Xiong thought he couldn't see Kang Song down there. What happened to the man? In the hall, the opposing factions were fighting. Sochan realized that he would have to fight Kumong Ryong and try to find out where Kang Sun was. Jigen asked Sochan where the Khan sleep. Why hadn't he found it yet? Sochan thought that we must not delay, and both of these matters must be solved, fought, and found. Sochan shouted for everyone to step back. He realized that a man was coming this way. Out of nowhere, there was a Kumun Rayong. The man was wounded all over. He said how nice it was that the children were here. The young men shuddered. It was the first time they had seen this villain so close. Kumun Ryung's team, on the contrary, rejoiced. They said, finally, the boss is back. Kumong Ryung said he had some curious information for the young people. He's in a nightmare state right now. So if someone wants to do away with him now, they shouldn't miss the opportunity. The man added that if the young people are going to attack, it is better to do it all at the same time, because he wants to get it over with as quickly as possible. The girl was trying to figure out what was going on up there in the hall. Julia thought that her boss was probably overreacting right now, which wasn't like him at all. There must be a reason for that. Lee Chung moved. He began to slowly come to his senses. Julia thought this guy a weak spot for her boss. If that's the case, the boy's chances are practically slim. The girl thought and decided to draw her sword from its sheath. Julia looked around and there was a noise behind her. Someone was there. It was Gina who showed up. She yelled for the woman to get away from her boss and kicked her. Julia flew off. Gina rushed over to Li Xiong to check on his condition. She was very worried about the young man. Gina picked up Li Xiong and tried to pull him to safety. It was hard for the girl to do this because the young man was still in a semi-conscious state. Julia tensed up and pushed Li Xiong right into the stairwell, where he remained more secure. At that moment, Julia threw her sword in the direction of the young man. The girl noticed that the sword hurt her boss. Gina screamed. The sword had already almost touched Li Xiong's chest. Gina screamed in horror. The girl realized her mistake. She had left the enemy out of her line of sight. Julia attacked Gina. The girls got into an argument. Julia pulled out the sword from Li Xiong's body. She noticed that the young man was still alive. Julia decided that in that case she would kill her rival. Gina rushed toward Julia with all her legs. She thought it was ignorant. How can you give in to your feelings when facing an enemy? Julia, armed with her sword, thought her opponent had no chance, and she would defeat her effortlessly. The battle between the girls was no joke, but Gina was a worthy opponent. Julia was unable to neutralize her. Gina applied the technique, the swift flight of the phoenix. Julia was surprised. How did this girl suddenly have such power? The girls continued to fight fiercely. There was no clear winner. Gina thought, how could this scum dare to injure Li Xiong in front of her? Gina managed and delivered a powerful blow to her rival. She decided to dedicate the blow to her boss. Julia lost her balance and fell. She held the sword in her hands. Gina watched her rival go down. All she had to do was watch. Julia thought with horror that she might as well die. She must do something now. The girl saw someone throwing a chain down on top of her. I'd have to try to grab it. Gina saw her rival grab hold of that chain and hold on. Her fall stopped. Above was Pierre, who threw off that chain. He asked if Julia was okay. Julia shouted that she was fine and thanked Pierre for his help. Gina jumped down in a flash to finish the showdown with Julia and do some damage. Julia dodged, holding onto the chain. Gina flew farther down. Pierre pulled on the chain and pulled Julia out. The young people found themselves up on the balcony. Gina found herself standing at the bottom. The confrontation continued. Pierre asked Julia who the girl was. Julia, taking the chain off her hand, said she didn't have time to explain. Julia shouted to Pierre that she would leave the girl to him for a while. She would go about her business. She had one, a very important one, which she must finish. Gina noticed the harpoon attached to the chain Pierre had launched at her. The girl dodged the harpoon and pulled sharply on the chain. She was sure of herself. Pierre screamed, the chain wrapping around his arm, and he was feeling unnecessary tension. Julia approached Li Xiong with her sword in hand. This was her unfinished business. Julia sprinted over to Li Xiong and decided that she would do it all in one blow. Suddenly, Gina appeared, kicked Julia very powerfully, and said that she had no business being near Li Xiong. Julia thought Pierre had failed in his assignment. What was he doing anyway? The girls furiously began throwing punches at each other. Gina was especially indomitable. She didn't stop for a second. Pierre didn't waste any time either. Once again, he managed to catch Gina by the leg with his chain. The girl screamed and stretched out on the balcony. It was very unfortunate. Gina was lying down, the chain taut and preventing the girl from moving forward. Julia was at a safe distance from her rival. Julia shouted as Pierre almost let her down. Any more and she would have been hurt. Pierre apologized and said that this girl was a little faster than he thought. But everything's okay now. Julia praised the girl and said her skills were pretty good. Gina was very angry. Julia added that the girl had met the wrong person today. Julia held out her sword toward her rival. Julia looked at that sword. There was no fear in her eyes. There was disappointment. The girl regretted that she wouldn't be able to protect Li Xiong. There was a noise and the girls turned around. In front of them stood a monster. Its breath was like that of a demon. It was Li Xiong. His body was emitting energy and light. The young man was terrifying in his anger. Pierre saw this and became very frightened. How could this guy become such a demon? Gina was horrified to think that it was Li Xiong. The young man was unrecognizable. What had happened to him? The monster uttered a single word, Ku Mun Ryong, and then added that he wouldn't let it go. At the same time, another fight was breaking out in the hall. Sochan and Ku Mun Ryong were fighting to the death. The heir thought that Ku Mun Ryong wasn't as strong as he used to be. No doubt he is tired. We must take advantage of that. Sochan noticed that his opponent doesn't hesitate when attacking. He thinks his skills have not improved at all. In that case, Sochan tried using the secret martial art he had practiced since their last encounter. It was to his advantage that Kumong Ryong was underestimating him. Kumong Ryong thought that he would deal with this boy very easily and then deal with the rest of the company. Sochan tried on his secret weapon. There was a huge flash, and his opponent was blinded. Everyone in this hall also felt the power of this attack. When the smoke cleared, Kumon Ryong showed up. He looked partially injured from the attack. Kumon Ryong said that the young man had changed a lot since they hadn't seen each other. Kumon Ryong decided that he would now treat his opponent accordingly. Julia and Gina looked at Li Xiong with horror. They didn't know what he would do next. Julia wondered if this man was immortal. It was the first thing that came to her mind. Li Xiong's hands were trembling. His gaze was demonic. As he breathed, he cast down flames. Julia wouldn't rest and decided that she could handle this monster. And she wanted to end it right now. Julia decided she would make sure this young man never pestered her boss again. Julia shouted for that wench not to go near her, Li Xiong. Julia jerked forward, but was immediately stopped by Pierre. He pulled on the chain and said, "Where is she going?" Julia approached the fiery Li Xiong and swung her sword. She had a clear plan of action that she decided to stick to. On the balcony, above the abyss, a picture like this took shape. Julia was trying to attack the demon Li Xiong with her sword. Pierre had Julia on a chain. He wouldn't let her help her boss. At this time in the hall upstairs, there was a confrontation between Ku Mun Ryong and Sochan. Upstairs in the hall, the opposing factions ceased their confrontation and watched Ku Mun Ryong and Sochan being planted. Such pictures preceded the explosion of the bombs. The next moment, there was an explosion. A clockwork mechanism was triggered. When the smoke cleared, everyone in the room saw Yungu climbing up from below. He survived. The man said he didn't expect to survive. The man didn't understand how it happened. That bomb couldn't have caused such a huge explosion. Yungu assumed Baek Sanho had his hand in something else. Kumon Ryong's companions were worried. Julia and Pierre still hadn't gotten up. Would they be all right? Baek Seungho listened to everyone's outrage. It was a huge explosion. How could this have happened? Kumon Ryong looked at the old man suspiciously. Baek Seungho was not telling us something. Sochan thought that Kumon Ryong was still worried about the subordinates below him. So was Kongsun. Kumon Ryong decided that Sochan had been lucky today. Kumon Ryong said that he had a case to attend to right now, and it's more important than resolving the issue with Sochan. Kumon Ryong said that this time he would give the young man a chance to stay alive, but only so that he wouldn't see him again. Kumu Ryong looked even scarier than before the explosion. He was completely unrecognizable. He wanted to watch his opponent wriggle until he died. The young men were terrified when they saw Kumon Ryong in such a state. No one wanted to deal with him. Julia came to her senses. She thought, something seems to have exploded. She wondered what had happened to that young man. Li Chong, the guy was a direct threat to her. It was as if nothing could defeat him. Julia lay there, unable to do anything. She watched the young man's action. Jin yelled for Li Xiong to come to his senses. The girl was removing the chain from her leg. The guy couldn't hold on, lost his balance, and fell into the abyss. Jin couldn't save him. Julia decided that was the end of the young man. She made sure he was dead. The giant was holding onto the railing with one hand. In his other hand, he held Kan's son, who was still unconscious. The giant sighed. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have gone to such an event. The giant pulled the Khan's son out, placed him on the balcony, and decided that the man would rest here for now. The giant thought, it looks like the explosion is over. I wonder what's left down there. I wonder if there will be another explosion. The giant decided he needed to look around and see what condition this mine was in. If there was a way to get up there. The giant looked down and saw another falling body. The giant noticed that it was Li Xiong who was falling. The big man couldn't understand why the young man kept falling. The giant regretted that he couldn't reach him, and that one would fly by. The thug saw a girl following the young man and shouting his name. It was Jin. The thug rushed to meet the girl and caught her. He held her with one hand, his other hand grasping the wall. They hung together. The girl was against it. She screamed while she was stopped. The giant told the girl to calm down. If she chased down at that speed, she would surely die. Jin was yelling that Shun was falling down right now. He must be rescued immediately. The giant ape said it was too late. Even if she goes down now, she won't save him. She'll die herself. The girl screamed that she didn't care, screaming for the monkey to let her go. The monkey held the girl tight and wouldn't let go. The young man continued to remove himself, falling downward. The girl tearfully cried out the young man's name. There was no way to save him. The young man continued to fall. There was no hope of escape. The unknown awaited him at the bottom. At the end of the fall, the young man plunged into the water. It turned out that there was a lake below. This saved his life. The young man began to regain consciousness. He opened his eyes and thought he was probably in water. The boy saw some kind of light above. He felt a strange sensation. He thought he had fallen into the water. Suddenly, the boy remembered that time. He thought it would have been better if he hadn't been rescued then. If only he had disappeared into the dark water that day. Then, these sad events wouldn't have happened. It's all right, though. I mean, it's all over now. Absolutely everything. It's nice to just disappear into this warm water. The girl and the giant looked down, where the young man had disappeared. They could not believe their eyes. What was that suspicious energy appearing down there? Where were those sparks coming from? A coworker asked Julia if she was okay. Julia said she passed out for a while. The guy asked what she was doing there, and why didn't she get up right away? Julia wondered what happened to that girl. Where is she? Has anyone seen her? It was explained to Julia that the boss was worried about her. So he stopped his fight and went downstairs to find Julia. Julia thought that that girl was also finished. If she rushed downstairs after Li Xiong, Julia apologized to her boss and said that she didn't mean to interrupt him at all. Kumun Ryong inquired, "What happened to that young man?" Julia explained to Kumun Ryong that Li Xiong was carried away by a girl who suddenly appeared. The boss asked, "What other girl?" Julia excused herself and said that she tried to chase the young man with Pierre, but there was an explosion and everyone lost control. Then the young man fell. The old man assumed that the undetected energy of the immortal demon had increased the scale of the explosion by many times. Julia asked, what did the old man mean by energy? Down in the depths, everyone saw some kind of glow, and everyone decided that it was the result of the release of that very energy. Kumun Ryong asked, does the old man mean to say that this is the energy of the immortal demon that reacted to the explosion? The old man said that it was now condensing and collapsing like the reaction after the explosion. It will probably disappear soon. The immortal demon was practicing all kinds of qi techniques. It turns out there is qi that reacts to the explosion of bombs. His followers believe that he is still alive after mastering the immortality qi technique. Li Xiong floated in this energy, gradually sinking to the bottom. The young man plumped himself to the very bottom. He lay in a warm environment. The boy opened his eyes and came to his senses. He tried to get up. The young man realized that he was still alive, and nothing had happened to him. The boy wondered how it was that he had gotten here in one piece. The guy saw something strange in the cave that was at the very bottom. Only now did the descendant of the immortal demon appear. The young man saw the ghost that was in this cave. The Kumun Ryong team received a message that the helicopter had arrived and could only wait 10 minutes. Kumun Ryong and his men went outside. The boss said they had 10 minutes to move and that they should arrive at the helicopter without delay. Julia asked her boss what was the purpose of their coming here. What is their benefit? The girl wondered, after all the suffering, it didn't seem like they got anything out of it. It seems as if the old man had cheated them. Baek Seong-ho apologized. He didn't expect the previous client to use his powers to steal the Eternal Keeper so quickly. Kumu Ryong said that they had heard enough of the old man's stories. Now they are waiting for the real truth from him. If the old man doesn't say anything, they will destroy him. Kumong Ryong said that he still has no intention of making an enemy of a former client of an old man who betrayed him. It's not his problem. Therefore, if the old man continued to insist on keeping this small piece of Eternity Keeper stone, he would cut off the old man's head and send it to Baek Seong-ho's former client. The old man replied, Ku Mong Ryong saw the Eternal Keeper energy himself. Why can't he verify it himself? Kumun Ryong said he didn't believe it. No matter how outstanding this piece of stone is, there is no way that a thing that will disappear if it is used up can exist forever. The man said the stone fragment the old man showed him might be a byproduct, but it wasn't the real thing. The old man asked, is he really dealing with Kumun Ryong? If the man was obsessed with the holy stone and didn't see its true nature, the old man would be disappointed. The old man showed the book and said that the secret of the Guardian of Eternity that Kumun Ryong was interested in was written by an immortal demon, and none of the followers still know about this secret creature. Ku Mong Ryong listened to the old man attentively and stared at him intently without averting his gaze. The prisoner opened his eyes. He thought that everything was going just as he had expected. He heard a massive explosion, assumed there was some serious trouble afterward. The prisoner's cell was deep downstairs, and it was very heavily guarded, because this man was particularly dangerous and required extra attention. The head of the guard said that if any suspicious behavior was observed, the prisoner could be eliminated by any means necessary, as long as there was no riot. The guard who received the instruction told his partner that a large caution had been received about an arrestee who was in a cell. Despite punching through several layers of iron gates, they still get paid for firearms. My partner said that with this level of vigilance, one could not worry at all. And at that moment, there was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, the guards heard footsteps. They began to suspect that something very bad had happened. The guards drew their guns and pointed them at the prisoner. One guard shouted for Ma Youngshik, a particularly dangerous prisoner, to stay where he was. If the prisoner tries to escape or resist, they will open fire immediately. They have already been authorized to do so. The prisoner smiled. He just wanted to see how the Murim were doing. Ask a couple more questions. But that gun pointed at him upset him. Ma Youngshik asked, why were the guards gathered here again? After all, he hadn't given a reason. The guard noticed the prisoners standing behind him. They bowed respectfully and said they were ready to meet the president. One of the prisoners apologized for breaking the president's word not to act without his direction. However, an anomaly was detected in the holy energy. Ma Youngshik said he felt it too. He understands the general excitement caused by this uncertainty. The guard was tense. He pointed his gun at a particularly dangerous prisoner. The prisoner said, since his colleagues had come here, maybe they would all go to the sanctuary now? The guard with the gun shouted for the prisoner not to move. Otherwise, he would be forced to use firearms to kill him. The prisoner did not listen. The warders did not understand what was happening to their bodies. The guards noticed that they could not move. What's happening to them now? Ma Youngshik paid no attention to the threats. He kept moving. The guard once again ordered the prisoner to stop. If he didn't return to his seat, everyone would die. The prisoner realized that if physical force was not used against the guards, they would not calm down. Ma Youngshik disarmed the guards, injuring them. He said he could have quietly turned a blind eye, but the current guards have no manners at all. A prisoner asked the president if this was the way to immortality. The man replied, you could say it was the first step towards it. Ma Youngshik said thoughtfully. He seemed to be seeing his teacher's shadow now. What could have happened to the shrine? The giant said it didn't sound like a good idea. The giant and Gina moved along the ledges deep into the cave, with flashes of energy all around them. The giant asked why they shouldn't go down there with someone else. After the suspicious energy was gone, Gina said if the giant is afraid, he can go back. The big guy said he was worried about the girl. He saw bodies falling from a great height, but they didn't look human. The girl tells the giant ape to shut up. She doesn't want to listen to his lamentations. Gina said with tears in her eyes. She doesn't care what Li Xiong has become. She really wants to see him. The giant said he thinks the energy here is fading. It made sense to wait a while. The girl refused to wait and jumped down, right into the fog. The giant closed his eyes in fear. He said it was possible to go mad. How come he got involved with a child who wouldn't listen to anyone? After a short fall, Ginny landed safely at the bottom of the mine. The girl felt that something was wrong with her. Gina couldn't understand why she was choking, and she felt dizzy. The girl saw a young man lying not far away from her. He did not give any signs of life. Gina recognized the man. It was Li Xiong. He was covered in blood, and he looked really bad. The girl cried again. She felt very sorry for the young man. Gina was approached by a giant. He, too, had come down safely. The giant concluded that the young man had looked much better before. Gina pounced on the big man. How could he say that? The giant started to make excuses. He didn't mean it at all. It seemed to the girl that Li Xiong was still alive. She shouted his name. The giant couldn't believe his eyes. Gina flew up to the young man and asked him how he was feeling. The young man called the girl by name. He recognized her. Gina hugged Li Xiong tightly and screamed. She hoped so much that the young man would be alive. The giant asked in amazement how the young man was able to survive a fall from such a height. What was his secret? The girl answered the giant instead of the young man. What does he care? The main thing is that the young man is fine, and there's no need to dwell on that. Li Xiong looked up and asked, did he really fall from there? Gina asked if he didn't remember anything. The guy said he seemed to remember something. The young man looked up and asked, who was the strange man? The girl was frightened. What man? The young man pointed his finger upwards and said, the one talking to him is from up there. Gina and the giant looked up and thought, what is the young man talking about? From above, among the rocks, they all saw a skeleton. What's he doing up there? Li Xiong couldn't believe it was a skeleton. Just a few minutes ago, he was still talking to it. The young man distinctly remembered the man upstairs saying, descendant of an immortal demon. Gina looked at the young man in surprise. What does he mean? The girl thought that the boy had a problem with his head. Li Xiong said, it seems like he was wrong. The young man thought, wasn't the immortal demon banned in the Murim? The boy thought that he shouldn't bring it up again. The young man remembered and asked, where is Kumun Ryong? What's wrong with him? Gina shouted at the young man. What's wrong with him? Why is he looking for Kumun Ryong even when he almost died? Doesn't Li Xiong realize that if he continues like this, he will die? Gina clarified what she meant. She had seen the state in which Li Xiong was fighting the enemy. The giant listened to this dialogue with great interest. The girl added that at that moment the guy was on the verge of death. She doesn't want to lose him. The girl continued, does Li Xiong really want to die at the hand of that rascal? Does he really want to leave like her grandfather? And leave her alone? The girl kept crying. She said the guy doesn't think about the people who care about him at all. The giant did not hold back and said that maybe the young men would leave their amorous affairs for later. It was time for them to move out. It was better up there than down here. Gina thought, what's wrong with this man? Why does he keep getting into other people's dialogue? And what amorous business is he talking about? The giant told the girl not to get angry, and not to meddle in other people's business either. The young men noticed that the light was getting shorter and shorter. At this rate, it would soon be dark. If they didn't plan to follow the same road they had come here, they should leave now. The giant also added that he was interested in the condition of the Kansona he had left upstairs unattended. Gramila said that if no attention is given, Kanson's condition will worsen. There were young men near the Kanseon, Jigun and Sochon. Sochon said they should hurry up and heal the Kanseong. He hopes it's not too late, but we have to hurry. Sochon received information that the young men were able to contact headquarters, and they have additional information. Choa said they would come right away to pick up the young people. So we have to wait a little longer. We've received a message over the intercom. There is an injured Mr. Kang Xiong in Section 5 of the vertical cave. The members of the teams that have completed the rescue operations should immediately begin rescue work related to Mr. Kansun, as instructed by their superiors. The information about Mr. Kansun's rescue was heard once more. This information was heard in the vertical shaft. The giant calmed down a bit. It seemed that the other boys had found Mr. Kangsun first. The giant suggested at this point that we part ways. He decided that his work was done. It was time for him to go back. Li Xiong wanted to tell the giant that he might be released since he had helped Mr. Kangsun escape. The giant said, removing himself, thank you, he didn't need it. The big guy said he wanted to fight Kaon's son, not receive thanks. Li Xiong stated that the giant could get out of here quickly. The giant said that he had no intention of leaving this place. The big guy climbed onto the balcony before hiding in the shaft and said that he was comfortable here. So there's no need to think about unnecessary worries. Gina asked in surprise, what's the reason the giant doesn't want to leave this place? The giant said he too has a secret he doesn't want to reveal. And you don't have to worry about him. The giant said, though briefly, he was having fun thanks to the young men. He asked to say hello to the steel wall. The giant ape advised the young men to get out of here quickly and inquire about Kangsun. After all, they are worried about him too. At this time, Cansleep lay unconscious, but he was alive. Mr. Cansleep was taken to doctors who tried to stabilize his body and get him back to normal. The young men stood waiting for information about Mr. Kansunwa's condition. They were nervous. Jigen asked, what's bothering the Sochon heir? The young man looked distressed from the moment they found the Kansun lying unconscious. The heir said, it's because Mr. Kangsun is in a strange state. He feels a lot of energy in his body, but when checking his pulse, it seems to disappear. Sochon was worried if the Kan sleep had injured his veins, he checked, but it wasn't. The young man told Sochon not to worry too much. The doctors would do their best and bring the Kansun back to proper condition. The young man added that he would fight Kumun Ryong alone and save Mr. Kang Seon. With such accomplishments, the Cheondoman clan will once again be enshrined in the Murim. Jigong saw Li Xiong and Gina approaching them. They asked if Mr. Kangsun was here. The young men whispered when they saw Li Xiong. Everyone was happy that the young man was alive. The young man said that Li Xiong disappears, and when all the problems are over, reappears. The young man gazed around the people around him. The young man said nothing. His condition left much to be desired. Li Xiong said it seems that the young people were worried about him. He wants to apologize to everyone for that, and thank them. Jigong asked Li Xiong how he was feeling. He's covered in blood. It's not normal. The young man said he was fine, and asked about Mr. Kangsun's condition. The door opened and the doctor came out. He said everyone should get out of here and don't make any noise. Li Xiong saw that Kang was lying in the room, and he's unconscious. Everyone started asking the doctor questions. What's wrong with Mr. Kang Xiong? Is he okay? The doctor said he's not in the best condition, but they're working on him. The doctor continued. They've tried several treatments already, but nothing has changed yet. The doctor stated that he needed to be rushed and transferred to another facility for more accurate examination and treatment. The doctor saw Li Xiong enter the room and shouted that this must not be done, that the young man should come out immediately. Li Shijing stood over the Kangsung. The doctor said that the young man should leave the ward. The prisoners were puzzled. How was it that all this tremendous energy had disappeared? The prisoner shone the flashlights on the wall. His eyes expressed surprise. The prisoner said he could not feel any energy, even from the body of the saint. The leader of the prisoners was very annoyed. Things didn't go according to plan. How could it? Li Qiong placed his hand on the body of Kang Song. An incomprehensible glow appeared between his hand and his body. It was probably this energy. The prisoner couldn't understand how this happened. Where had the energy gone? All his efforts were in vain. Li Qiong used the holy energy to bring Mr. Kangzon to his senses. He could feel the holy energy that had disappeared. Gina and the young people were surprised. What kind of unconventional treatment methods does Li Qiong use? Is the young man using a rare type of treatment? There's no such thing. Only the best masters in the world can do such a thing. Herr Sochon looked at Li Qiong. The young man's talent was astounding. What is really going on? Sochon felt something strange from the moment Li Qiong appeared. It had been bothering him. Li Qiong continued to treat Mr. Kangsun with energy. Sochon thought that this was an unimaginable energy. How could there be such a thing? The doctor was frightened and indignant. He told the young man to remove his hands immediately. You can't do that. There is no medical explanation for this. Sochon intervened and told the doctor to wait a little longer. There would definitely be a positive effect. Li Qiong didn't pay attention to anyone. One of the young men noticed that Kangsun's complexion had become less pale. This means that the treatment is progressing. Everyone around him calmed down and silently watched the process. Li Qiong was working hard, redirecting energy from himself to Kang Song. Jigen stated, it feels like the energy is subsiding. What could that be related to? Gina stayed focused and watched the young man's hands. Li Qiong didn't move. The girl walked closer to him and asked if the young man was all right. Li Qiong leaned on his arms exhaustedly. Gina picked up the guy and asked, what's wrong with him? A frightened Jigong ran up. Li Qiong was wrung out like a lemon. Jigong suggested that the young man lie down and rest. The young men wondered if Li Qiong might need their help. No one understood what was happening to the young man. Someone suggested that it might be exhaustion. Li Qiong had sacrificed a lot of internal energy to restore Kansun and had lost his strength. One of the youths suggested that Li Qiong was imitating the powers of a supreme master who used a rare type of treatment. The young man used all his strength. It's good that he is the head of the clan. That's why he gets special treatment. The doctor looked at the body condition readings of Kansun and said that all the indicators had come back to normal. The doctor looked at the device and could not understand how this could have happened. Just a short time ago, the patient was in critical condition. The young man asked if Mr. Kangsun's condition had gotten better. The doctor said that it was not just better. All of his vitals were absolutely normal. Kang was just on the verge of death. In the doctor's opinion, it was a miracle. There is no other explanation for what happened from a medical point of view. Jigong and Gina laid Li Qiong on the couch. The young man didn't have the strength to move on his own. The boy needed a rest to recover. Gina thought that enormous energy suddenly disappeared in an instant. What was it? Why was this process suddenly interrupted? What happened to the young man while he was missing in the cave? Ma Youngshik couldn't understand why this energy appeared and disappeared so quickly. It appeared that there was no point in them coming here. The man decided to go upstairs and check out what was going on. Ma Youngshik told his subordinate to quickly gather his followers and get them out of here. The man said for everyone to leave. The sacred energy is gone, so there's no reason to stay here. Now they're all going back. The man scratched the back of his head and thought it was all kind of sad. The man asked what he should do with the founder's gift. Should he take it with him? Ma Youngshik said, when everyone is restored to their previous state, we should leave it behind. Ma Youngshik added that there is no better place for the founder to rest than this. The man was disappointed. 50 years of training had ended so fruitlessly. Now it was unknown how he would look at the meeting. The city is being destroyed. There are fires and collapsed houses everywhere. People abandon their homes and migrate to other places that are less dangerous. A child cries near her dead parents. An adult hand is reaching out to the baby. The baby needs protection. The baby is wary of reaching for that hand. The baby has no other choice. A skeleton that was deep in a cave. It's a nightmarish sight. Li Qiong came to his senses and cried out. He must have had a nightmare. The boy jumped up from the couch. There was fear in his eyes. The young man was very frightened. Like what happens to people when they jump up after a nightmare. Gina was puzzled. The young man couldn't come to his senses. Why did he have such a nightmare? The girl walked closer and asked Li Qiong if he was okay. The boy couldn't figure out where he was. Why was he here? The girl explained to him that he had been treating Mr. Kangsun and had suddenly lost consciousness. So, he was put here to rest. Li Qiong didn't remember treating Mr. Kangsun. Was it really something he had been doing? The girl was surprised that the guy didn't remember anything. She was scared. Li Qiong didn't understand what had happened to him. Where did this strange dream come from? How could a dream be so distinct? The young man looked around and asked where Mr. Kangsun was now. He was told that he was in the next room. In the next room, Mr. Can Dream regained consciousness and was familiarizing himself with information about the events that had occurred while he was unconscious. The head of security came to the Can, apologized, said he didn't want to disturb the man, but he had a case. It involved another escape. Kang Sung studied the matter and said that immortality sex, it was very serious. Anyway, Ma Young-shik, this is a very big problem. It's too bad he was able to escape. Kang Sun asked the security chief why there were no reports of other followers' movements. Kang Sun explained that Ma Young-shik was an important person in the immortality sect. If he left, the other prisoners must have followed him. The head of security said that he would find out immediately. Kang Sun wondered why Ma Young-shik suddenly broke out. This was a man who had been quietly imprisoned for a long time. Kang Sun couldn't find an answer. Kang Sun decided that maybe he had a reason that they wouldn't even know about. Ma Young-shik was leaving the cell area after destroying all the guards before he did so. Jigun asked the young man why he expected to walk out quietly and not be frisked. The young man said that he brought this costume to Li Xiong because it was the only suitable costume. Jigong asked Li Xiong, is he really okay? Li Xiong says he's fine. However, Gina says he treated Mr. Kang Sun recently. He doesn't remember it. Apparently, he has memory lapses. Jigen said that everyone was worried about the health of the head of the Sunu clan. Maybe he's in some kind of trouble. Jigun said he worries about the young man even when he just looks at him. Li Xiong thanked his friend for worrying about him. It's very touching. Gina asked why the young men were still here. How long can we wait for them? The girl noticed that Li Xiong was taking a very long time to change his clothes. It's not normal for girls to wait for a young man to change there. Li Xiong walked out into the hallway. It was empty. The young man asked where the others were. The girls said they were waiting in the break room. Everyone waited for the young man to wake up. Li Xiong asked, could the entrance have been blocked due to a system error? Choa said the system has already been restored. The malfunction has been repaired. The cause of the malfunction is still being investigated. Jigun said that Seo Gunu was against it. Seo Gunu, he's the sunglasses guy. He left and still hasn't come back. Jigun said this guy wasn't usually like this. It's very strange that this happened. It would have been nice if he hadn't been blown away by that explosion. Gina asked, shouldn't they track him down? Choa said they couldn't. The impact of the explosion made this whole space dangerous. If you act carelessly, you could bury yourself alive. Everyone went outside to look for it, but it's empty inside for some reason. Everyone must be busy. Even Mr. Kang's sleep, as soon as he came to his senses, immediately returned to his office. The young man wondered what kind of nonsense his interlocutor was talking about. The young man said that the clan head hadn't been to the Murim for a long time. And what new treatment did Li Xiong come up with? His interlocutor said that there could be such a thing. The guy said that this treatment was seen by everyone who was there, and everyone was very surprised. The young man speculated that Li Xiong might have had some sort of breakthrough. He fainted, then suddenly woke up. The guy regrets that he couldn't watch the battle between Qiu Munryong and the Master. His interlocutor said that he was very scared when there was that fight. He would not want to witness such a battle again. The young man said he couldn't see the Master. Where could he have gone? A man saw the young men and asked who they were. Ma Young-shik inquired why such young people are in prison. Li Xiong walked past the right office. Jigong stopped him. The boy looked back. Jigen said that the reception is in this direction. The young man thanked him and said that he didn't know his way around here yet. The girl asked, why was Li Xiong walking in the other direction, if there was something in that direction? The guy said that he seemed to be mistaken. The young man thought he had just felt something very strange. It was an unusual feeling. Ma Young-shik interrogated the young men. Why didn't they answer him? Could they be underdeveloped? The young men wondered if they should run away. How could such a person get into this part of the headquarters? The young man appeared to be aggressive. He said he had to defeat this stranger. Ma Young-shik asked, did the young people really want to have fun? He could arrange it for them now. The young man said he felt scared for some reason. He must be a real master in front of him. It was an awkward situation. The young people did not know how to behave. The stranger was suspicious. To run away would be to admit that they were cowards. Young men resting in the reception area heard the alarm. Condition alert, red. Gina thought that headquarters was under attack. Appropriate measures must be taken immediately. The message was duplicated. Ma Young-shik thought that his escape had become known to everyone. The young man rushed to attack the prisoner. He was determined. He had a cold weapon in his hands, a stick. The second young man was encouraging and saying that he was good. Ma Young-shik held his opponent's cold weapon with 2 fingers without much difficulty. He said that even after 50 years, people are still slow. They have been making a fuss for a long time and are only now sending out a warning. The young man failed in his attack. He was very annoyed. How was this criminal able to hold on to his cold weapon? Ma Young-shik destroyed that stick, making it clear that the young man couldn't do anything to him. The boy was upset. Ma Youngshik only now realized that his opponent was holding a stick. The attacker was shocked. Ma Youngshik said, "These people don't even know what kind of creature they are attacking." The boy thought he was facing a terrible master. There's no way to deal with him. That's why we have to run away right away. The young men wanted to run away, but they failed. Each of them noticed that their body was not moving. The criminal's hand was already in close proximity to the young man's face. The boy realized that his fate was already predetermined. Suddenly, Li Xiong pumped so that the young men would both leave immediately. This villain, he will take on. The young man threw a very powerful, aggressive punch at Ma Youngshik's head with all his might. The villain, Ma Youngshik, said if the guy's a prison guard, he should know who Ma Youngshik is. And he wouldn't even dare to think to confront him. The villain said that he is now using the heart-binding technique. And the young man will find out what it is. Kang Sun recognized Ma Youngshik as being in the headquarters building. "That's unacceptable," said the man. The head of security said dozens of agents were involved, but he was never arrested. The guard complimented that the moment the armed warders confronted him, their bodies became as motionless as stone. Kang Sun knew that Ma Youngshik possessed a demonic art that binds opponents, this heart-binding technique. The perpetrator asked the young man if he could appreciate his skill. Li Xiong made a powerful and aggressive strike at his opponent. Ma Youngshik was astonished by what he saw. The perp realized his heart-binding technique didn't work on this guy. Ma Youngshik dodged the punch and Li Xiong missed, flying to the side. Ma Youngshik thought, why isn't his technique working? What's going on? Could it be? Li Xiong attacked his opponent. The opponent successfully blocked the young man's punches. Mo Youngshik decided that, judging from his movements, he couldn't be a great master. Ma Youngshik couldn't understand what went wrong during the backlash. The villain tried to change the distance between him and the young man. Maybe then his blockages would be more effective. Li Xiong did not calm down and continued to increase the number of his attacks. His opponent didn't attack, but he repelled these attacks very effectively. The young man was constantly late. The young man decided to use a technique, the double dragon chain dance. It always worked effectively. This time the young man was surprised. The attack didn't reach his opponent. What techniques does this criminal possess? Ma Youngshik couldn't figure it out. Why doesn't the heart-binding technique work on this guy? Who is this guy anyway? Was he really one of those masters he knew nothing about? Li Xiong was like a dark horse to him. Ma Youngshik decided to use his internal energy. He wanted to suppress the young man first and find out what kind of person he was. This time, the young man also dodged his opponent's attack. The villain was discouraged. How could this guy dodge the lightning flash technique? There was no way. The opponents stood against each other. The young man prepared to repel his opponent's attack. The guy thought he couldn't see his attack. What kind of lightning speed his opponent must have? The guy, Gina and Jigun were nearby. They came to the young man's aid. Ma Youngshik thought, what other techniques don't work on this guy? Could it be more than just the heart-binding technique? The man had little difficulty repelling the attacks of Jigun and Gina at the same time. He did it casually and without strain. The young men couldn't understand how their opponent was so easily deflecting their attacks. He had time to do everything. Ma Youngshik realized that there was no problem with his backstabbing, because young people can't execute their attacks effectively. The criminal, looking at Li Xiong and his uniform, thought his opponent, the warden. But this warden looked very young. How could he possibly know about the Dokman School martial arts? Gina and Jigun couldn't move from their seats. The opponent restrained their movements. Li Smun asked, "What is the martial arts of Dokman?" And he told his opponent to let the young guys go. The man also wondered how long his opponent would be able to hide his identity. The criminal noticed that the young man was affected by the pursuit of the devil's shadow. So he decided to incapacitate the young man first. The young man had to retreat to a safe distance to avoid dangerous attacks. Gina and Jigun were out of commission for a while. They needed to recover. Li Xiong was preparing to continue fighting. The young Ma Youngshik applied just now in battle, the illusion effect. He noticed that his opponent was confused. This fight was beginning to irritate the man. It seemed to him that this confrontation was taking too long. He didn't think an opponent with high school martial arts skills would be able to resist him for so long. Ma Youngshik was annoyed that he couldn't easily subdue such a young warden. The man caught himself that he felt neither anger nor dislike for his rival. That seemed strange to him in this situation. He felt only a kind of nostalgia for something familiar, and he couldn't remember what it was. Li Xiong, Ma Youngshik said, "How dare this little kid ask him questions?" This guy, Li Xiong stated, he had the impression that his opponent was not such a bad person. Ma Youngshik said, "Now let's check how good a man he is." He said to call Kang Sun to him. He wants to take his head off, and then they'll talk about which one is good, which one is bad. The young Ma Youngshik stated that the explosion that had just happened had destroyed all the sacred grounds of the school. If that is true, shouldn't the person in charge of the place take responsibility? If the young man wants to have a normal conversation with him, he must first bring him the head of the kansona. Li Xiong Gina told the young man to leave that occupation. Their rival is unwilling to negotiate. Li Xiong said that it is impossible to end the conversation in this way, and special prisoner Ma Youngshik should understand that. Security guards ran into the room where Li Xiong and Ma Youngshik were negotiating. They said that the criminal was surrounded. He should surrender, and he better not force them to use weapons against him. Special prisoner Ma Youngshik said that there are too many guards per person. There's too much attention paid to his person. The special prisoner said that even with this many people, he can't be defeated. If anyone wants to check it out, they can try. The head of security said that they had information that a maximum of 10 people could be covered by the heart-binding technique. That's why there are more of them here now. Along with the guards, Kang's son also arrived. He said that he didn't want to suppress the special prisoner Ma Youngshik in this way. But unfortunately, it happened. Li Xiong was overjoyed when he saw the master. Jigong heaved a sigh of relief. The help had come just in time. Kang's son said, "Now that Youngshik has calmed down a bit, we can talk. What's the reason he's making all this mess?" The special prisoner asked if he was really dealing with Kang Sun now. Kang Sun confirmed that he was. Ma Youngshik said Khan Dream touched the school's sacred religion. The special prisoner continued. It was Kang Sun who set up the explosion to cover up the fact that he stole the sacred relic. Kang Sun said he didn't understand the conversation. Ma Youngshik approached the Kang Sheng and confronted him. The perpetrator threw crushing blows, but the Kang Sheng successfully deflected them. At one point, Ma Youngshik was able to break through Kang Sun's defense, and the man flew far backwards after missing the blow. The special prisoner said not to be fooled. He sees right through everyone. The perpetrator said he could clearly feel the wound marks on the cannon. That proves he's right. The head of the guard yelled that everyone should immediately grab the special prisoner and return him to his cell. The head of security warned that this guy could stop no more than 10 people at a time. The wardens rushed to arrest Ma Youngshik. The special prisoner said he was about to show them. The guards stopped and trembled with fear. Ma Youngshik said, "Who decided that there were only 10 people? Why are untrue information being spread about him?" The villain said that the real success would begin right now. Who would have thought that a dream can interfere with a great cause? The head of security said in awe, as he advised Kang Sonu to dodge the special prisoner's blows. Ma Youngshik told Kang Sun not to expect mercy. The villain swung around and wanted to deliver a powerful blow using his internal energy. A young man, Li Xiong, happened to be nearby. He tried to prevent Kang Xiong from striking. In order to do so, he had to block his opponent's arm. The young man shouted in horror for Li Xiong to stop. When had he managed to sneak in a special prisoner? A young man told Ma Youngshik that the Black Forest clan had set off an explosion. The guy added that he had seen it with his own eyes. They stole the Eternal Keeper and planted a bomb. Ma Youngshik was very interested in this information. The young man added that he had seen the blue stone that the robbers from the Black Forest clan had stolen. The criminal wondered what this guy knew about the Eternal Keeper, and judging by his demeanor, he must not be cheating. The criminal thought it all looked a bit suspicious. From the first time he met him, he seemed familiar. He didn't feel angry, not even when he got too close. Suddenly, men in black burst into the room. Without paying attention to the criminal, they rushed past. The men in black were interested in Khan's dream. They ran up to him. These men stood in front of Mr. Kangson and took him under their protection. They were men from the Cheon Duman clan. They were the subordinates of Er Seoshan. The guards watched the scene in silence. The men in black asked how Mr. Kangson was feeling. The man said he was fine. Gina approached Li Xiong and asked how the young man was feeling. The young man said he was fine. Mayoshik said it's been a long time since he left the Murim, and there are so many people here who don't value their lives. The special prisoner asked who were the men in black, and why are they interrupting him now? What's going on here is none of their business. Mayoneshik heard him being told that Mr. Kangsun had just recovered from a serious injury. Everyone looked around, seeing that it was Sochan speaking. He explained that it was a precautionary measure to keep Mr. Kangsun healthy. Ma Youngshik didn't believe the young man. How could a wounded man have so much energy? The young man was misleading him. Li Xiong confirmed Mr. Kangsong was seriously injured during the confrontation with the Black Forest clan. The young man added that he was unconscious for a while, but luckily came to his senses because his condition had improved. He said someone used this healing technique on someone who was unconscious. Then this holy energy makes sense. In the process of rapidly dissolving the Sunhyun Sok, the holy energy manifests. Ma Youngshik experienced solid disappointment. He had sensed the energy earlier and hoped that there was something else there. Ma Youngshik asked the young man what his name was. He had never met such young masters before. Gina whispered to Li Xiong not to answer such provocative questions. The young man said his name was Li Xiong, and he was from the Sunu clan. The special prisoner said he would remember the name. The man said he had no questions yet. Ma Youngshik added that all his business was finished. Now it was time for him to get out of here. Sochan said that they couldn't let such a dangerous person go. The ruthless spirit of the devil cannot go free now. Choa cried out, "Is it really a ruthless devil spirit?" The girl had heard a lot about him. Li Xiong was surprised, a ruthless devil spirit. Where could he have heard about this? Ma Youngshik looked at Sochan. Their gazes met. The man said, "Would the young man dare to stop him?" Kang Sleep told the heir that it could be very dangerous. The ruthless devil spirit's eyes glared. He said, "Try to stop him." Sochan and his black-suited cheerleaders prepared for a serious fight. The guard shouted that everyone should protect the heir of the Cheondoman clan. Everyone was ready to put up resistance, but no one was able to move. Ma Youngshik walked past the people and left them behind. No one made an attempt to apprehend him. There was no such opportunity. The perpetrator said they couldn't stop him, even if they could resurrect themselves. Leaving the place, the ruthless devil spirit told Li Xiong that they would probably see each other again sometime. The warders were shouting to capture this criminal, but no one could budge. Li Xiong escorted the ruthless devil spirit with his gaze. Ma Youngshik came out victorious. Li Xiun was given a cell phone, which he was forced to surrender on the bus on the way to prison. The young man said thank you. He got excited and decided to check his inbox, and read the news. The girl said since the phones were returned, it was time to join civilized society. Gina asked, what did Li Xiong talk to Kang Sung about before he got on the bus? Why did he call only one young man to talk to him? The young man said that they talked about life and nothing. They just chatted. After talking to Kang Sun, the young man learned what had happened while he lay unconscious. Kang Sun asked, when the young man regained consciousness, was he at the bottom of a vertical cave? The young man said that according to Gina, he fell down right after the explosion. Kang Sleep couldn't understand how the young man had fallen from such a height and remained alive, and how he was able to use a rare treatment afterward, while Kang Sun was unconscious. The man said that this time, the young man's actions were too reckless. After all, he had already engaged in a fierce struggle with that dangerous man. Li Xiong was well aware of the result of the previous battle, yet he pounced on Kumuryong again. Kang Sun asked, what would have happened if he had died? The young man said he would like to ask Mr. Kang Sun the same thing. Guy had heard about the reason why Mr. Kang Sun had come here, in his physical condition. The young man also heard the story of a man who went to confront Kumuryong, even though he was dissuaded by people worried about him. Li Xiong asked the question, wasn't this a reckless act involving risking one's life? Kang Sun said they are in different positions. As an adult from a different generation, he is responsible for Miriam. The man continued, perhaps the current situation the young man is in may be the result of their generation's mistakes. Kang Sun concluded that it would be too unconscionable to share this responsibility equally with the young man's generation. Kang Sun said that he doesn't know exactly what kind of feelings the young man has for Kumuryong. The young man should not make the mistake of showing everyone his anger from now on. After all, there are people around the young man who are dear to him and who care about him. Li Xiong must remember that he must justify their trust. The young man said that he understood everything. Kang Sun said that he had summoned a busybody to give him useless instructions. The young man said that was not so, and he thanked Mr. Kang Sun for his kind words. In parting, Li Xiong asked Kang Sun what had become of that man. Ma Youngshik? Kang Sung asked for permission to look at Li Xiong's hand. Something wouldn't leave him alone. Kang Sun checked the condition of the young man's arm. The man said as he thought, there's no such thing. The young man is definitely stronger than his peers. This is not at all the kind of strength that can be associated with the devil. Li Xiong wondered, what did the devil have to do with it? Kang Sun said that he was referring to a rare treatment. It's a kind of miracle shown by the immortal devil in the past. The man said he wondered if the things the young man went through were related to the immortal devil. Kang Sleep concluded, he seems to be mistaken about something. The young man's strength was far from the devil's inactivity. Mr. Kang Sun said that it's actually hard to verify. Even the name of the immortal devil is unfamiliar to the young man. Kang Sun said he has a wild imagination, and that's what's upsetting him. If the guy was really connected to the devil, he would be able to get involved with the immortality sect. Kang Sun said that he had recently received a report that all the followers of the immortality sect from the prison zone for high-risk prisoners had escaped. It seems they escaped while the ruthless spirit of the devil was raging in the headquarters. Although they had been imprisoned for a long time, they were masters who were known for their bad reputation. Even tolerable Murim masters said that they would be difficult to deal with. At best, they can become rivals to someone like the Federation. As long as they know that Kumuryong has started moving, the Federation won't have time to worry about the immortality sect. Kang Sleep concluded, how could there not be worry? Why is there a problem with the immortality sect at such a time? Li Xiong was afraid that Mr. Kang Song's worries might not subside. The young man realized that the Murim would have another problem besides Kumun Ryong. The young man closed his eyes and remembered his fight with Kumun Ryong. Every moment of it whizzed before his eyes. No matter how much the boy tried not to think about it, it wouldn't get out of his head. The young man realized that they had a definite difference in skills, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to fight back. The boy knew that if he didn't find another way, he'd never beat him. That man's martial arts were amazing. The young man wanted to figure out the reason for these thoughts about Kumun Ryong. Sochan's heir appeared in front of the young man. He interrupted his strange thoughts. Li Xiong said that he was thinking about the martial arts of a man named Ma Youngshik. The guy said he didn't know why, but the man's movements were pretty strange. The heir leaned over the young man and said that this was not even to be thought of. This man's martial art is a devilish art, forbidden in Marima. If the young man tried to find out about such things, not only the clan leader, but the entire Sunu clan would be in danger. Sochan advised the young man to be careful, because there would be no forgiveness for this in Marin. Sochan concluded that the martial art would not be able to be applied by pure luck. The heir said that Cheondoman has a library with all the information about the martial arts of the world. There's also information there about the immortality arts that man used. The young man asked if he could understand what this martial art was if he read about it in a book. Sochan said it goes without saying. The boy didn't believe it was possible. Until he tried it himself and saw the martial art live, he would never succeed. Gina walked over. The young man asked if she had been awake. Gina said she had been awake the whole time. The girl was telling the young man her version of what to do to avoid being weak-willed. The young man's cell phone rang. The call was from Khan Haje. The young man asked what was wrong with Haje. A girl called from Haje's phone. The girl asked, "Is this the head of the Sunu clan?" Xiong was surprised and asked who he was talking to. Gina asked what happened to Kang Haje. The guy said some stranger called from that number. Li Xiong tried to call but was answered that the caller was temporarily unavailable. The young man said he was troubled at heart. The girl with the phone in her hand looked at the sleeping Kanahaje. The girl woke Haji up by poking him in the cheek with a stick. The young man woke up and said he was fed up with everything. The young man woke up finally and asked, where was he? The girl told him to get out of the car. The guy, he saw a broken cell phone on the ground. It was his phone. The guy was getting nervous. Who did this? It was his new cell phone. The girl said that the boy should worry about his life, not the phone. The girl hit Kanahage in the face with a stick. The girl yelled for the young man to get out of the car now. The guy got scared and screamed, "Why is she hitting him? For what purpose is she doing it?" The girl asked what was the purpose of the young man getting close to her boss. After all, isn't he from the Sunu clan? She knows that he knows the head of that clan. The young man screamed for her to stop hitting him. The guy said he's from the Sunu clan and he knows Li Xiong. He's not hiding it. Heijik, the boy didn't understand. He was offended. If there were any questions, he should have just asked them. Why beat him up beforehand? The girl didn't believe the guy. She said he was here to play a joke. He's not going to get away with this. The girl would never believe that a man from the Sunu clan got close to her boss just for the sake of learning martial techniques. It can't be. Haji stated that there was nothing strange about it. He has recently become a Muraman, so he doesn't know anything yet. The girl answered him, "Even so, has he not heard anything about Kumun Ryong?" Haji was startled when he heard the name Kumun Ryong. Why is the girl talking about him? The girl said that Kumun Ryong was their boss. Haji couldn't believe it. How did this happen? The young man remembered Gina telling him that Kumun Ryong was an enemy of Xiun in the Sunu clan. She had forbidden him to say that name. Yang Kakilnam tells Hajia that Kumun Ryong is actually Li Xiong's teacher. At the same time, Kumun Ryong is considered the clan's strongest enemy, and just a dangerous person who can bring the Murin to ruin. He's also the main reason why Li Xun's mother died, and he killed Elder Quan. The young man thought he had heard of the Eternal Guardian somewhere before. The elder said that the Supreme Guardian is what Kumun Ryong is targeting. Kang Haji tried to gather his thoughts. He couldn't believe it. Is that man really Kumun Ryong? The boy thought back to the girl's words and decided it was impossible. He refused to believe it. That man can't be Kumun Ryong, shouted Kang Haji. Kumun Ryong, after all, is the villain of villains. The girl asked the young man, did Kumun Ryong seem like a scary villain to the guy? The girl stood in front of Kang Haji with a stick in her hand and asked him whether her boss really seemed to the young man a villain and a villainess. The girl demanded that the guy confess what was the real appearance of the Kumun Ryong he had seen. Saranuna said he had a horrible experience, and it's a great blessing that he was able to return safely. Li Qiong thanked Saranuna. The young man wondered how long had the girl seen Kanahaje. Saranuna said that they had been looking for him everywhere, but so far to no avail. Li Qiong said goodbye and said if there was any news, for the girl to contact him. The aide asked the CEO what happened in the hell of uninterrupted torture. Saranuna said that she felt that it all seemed somehow unusual. There are some bad signs appearing all the time. The assistant reminded the principal that she had little free time left. She has a busy schedule. The aide said, the Sunu clan just broke the news that they have something going on inside. Li Xiong remembered that it had been a very long time since he and Haji had contacted each other. Jigen came up to the young man and told him that something strange had happened. Jigen said he's talking about Seo Gunu's disappearance. They say he's with the Jonha clan now. It is said that he knows nothing at all about the hell of uninterrupted torture. He was busy training all this time, so he lived as a recluse. Jigen wondered who was that? Seo Gunu, who was walking with them. It felt like they were being circled by a ghost. Li Qiong said that he seemed to guess who the guy was. The girl knew she was now on her way to meet the most dangerous man in the world. Li Xian told Jigen that it could have been Zhang Myungren. He talked to her for a while, but then she ran away. Jigen asked, wasn't she on the same side as Kumun Ryong? Why weren't they seen together? Gina was surprised that Li Xiong was dating a girl, and she didn't know about it. To the young man, Gina informed him that something had happened in the clan after all. They said that they had to wait for a while and they would come for them later. The bus braked sharply, the brakes squealed. The driver apologized and said some car suddenly appeared in front of the bus. The girl swore and said, what kind of rascal drives a car like that? A car stopped in front of the bus, and Kyle got out. He came to get the young men. Li Xiong said goodbye to the passengers and said that he was getting off first. Something extraordinary happened in the Sunu clan. The young men wondered what could have suddenly happened there in the Sunu clan. Li Qiang gazed at the Sochong air with a farewell. The young man said if he had the chance, he would like to see the place called the Book Warehouse that he had been told about before. Sochon said that the Cheondoman clan is restricted from making official visits to other clans. However, if it is a personal visit, Li Xiun will always be welcome. Hale bowed to the young man and said that he had come for the head of the clan. Li Xiong asked Hale, what could have happened that was so important that he had blocked the road so suddenly? Kale said, something happened that will give you a headache. The door was ajar, and on the threshold stood a girl accompanied by a young man. The girl was led to the room where the young lady was sitting. It was said that the young lady Sosul had returned. The girl was asked, does she really claim to be the keeper of eternity? The blonde answered in the affirmative. She had heard of Mistress' return and quickly prepared the eternity keeper for her. The man was glad to get it done in time. Sosul remained silent and didn't utter a word. The man scrutinized the contents of the box. He looked at the blonde woman who had brought the box, wondering if she was cheating. The girl asked, what's the matter? Is there really some kind of problem? The man replied, it seemed to him that the eternity keeper was a little different from what he had heard about from the elder. The man said it would help the development of the princess anyway. The princess said if the business was done, the girl could leave. She's a little tired and wants to rest. The blonde assessed the princess with a glance. She hadn't seen her in a long time. It seemed to the girl as if the princess had gotten a little taller, but that was her personal impression. Before leaving, the blonde girl decided to ask the princess one question. She asked permission. The girl asked the princess that guy named Li Xiong. Is he really the temporary head of the Sunu clan? The girl said she met this young man in a hell of uninterrupted torment. The blonde said that she was interested in matters pertaining to the Sunu clan. The princess wondered, why could a young man be in a hell of uninterrupted torment? The princess looked at the young man who came with the girl. The boy was startled by her gaze. The head of security who was present with the princess understood her hint and immediately twisted this guy. The blonde screamed, what's wrong? What did they do wrong? The bully noticed the young man had a gun hidden in his sleeve. Why did he bring a gun with him to meet the princess? The girl said she was surprised too. She doesn't have an answer to the question of why the gun. The blonde turned to her traveling companion. Why did he bring a gun with him? The young man pulled out another gun hidden under his clothes near his shoes. The girl saw it and screamed that he was a bastard. How could he do such a thing? The young man pulled out a gun and was about to shoot the princess. The shot rang out and blood splashed in all directions. The young man fell to the floor. The gun was in his hand. The whole area was splattered with blood. The young man screamed that he was shot in the arm and asked for help. The girls looked at him and did nothing. The princess thought that this visitor had absolutely no weapons with her. The man said if the girl didn't examine the body for weapons, she should have known why this was happening. The big guy asked the blonde, this incident is definitely not about her, right? The girl replied, of course not, she wasn't crazy. The man, taking off his jacket, told the girl to wait in the next room. Now they would find out everything after the torture of this abnormal young man. The young man was lying in a pool of blood. He was already unconscious. The man decided it was best for the princess to leave the premises so as not to traumatize her psyche. The head of security said that the princess had better get out of here while he dealt with this guy. The princess told him to bring this young man to his senses. The girl stated that she hadn't heard the story about Seun yet. She wants to know all the details. Li Xiong was on the phone. He inquired they were not talking about the return of Sosul to Suna. Elder Yang, said that she's actually back in the country, but probably still receives the patronage of the Black Protection Organization. Elder Ming inquired, "Is Sucker's health all right? When she was last seen, she couldn't even walk properly." Elder Yang replied that she was much better. She is unrecognizable now. Elder Min said he was pleased. Elder Ming asked the clan head what he would say about the information he passed on from the Black Protection Organization. Li Xiong said that he should definitely meet with Sosul and find out everything himself directly. The young man said that he would try to meet with the princess as soon as possible, and after that, he would continue to discuss the matter with the elders. Gina asked the clan head, "Wouldn't there be any problems after that? Even though it has to do with Sosul Sama, they say it's a Black Protection Organization after all." Li Xiong noticed that it had something to do with Sosul. Gina said she couldn't believe it. It was the organization that had made all the fuss about the hell of uninterrupted torture, while she herself was contacting the princess behind their backs. Halen asked what was so extraordinary that had happened in the hell of uninterrupted torture. Gina replied that they had all almost died there. Kale shouted, "What does that mean?" He'd let Gina go to that place, hoping it wouldn't be dangerous. Li Xiong asked Hale if he could get in touch with Kang Haje. The man asked what had happened to Haje. Is he in some kind of trouble? Li Xiong said that he couldn't contact them since the day they came back from the hell of uninterrupted torture. The young man continued, at the spot where Haje was last seen, there were traces of a fight between the masters. That's disturbing. The girl said that Haje should speak as if he had been released after being kidnapped by the Murim masters. This would have to be said in case anyone asked the reason why he could not be contacted. The girl said the wounds on his body would make it sound quite believable. The boy touched his unhealed wounds. Kang Hajie said that the girl beat him with a birch on purpose, planning it. The interviewee replied, she beat him because she wanted to. The girl returned the guy's cell phone and said she left an email address in it. If he changed his mind, he could write any time. Ask Haje, is he really allowed to go? The girl said they need capable companions, so she's giving him another chance. The young man asked, what if he tells Li Xiong about the meeting with Kumong Ryong? The interviewee said she didn't think he could do it. Li Xiong won't like the fact that the young man followed Kumong Ryong and learned his fighting techniques. Even that was enough for the Sunu clan to not leave him alone. The girl said, the truth is also that now Haje will never be able to forget this technique. If the Sunu clan found out that a young man had learned the Kumon Ryong technique, people would be suspicious of him for the rest of his life. The stronger he gets, the more doubts everyone will have. Kang Haje said he would never betray the Sum clan, and he will never betray Li Xiun. He's sure of that. The girl showed the young man a picture of the princess and asked him if he knew who it was. Haji replied that it was a child who looked like a doll. The girl said it was Sunu Sosul, the original head of the Sunu clan. She is now being protected by the Black Protection Organization. She will soon come to reclaim the Sunu clan. If that happens, the Sunu clan will be under the Black Defense Organization. The girl concluded that in such a case, Li Xiong would immediately be destroyed. Haji said that couldn't be. After all, it was Sosul who appointed Saun as the temporary head of the family. The girl said that Haji just doesn't know Suna Sosul. The blonde and the man looked at Princess Sosul in silence. The princess, splattered with blood, asked the young man if there was anything else he could tell her. The man told the princess to stop further actions. This guy is already dead anyway, and you can't get any more information from him. The girl calmly said that she was very bored. She looked completely indifferent, even in this situation. The blonde girl thought that the princess was a witch. The Black Defense Organization relayed that they would soon determine a place and time, and then contact them. Li Xiong noticed that they were acting very reserved. Maybe it was because of the Murim Federation. Elder Yan agreed. Although it's a worldwide Black Protection Organization, they should be afraid of the Murima Federation. The clan head has asked that the elders ensure that this information is not disclosed, even within the clan. The Sunu clan is also getting the attention of the Murim Federation, so it won't lead to anything good. Elder Yan said that all of the clan heads' instructions would be carried out. Li Xiong said for the elders to prepare to hand over the job to Mrs. Sosul. Elder Min asked if the young man was in too much of a hurry. It would be natural if Miss Sosul's return was confirmed, but right now, they didn't even know the purpose of her visit. Li Xiong said that even if not now, someday still, Madame Sosul would come back. The young man concluded that in such a case, it was better to prepare for the handover in advance, if it was inevitable anyway. The young man said he would leave the elders at this point and go about his other business. Gyubam, Li Xiong inquired, had Gyubam been waiting for him all this time? The man said that the young man was very tired. After all, he had been busy until the night before. In Li Xiong's parking lot, Gina was waiting for him. The young man wondered what she was doing here. The young man said that Gina was supposed to go home with Hale. The girl said that she had sent Uncle Hale alone, to go now with Seun. The young men drove in silence for a long time. Each was thinking about something else. Li Xiong asked the Jin, "What's bothering her? She doesn't look very good." The girl said, after the young man walked into the conference room, she was reminded of the words he said. Shun then told her that if Mrs. Sosul became clan head again, you would leave the Sunu clan, and then they might not be able to see each other again. The young people looked into each other's eyes. Gina was sad. The car stopped. The girl said they had pulled up and she was getting out. Li Xiong tried to reassure Gina. He said, even if he leaves the Sunu clan, he still has no intention of severing his friendship with the girl. The girl calmed down and wished the young man a good journey. As the car moved on, Gubam asked the young man, was he actually thinking of leaving the Sunu clan when Mrs. Sosul returned? Gubam continued, for all this time, Li Xiong had been leading the Sunu clan well. And everyone was happy with such a clan head. It would have been better if the young man, at least thinking of the late Elder Kwan's will, had stayed to provide assistance. When the car pulled up, the driver saw that someone else's car was parked incorrectly. Gubam said, who is it that parked so ridiculously in front of the garage of someone else's house? Li Xiong said Gubam should be more careful. Two men in military uniforms got out of the car. Li Xiong assumed that these people seemed to be waiting for them. That's suspicious at this time of day. When Gubam and Li Xiong got out of the car, a man approached them and apologized for scaring them abruptly. The man said he was going to visit them, observing the norms of propriety. But the fact is that the princess is very sensitive. The young man wondered if Mrs. Sosul was already here. The man said that the princess was already waiting for them and offered to follow him. Li Xiong followed the man past the armed men in military uniforms. As the young man walked by, he noticed that the men were armed with firearms. The guy assumed that these people were not Marine. Why would they need assault rifles? When Li Xiong and Gubam got closer to the car, the man said that he had brought the princess visitors. The young men saw that Princess Sosul was sitting in the automobile. The girl was as serious as ever. Gubam bowed and said that he welcomed the young lady Sosul. Li Xiong was extremely reserved and silent, just like the princess. The girl looked intently at the visitors. She didn't express any emotion as usual. Li Xiong said he is glad that the princess is back healthy, and she looks very good. The guards were patrolling the area. They reported that nothing strange had been observed at present. The order was given to continue to hold their positions. One of the guards said that he thought it was all very strange. He looked off into the distance. The man wondered why the princess wanted to ride that thing, even with all the precautions. The guard was referring to the Ferris wheel that was lit up not far from here. The partner said that basically the princess is still a kid, so she might want to ride. The guard was outraged that because of her whim, they had to do this kind of nonsense at this time of day. The partner said that he was getting a good night watch allowance because of it. 2 steps away from the guards, on the other side of the bushes, armed criminals were secretly positioned on the other side. Li Xiong and Princess Sosul locked themselves in a stall of the Ferris wheel. The princess decided to hold the conversation in that place. The young people looked at each other. The girl asked why Li Xiong didn't ask anything. Sosul asked, wasn't the young man curious about how she had lived all this time and what had happened to her? The young man asked, does Sosul herself want to talk about it? The booth rose upward. The young men looked at each other in silence. It was night outside the window. The boy put his hand on the princess's head. He was already glad that she had come back healthy. The girl could tell him everything when she wanted to. Sosul removed the young man's hand from her head and told him not to treat her like a little child. After all, she was no longer the little girl from the past. Li Xiong apologized. The girl thanked and put her hand into the young man's hand. The girl thanked Li Xiong for not changing. Sosul said she had heard about what the young man had been through during that time. The princess asked if the young man was all right now. Li Xiong replied that he was fine now. The young men smiled at each other. The security supervisor asked how things were going in the parking lot. The parking lot responded that nothing strange had been found. The man said not to let their guard down until the princess returned. Gubam looked up at the Ferris wheel and wondered if the head of the clan was okay now. Gubam thought the atmosphere around Mrs. Sosul had changed a lot, and he couldn't understand what caused it. The man asked Gubam if he worried much about that child's life. Gubam looked at the man and wondered what he meant. The interlocutor replied that he too was worried. The man was worried about Li Xiong not ruining the princess's mood with some incorrect statement. After all, if he was torn apart in a place like this, dealing with the aftermath would be difficult, and there's no telling how much blood will be splattered in the process. If a princess gets her hands on someone, it's usually 2-3 pieces. Gubam replied that it was difficult for him to understand his interlocutor's jokes. The man said that he was not joking. The big guy said that Gubam apparently doesn't know yet how the princess rips a man to shreds without blinking an eye. Gubam did not believe that his interlocutor was talking about a princess. The man said that he had already witnessed such a picture more than once. The man continued, especially taking the princess' hand. The young people held each other's hand. At that point, you can already consider the person dead. Gubam said, what is his interlocutor even talking about? Even if suddenly Sosul-sama has that kind of power, Shun-san is someone she treasures. The man replied. The most dangerous thing he thought was that with such immense power, the princess was still a little girl with unstable emotions. Sosol told the young man that she had a wish. The young man must promise that he will definitely fulfill it. Li Xiong, looking at his interlocutor, thought that the girl was confident that she would definitely get what she wanted. If someone were to suddenly appear who refused her wish, whoever he was, it would be difficult for him to stay alive. Gubam asked if his interlocutor knew what Ms. Sosol wanted. The man said it was obvious. The man will continue. Sosol will most likely tell the young man to serve her. Gubam got angry and told the man to be careful with his words. Li Xiong, head of the Sunu clan. The young man apologized to the girl. The young man replied that he could no longer fulfill her requests. Sosol looked at her interlocutor in silence. After his reply, her expression didn't change. Her face only changed color. The man told Gubam that it no longer mattered. After all, whatever choice that child made, it was no longer the same wheel that the clan head had descended on before. After these words, Gubam delivered a powerful blow to his interlocutor. The man flew aside and drew his pistol. The big man said that Gubam was surprisingly fast, a skill befitting one of the 4 supernova stars. Gubam noticed that, judging by his movements, his interlocutor was a Murim after all. The man said to Gubam to calm down a bit. There's no need to get so excited. He was only making a little joke on some kid. The man liked the way Gubam reacted to his words about some child. Gubam said that his interlocutor knew absolutely nothing about the head of the clan. No one can even imagine Li Xiong's potential capabilities, Princess Sosol asked. Did the young man really want to betray her? The girl looked straight into his eyes. The young man did not know what to say to her. The princess said she wouldn't do that, her eyes growing angry. At that moment, shots rang out. The bullets hit the Ferris wheel cabin and shattered the glass. The young man covered the girl with his body and threw her to the floor. Gubam shouted, "What does all this mean?" The man said it was target shooting and gave the command to turn off the Ferris wheel lights now. The man in the uniform said it wouldn't work. Even if they cut off all the electricity, the wheel lights won't turn off. The gunshots continued. Gubam shouted for the clan head and Lady Sosol to stay still. The man pulled out an automatic rifle. He said he was a professional sniper. And you must not go up or Gubam would be killed himself. Gubam asked, "Is the interlocutor suggesting that we put our hands down and just observe?" The man asked, "What are the options?" Gubam added, judging from the sound, "The bullets are flying outside from a distance of 1 kilometer. A person who can shoot in such conditions is a great professional." The man stated if that was the case, then the princess and that child must be dead by now. The man said all they could do now was prepare for the next shots, and he looked through the scope of his rifle. Li Xiong Gubam shouted for Li Xiong to be extremely careful, and what he was doing now was extremely dangerous. The young man holding Sosol in his arms was jumping from stall to stall, trying to get down to the ground. The man with the rifle turned toward the sniper's presumed location. The shooting continued, but the young man dodged the bullets. Eventually, the young man jumped to the ground and ducked down. The sniper reported that he had a failure to destroy the target, and the mission was not accomplished. The sniper's partner, looking through his night vision device, said, "Stop cleaning up and let's retreat." The sniper said we should wait a little longer. Maybe the young man would come into view again. At that moment, shots rang out and the sniper and his partner were hit. The man said he was dealing with pathetic amateurs. If they failed, one had to retreat immediately. Gubam told the young men that the shooting had already stopped, but they would have to wait for a while. Li Xiong said it was more important to check the neighborhood now. The young man was slightly injured. The girl noticed a wound on the young man's shoulder and said that the guy's arm was bleeding. Li Xiong said it was just a light scratch. The young man looked the girl in the eyes and asked if she was okay or a princess. The man greeted the head of the Sunu clan again. He thanked him that the young man was able to return with the princess in complete safety. The princess said she was not happy with the man's work. The girl added, if it wasn't for Li Xiong, she would have died long ago. Shouldn't he be the one to follow her and guard her from various dangers? The man apologized and said he had no idea there might be night snipers on the path. The princess didn't like the words, "I had no idea." It should be part of his direct duties. The girl took the man by the sleeve and said, "Then he is useless." The man tried to justify himself. The princess looked into his eyes and became irritated. Her eyes filled with hatred. The girl was angry and determined. At that moment, Li Xiong distracted her. He made a request to her. The frightened man heaved a sigh of relief. Li Xiong asked him to check on the others now and apologized for interfering in their conversation. The young man explained his suspicion by saying that there was a suspicious energy in the neighborhood. The girl, Sosol again, blazing with anger, asked the young man if she looked weak. Why did he treat her like that? The young man apologized and said he had no such intentions. He did not think anything of the kind. The next moment, the shots rang out again. The young man at the same instant, throwing his arms around Sosol and throwing himself to the ground with her. The shots continued, one bullet hitting the guard. Gubam ducked. The gunshots didn't stop. The young man cradled Sosul and covered her with his body. The man gave commands over the radio. The big guy said over the radio that the Ferris wheel was currently under attack. No one answered him. The young man said it was useless. Most likely the people who were with them had already been hurt. Li Xiong noticed two masked, armed, unknown men sneaking up on them. The guy even then felt some suspicious energy approaching. At the same time, the aura of all the people in the area disappeared. The man noticed that these scumbags had planned more than just a sniper attack. Gubam wondered who these people could be. If they are so professional with weapons, they are not from Murim. The man shouted that it was the Ghost Knights attacking. The man said that their master had once suffered at the hands of the princess. After that, they began to hunt her with a desire for revenge. The man told the princess that this place was dangerous. He suggested that she go to the parking lot. Gubam asked how the young man was feeling. He has a wound. The young man said he was fine. Gubam realized that the clan leader was hiding his exhaustion. He hadn't been able to get much rest all day. Gubam noticed that the young man had been holding up well all this time. He didn't look like he could be tired now. The head of the princess security said that we can't stay here now anyway, so we have to change the location as soon as possible. Li Qiong tried to keep the princess safe at all costs. The princess asked why the young man was acting this way. He was going to betray her. Why does he still continue to save her? Seun said this was not the right time or place for such conversations. Sosul said she needed to hear the answer right now. The girl stood to her full height and told the young man to answer right now as it was. She was only interested in the truth. The next moment, mercenary shots rang out. Li Xiong managed to cover the fragile princess with his body. Gubam rushed towards the young men. The head of the princess's guard started shooting at the enemy to kill him. Gubam asked how the princess was feeling. The girl was covered in blood. It was the blood of a young man. The young man lay wounded in front of her. A man radioed in that there was a victim near the Ferris wheel. We need help now. Sosul looked at the young man and spoke for the clan leader to come to his senses. Li Xiong was lying motionless. There was a pool of blood nearby. The princess was shocked. She was silent as usual. She kept her gaze on the head of the Sunu clan. In the parking lot, security was wondering who was hurt. Someone said if it was a princess, it would be nice. The head of security was surprised to hear such words. "What's going on there?" he asked Steve. The man was told over the radio that he must have already guessed the betrayal. Steve asked if it was pleasant for a man to betray the Ghost Knights and come under the Kaiser's rule. The man shouted even if Steve avenged the chapter, no one would recognize him as a leader. Steve said that all other members of the Ghost Knights have already agreed to these rules of the game. Steve declared that tonight he would finish that little girl off and become the new head of the Ghost Knights. The man asked what condition his subordinates were in now. Steve suggested he hurry to the parking lot and check it out. Steve said his boys had been waiting for a long time. The guards were treacherously eliminated. The communication session was interrupted, and the security chief realized that his men were gone in the parking lot. Steve was serious. The man walked over to the princess and told her that they had better not go towards the parking lot. They should take a different road. Gubam was trying to resuscitate Li Xiong. The princess idly watched everything. The girl asked Gubam if the young man was still alive. The man replied, "Still alive. He has a pulse." Gubam added that the young man is bleeding profusely and unconscious. He needs to be rushed to the hospital. The head of security said that now was not the time for the princess to worry about others. Sosul stated that she would be the first to go to the parking lot. The girl turned around and walked away in the direction of the parking lot. She told the security chief to rescue Li Xiong. The man told the princess that the enemy was armed with a gun. We should keep that in mind. As she left, the girl warned that if Li Xiong died, they would suffer the same fate. The girl says she thought she might die. The blonde tells me over the phone that since she hasn't seen the princess, she has become much more ferocious. That's her impression. The blonde's interlocutor, stroking the Black Panther, said that the guys from the Ghost Knights had detected the princess's movements. The blonde said that unbeknownst to her, the princess had discreetly lured her subordinate to her side. That's unbelievable. The girl interjected. Was her interlocutor really sure that everything would be all right? The girl complimented. They seemed to be serious indeed. Is it possible to let go of so important a jewel? The man replied, that's why he let it go on purpose. Armed masked men hide among the trees. One of them is shot in the back. The other terrorist looks down. He hears a voice. Isn't it about time we opened our eyes to the truth to the moths that don't know their place? A soldier sees a child coming toward him barefoot. This child can't take bullets. This is not a child, but a monster, thought the terrorist. There are dead soldiers lying on the battlefield. We see the shadow of a man who says that his power is endless. He is eternal and immortal. Li Xiong woke up. He appeared to be badly injured. The princess's head of security helped him move around. Gubam, following them, covered their retreat. Li Qiong said that he had already recovered and would try to move around on his own, asking to be allowed to walk on his own. Li Qiong sat down to rest. Gyubam wondered how he was feeling. The chief of security was assessing the situation around him. The young man was at a loss. He said he had a dream again. It was very clear. The young man couldn't understand what it was. Could it be a memory of an immortal demon lord? But how could he dream such a thing? Gyubam said that the young man was bleeding heavily. He asked if the young man was really feeling fine. Li Qiong said that he actually wanted to ask a question too. The head of security said he couldn't believe the young man was okay again. He would not have been surprised if the young man in this situation had died. The head of security turned away, saying it was all unimportant right now. The man thanked Li Qiong. Thanks to him, he was also alive. So, thank you for keeping him alive. The young man wondered where Princess Sosul was now. All three were trying to assess the situation. The terrorists who wanted to capture them had all been destroyed. Blood was everywhere. The head of security said that we should not think about the small things. We could have organizations specialized in this kind of thing deal with all the consequences. The man added that it was time for them to move out. The head of the Sunu clan was alive, and that was good. No need to keep the princess waiting. The young men saw Sosul and approached her. Apparently, the girl was unharmed. The princess told the young man that he had finally seen her true appearance. The girl carefully hid this appearance, but sometimes in exceptional cases it came out. The princess held out her hand to the young man and said if he didn't want to die, let him answer, only after thinking hard. Gyubam saw the princess and thought, what had happened to her during this time? Where did she get such inexplicable strength? The man figured he couldn't just stand by and watch in this situation. There was no telling what would happen now if the young man didn't respond the way she wanted him to. Gyubam decided to intervene. He said they had contacted them in advance to seek Mr. Suna's opinion before their return. The man added, in fact, everything turned out well. He told Li Qiong that he should accept the princess's invitation since she was so hospitable to him. Li Qiong apologized to Princess Sosul. The boy said that his opinion wouldn't change no matter what the princess looked like. The young man never extended his hand to the princess. The princess held out her hand, and a line of fire appeared between her and the young man. The girl didn't like Li Qiong's answer. Gyubam yelled for the princess to stop. The head of security told the man to calm down. The head of the guards told Gyubam not to think of stopping the princess. The man said it's a problem that only affects young people. It's not worth getting involved. The princess is in such a state now that it's impossible to stop her. It will only annoy her. The girl told the young man that he wouldn't be able to betray her for anything. Sosul declared that she would bind the young man to her, even if she had to cut off his arms and legs. Li Qiong asked, did the princess really want him to get hurt? The girl said it would be much better than just letting him go. Li Qiong moved closer to the princess. They continued to look into each other's eyes. The guy crouched down beside the girl. Their eyes were on the same level. The young man said if the girl wanted to do it, then she could do it. Li Qiong stated that Sosul was now struggling to muster the energy to appear threatening. The young man said that the girl might not waste her energy looking so intense. After all, he too wants to always be honest with her. Thanks to Sosul, he was able to experience being the head of the Sunu clan, a role he doesn't deserve at all. Being the head, he experienced different emotions, but that's not the kind of emotion he wants now. The young man said he wished the princess didn't have to suffer like this because of him. The young man said when she returns, the Sunu clan will be under the influence of Kumun Ryong, and Kumun Ryong is his enemy. The young man will continue when that happens. He can no longer continue to be honest with her. The girl asked why she had made such an agonizing and shameful choice. It all started because of the young man. And after that, she took up arms with the Black Protection Organization. And this is what it came down to. And now a young man claims he's going to leave her because of them. The princess went wild with anger and shouted that she would just kill a scum like Li Qiong. The young man hugged the girl and told her to forgive him. The princess screamed for him to let her go. The young man pulled the girl even tighter against him. Li Qiong said he didn't realize that it was so hard for her. The guy said he's sure the girl was having a hard time too. He didn't realize it, and he wants her to forgive him. The girl had a little hope after these words that the young man would change his mind. Li Qiong said he was sorry that even knowing this, he couldn't fulfill her request. At the same instant, the girl pushed the young man away from her. She put her hands forward towards Li Qiong. The young man couldn't stay on his feet under the impact of the energy directed at him. The princess became like a demon. She screamed for the young man to die. Gyubam shouted loudly for the princess to stop. The girl placed her bloody hand on Li Qiong's face. The young man didn't move and looked straight into her eyes. The princess couldn't stand that look and cried. The young man said it's okay. It wasn't her fault. The guy added that she could be mad at him for as long as she wanted. Li Qiong asked the girl to make one promise to him. He wanted her not to torture herself for other people from now on. The guy put his hand on the girl's head and said that this was what would work best for her. Sosol stood crying like a little child. Her shoulders were shaking. She was very sorry. The girl started coughing, and it was coughing up blood. The princess leaned on the young man's arms, crouched down, and continued to sob. Crying, Sosol said she didn't need anything else. She felt immensely lonely. The princess said she only wants a young man, and it would be enough for him to look after her and smile at her. A princess would do anything for that, and now her life has no meaning, and she wants to give up. The girl sees a young man reach out to her and say he will keep her safe. Princess Sosol opened her eyes and came to her senses. The girl turned her attention to the fact that she was already in the car. The driver saw that the princess had woken up. The girl realized she was still alive. There was no emotion on her face. The princess looked at herself and her hands and said that she had lost a great deal of blood. The driver said it was the blood of the head of the Sunu clan. The driver explained that Li Xiong was very upset when he saw the princess fainted. Then, the young man started looking for a knife, saying that if the girl drank his blood, she would feel better. The man said that he didn't hesitate to give the young man the knife, after which he brought the girl to this view. The man continued, looking at that blood, the princess guesses how things happened, right? The man said that child was a real psycho. The man added that they were able to stop the young man after he made sure the princess had a pulse again. If he had not been stopped, he would have surely died from excessive blood loss. The driver added that Li Xiong should be okay. He kept on his feet and didn't lose consciousness until Gina picked him up. The young man said that he was suggesting to postpone to the next time what he had negotiated with the princess, because the situation today was not good. The princess smiled, so the young man remembered his promise. The girl said that Li Xiong is a terrible rascal. The driver stated that swearing could be dispensed with in this situation. The princess shouted for the driver to urgently contact the Sunu clan. The girl shouted that it was urgent to catch Li Xiong, so he couldn't go anywhere. Sarah Nuna heard on the phone that Li Xiong had left the Sunu clan. Gina told her not to feign indifference. Who else but Sarah would be able to find the young man in the Murim? Gina thought that Sarah Nuna knew where Soon was and should tell her everything. Sarah Nuna was writing something down. Li Xiong disappeared at dawn today. The girl wondered if there were any clues to his whereabouts. Gina wondered, wasn't Sarah Nuna the one who hid it? Sarah Nuna said she had just asked Ginny a question and was waiting for an answer. Gina replied that she was the first to ask the question and is waiting for an answer. Sarah Nuna said that she was not hiding Mr. Xiong and is now waiting for the answer to her question. There were no clues. According to Gubam, Seun, after his night meeting with Mrs. Sosol, packed his things and disappeared. His phone has been disconnected. Sarah Nuna assumed that there was no need to worry about Li Xiong. He was probably acting according to some plan. Gina asked what kind of plan Li Xiong might have had. Sarah Nuna replied that she did not know. Judging from the fact that the young man was quick and determined, he knew that such a day could come and had been preparing for it since a very long time ago. And he kept it a secret from everyone. He turned off his cell phone so it wouldn't be traced. Gina was upset. How could he disappear so quickly without leaving a trace? Sarah Nuna sympathized with Gina. She too would like to know where the young man was now. The elder was asked how much he was worried. It seemed to the aide that the elder had become very pensive after the news she had received from the Sunu clan. The elder said that Sosol was a child who was not treating their association in the best way. In addition, this time, there was a suspicious situation with the patrons from the Black Protection Organization. The old man said that this was the truest danger to the Murim. The elder was actually very worried about this matter. The assistant asked what the gentleman was really thinking about. The old man wondered, shouldn't she at her current level have already learned when to feign ignorance, even when she knew everything? The girl said, she only does this because of her desire to help her master. The aide inquired what turns an elder on. Elder said that at this stage, he was concerned about a mere trifle. He has no idea where the disappeared interim clan leader is headed. The man asked how he knew about this place and how he got here. The man asked this question to Li Xiong. A young man with a bag on his shoulder reached the place by himself. Li Xiong assumed that this was the boundary of the Black Source. The young man did not initially think it would be so deep in the mountains. The man asked the young man, did he come here to avenge that incident at school? The man said if that was the case, then Li Xiong could do whatever his heart desired here. Because what had happened all this time was still a burden on his heart, the man said the young man should not use that as an excuse to touch things. Otherwise, the man promises that the young man may die at his hands. Li Xiong said that this puzzles him. After all, he knows that the Murim disciples are one family. The man was puzzled. Why did the young man bring up the disciples of the Murim in this case? The man added that the young man had no idea what happened after the notorious Ku Mun Ryong made a mess of the place. After that, robbers started coming to this hidden place in search of prey. The man added that the young man should now have an idea of what he has had to endure since those events. The man said that after Ku Mun Ryong's lawlessness, he fought here to protect the memorial at the gate of the Black Spring border. A young man appears out of the blue and tells him about the Brotherhood of Murim disciples. Li Xiong saw that the conversation wasn't going well. The man didn't want to accept him adequately. He didn't want to continue the conversation. Li Xiong said he didn't know what had happened. All the way here was not an easy journey. Not many people would dare to do such a thing. Even after finding this place, the guy was still pondering about the rightness of his choice. Li Xiong said that the Black Heaven technique the man had demonstrated that day was of an amazing level. However, the Black Heaven's devastating strike would be easier to apply after such an attack than before. The young man said he remembered the warm advice that Sunbei had given him and mustered up the courage to come here. The guy concluded that he has a huge nostalgia for this place. That's why he's drawn here. The man said he didn't want to hear any more of these luscious things from the young man. The man asked, how could the young man long for this place when even the Kumun Ryong who taught him had never been here? The man told the guy to answer cleanly and not to get out of line. The young man must have come here out of greed, looking for something special. The man was interested in another matter. Surely the young man had brought a whole bunch of people from the Sunu clan here with him. So the guy might not be deceitful and call all his men here because he was going to resist with all his strength. Li Xiong said most likely this was a place he shouldn't have gone to. The young man apologized and said that he was most likely mistaken. However, he had come here alone, so the interviewer could take it easy. The young man said he was bowing out, apologizing for bothering the man. Li Xiong turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The guy decided that he was not welcome here. The man told the young man in return that he apologized for what he had done to him that day at school. The man admitted that it was undoubtedly his fault, although if you look into it, there was a misunderstanding. Li Xiong said that the interlocutor didn't have to worry about it. He probably had his reasons at the time. The man replied, even if the guy said that, he wouldn't take it personally. The man added that as an apology, he was willing to at least listen to the reason why the young man came here. The man clarified he was interested in the true purpose of the young man's visit. Li Xiong didn't know where to begin his explanation. He decided to listen to everything in detail so that the young man wouldn't have to make up his mind. The boy said that in that case, he would explain everything in detail, and his interlocutor would surely know the purpose of his coming here. Li Xiong lowered the bag to the ground. He turned around to face his interlocutor. The man asked, what is the guy going to do now? Out of the blue, the young man decided to attack the man. His opponent dodged the blow. Their gazes met. In the man's eyes, there was surprise. In Li Xiong's eyes, equanimity and confidence. The guy jumped up and tried to use his fighting techniques against the man. Instead, Li Xiong was already glowing with hatred by now. His eyes were burning like a demon's. The young man was instantly transformed. The young man was continuously attacking. His opponent successfully blocked these attacks and did not give the young man a chance to succeed. The man said that was enough. He saw everything and he understood everything. The man said the young man uses soul-crushing blows one after another with a lot of power. Master told Li Xiong that he had learned martial arts completely haphazardly. The young man replied that he knew it perfectly well. The man, watching the boy, saw that it was as if the young man was staring at the wall. He wasn't making any progress. No matter how much the young man trains, his abilities remain in the same place, and his body keeps getting injured. Li Xiong replied that it was like that. How did his interlocutor know that? The man stated that this was an obvious result. If his study of martial arts lacked system and order, in martial arts training, the most important part is the system. If the guy was going to somehow master a continuous technique combining basic offensive and defensive skills, and use soul-crushing strike for quick results, then for objective reasons, he was in his current position. There's only one way to solve this problem, the man continued. The man said it was imperative to relearn the basics of the skill, according to the precepts he learned at the first training session. A young man has got to get it through his head, if he doesn't want his strength to fail. Li Xiong said that he did not know the prescriptions of training and the basics of skill. The man wondered, how could a young man not know the basics? He had been taught martial arts by Kumun Ryong. The guy said that he had learned most of the martial arts on his own, by watching videos left by Ku Mong Ryong. He had only been in direct contact with him for a short time. Therefore, today was the first time the young man had heard that there was a certain training system. However, as time went on, he began to guess that there was something he didn't know, since he hadn't seen any progress. When the young man used powerful martial arts, he didn't know that they were related to each other. Even exerting himself, trying to connect the two, the result was that his body was always in pain. The young man could not recognize the reasons for all that was happening. No matter how many times he watched the videos left behind by Kumun Ryong, he had reached a dead end. At some point, the young man decided to find an answer on his own. Studying other martial arts, he tried to fix the problem areas. The young man said that it was to no avail. It was useless. The guy added that despite the effort expended, things were unstable, and the result is now in sight. The young man cried and said that as he evaluated himself, he realized that he was pathetic. So Kumun Ryung knew that the young man would not be able to stand up to him honorably. The man said, "This is what disorderly martial arts lead to." This was not a superb demonstration of black heaven and earth martial arts. It was just a young man's desperate attempt to pull himself together. The young man said that he had never properly studied the black heaven and earth martial arts. Perhaps he only thought he was part of this school. The man said he's been through the same thing, and he had been through it all, so he understands the young man. After his teacher left him, he had to learn martial arts on his own. The man said the process was truly terrifying. The young warrior was angry at the absence of his teacher after every failure during his training, so he could well imagine how the young man spent all that time. The man observed that the process of learning martial arts, starting from the basics, can be more difficult and tedious than it seems. The master asked the young man if he was sure he could stand if he started from the basics. Li Xiong said that's why he came here. The man replied to the young man that one should first greet the ancestors at the shrine and tell them that a new descendant had arrived. Ian Kilnam, talking on the phone, said that he had already come out to greet Mrs. Kang Haje, talking on the phone, asked why he was not called if the new head of the family had arrived. After all, he too is part of the Sunu clan. Elder Yang asked if the young man still didn't understand the situation. The man added that the clan is currently under disciplinary measures due to the change of the clan head. There are many people trying to take advantage of this situation and find a flaw in the rule of the previous clan head. If Khan Hai shows up at the welcoming ceremony while the past head is absent, it could lead to something unpredictable. The man added that not only the Sunu clan, but the entire Murim are now under some threat. Elder Yan said that unfortunately he didn't have much time to talk to the young man right now. He would listen to him later. The man said he would continue talking to the young man after he was free, and disconnected his cell phone. The young man was outraged. Why had he been treated like that? In the car, Elder Yan had an interlocutor waiting for him. The elder said he thought the conversation about the lady was over. Ian Kilnam asked why the man had followed him. What other questions are there? The man said that Yang Kilnam greeted him inhospitably. Why is he treating his longtime battle comrade this way? Yang Kilnam replied, if this is a dream, he wants to wake up as soon as possible. The man said that even if it was a dream, he would like to have a friendly conversation. Kang Haji decided that Elder Yang didn't respect many people. The young man didn't like that Elder Yan hung up the phone in the middle of the conversation and interrupted him. Kang Haji thought, perhaps he should be grateful to Elder Yan for answering his call at all. After all, he doesn't answer the other people's calls. The young man was still offended. Whatever emergency the elder had, one could just answer an ordinary phone call. The young man thought maybe he was tormented by the fact that he was annoying to everyone. He's probably considered annoying by Gina, Saranuna, and even Li Xiong. Kang Haji imagined how people felt when such an annoying person was near them. The young man always demanded extra attention. He especially wanted this attention from Li Xiong. Haji was offended. He had always followed Li Xiong without question. Now, the young man didn't say a word to him and disappeared. Kang Haji was ashamed in front of Li Xiong at this moment. Ashamed because he had learned martial arts from Kumun Ryong. However, be that as it may, the young man decided, his skills in martial arts had improved greatly after learning them from Kuman Ryong. The young man wanted to meet Gina to see how much he had improved his martial arts skills. Thinking thus, the young man did not look ahead at the road and accidentally came face to face with a company of strangers. One of them snapped at him and said that the guy wasn't looking where he was going, and this could end badly for him. Kang Haji looked straight into the eyes of the offender. His gaze was determined and direct. The young man didn't like that Haji was looking him straight in the eye. It caused him to become aggressive. There was a verbal altercation between the young men. The guy told Kang Haji to lower his eyes or he would hit him. Kang Haji said try it. Kang Haji got angry. He said that his interlocutor did not have the fortitude to hit him. The stranger started insulting the young man and said that he was not afraid of anything. The stranger swung around and hit the young man in the jaw with his fist, thus committing an act of aggression. Haji's cheek turned red. He said the young man was weak and his blow was worthless. The enemy became even more enraged. He thought he was about to tear this young rascal apart. Haji told everyone to disperse. For him to feel the impact, he has to meet a certain level. The group of young men laughed. What nonsense this young man is talking. Khan's opponent, Haji, said the young man is crazy and apparently wants to die. The man was telling his interlocutor about the most important part in training. Li Xiong listened about how it was important to always remain rational in training. The man said that martial arts are the most brutal acts a person can commit. The teacher added that those practicing martial arts should keep their souls in a state of peace. If this does not happen, anyone can make the mistake of falling under the influence of their own violence, and that mistake could be irreparable. The teacher continued that one must be able to suppress the animal instinct and remain calm at all times. Kang Haji brutally slaughtered the entire group of young men he had encountered on the road. If the animal instinct could be suppressed, It would be the beginning of the martial arts of the Black Heavens and Earth. It's been the second week since the new head of the Sunu clan arrived. The elder said that things should have returned to normal by now. But still, the Sunu clan doesn't change at all. Sarah Nuna inquired about the reason for meeting with her. Perhaps the elder wanted to meet with her because of problems in the clan. The old man said that he was just reading the report, and without noticing it, he started complaining. The elder heard that the girl had given an assignment to look for a man. Sarah Nuna said she was looking for a missing person who had disappeared in a past incident after a past business meeting. The old man said that he had bad memories of the last business meeting. Elder inquired, shouldn't this be handled by the association? The old man said he called the girl to warn her that business was delayed because of these proceedings. The elder assumed that with the news of the new head of the Sunu clan, it would not be quiet. A lot of people would hear about it. However, the old man had not imagined that the revenge would be so vile and cruel. The man was asked since when did the Sunu clan become so poisonous. The man explained to Serenun that the vindictiveness of the Sunu clan has been known to everyone since ancient times. People even say that it is better to die than to become an enemy of the Sunu clan. Serenuna said that, according to the head of the organization, the minions of the turbulent current faction are attacked every night. The interlocutor said that they are. After all, they have the strength to capture the new head of the Sunu clan. The image of the Sunu clan began to improve while Li Xiong was the head. The man said he was sorry. If Mr. Xiong stayed in the clan and continued his business with the new head, it would be much better for the Sunu clan. The interlocutor told the girl, after Mr. Xiong disappeared, he was never able to get in touch with Kang Haje. The girl recalled that not too long ago, Haje had called her during a meeting. But after that, he did not answer the phone even when she called him. Sarah Nuna said she was worried about that. The young man cannot be contacted now. The man suggested that the girl contact the young man right away. Perhaps the situation had changed. The girl decided to call the boy again. King Haji stood after the massacre with bloody hands. His cell phone rang in his pocket. The young man looked. It was an incoming call from Sarah Nuna. The guy decided he had to take this call. He had been waiting for this conversation for a long time. The young man examined the result of his activity. The young man continued to lie motionless on the ground. The boy wondered, had he really done all this? Why couldn't he control himself? The young Haji believed that he wanted to oppose the Murimans, even purposely coming to the place where he had met that human monster before. The young man was unlucky enough to have someone like them get in his way and start getting into trouble themselves. They couldn't even take one punch, though. Haji remembered how skillful Li Xiong's martial techniques were. Wouldn't he be able to put up the same fight with incredible techniques? The young man's musings were interrupted by someone. He was told to stop. The boy turned around. The stranger asked the young man if this was his doing, pointing to the scattered bodies. The stranger concluded that, judging from the result of the activity, this guy was a Muriman. However, he beat up ordinary people. Haja looked around at the stranger. He thought he was a Muriman. The young man rejoiced. At last he had met a Muriman. Just as he had wished. The young man decided that now he could fight as well as Xiong. The young man clenched his fists. The stranger approached the young man almost closely. The stranger approached him and said that the young man had a strong thirst for blood. The stranger asked if the boy wanted to fight him. The man said he didn't care in this case whether he fought or not. However, Kang Haji looked into the stranger's eyes. The young man felt that something was happening to him. The boy couldn't understand why he was starting to shake. Was it fear? The man patted the young man lightly on the cheek and told him to relax. It was just a joke. Heiji stared at the stranger, his eyes bulging. He said that killing someone for free would only clean up afterward. The man, Heiji, said that he had never seen a girl with these characteristics before. The stranger received information that she had been seen in the neighborhood. The man, as he left, said that the next time the young man messed with regular people, he should clean up after himself harder. If the stranger is also to be blamed for these things that happened here, because he was around at the time, he and the young man will be dealt with without delay. Haji apologized and said that he would not do it again. The young man sighed and looked at his bloody hands. It was the aftermath of his strife. At the first opportunity, the young man tried to wash his hands of the blood. The guy looked in the mirror and thought he was a real bastard in front of him. Haji thought he hadn't even caught the movement of the stranger's hands. The young man at his level considered whether he could fight back against this Muriman. In reality, his abilities were worthless at all. The guy thought he was really pathetic and a real loser. He didn't realize how much more he had to train. The young man walked through the evening park to the bench where the girl was sitting. The young man was very surprised. Haji stepped closer and asked what a young girl was doing here at a time like this. The boy looked closer and noted that this girl was very beautiful, just like a doll. Haji couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen this doll somewhere before. He couldn't remember where. The young man heard a man approaching from behind him. He looked back and saw the stranger. He said that because of the outfit, he could not recognize the girl. Haji became angry. Why had that man come here? Was he really following him? The young man thought, is the target of this stranger this child? The boy became even more angry. The stranger said it was a young man he had just met. Their paths crossed again. The man asked if Hajie was also from the Sunu clan. How could he not have guessed it at once? The young man asked the stranger, what did the Sunu clan have to do with this? What did he want? The stranger showed the young man a picture of Princess Sosol and asked if he knew who it was. Who is this girl who looks like a doll? Hajie, looking at the girl on the bench, thought it was the same child from the picture. This is the girl, Sunu Sosol, the rightful mistress of the Sunu clan. Hajj couldn't understand why this girl was here all alone. Why was she alone and unguarded? The young man realized that there might be misunderstandings now, because this man was looking for this little girl. The boy felt something happen in his chest. He couldn't explain his body's reaction. The stranger said. He hesitated when he saw the reaction of the young man's body a little earlier. But the boy knows how to feel Kie well, doesn't he? The stranger added that the young man might not even consider parroting him. The man, changing his facial expression, said that the guy had only two options. Either disappear from here right now or right here to find out how much of his body could be torn apart. The young man was frightened. He realized that this was no joke. The boy noted he felt that this man could actually destroy him. The first thing that came to the young man's mind was to leave now. The young man looked at the quietly sitting girl. The girl was silent and looking at the pictures on her phone. She had no reaction to what was happening around her. The young man thought perhaps he had lost his mind for a moment. But be that as it may, he is, after all, a member of the Sunu family. And so far, he had received invaluable help from them. And how could he just run away after seeing the Sunu clan head in danger? Kang Hajie decided that he couldn't do that. The young man immediately attacked the stranger, stabbing him. The stranger thought the young man had lost his mind. How could he do such a thing? The man said that in that case he would tear one piece off the young man for a warm-up. The guy shouted that the stranger might attack him. He's ready. Hajie declared that as long as he was here, the man wouldn't touch the head of their clan with his fingertip. The stranger realized he couldn't avoid a confrontation with this guy. And the young man knows who this girl is. Hearing those words, the girl raised her head and looked at Kana Hajie. The young man, assessing his opponent, realized that he was no match for him at all. But the boy had a secret technique that he had learned from Kumun Ryong. The boy remembered his teacher telling him that defeat in battle is often determined by one decisive blow. The more experience one has, the better the ability to detect such moments. Kumun Ryong told Haji, even if he's a beginner, knowing the basics, it's quite possible to find such a moment. Such a moment can be found after a surprise attack and confusion of the opponent. It is necessary to take advantage of the enemy's confusion and strike a decisive blow at this very moment. After these thoughts, Kang Hajie struck his opponent first. The man dodged. Kang Hajie missed. The stranger couldn't understand. Was this young man really joking like this? The guy asked, though it sounded good. Would it work out as easy as words made it out to be? The teacher explained, if all combat techniques worked as worded, people wouldn't even fight using their bodies. Li Xiong agreed with him. The man was glad that the young man was used to life in the mountains. At first he was worried about whether it would be hard for him, because he had lived in the city before. The young man said he wasn't used to it yet. He just feels very relaxed living here. It's a very relaxing environment. The boy recalled, for when he first came here, he somehow felt as if he longed for this place. Li Xiong said that as time passes, he feels like this feeling is only getting stronger. Maybe that's why it's getting easier for him to train. The young man continued earlier. The more he practiced, the more he felt as if someone was following him. But since he had come here, that feeling had disappeared. Lately, every time during spiritual training, the young man feels as if he is in a new world. The teacher said that this is actually great. Such training should bring maximum results. Most martial techniques consider flow and naturalness as the most important fundamentals. The desire to do something through force leads to mistakes. There are sure to be problems somewhere in the process. The master said, for this reason more than anything else, he wants the young man's soul to be constantly at rest while he is here. That's exactly what the wizard's gate he'd struggled so hard to find would be able to do for him. The young man thanked the master for these warm words. The man said for the young man to call him Sabek Bu. This more accurately characterizes their relationship. Li Xiong said that he understood everything and would correct all his mistakes from now on. Li Xiong said that he would go to the Soul Recovery Hall and spend some time there. The man thought that this young man might be a good one. He's a very thinking and diligent student. The man noted that it had been about 2 weeks since this young man had come here. The more the man spent time with this young man, the clearer his memories of his time with his master became. Was he really that happy now? The man followed the young man into the Soul Recovery Room. The boy was busy doing business. The boy hadn't yet realized how clean he had become in this short time. The doll girl and the stranger looked down at Hajie. The guy was lying on his back, nose bleeding. When asked who he was, the girl said she didn't know him. In the huge library, someone caught the young people's attention. It was a red-haired girl in a yellow hoodie. She was looking at a magazine. The young man thought, "Who is she?" Her appearance was very striking. Could she be some kind of idol? Someone called out to Mistress Ginny. The girl was alert. The stranger standing with her back to Gina told her not to act like they knew each other. They were being watched. The watchers are standing 3 and 8 hours away from them. The girl said they should meet on the 3rd floor of the parking garage, when Gina can get away from the surveillance. The girl also discreetly left. Gina was left alone. She wanted to look in the direction of 3 and 8 o'clock and determine the surveillance. Gina did something unconventional. She yelled out to whoever was following her, "Who was he? And why was he following her?" The girl screamed and chased after someone. So she decided to disappear unnoticed. After a while, Gina walked to the stipulated location and opened the car door. She said she hadn't brought her tail behind her. Sarah Nuna was in the car and complimented the genie on her resourcefulness and invited her to sit down. Gina said she was relieved to be off her tail, but she was tense about the fact that she was under surveillance. Sarah Nuna asked if the girl knew that she was under surveillance. The girl said she knew and knew she was even bugged. Sarah Nuna wondered why Gina had chosen to cross paths in such a strange place. The young lady explained because in a crowded place, one can always hide in the crowd, going unnoticed. Sarah Nuna said that didn't make sense in this case, because it was almost impossible to go unnoticed with the appearance that Gina had at the moment. Sarah Nuna added that if she were a bystander, she would definitely approach the girl to shoot a number, thinking that she is an idol. Sarah Nuna told the girl to be more vigilant about herself from now on. She doesn't want the new Sunu head to mess with Ms. Ginny for no good reason. Gina said that no one but her interlocutor could answer the questions. Ever since Mrs. Sosol returned, the whole family has been on edge. For this reason, the elders have been very concerned lately and are constantly negotiating amongst themselves. Even the undoubted Sunu clan cannot withstand the exhaustive forces of confrontation for several months. Mrs. Sosol is surrounded by suspicious individuals and doesn't even think to listen to what the elders tell her. It could go so far as to make them turn against the Federation. Sarah Nuna objected. They are not acting in this way just for revenge. This person's goal, to gain an advantage in the Federation negotiations. To be more precise, that is the hidden goal of the Grey Cardinal. Gina said she had also heard that there was a Grey Cardinal behind Miss Sucker's back. But even if that was true, there was no way the Murim representatives would enter into negotiations with a faction that was their open enemy. Sarah Nuna added that there is no way the Federation will negotiate with the Grey Cardinal. However, the government is concerned that prolonged unrest in the Sunu clan could harm the general public. The government may persuade the Federation to negotiate with the Sunu clan by entering into a mutual non-aggression pact. Gina said that it doesn't make sense to her. In her opinion, the government should advise the Federation to deal with the Sunu clan. The Federation should be the entity that signed the mutual non-aggression pact between the government and the Murim. So if the Federation wanted to discuss the issue directly with the Sunu clan, it would be tantamount to abandoning the mutual non-aggression pact and allowing the government to interfere in Murim affairs. Sarah Nuna finished. Eventually, the Sunu clan will be called to the negotiating table. The clan will ask about the Grey Cardinal's intentions. Gina asked if the reason why Mrs. Sosul was behaving like this was because of the orders of the Grey Cardinal. Sarah Nuna replied that otherwise she saw no point in such provocations without any benefit. After all these dialogues, Gina became sad and remembered Li Xiong. This was the main reason why she wanted to get to the truth. Had the young man foreseen such a situation? And was that not the reason he had left the Sunu clan? Sarah Nuna replied that it was possible. Gina realized why the young man had been out of place the entire time he had been in the Sunu clan. Gina remembered hearing something like that from Siuna, but she didn't know that was the case. Sarah Nuna said that her situation was exactly the same. She pretended to know the situation better than anyone else, but she couldn't lighten the load on Li Xiong's shoulders. The girl sat in silence for a while. Then Gina said that this was all too much. How could she be without news of a young man for so long? Gina thought that the days are flying by little. It's getting colder outside. She doesn't even know if the young man is okay now. All this time, Li Xiong was fine, and he vigorously practiced and learned the basics of martial arts, among other things. After another practice session, the teacher said that the young man lost his balance while moving the Yonghuantou. The trainer remembered that the fundamental thing in executing movements is to keep the center of gravity. If it is in a wobbly position, the fighter will fall under the opponent's control. Li Xiong wanted to try again. The guy tried to repeat the exercise and keep his center of gravity under control and stay in a stable position. The teacher stopped the young man again. He was repeating the same mistake. The boy looked at his feet and everyone saw that they were bloody. The teacher called him a rascal and said that was the whole problem. The trainer once again lectured. No matter how minor the injury, he should report it immediately and try to fix it. The teacher reminded him that in the past, when the young man had hidden his injuries, it had led to more serious consequences. If the boy didn't understand that, there was no point in training further. The boy apologized. The young man changed and said he felt funny for some reason. The young man's face turned red with embarrassment. The boy explained despite the teacher's formidable appearance, his actions sometimes resembled those of a fussy old lady. The coach got angry and pulled the bandage down hard on the young man's leg. The leg crunched. The boy screamed in pain. It was not a serious game between the coach and the student. The man announced that the treatment is over. However, until the boy gets better, training is forbidden. The boy was upset and said he understood. Every day, the young man admitted that sometimes when he overdoes it, there are injuries. But this is a natural learning process. The man said he probably couldn't find a fool like him who was willing to spend that much time on a young man. The teacher said that training is over for today. He's going out for dinner. Li Xiong said that it was his turn to do the dinner tonight. And the warriors got into a verbal altercation over who would get the honorable position of cooking dinner tonight. Li Xiong said that the food his master cooks is terribly tasteless. Master said that food should not have an extrinsic flavor. Once the food gets inside the stomach, it becomes the same food as everything else. The boy remarked that it was better to eat tasty food then. In training and talking, fall and winter passed and spring came. All this, Li Xiong no longer looked like the young man who came here for the first time. He was already a seasoned warrior. But in one of the training sessions, a young man asked why the teacher doesn't say anything to him. Could he be doing something wrong? The teacher told the young man to try to answer for himself what was wrong or erroneous in his movements. The young man immediately doubted himself. He could not understand where he had made a mistake. The coach said, of course, the young man doesn't know about it. The master, Li Xiong asked, then why is his teacher so serious? Is it a problem, or is this a new way of praising him? The master continued to stand stern and silent. Li Xiong didn't understand what the problem was then. The man said, there is no problem. However, the energy emitted by the young man while performing the techniques is too coarse. The teacher said that he had sensed this even during their first meeting. But now the problem had become even stronger, to the point where he even felt threatened. The young man thought, so even the master has noticed it. Li Xiong felt that after what happened in the hell of uninterrupted torment, the energy within his body had changed, so he was cautious. But it seemed that lately he was finding it harder and harder to hide it. The guy thought that it was also related to the immortal demon lord. So the feeling was if he said the wrong thing, it could get the master in trouble. The teacher told the young man to keep practicing. He would go to a village nearby for a while. The young man offered his services if the master wanted to bring something from the village. The man said that he was going to communicate with his relatives. Li Xiong asked, who were these relatives? Why didn't she know anything about them before? The man speaks of those who were disciples of the main house and now lead active lives in society. The main house is a one-man organization in which secret techniques are passed down to only one successor. When a certain time comes, the main house chooses a successor. All the other disciples come down from the mountains and, being relatives of the collateral line, take on the role of assistants to the main house. The young man took it to mean that collateral relatives financially supported the main house. The teacher said it's not that simple. After all, they also have some sort of rights to recommend students. The young man asked, so they choose the students? The coach said that this is exactly what it is. Few like Li Xiong are willing to come alone this far into the mountains and declare their intention to become a disciple. In fact, most disciples, including masters, were people found as a side branch among the many. Li Xiong realized that he was special. The man said, usually in a situation like this, it was necessary to get permission from the side branch members. If you don't, there might be certain problems later on. Li Xiong said, after all, his master is the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School. Why, even with that, there might be a problem? The master replied that most of the relatives are much older than him. Plus, they are respected people in the society. The man stated that she had also had problems during the process of choosing a successor. Therefore, if they found out about it, they might even want to expel him from the clan. The young man said his teacher should have contacted them from the beginning. Why only now? The teacher said that in that case, the Murim would know the whereabouts of the young man. Would that be to the young man's advantage? The teacher suggested that this place was probably the young man's only hiding place. The teacher said that he was going to arrange with the relatives not to visit the place for some time, and to avoid sudden visits from family members. Li Xiong realized everything the teacher was doing now was only for his good. The young man thanked the man and wished him a good journey. The boy looked at the departing master for a long time. This man seriously changed the young man's outlook on life. Li Xiong decided to pull himself together and keep practicing no matter what. The young man thought that in the long time he had been here, this was the first time he had been alone. The guy decided to try what would happen if he used the Black Heaven technique without restraining the energy. The young man was pleased with the result of the workout. His body seemed to be fine. But would he be able to use some more energy? After another round of practice, the young man was amazed. So strong was everything that he left a huge mark. The young man had to literally cover his tracks. The master might get suspicious if he saw it when he came back. Li Xiong first decided to find a place where he could train without being seen by his teacher. He had to go farther into the mountains. At that time, a girl was traveling in the mountains. She chose a solo tour without traveling companions. The girl lowered the heavy backpack to the ground and decided to take a break. The young lady decided to make a cell phone call. The call was answered by the elder. His assistant Li said that she had reached her destination. Assistant Li told the old man that she had just reached the main building. The girl said there was no sign of Yu Sayun. He must have gone out somewhere. Assistant Li asked if she should leave the item here and come back right away. The old man said she should wait for the man, find out how he was doing, and take her time getting back. The girl said that the next communication session would be when she was on her way back, inspecting the area. Assistant Li sensed that the Black Heaven technique had been used here. The girl noticed deep footsteps and ridiculously erased footprints. What is this? After another training session, the young man thought for a moment he had used energy carelessly and almost got himself into a lot of trouble. The guy thought, if one used a battle technique mindlessly releasing energy, would it really have that much power? He should be more careful. At some point, the young man noticed that a girl was standing not far away and watching him intently. The boy was annoyed. When could this person have been there? He couldn't believe he'd only been able to notice her presence when she'd gotten so close. Assistant Li was very surprised because she saw the former head of the Sunu clan here. Li Xiong asked who she was and why did she come to such a mountainous wilderness. The girl decided to get closer to the young man to see if it was him. Assistant Li asked the young man, "Is he Yu Xiaoyun's disciple?" The girl was interested in that aspect. The young man answered nothing, only stared intently at his interlocutor. The assistant called Yu Sayong, asked how he was doing, and said that she really hadn't contacted him in a long time. She asked how he was doing. The interlocutor told the girl not to come to the main building for a while. The interlocutor specified that he conducts closed trainings there. The girl asked if the man had taken a secret student to him. Assistant Li heard Yu Sahyun say that he didn't have any secret disciples. He wouldn't do something so stupid. He realizes that this could get him into real trouble. The girl was talking on speakerphone. She said goodbye and ended the conversation. The young man heard all this. The girl asked if the young man could say anything in response. The young man replied that there is no cell tower nearby, so there is no communication. The young woman explained that she had a satellite phone. The aide announced if the young man had nothing more to say, then she would leave. The young man did not want to end the conversation that way and told the girl not to leave. He realized that there might be consequences. Li Xiong questioned who she was and why did she arbitrarily break into someone else's school grounds. The girl said that his master probably didn't tell him about her. The stranger introduced herself. She said her name was Inari. She's a student of one of the heads of the school and the current head of the Black Heaven Earth School. The young man thought that this girl was an apprentice of a side branch, something the master had told him about. Xiong remembered master telling him that he had had problems during the process of choosing a successor, and that if they found out about the new apprentice there, they might even want to kick the man out of the clan. The girl said she could guess who the young man was. The guy put his head down and said he made a mistake. It was all his fault. Master had only accepted him as a disciple because he had come here and begged him to do so. He had no idea that it would harm his master. Li Xuan said that he was ready to leave this place right now. The guy asked the girl not to tell the side branch elders about the master. The girl said it's not necessary. She's also from a side branch. So if she recommends a young man, Sahyun won't have any problems. The girl first decided to look at the young man's abilities. Whether he had learned the black sky technique, the girl told the young man to use the technique. If he seemed capable, she would recommend the young man as an apprentice. The guy thought he had some strange feeling again. Is it possible to learn techniques from another person without the master's permission? Inari asked, is the young man really afraid? Or is he just reluctant? The young man decided that he would give it a try. He has no choice in this situation. The young man remembered that the master had called his movements of the heavens perfect. One could simply make them as he showed them to the master. Assistant Li didn't think that the head of the Sunu clan would be hidden in a place like this. The girl was greatly surprised by the way he looked a little earlier. When she'd seen him before, she'd thought he was just an arrogant and ill-mannered kid, but he turned out to even know how to do things for his master. The girl knew that even so they would be in real trouble if the young man left here. Need to keep the young man here by any means necessary until she could contact the elder. The girl thought that the young man had learned the Black Heaven technique. After all, it was the basis of the techniques of the main branch. Inori decided to watch the boy for a while, praise him, and he would definitely not go anywhere. The boy showed the girl what he could do, and what he had learned during his time at this school. The girl determined that it was the fifth form of the Black Heaven technique, the Black Flow. When using this form technique, you need to be most concerned with the movement of energy that occurs after the piercing. The point is to have time to get in time for the rift that occurs during the piercing process. After another imitation attack, the girl decided that this man wasn't bad. He had 3 breakthroughs in energy release. The young man thought it was necessary to stop the energy afterward and let the pure energy in. The girl saw what the young man was doing. This is a process of separation after all. Why is there a piercing going on here? The young man announced that he was done revealing her and looked at the girl, waiting for her verdict. Inari was dumbfounded. How had the young man been able to accomplish this? The girl asked what Yu Sayun was telling the young man about the technique. The boy replied that he didn't say much. The girl said she was having fun. She turned around and got ready to leave. The boy smiled and said nothing in response. He didn't know how to behave in this situation. The girl was leaving, and the young man looked at her. The boy couldn't let go of one thought. Somehow he felt like he'd made some terrible mistake. An SUV was hiding between the trees in the forest. From afar, it was unnoticeable. Inori took off her hat and wig and placed it on the car seat. The girl put on her usual glasses and breathed a sigh of relief. Assistant Lee had almost forgotten the purpose of nearly ruining everything by talking to this young man. She thought to herself, what was Yu Sahyun thinking when she was teaching even such a basic technique to a young man in such a ridiculous manner? The elder on the phone asked if Assistant Lee had come down to the valley from the mountains after meeting this man. The girl said she had one question before the report. Assistant Lee explained, this is about the Black Heaven technique. Is it correct to use this technique without the separation process? The girl explained that when she learned the technique, she was told many times about the importance of maintaining the separation process well. The old man listened and couldn't believe his ears. The girl wondered why Yu Sayun was ignoring such an important base. The old man said that it surprised him. Did this man really rise to such a level? The girl was surprised. What level is the elder talking about? After all, he's using a technique without division. The elders replied that the Black Heaven technique was originally made so that it could be used instantly without separation. But because not everyone is capable of doing this, they added separation and flow to the training process. The old man said that he once had a rival, Yunwol. He too was able to achieve it. So the elder was expelled, and that one was chosen as the successor. The elder confirmed that he still couldn't believe that the master was able to reach Yunwol's level. The girl clarified that she wasn't talking about Yu Sayun. The elder inquired as to whom we were talking about then. Li Xiong asked his master if he had a good trip to the village. Yu Sayun couldn't believe his eyes. There was a huge backpack in front of the man. He understood where the backpack had come from. The teacher asked, did that girl really come here? Yu Sayun reported that they are in very big trouble if that is the case. The man told the interlocutor that they were done with all the complicated stuff. They would soon meet with the head of the Federation, and as soon as they got his signature on the agreement, the matter would be successfully finalized. The man said that they had gotten agreement on all the conditions put forward. The man said that everything went eventually as his interlocutor had planned. The case is progressing so smoothly that it is even suspicious. The man remarked that it was all thanks to the amazing intuition of the head of the Federation. The original plan was to make a ruckus in Marima before the destruction of the Sunu clan and then join the Federation. But the old man came to them long before that and begged them. He said he'd do anything to keep the government out of it. Because of this, they were able to add even the most unthinkable conditions to the agreement. Although the head of the Federation is a rather harsh, willful man. The man said that the head of the Federation, on the contrary, seemed to him the obsequious and cowardly Muraman of all he had seen. Elder added that they have already arrived at the meeting place, and he would look forward to hearing the good news. The man asked his interlocutor what was wrong. Why does he walk around with that face all day? The man added that he found it very strange. The aide said that the head of the Federation looked like an underbelly snake. He had the impression that the old man had gotten to this place through various machinations. He feels that someone like the elder acts too predictably. The man said it's not worth getting worked up over nothing. In these negotiations, the ball is in their court. But if something the old man is up to behind their backs, they use the Sunu clan. The man said that the key they could use to deal with the Sunu clan was the princess. The man said that because the negotiations had taken so long, they had hardly had a chance to use the princess. Because of that, the sense of her power was weakened. and it seemed as if the influence of the elders within the clan was even stronger. The man added that because of all this, he was beginning to suspect something amiss. The man added that because of all this, he was beginning to suspect something fishy. The man said to his interlocutor to dismiss the strange thoughts. The old man was cowardly and could not have conceived of anything like that. The head of the Federation found out over the phone that the elder had just arrived, and he's looking forward to the upcoming negotiations. The head of the Federation said that due to his age, he had forgotten even such an important meeting. The old man said he was busy right now and could not continue the conversation further. He will clarify his schedule in the future and inform you. The old man asked me to give something to the elder Yang. He was grateful that he had agreed to a cooperation agreement with the head of the Federation. The men were left standing puzzled in the parking lot. They had wasted their time, and the preparation made no sense. The Federation head thought, these men are not young at all. Why are they so naive? The car stopped in the woods. The driver said it was impossible to go any further. We'd have to walk. The old man said to keep the driver here. He would contact him later. This was the Black Heaven and Earth School. The elder couldn't remember the last time he was here. 90. The teacher asked Li Xiong to greet the guests formally. These are the disciples of the previous generations. The young man greeted the guests. The young man asked the master, what kind of situation was this? The man said he couldn't believe that Yu Sehun started teaching such a child techniques without any discussion with them. The young man said that the guest was talking very rudely. The young man said that Li Xiong didn't dare to stick his head out when the main branch elders were talking. After all, the guy's just an outsider now. Li Xiong fell silent. Silent was his teacher. This was not a comfortable situation for them. The elder said that he would ask Yu Sehun first. The elder asked his question, what did the man see in this child? That he decided as if he had the right to become a disciple of the head branch. The man continued that this child was a disciple of Kumun Ryong and the temporary head of the Sunu clan. The man realized that by accepting him as an apprentice, not only would he not receive the help of the main branch, but rather it would only bring trouble. The elder said that the master was now admitting his mistake on his own. However, Yu Sayun continued, even when this child stood at the highest rank in the Sunu clan, he believed that he was a disciple of the Black Heaven and Earth School, even though the young man was not trained in these techniques and considered them illogical. He never abandoned the techniques of this school until the very end and honed them. As soon as the young man left his position as the head of the Sunu clan, he came here and insisted on becoming an apprentice. Yu Sehun said that he sincerely wants to ask the two people, if this young man has no right to become a student of their school, then who has the right? Li Xiong wanted to say something quietly to his master. He replied that they would talk later. The elder said that now he wanted to see the techniques this child had learned in all this time. The elder decided to walk through the forest to his destination. He had not been here for quite some time. The old man thought it would take him a lot longer to get here than he thought. It was probably because he hadn't been here for a long time. The elder tried to concentrate the energy in the centers of vision and to focus his gaze on those who might be in this building. The old man looked closer and saw that there was someone there. He had to focus his vision even more. Saw that there might be some kind of event brewing out there right now. Figured it was about time he started watching it. At that, the elder's interlocutor said that some time ago the head of the Federation had screwed over his subordinates in a big way. The old man asked, so it was him, the elder of those two idiots? Head of Black Forest Defense, Kaiser. Kaiser said he personally was very disappointed with the behavior of the head of the Federation this time around. Kaiser clarified, he thought that his interlocutor was the most suitable person to cooperate with them. The old man said that he was busy now and was ready to listen briefly to the essence of the question. The elder apologized and said that he had very little time right now and was extremely busy. The old man watched the young man's actions carefully, and that seemed to him to be the most important thing now. Kaiser didn't want to continue the conversation. He said that in that case, he would have to get rid of the head of the Federation. Kaiser explained that through this case, he had learned that the old man was quite a lot of fiddling. That's why he made the decision he did. Elder stated that it was not worth calling because of such nonsense. Kaiser stated that it was a show of respect. The old man said that what Kaiser had planned would be difficult to accomplish. After all, he is the head of the Federation and one of the 10 great masters. Kaiser said that he knew that, and he also knew about the old man's fearlessness based on that. Kaiser said that he knew that the elder's abilities were not enough to compete with Kumun Ryong. The old man confirmed, if Kumun Ryong came, it would get a little creepy. The head of the Federation said that Kumun Ryong has also been disobeying Kaiser easily lately. Kaiser said that Kumun Ryong is just one of his trainees. He has many capable of giving him competition. Elder says he doesn't have much time and hangs up the phone. Kaiser asked one last time, what was the occasion of the elder's trip to the mountains? The elder called the driver back and told him to get out of the car immediately because there was a bug installed. The driver couldn't answer because he was already dead. The man who answered the elder's call said the old man would be next. The man said that the head of the Federation, Shin Hyun-pun, would not be able to hide from him. At this, the teacher and elders watched the young man's actions with great attention, the old man thought. So he wasn't lying when he talked about the young man instantly using the heavens technique. He didn't expect to see something like that again in his life. Now it was clear why Shin Sayun had reacted this way. The young disciple watched with interest along with the elders at Li Xiong's behavior. The girl thought, I guess the elder probably hasn't arrived yet. The assassins traveled through the forest in search of the head of the Federation. One of the men said he felt absolutely no energy in those neighborhoods. The other said that it was the same story with him. The men noticed that some strange energy could be felt from behind that mountain. The man said the energy is strong, but rhythmic at the same time. It felt like someone was practicing. They found it strange that this training was taking place so deep in the forest. One of the criminals said perhaps the reason the old man came here is right there. The criminals decided to visit that place first. Suddenly, the head of the Federation showed up. Who confronted these criminals in a violent confrontation? The villains were happy to find the old man, and they could complete the rest of their mission. The criminal didn't understand how the old man could suddenly attack them. How had he been able to completely conceal his presence? The head of the Federation realized that he was alone. He had no one else to count on. The elder used his skills and inner energy to confront these criminals with dignity. At one point, the old man delivered a crushing blow to the criminal using his internal energy. The elder was confident. His fighting techniques could take on opponents much stronger than this. Suddenly, one of the criminals, armed with a sword, appeared behind the old man. The old man said that apparently there was no easy way to deal with them. The man asked, "The hidden dragon, who is that?" His interlocutor said that these were people the elder had nurtured in secret from everyone. The man continued, "All this time there were many rumors, but they were carefully concealed. Judging from the fact that he had summoned even those, it seemed that the elder was very angry about something. But even so, because the head of the Federation, he's one of the 10 great masters. He can't be dealt with so easily." The man explained, if the opponent wasn't of master level, he wouldn't be able to exchange even a couple blows with that old man. The interlocutor said that this one of the 10 great masters had once lost to Ku Mun Rayong. The man wondered, are those people who call themselves hidden dragons really at the level of Ku Mun Rayong? The head of the Federation continued to confront the 2 hidden dragons. These warriors were trained in a special way, taking Kumu Ryong as their model. The boy asked, didn't they just now feel some strange energy? One that could be felt from the other side of the mountain. The girl thought there was an elder on the other side of the mountain. He might be in danger. One of the elders said that the young man was not serious. That mountain is a long way away. How can you feel the energy coming from there? Even if a bomb goes off at that distance, they won't know about it. The girl said that this child was pointing in the direction from which her elder intended to keep watch. The men asked if she had contacted Seon. The girl said that she had tried many times, but it didn't work. The teacher asked if there was some problem. The man was troubled. One of the elders asked the young man if he could still feel the energy behind that mountain. The men said the kid felt some suspicious energy. So they're going to go down there and check it out. One of the men told the master and his apprentice not to go anywhere until they returned, just in case. The master said he was listening and they would stay here to await their return. Li Xiong asked the master if they should definitely not go there. The teacher said that the young man shouldn't worry about it too much. After all, these masters are much more powerful than him or the young man. One of the elders noticed that after crossing the mountain peak, some unusual energy could indeed be felt. How could that child recognize it at such a distance? It seems like that boy has an innate talent after all. And the way he used the black sky technique a little earlier. Does Yu Sao Hyun intend to accept him as a disciple of the main branch? The girl interrupted the men and said that now was not the time for such conversations. Now, they have a more important task. They must track down the elder and find the source of the strange energy. The girl noticed that for some time now, the sensed energy on the other side continued to increase little by little. Could it be related to the elder? One of the masters said that the girl was worrying about all sorts of nonsense. She shouldn't worry so much about Dai Sayun. She should worry about the people who might deal with him. The girl said if someone challenged him, maybe it wasn't necessarily out of stupidity. Perhaps the elder was now in an unforeseen and very dangerous situation. The Federation head was surprised. His opponent was moving faster and faster. The old man noticed that the boy's attacks were becoming more and more precise, little by little. That made him uneasy. The elder thought that if this continued, it would be harder for him to confront these criminals. The old man effectively continued the fight, but his opponents didn't feel tired. They were building up their power little by little. The elder thought that the fight had gone on long enough and it was time to end it. At some point, another hidden dragon warrior appeared. It was a girl. In her hands was a huge weapon. Her eyes were glittering madly. The elder thought that there were now 3 opponents against him. One of them was a woman. The woman was unstoppable. She fiercely attacked the old man with her dangerous weapon. At one point, the girl missed and thrust her strange sword deep into the wood. The weapon stuck. The old man thought that this was the first time he had seen such strange movements. But since this girl was with them, they should never underestimate her. One of the warriors thought that the head of the Federation was definitely on another level, different from everyone he had fought before. Even so, no one guaranteed the old man that he could get out of here alive. The young man stopped and looked into the distance. The young man was extremely attentive. The teacher asked why he kept looking in that direction, especially since the mountain is so far away. Yu Sayun asked if the young man could still feel the energy he talked about earlier. The boy said he couldn't feel it anymore. Li Xiong explained. Perhaps he was just imagining it, but right now, there was a feeling as if some completely unknown energy was accumulating. The elder carefully evaluated his 2 opponents. They turned out to be surprisingly tough nuts. Everyone took a brief pause. The girl was in the tree, trying to free her weapon. The old man pondered. Up until now, these guys had only been attacking. But now their movements had stopped. Perhaps they were waiting for someone else? Then the elder would have more problems. The old man understood, although they were nowhere near Ku Mun Riang. But judging from their abilities, these guys were also at the pinnacle of skill. And this girl most likely has the same ability. She's not to be underestimated. The old man realized that it was not easy for him to handle even these 3 fighters. But if there were more of them, it would be more difficult. The elder had no choice. He realized that there was nothing he could do. So he decided to maximize his abilities and use all his inner energy to accomplish the task at hand. Even though it would be hard, he had to get rid of these enemies first. The elder heard the masters greeting De Sayun. Help had arrived. The 3 great masters were now already facing the 3 hidden dragon warriors. One of the masters shouted, "Who are they? How dare they raise their hand against this elder?" Dai Sahyun shouted for the masters to leave quickly and protect the main buildings. The master said that the elder was now under attack. Could there be anything more important right now? The girls met in hand-to-hand combat. Inari dodged her opponent's sword attack. She thought it was strange that such an attack could work. The girls evaluated each other. Their confrontation did not reveal a clear winner. The fight continued. The girl wondered what kind of movement her opponent had. How could she handle such a heavy and angular sword with her physique? Who is she anyway, and where did she come from? The elder said they were assassins sent by the Kaiser to destroy him. The girl realized that if they were sent by Kaiser, then they were from the protection of the Black Forest. Strix says his driver's already dead. We need to hurry and get help from the Marima Federation. We also need to get back to the main buildings and evacuate the remaining people there. The elder has ordered that he be obeyed. He is certain that these people are dangerous. Therefore, you should not be too curious. Masters asked if maybe in that case they should come back. The next moment, the old man said, "Better let them stay." The men were surprised. Why does the old man change his mind? Elder said he looked at the issue from a different angle and changed his mind. Another man appeared not far from the elder. He didn't look like a warrior. This guy had a strange weapon. It looked like a spear. Another opponent appeared, a long-haired man in a dark suit. Another opponent was also discovered not far from the cliff. The old man realized that he would need helpers now. The young man feels the energy moving again. It feels like chaos inside. Streams of energy collide with each other. The young man decided that he would not ask the teacher about it. Surely he was worried enough, even though he kept silent. The young man looked up at the mountainside. He wondered what was going on beyond that slope. Li Qiong decided to address the question to his teacher. The teacher turned around. He was indeed pensive. He didn't feel like having a conversation right now. Yu Sahyun told Li Xiong to keep circulating energy until the masters returned. The young man said, "I think someone is approaching them." The guest thought he had found the suspicious energy source Morel and Will had told him about. The unknown man walked closer and read what the sign said, "School of Black Heaven and Earth." The guest thought that's what it is. So the old man went deep into the woods. Because of the school. That's very interesting. A visitor to the School of Black Heaven and Earth asked Kaiser on the phone, what should he do? Kaiser replied, "You have to make him regret what he has done." The Kaiser said we need to find the secret books. Help is on its way. Kaiser reminded to remember and get rid of all witnesses. The unknown man said he didn't need to wait for help. Judging by the energy, there are only 2 inside. He can handle that many by himself just fine. The unidentified man was asked who he was. Yu Sayan said this is private property. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The unknown man thought that the hosts were extremely impatient individuals if they came out here to meet him. Guests said he was grateful to them for coming out themselves and making it easy for him. The visitor said he had a request. He needs the secret books and asked them to bring them to him. Master said for Li Xiong to stand still and do nothing. This visitor, A suspicious person. The unknown man, taking off his hat, said if they didn't want it, then he'd have to look for it himself. The visitor came closer and abruptly attempted to deliver a fist punch to Yoo Sa-hyun's jaw. The master dodged the blow. The attacker said he would start with the one who looked the strongest, and he decided to hit the teacher first. The villain pulled out a cold weapon and threatened Yoo Sa-hyun with it. Yoo Sa-hyun was evading the enemy's blows and constantly moving around. At one point, the master delivered a powerful blow to the attacker, using his internal energy. The blow was of such force that the villain rolled down the steps. The guest broke the bushes and landed on the ground. Yoo Sa-hyun once again said that he was on private property. Lee Seong inquired, "He didn't die, did he?" The young man said, "Maybe you shouldn't have hit that man so hard." Yoo Sa-hyun was very serious. He was watching the villain. Lee Seong asked, "Why did the master have such a face?" The villain came out of the bushes and said that his opponent had impressive power. If it weren't for his armor, there would be nothing left of his bones. The man under the cloak did indeed have armor. The unknown man asked the master how his fist was. He must be covered in needles by now. The young man was frightened. What do needles have to do with it? Yoo Sa-hyun asked his opponent, "Is he wielding poisons?" In response, the villain laughed and said it was too late. The man had already hit his poison armor, which was covered in a layer of deadly needles. The poison would spread through the body. The pain would only get worse, and then he would die. The teacher's fist was indeed covered with needles. Lee Seong shouted, "Who was he? Why did he do this to his teacher?" The teacher told the young man not to interfere. The villain threw off his cloak and shouted that he would finish the master before he could die from the poison, and rushed towards Sa-hyun, holding his knives in his hands. The young man wanted to rush into action to resist the villain. The teacher grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and told him to stand still. He would take care of himself. Yoo Sa-hyun threw the young man back, once again reminding him not to interfere, and rushed towards the culprit. The teacher shouted, "Did the young man really think he would let this rascal overpower him?" The villain thought his opponent was only making things worse for himself by constantly dodging. The villain could feel the teacher's breathing gradually becoming more rapid. Soon, the poison would spread throughout his body. Lee Seong also noticed that his teacher was starting to feel unwell. The boy saw his teacher successfully evade his opponent's blows. Yoo Sa-hyun thought that this type was the meanest and lowest of all his opponents. There's no way he can be allowed to see Lee Seong. The guy has very little experience in real combat. There's a good chance he'll lose. The teacher was still successfully dodging this type's blows. Yoo Sa-hyun decided that he should decide everything in single combat himself, without the young man's help. The teacher's health had deteriorated considerably. It was obvious from his face that the poison was taking its toll. The villain asked, "Is your strength leaving you already?" The enemy said it was expected. His knives are also coated with poison. The teacher could only hit the face. The opponent managed to dodge these blows. The villain realized that Yoo Sa-hyun was making his final push. Anything he does is already useless. The villain knew that his opponent only had to aim at his face, as his entire body was covered in armor. The villain, in turn, could aim at any part of the body. One wound was enough, because the knives have been dispatched. At one point, Yoo Sa-hyun landed a crushing blow on the armor in his opponent's abdominal area. It was such a powerful blow that it pierced through the enemy's armor. The villain flew backwards, and his mouth bled. The villain had not expected such a move from his opponent. Now he understood what the teacher was trying to accomplish. The mercenary thought his opponent was dodging because the armor couldn't hit. Yoo Sa-hyun decided to repeat that punch one more time. The master performed a devastating stormwind strike. In his performance, it was a deadly technique. The villain took off with a crash, tumbling down the steps. After that series of blows, he got a good kicking. Yoo Sa-hyun told him to fail in other people's territory. The teacher's mouth was bleeding. His eyes became cloudy. Lee Seong asked, "How is his teacher feeling?" The teacher said that the young man need not worry. He would not be affected by this opponent's pathetic tricks. The young man recalled that the teacher's body was affected by poison. Yoo Sa-hyun said that he would now banish all the crap with energy circulation. The boy told the teacher to show him his hand. The young man said, the teacher's hand turned blue. Yoo Sa-hyun, looking at Lee Seong, thought, however, he was glad that he was able to keep the young man safe. The young man watched his teacher lose strength. His face turned pale. Bruises appeared under his eyes. The young man looked at the new guests and thought, who are they? The masters who had come to the aid of the head of the Federation were fending off the attack of the new mercenaries. The master told his opponent that he had an inkling of his power, but the master said then he's ready to fight seriously, and he would not pity anyone. Another elder was fighting a new mercenary too, who had a deadly spear in his hands. The master dodged the spear strike and noticed that his opponent had involuntarily opened up. He could be dealt a crushing blow. The master saw the girl who was pulling her weapon from the tree was going to help her comrade in arms. The man thought that this girl seemed to have fought the head of the Federation. The Federation head continued to repel the onslaught of the two mercenaries who had originally attacked him at the same time. The girl drew her sword from the tree and attacked the man. There were already two mercenaries against him. He successfully deflected their attacks. The master thought that these rascals wanted to restrain the head of the Federation, and the first thing to do was to get rid of them. The elder realized it himself, but for some reason he pulled the two men back and didn't counterattack. The elder thought something was amiss. The two mercenaries stood there without taking any action. After all, they had already evaluated his skills. Why are they forcing the old man to fight with these young mercenaries? The elder didn't understand why the two who looked stronger were just standing back and watching. The movements of the head of the Federation were repeated time and again. Kaiser decided that there was no way to find out about the elder's techniques in such a case. It would take much more data to mine the information. Kaiser thought the old man might have figured it out. He'd thrown Will and Morel in as bait, but even that hadn't worked. The head of the Federation was far more cold-blooded than Kaiser had thought. Kaiser thought it was getting more and more interesting. Could he continue to be so nonchalant after learning that his clan had disappeared? The teacher and student got into a fight with the other mercenaries. The young man with the long pole had a very peculiar technique, and he showed interesting attacking skills. Li Xiong successfully dodged the pole and gave the attacker no chance of success. Yu Sayun also successfully dodged the mercenaries. At some point, the young man lost sight of the girl. Apparently, she was hiding behind the trees. Suddenly, the teacher dodged and broke his opponent's long pole, without which the young man was less able to fight. The teacher, while in the tree, was choosing a position for another attack. The mercenary with a stick on his shoulder was about to attack Yu Sahyun. The teacher said his opponent could try his attack again for an encore. He was preparing to meet him. The girl, who was still trying to deal with Li Xiong, told him to stay focused and pay attention to her. Her opponent said she could hug the young man even tighter so he could focus. Yu Sahyun thought that these mercenaries weren't made from scratch either. They were very strong fighters. The teacher was getting worse. His nose was bleeding. He continued to lose strength. Li Xiong, the young man, shouted for the teacher to be more careful. The young man was restrained by his rival and could not help his teacher. At some point, the girl squeezed Li Xiong tightly. A crunch was heard. The girl said that he was holding on pretty well. The guy decided to take action. He thought it was necessary to apply a seismic step. To do this, he had to get down from the tree to the ground. Yu Sahyun continued to cough up blood. The opponents saw this and intensified their attacks. Li Xiong jumped down from the tree to the ground, the girl clinging to him, and applied his seismic step. The ground shook. The hold the young man used as he fell to the ground was so strong that his opponent couldn't resist and loosened her grip. This was enough for the young man to throw her off him. The teacher was very weak, and the opponent took advantage of this and struck him, causing him to fall from the tree to the ground. The mercenary Li Xiong turned around to face his opponent and decided to finish her off. The girl said he surprised her with his techniques, but it still wasn't enough. The young man decided to help his teacher. Yu Sahyong's opponent decided to chase him down and strike him with his stick, impaling the man. Li Xiong got rid of his opponent in the blink of an eye by kicking her. She flew off and crashed into her colleague. Both of them were temporarily out of the game. The young man managed to pick up his teacher, preventing him from falling to the ground. Yu Sahyun was losing consciousness. The guy shouted for the master to come to his senses. The mercenaries, coming to their senses, decided that this young man was strange. He's very confident. Li Xiong didn't pay any attention. He only kept saying for the teacher to wake up and come to his senses. The teacher was bleeding. The mercenaries watched this heartbreaking scene in silence and did nothing. The teacher collapsed in his student's arms. The young man was watching his adversary from the corner of his eye. His eyes were cool and confident. Li Xiong gently placed his teacher on the ground and told him to wait for a while. The guy said that these mercenaries would now be confronted by him. The young man thought that now was not the time to hide the power for fear of being seen. This energy was discovered by two mercenaries who hadn't yet participated in the battle with the elders. Kaiser said to summon people to the Black Heaven and Earth School. He's been told the call is impossible. Some of them are unconscious and two of them are already out there fighting. The head of the mercenaries acted as if they had no interest in what was going on around them. The old man decided that the two would probably be joining the attack on him. The old man decided that if that was the case, he would no longer fight them anymore as it was. The mercenaries thought that this old man was clearly uncovering his true strength, and that was not good for them. It seemed what the old man saw amazed him. Where did these guys go? The two mercenaries turned around and decided to leave more battle. The old man didn't like the direction they had chosen. That direction was toward the martial arts school. The head of the Federation immediately headed towards the martial arts school. He had a bad suspicion. When the elder left, the masters decided that they might as well not hide and start fighting at full strength. The mercenaries have decided that they can handle these two opponents in no time, and they must not ignore them. Yu Sahyun's opponent was surprised how this young man was able to damage his weapon in no time. He broke the chain without much strain. The mercenary was surprised by the young man's speed and power. He was also frightened by the energy Li Xiong radiated. The girl pounced on her opponent again, wrapped her arms around him, and tried to restrain his movements like last time. Li Xiong, knowing that he wouldn't restrain his strength now, decided to deal with the girl more roughly. The guy jumped high up above the steps and threw the girl right back down onto the stone steps with great force from the height. The girl had fallen on the steps and was badly hurt. She was covered in blood, and it was hard for her to stay on her feet. The young man, after dealing with one opponent, rushed towards the other mercenary. The powerful energy still accompanied him. The opponent jumped high, swung his stick, and was about to strike Li Xiong. The young man ducked, picked a good position, and was about to counter-strike his opponent. With a dodgy fall, Li Xiong staggered his opponent with his foot. His opponent parried the blow, thinking that this young man lacked the experience of real fights. The young man thought that his opponent kept using only large swings, so he attacked him just in case. The young man decided that he would now try to neutralize this rival. The opponents decided, even before the young man was in the rack, they would strike him simultaneously from front and back. Li Xiong had foreseen this. When the opponents decided to strike at the same time, the young man masterfully dodged and the mercenaries struck each other, without expecting it. The slain martial artists collapsed on the steps. Li Xiong stood beside them, calmly looking at the result of his activity. The young man was relieved. He provoked his opponents to strike together when they saw a gap in his defense, and it worked. Li Xiong immediately rushed over to his master. He asked how the master was feeling. The teacher asked, "What about the enemies?" The disciple said that the enemies were defeated. He used the Black Heaven technique he learned from his teacher. Li Xiong said that his teacher should hurry up and get rid of the poison using the energy movement technique. Yu Saohyun quietly said that the young man was worthy of praise. The master said that he too had now become a worthy disciple of the Black Heaven and Earth School. The young man said that the master should not speak now. He should save his strength. Yu Saohyun said that he's not a master, but a sabek. The young man needs to remember that finally. Li Xiong watched absent-mindedly as his teacher fainted and passed away. An elder's assistant was walking up the steps to the school. The girl saw the neutralized mercenaries lying around. The girl couldn't believe it. Had they really broken into the main buildings? The elder, who was also rushing there to help, asked his assistant if there was any destruction. The girl said that there were guests here. The elder replied that he thought so. The girl heard some strange sounds in the tube that sounded like blows. Assistant Lee asked the elder what was going on there. The old man said he was fine. The elder added, "The girl should evacuate everyone there, because help is rushing to the mercenaries there." Assistant Lee asked, "Is elder really okay?" The girl took her time climbing the steps. She looked around carefully. Assistant Lee saw Yu Sahyun lying on the ground. His student was kneeling beside him. Assistant Lee noticed some energy forming near the young man. The girl decided to come closer. The girl asked the young man what he was doing now. Inari asked if Yu Sahyun had really been injured. The young man said that the teacher was hit by the poison attack. That's why he's pouring energy into him now. The girl couldn't understand. If the teacher was poisoned, why was he trying to cure him in this way? The man was lying there and showed no signs of life. The girl understood. Inari examined Sahyun's hand. The hand was all blue and poisoned. Li Xiong said the master was saying that it was possible to extract the poison using the energy movement technique. So, the girl told the young man to stop. The boy did not want to stop. Inari took Li Xiong by the chest and told him to stop. The young man didn't give up. He kept repeating that he needed to put as much energy into the master as possible. The girl said that the young man should come to his senses, calm down and pull himself together. The girl, Inari told the young man to wake up. Now the enemies will come running here. If the young man continues to do the same, not only will his teacher die, but he will die as well. We have to get out of here quickly. It was too late to leave. 2 mercenaries were already close by. Now retreat was out of the question. The girl, Li Xiong, shook his shoulders and cried like a child. He couldn't believe that his master had died. One of the mercenaries stepped closer and pulled the girl far back. The young man sat inconsolably beside the teacher and cried. Deputy, the girl couldn't understand what had happened. She had absolutely kept her distance. How could this man strike her in an instant? Li Xiong continued to cry. The young man had to pull himself together and calm down. Danger was looming over him. The girl tried to attack her opponent with a kick. The opponent easily blocked her kick. The mercenary thought that the girl wasn't much of a threat. He could handle her easily. The man decided that he could strike easily and slowly, and the girl had nothing to counter him. Assistant Lee couldn't understand who he was. How does he manage to strike like that? Inari didn't understand how the enemy could move so fast. Another mercenary approached the young man and threw the young man aside with a powerful blow. The man's Assistant Lee couldn't figure out what she should do to surpass her opponent in speed. One of the mercenaries standing beside the defeated Li Xiong called the elder and said that he had gotten rid of the target. He confirmed that that child was lying near his feet. He would send a confirmation soon. The mercenary said into the phone that it wasn't hard for him to do, because he stopped that young man's breath with one punch. The mercenary added that apparently the elder had overestimated this child, and he's nothing of the sort. The partner said he thought the kid was very strange. He advised his colleague to move away. The mercenary said the young man was already dead. There's nothing to discuss about him. In the next moment, Li Xiong gave a powerful fist punch to the mercenary. The mercenary's blood spurted out, and he flew up high into the air. The young man became like a demon. He realized that these two were also on the side of those who had killed his master. Li Xiong stood on his feet, ready to fight both mercenaries. Anger and hatred overwhelmed him. Inari noticed that this young man's energy had changed drastically. The boy felt no fatigue. He had no feelings except hatred. He only wanted one thing right now: revenge. The mercenary, who had gotten a good kick out of the young man, said that it really did send shivers down his spine. So the elder's assessment was not exaggerated. The man decided that he would confront the young man according to this assessment. The coworker told the man to wait for a while. This guy seems strange. He seems particularly dangerous to him, and he must be handled with extreme caution. Li Xiong shouted loudly. This shout was like an explosion. A huge field of energy began to spread around him, crushing everything in its path. The girl ducked her head and covered her ears so she wouldn't hear the scream. The mercenaries were surprised and wary. The head of the Federation successfully repelled the attack of the attackers. There was nothing they could do against the old man. The old man thought that his opponents had become more reckless. He was sure something had happened. A black panther strolled across the room. It was a dangerous predator. Kaiser, stroking the wildcat on the head, said it was incredible luck. The man was glad they had the chance to get their hands on such precious material. Kaiser said to relay information to the base that they were changing the target. The elder couldn't understand what was going on here. Up until this moment, everything seemed different. All the mercenaries turned around in a friendly manner, left the elder alone, and rushed away. The elder shouted for them to stop. He would not let them go. Everyone heard someone shouting, "Yu Sa-yun." The master asked if anyone had heard the sound now. Was it by any chance the aftermath of the phoenix crying? Had that child reached the boundary of the black source? Then there's a chance to see what the true boundary of the black source is now. My colleague said it's not the time for that kind of talk. We need to get to the main building as soon as possible. If the head of the Federation heard Phoenix's cries, he too would come to the main building now. The man said he hopes nothing serious happened near the main building. Li's assistant and the mercenaries watched the young man closely. The young man stood in the crater formed after his scream. The mercenaries couldn't understand what had happened. They had never seen anything like this before. The men pulled themselves together and said that it was more important now to fulfill the elder's orders and to deal with this young man. The amount of energy in him was off the charts. Li Xiong punched one opponent in the chest with his fist. He flew off and hit the stone wall. The opponent picked himself up and decided to run away from the young man. He said he couldn't catch up with him. While the young man pursued the retreating man, the other mercenary climbed a tree. From there, he watched the young man. The man decided to go back and deal with the girl. Inari stood near the crater, ready to take the fight. The girl was shaking with fear. That's impossible. There was no way this child could spew out such energy. This was the boundary of the black source. The girl heard the elder ask what happened to Assistant Li. The elder came closer and said there was no face on the girl. Where could she have hurt herself? The girl said she was fine, but that kid, he spewed a lot of energy. The elder said he saw the boy on his way here. The head of the Federation asked, "What happened? Why did Li Xiong get so agitated?" The elder looked at Assistant Li and waited for her to answer his questions. The old man looked around and saw Yu Sao-hyun lying on the ground. The girl explained that the teacher had died. The old man rushed to the man and began to check his pulse. The girl said when she arrived, the man could no longer be helped. Aidli added, even so, Li Xiong continued to pour energy into Yu Sao-hyun, trying to save his life. As a result, after the young boy learned that his teacher had died, he spewed out energy. The elder told the girl to call the rescue helicopter immediately. The old man said he had an idea. The mercenary was retreating, trying to hide in the forest from Li Xiong. The young man caught up with his opponent. He was like a demon, and there was no escape from him. Almost all the mercenaries were in front of the young man's eyes, and that made his task easier. The element of searching for opponents was eliminated. Behind the young man was the still missing mercenary. Now there was a complete set. The young man was unrecognizable. It was a fire-breathing monster that was thirsty for blood. The elders arrived at the main building. They wondered if the head of the Federation was present. Getting closer, the elders speculated whether they would see the head of the Federation here. One of the elders thought that the reluctance of the Federation head to appear here was due to the Black Spring boundary. The men saw that the head of the Federation was in close proximity to them. The elders headed immediately after the old man, increasing their speed to keep up. The man noted that the actions of the head of the Federation were very rushed, just like Yu Sayun said about him. The elder wanted to verify the new information about the Black Spring boundary that had confined him all his life. The old man repeated, first Yunwal, then that child. The men thought that the elder would soon reveal the secret of the Black Spring boundary. If that happened, wouldn't the truth hit the main branch of the family hard? The men agreed that this was likely to be the case. That would be quite a surprise. They didn't think Yunwal would solve the old mystery of the main branch. The men told the old man that the young man's accomplishments were not obtained by him alone. His master had a hand in it. The man tried to appease the elder with a question related to solving the mystery, but the elder didn't want to continue this conversation. The old man said that he was only surprised by the unexpected news, and he was not going to envy Li Xiong. The elder said that the opposite was true. The young man's accomplishments were praiseworthy. It was inconceivable how this young man had fulfilled the wish of the main branch. The man noted that even being in the afterlife, the master would also be happy with the young man's achievements. The elder said that he wondered how Yunwal had discovered the secret of the Black Spring boundary. The men suggested that the elder go and ask him personally. The man said that the head of the Federation was very busy. That's why he couldn't visit the main building since the master's funeral. Now he has a chance to take a vacation and check on Junior. The old man said it was impossible. The Marima Federation has just set out on its own path. Besides, the treaty with the government hasn't been finalized yet. It is unacceptable for the head of the organization to be absent at a time when every second counts. The men advised the elder to invite his disciple here. That would be an excellent idea. Plus, it would save time. The men said that they were also interested in the Black Spring boundary that they had only heard about in passing. In addition, didn't the elder's master pass away after falling ill as a result of trying to solve this puzzle? I'd like to see if this technique ends up being as incredible as they say it is. The elder said that it must be difficult for him to go all the way to the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School. The man said, a student of the Yunwal School of Black Heaven and Earth, greeting Dae Sehyun. The old man said that the man was now a worthy representative of the whole school. The elder motioned for the man to follow him. The high elders are waiting for them. The elder received a call that the head of the government was urgently requesting a meeting. The elder replied that he could not today, because he already had another meeting scheduled. After all the persuasion, the elder decided to agree. The old man decided that the meeting with Yunwal was more important to him, but it could be rescheduled. The elder said that he had some urgent business to attend to. He would have to meet with the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School later. The old man said he had a request. He asked the head of the school to calm down the angry elders. The head of the school said he understood the elder and would try to fulfill his request. The elder was the city and the fact that there was a chance to show off their clan's techniques to the elders representing the Murim. Since joining the clan, he had never once imagined that he wouldn't be able to succeed him. For this reason, after the master's health deteriorated, he began to secretly study the boundary of the Black Spring, leading him to this outcome. At that time, he was sure that he would fulfill the master's cherished wish and be recorded in history as the head of the school who destroyed the curse imposed on him. But that place in the words ended up being passed on to the younger one. At some point, something serious happened. All the supreme elders were killed by the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School. Dae Sehyun couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. It was a sad event. Unval didn't know how to explain it. He was out of his mind. The elder thought he would not survive this. The grief was great. Junior cried and repented, but there was no going back. The elder put his hand on the younger man's head. His heart ached and was broken. He was very sorry. The man knew that this younger man was more diligent and kind than anyone else. The border of the Black Spring was too dangerous for someone like him to get close to it. His eyes were clouded with envy, and he did not even think of giving the young man advice. He knew better than anyone what the young man was like. The elders figured it was all because of that damn tech, the Black Spring frontier. The elder vowed to be sure to get rid of this curse placed on their school. After that, Yunwal became silent about what the secret of the Black Heaven and Earth technique related to the Black Spring boundary technique was. Now no one in this world knows her except that young man. He was afraid he was going to be killed anyway. The elder recalled all of this as he moved towards the Black Spring. The old man couldn't still understand why he had made such a choice. Probably the choice he made was also the curse of the Black Spring boundary. The mercenaries had no chance to deal with Li Xiong. He was very fast, so the mercenaries decided to retreat further. The head of the Federation stopped in the distance and watched as the young man overpowered his opponents. The old man thought that this was the only person left besides Kumun Ryong who could be the key to the Black Spring boundary. The old man decided to watch carefully. After all, he must surely fulfill the promise he had made. One of the mercenaries was wounded, his leg was injured. The other mercenary was having a hard time too. He had to dodge all the time. Li Xiong's monster struck all opponents. It was impossible to hide from him. None of the mercenaries were able to get close to Li Xiong. The young man used his internal energy to smash even trees. Guy never let you hide from him, caught up with his opponents in any part of the forest. The fate of the mercenaries was sealed. None of them could be saved. The mercenaries couldn't understand where the young man got those moves from. And what was his school? The young man could paralyze his opponent's body, and the latter was unable to move. No matter how many times the enemy tried, they were unable to advance. The man wanted to save his comrade, but he was not in time to do so. Blood rushed from the mercenary's neck. He was stunned. The man bowed his head and lost consciousness. He was bleeding all over. The warrior did not respond to the calls of his companions. He was completely out of commission. It must be freezing, thought his colleague. The man said he panicked during the fight with this child. The man asked his coworker what he was looking at so surprised. The interlocutor replied, "A horse that cannot run is excluded from battle." This is what the elder always told them. If a colleague has seen the possible outcome of this fight, then he should pull himself together and not let it happen to him. The man decided that they must deal with Li Xiong. Otherwise, they would all be so alive. One of the mercenaries decided to tie the young man's legs together for starters. The warrior decided that this chance should not be missed under any circumstances. The young man did not give any opportunity to get close to him. He constantly attacked and forced his opponent to retreat. The mercenaries couldn't understand how this guy could be okay after a direct hit with a fist that would knock even a bear off its feet. At one point, one of the mercenaries came up behind him and grabbed the young man by the throat. He tried to block the young man's movements. The other mercenaries, seeing this, decided that maybe this was their chance. The man wondered what was happening to the young man. Instead of lashing out, he suddenly calmed down. The young man uttered, "Grandfather Elder Chan." The boy stood still. The mercenaries surrounded him, coming closer and closer. The guy said that's where they all ended up. The young man threw off the opponent standing behind him and found himself alone in the circle of advancing mercenaries. The young man once again said, "Grandfather Elder Chong." The guy couldn't figure out where he was now or what he was doing now. The young man gave a command, pulling himself together. The youth imagined Yu Sayong saying that the goal set for honing one's strength is to make that honing part of oneself. Combat has a form, and that form must always be a part of the warrior. It is as natural as the last breath. The master shouted for the young man to try starting with the emergence of the Black Heaven technique. The first form of the Black Heaven technique is emergence. The young man is practicing this technique intensively. The master is satisfied with the result. The young man put it into practice in this case, and all the mercenaries were defeated in an instant and scattered in different directions. One of the survivors stood wounded and could not understand who this young man was. How could he become a wielder of such power? How is it even possible to parry in this way attacks coming from all 5 sides? The young man is pleased with the result, and he wants to brag about it to the master. The young man sees that his master has died. The young man is in tears. The surviving mercenaries can't understand why the young man remained standing in that pose. Had he suddenly lost consciousness after that response to the attacks? The young man turned into a monster again. He was very frightening. He roared that he would destroy all of the master's enemies. The surviving mercenary shouted to his wounded colleague not to let the young man's beastly energy take control of him. The guy was getting more and more ferocious. He had nothing human left. The wounded mercenary realized his days were numbered. The mercenary decided to try another way to resist the young man and try to fight back in some way. The mercenary began to lose his humanity, and transformations began to take place in him. Another grin appeared, eyes glowing demonically. The Kaiser was informed that this mercenary had entered berserk mode without authorization. The Kaiser said to leave it as it is. Kaiser told the surviving mercenary that he too could restrain himself, but only they both must not lose their minds. Kaiser said, "What a pity." He didn't think he'd have to unwrap a gift for Kumun Ryong in a place like this. He said he remembered the 2 mercenaries. He'd seen them once when he'd gone to some lab on the Elder's orders. Kumung Ryong said they were both very strong. Julia asked, "They're not the same as Kumung Ryong, are they?" Julia said she had information that Kaiser had taken the 2 mercenaries under his wing to eliminate Kumun Ryong. Julia added that no one had seen them for about 2 days. That's why she thought they might have targeted Kumun Ryong. Kumung Ryong said that it was unlikely that they would be able to harm him in any way. Although this information should be taken into consideration. After a moment's thought, the man said that perhaps Julia was right in this case. He could handle one, but 2 could cause problems. Julia interjected, "Did Kumun Ryong really think these 2 could overpower him?" Kumung Ryong said he sometimes thinks those 2 aren't human at all. They've been modified in the lab. Li Xiong, who had turned into a demon, fought one of these mercenaries who came from the lab. It was an inhuman battle. Humans could not strike such blows, nor could such blows be sustained. The elders, perched on a tree, watched this inhuman fight from afar. They could not believe their eyes. At some point, Li Xiong began to lose. It was unbelievable. How could he lose in such a state? Is there really anyone else that's strong besides Kumun Ryong? The elder decided that this was not the time to sit idly by. He had to help the boy, or he might die. The other elder said if the young man had been in his normal state, they would have had to intervene. But right now, the guy had used the black source boundary technique. Right now, this young man doesn't know who is friend and who is foe. There is no need for outsiders to interfere in this fight. The elder suggested finding the head of the Federation first. He would probably know what to do in such a situation. The Kaiser has been informed that the enemy's reaction time has been reduced by 20%. The estimated suppression time would be 110 minutes. The man thought that was unfortunate. Perhaps he shouldn't expect more from such a young dragon. In the next message, Kaiser was informed that the third and fourth teams had stopped communicating. This was alarming information. Kaiser was not pleased. He was then informed that the second team was also out of contact. Only the first team could be contacted. There was a cell phone on the ground, from which orders were heard for the first team to respond. The head of the Federation stood beside this phone and surveyed the result of his activities. There were defeated mercenaries lying around. There was blood everywhere. The elder looked around once again and thought he seemed to have caught all the rats. The head of the Federation decided that in that case, he should return. The heavy energy that had been felt recently was becoming more and more powerful. The old man thought that he had to hurry. Otherwise, at this rate, Li Xiong's life might be endangered. What was involved in the battle was already hard to call Li Xiong. It was a fire-breathing demon, a killing machine. This demon's opponent, a product of laboratory modification, hissed that his rival was finished. The mercenary with his hand stabbed his opponent's body with the intent of pulling out to extract his heart. The other mercenary was silently observing the scene. He was completely calm. The man thought about helping his associate, but decided it wasn't necessary. Li Xiong started coughing up blood. He began to choke. The mercenary had expected him to last longer. He decided that he had most likely overestimated him. Out of his last strength, Shi Xiong grabbed the back of his opponent's head from behind. The young man squeezed his head so hard that blood spurted from it. The mercenary's partner shouted his name as hard as he could. He knew he was in a bad place. Li Xiong's opponent said that he would finish it himself, and this young man was no longer a survivor. The mercenary lifted Li Xiong above him with both hands and said that he would finally finish him off. With all his might, the opponent threw the young man far away from himself forward. The young man flew away with great speed. The young man fell to the ground. He was covered in blood. There was a large hole in his chest. The mercenary saw that his opponent was not going to give up. He was very resilient. The young man struggled to get to his feet and said something about his mentor's enemy. Suddenly, the villain's eyes rounded. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. Demon Li Xiong rose to his full height, as if nothing had happened to him, and said that he was about to destroy his opponent. How could this guy not die while in such a state? Another mercenary who had been standing to the side all this time jumped up to Li Xiong. He tried to finish the young man with a punch, using his internal energy. Li Xiong once again pumped in pain. This was inhuman torment. There wasn't a living spot on the guy. The mercenary, using his inner potential and the abilities learned in the lab, attacked the young man without contact. The two mercenaries stood together. Each of them thought he was strong enough to deal with this unruly boy. The mercenaries decided this guy was definitely dead. There's nothing left alive in him, one of the mercenaries said as he dissipated the energy that was hovering around their opponent's body. The man asked if this energy could be some kind of defense mechanism. The colleague replied that it probably was. That's why he was able to hold on for so long. Self-defense weapons are a skill that only a very small number of warriors can use. It's amazing how a guy like this was able to use such a technique. One of the mercenaries said he received the following order from his elder. Both mercenaries stood waiting for the next action. They had received new instructions. A helicopter appeared in the sky. It was a Murama Federation helicopter. The mercenary wondered why they hadn't contacted them before sending the helicopter here. A colleague said the observation team was destroyed, and communication was cut off after headquarters was notified of the emergency. Now that they have been notified of the emergency, they need to move to the assembly point as instructed. The mercenaries decided that their opponent could be left where he was. He's already been dealt with. There's nothing to worry about. This guy's no longer a threat because he's dead. Li Xiong can't figure out where he is. What is this place? The boy thought that a memory unknown to him had reappeared. A man yells at a young man, "How dare he show up here?" And he thought he'd seen him in prison before. The guy hears someone asking for help. Some kid says, if the young man isn't an immortal demon lord, then neither he nor anyone else can help him. The young man guessed that these are the memories of the immortal demon lord. The child says that he must become the successor of the School of Black Heaven and Earth. Li Xiong can't believe it, schools of Black Heaven and Earth. The child continues if he fails to become a follower. In that case, Dai Sahyun will die, the child says and starts crying. Li Xiong opens his eyes and sees 3 elders above him. The head of the Federation is checking on the young man's condition. He's extremely upset. The old man thought that he had managed to get his hands on the clue of the Black Heaven and Earth boundary, but he missed it at the last moment. The man asked Sahyun what he could say about the young man's condition. The old man said that the boy was dead. The elder felt that he had misjudged the situation and stayed away too long. Even Murim elders could not handle the black heaven and earth boundary technique. His black heaven and earth boundary technique is different from the techniques of Yunwol and Kumunryong. The elder knew that the boundaries of the black heavens and earth, it was the last most mysterious technique for those who had mastered all martial arts. However, this guy's skills were definitely not at that level. This young man's accomplishments were truly incredible, even though his abilities were initially at a level as if he had just mastered the basics. The elder said that the reason why the young man had mastered the technique was because Kumunryong had taught him martial arts haphazardly. The elder had to properly understand the young man's learning process in due time. The head of the Federation was very sorry that the irreparable thing had happened to the young man. It's a big mistake. The elder recognized that the young man was wrong about a lot of things too. The head of the Federation got a call from someone. He said he was listening attentively to the caller. The old man was alerted that a rescue helicopter had arrived and was heading towards the main building. The masters inquired who flew in this helicopter. While the elder was on the phone, someone came up behind him and said hello. The old man put the phone down and said hello back. He turned around slowly. The elder met with the ghostly doctor. The head of the Federation said the doctor was busy as it was. He shouldn't have come here. The doctor said that pleasantries could be postponed until later. The old man was interested in something else entirely. Where is the young man now? The doctor carefully examined the young man's body. The other stood silently at a distance. Elder said that this is indeed a sad event. The doctor shouted his demand for silence. The doctor added, he is contemplating now whether to kill or save this young man. The elder cried out, could the doctor really save this young man? The head of the Federation noticed that the young man was already alive. His pulse feels great. The old man held the young man's hand and felt his heart beating. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. He had just checked the young man's condition personally. The doctor said something was bothering him, and his hunch turned out to be correct. The energy circulating in the young man's body right now simply couldn't exist in the Marima. Li Chung opened his eyes. He found himself in a hospital bed. The young man couldn't remember anything. He asked the master where he was. What does all this mean? The young man began to regain consciousness and remember what had happened. He remembered how his teacher had been poisoned, how he was dying. Li Chung began to agonize. After remembering what had happened, he couldn't get used to the idea that his master had died. The guy couldn't find his place. How could he let this happen? The boy cried. It was reported to the head of the Federation that the young man had woken up. Assistant Lee said that the young man had woken up, but was in an anxious state. The elder said that he was already busy, and this circumstance would cause more headaches. The girl stated that the elder could not refuse the young man. The old man said that this child has long been attracting all the problems of the Murim. But now the immortal demon lord's domain, which is completely forbidden territory, is also involved. The old man said that he would take custody of this young man, not only because of the Black Spring border. The elder remarked that there were still some points to consider, which he could not refuse to help the young man. Normally, troublemakers like Li Xiong could be used a lot of places. The girl couldn't understand what was going on in the young man's head right now. She wanted to go to his hospital room. The girl wondered if the young man had any plan, or was he just in a hurry. The doctor brought Inari in and said his room was here. The girl entered the chamber and was amazed. The walls were cracked and shattered. Apparently, the young man was thus venting his rage. The girl asked what he was doing. If he wanted to meet her, he didn't have to do something like this. The guy told the girl to stop pretending. The young man looked her in the eye and told her that Deputy Lee could have no more costume show. The girl asked, did he really know? Li Xiong explained, when Master told him about the existence of the side branch, the first thing he thought of was the head of the Federation. The head of the Federation has spoken about his involvement with the Black Heaven and Earth School at many events. But in fact, the Master seems to have been completely unaware of it. The girl asked why the guy kept quiet about it all the time. Shun replied that he guessed that he had some personal reasons. The boy added that he didn't really want to know about those reasons. He cherished the time he had spent with the Master, and he was very grateful for it. The young man said if it's over now, it's okay to stop. The guy asked to be let out of here as soon as possible. Lee's assistant said it was impossible. The energy found in the young man's body was the energy that was completely forbidden in the Marime. The young man asked if it was the energy of an immortal demon lord. The guy said he was locked up in a place like this because that energy became a problem. The young man added, why don't they destroy his Kai Center in that case? Just like Kumun Ryong did to him that day. The girl was indignant. Why was he still harboring a grudge against the elder for that day? The guy said he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. He should have done it a long time ago. He should have gotten rid of his regrets related to Kumun Ryong from the beginning. Then his mom, Elder Zhang, and Elder Quan would all be alive and well. If he hadn't come to the Master wanting revenge on Kumun Ryong, the Master wouldn't have died. The young man concluded that in the end, everyone he loved was dead because of him. Aidli said she couldn't listen to it anymore. The head of the Federation appeared in the doorway of the chamber. He said that every person he met praised the young man very strongly, so he thought the young man was some kind of incredible creature. The elder added, now that he looked at the young man, he could see that he was nothing but a pathetic coward. The boy wondered if the elder was keeping him here because of his obsession with the Black Spring boundary. Li Chong has promised to tell everything he knows. He wants to be released. The girl recognized it and was very surprised. Was it really true? Was he really being kept locked up? The elder's face changed. He became angry. The old man said that looking at the young man as he was now, he wasn't just disappointed, he was furious. And he added that the young man should follow him. The old man said, though he'd like to smash the young man's key center and throw him out of the Miram right now, he thinks that before doing so, he should tell the guy what he deserves to know. The old man went to the closed door and said it was in here, and for the guy to look. The young man saw that the body of Yu Saohyun, his master, was in the room. The guy didn't understand what was going on. What was this all about? The elder explained that his master, the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School of Black Heaven and Earth, was not dead. Li Sheng watched as if mesmerized. Is it really true? This is some kind of miracle. The elder added that in such a condition, he could not be called alive. Li Sheng asked, what does all this mean? The old man said that this was only a small part of what he wanted to tell. The young person needs to know that even if they give up everything, these troubles will not end. The adversary the young man faces isn't just targeting him. He is just one worthless target out of many intended. The old man said that if the young man was going to take revenge on Kumun Ryong, he was going to take revenge on the wrong person. The old man added that Kumun Ryong was just a puppet. The adversary is the one who did all this to the young man's entourage and threw not only the Miram, but the whole world into chaos. The old man said that the real enemy of the young man was the one who planned all this. It was the head of the Black Forest Defense, a man named Kaiser. Kaiser said it becomes a quandary. Even though he's famous, he still belongs to the Shadow Warriors. Kaiser said he couldn't help if the man spontaneously ignored orders. Kumon Ryong was surprised by the question. Does the elder really think he needs help? Kaiser and Kumon Ryong looked into each other's eyes. At that moment, someone entered the room. There were two visitors, and they said they had come at the invitation of the elder. Kumon Ryong looked at the men who had entered. They were the mercenaries from the lab. Kaiser asked, Kumon Ryong, because he knows these people, doesn't he? Kaiser stated that these people could become competitors to Kayuman Ryong in terms of ability level. Kumun Ryong, after evaluating the visitors with a glance, said that it was unbelievable. The man turned away willfully and said that if Kaiser had said everything, he was leaving. Kumon Ryong defiantly, paying no attention to anyone, walked past those mercenaries. One of them, as if offhandedly, said that not long ago they had fought some young man on the orders of an elder. The man added that this guy was pretending to have powers, so they just destroyed him. Later, they found out that the guy was Kuman Ryong's student, so they realized that Kuman Ryong was not much of a man either. Kuman Ryong stopped and asked Kaiser a question. If the elder believes their abilities are on the same level, what is that claim based on? Kaiser said he was once subjected to a physical aptitude test. Kuman Ryong noticed that it was about that place that looked like a research lab. Kaiser confirmed and said these guys were undergoing special training based on the data they received that day. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, Kuman Ryong sent one of the mercenaries with his right foot well enough to punch through the wall. The mercenary, climbing out of the dust and pile of stones, coughed. Kuman Ryong said that it was indeed about competitive personalities. The man remarked that he had been like this in the distant past. It's different now. Leaving the room, Q Mongryong finished. If anyone was interested in his current abilities, they could contact him at any time. When these capable warriors become like him now, Kuman Ryong will already be much stronger. The mercenary said if Kaiser orders it, he's ready to deal with Kuman Ryong. Kaiser said apparently it's a little early. The elder told the man to take his associate away for treatment. Kaiser didn't expect Kuman Ryong to suddenly show his claws that he had been hiding all this time. Kaiser felt that the death of that young man was a great shock to Kuman Ryong. The girl met the boss and asked what happened to him. He had a strange look on his face. Kuman Ren said he had a very important question for Sophia. The man stated that there was something he wanted to know about immediately. The elder asked, what exactly did his interlocutor want to know? Assistant Lee asked, why did the elder tell the young man even details that could well have been omitted? There are oodles of questions that should be asked to the young man soon instead of talking about something like the immortal demon lord or the Black Spring boundary. The old man said that the young man was in despair over the death of his teacher, and he was finally ready to give up. The old man said that the young man was under their protection, so we should take our time. There was no point in rushing. The old man noticed that the place where the young man was now was equipped in such a way that even if one wanted to badly, it was almost impossible to escape from there. Besides, the young man saw the state his master was in now. While he would be busy finding a way to save the master, he wouldn't have time to think about anything else. The elder and his assistant didn't know how the body of a person who should definitely be dead by now could have so much energy left in it? And what exactly was the very energy of an immortal demon lord? The ghostly doctor said that he could help, so the only thing left to do was to wait. The ghostly doctor appeared at the hospital and asked where the room the boy was in was. The ghostly doctor saw the room the young man was in. The door was broken and mangled. The man couldn't understand what had happened to the door. How could such a door be broken down? The ghost doctor told the doctor to keep up with him. The young man walked over to the closed door and leaned his hand on it. He obviously wanted to do something. The ghost doctor and the doctor noticed the young man. The ghostly doctor called out to the young man and asked what he was doing. The men closed their eyes and lowered their heads. What the hell is going on? The ghostly doctor thought he wasn't wrong. He knew where such incredible energy came from. The old man couldn't understand what this young man was doing now. Why is he standing in front of this door? The doctor in the clipboard noticed the patient's pulse response from that cell. He was sure that the pulse had been practically non-existent before that. The ghostly doctor asked who was in that cell. The doctor said that this young man's master must be in that cell. The ghostly doctor suggested that in that case, this young man was injecting his master with concentrated energy. The doctor didn't believe it. That can't be. Could it be possible to inject concentrated energy without direct contact? It can only be done by using the airborne impact technique. This young man is being absurd. The men noticed that the young man had squatted down. He seemed exhausted. The ghostly doctor asked how the young man was feeling. The young man recognized the ghostly doctor and said hello. The doctor said that he had to check the condition of the patient in this room immediately. The ghostly doctor told the young man that he was amazed at the way he had just transmitted concentrated energy at a distance. The old man told the young man not to show this method thoughtlessly in front of other people. It might lead to unnecessary suspicion. The doctor came out of the room and said that the patient's pulse had returned. But he was still unconscious. The ghostly doctor said that it would be necessary to monitor this patient continuously. He has some questions for the young man and needs to talk just somewhere else. The young man told the old man what had happened to him lately. The ghost doctor said, although he had noticed the immortal demon lord's energy emanating from the young man, he had no idea that fate was so ironic. The old man continued, apparently the place where the young man discovered the corpse of the immortal demon lord was the blast furnace of energy. Li Xiong asked the ghost doctor what could have happened to him. The doctor said that he could only speculate. The doctor noticed if the guy survived after falling from a very high height, the energy density in that place was incredibly high. The elder continued, most likely that place had become like this because of the energy stored in the immortal demon lord's body and the energy of the earth hell of uninterrupted torment. If the young man had been a full-fledged Mirman, he would have been nailed to the ground by that energy and wouldn't have been able to even pick up his bones. But because of his naturally large volume of blood, he was able to absorb a huge amount of the energy of that place. And now he continues to live with it. The ghostly doctor continued. The most interesting part of the young man's story was part of his memories of seeing this immortal demon lord. The old man asked if that meant that the young man could use his techniques if he retained his memories of him. The guy said that in fact the technique he had used a little earlier on the wizard, he had also found by digging through his memories. The young man noticed that most of the memories had disintegrated into shards, making it difficult for him to understand their meaning. The old man said that he understood the young man. Besides, martial techniques combine many different factors. Li Xiong asked, why is the elder helping him? The guy said that he had no responsibility and no powers at the moment. In addition, he was connected to an immortal demon lord. And because of that, he became someone to be avoided in Marima. The guy said that despite this, the ghost doctor helps him too much. What's the reason for the help? The old man said that the young man was interested in nonsense. Let him put that aside and think about his body. The phantom doctor said that he had gotten a little insight into what was going on, and now he wanted to find a way to restore the head of the Black Heaven and Earth School. The young man asked the old man if he had heard anything about the cult of immortality. The old man did not expect to hear such a question. It had been a few months since then, so he wondered if in that time any news about them had come out. The ghostly doctor asked, does the young man really want to find them? How far is he willing to go? The old man became furious and said that apparently the young man had lost his mind. Was it because of the immortal demon lord's memories that the young man was confused and thought they were his followers? The boy said that it wasn't like that at all. He explained that they now needed a normal way to use their techniques in order to treat the master. The elder said that the young man did not understand the situation he was now stuck in. The old man tried to explain. The criminals were quietly sitting locked up and suddenly escaped as soon as they felt the immortal demon lord's energy disappear. Knowing this, it could be argued that they were not locked there. Because the immortal demon lord's energy was too strong, they absorbed it slowly for a long time. Looking from their side, the young man was a thief who had stolen their jewel. If they found out about it, they wouldn't leave the guy alone. The criminals would try any way they could to take that energy from the young man. How could he not realize that? The old man said there had been no news of these villains until now. The ghost doctor thinks they've settled somewhere else not connected to the Murim, or operating from a point that ordinary people can't even get close to. The patient in the ward began to regain consciousness. He was hooked up to a ventilator. Ma Young-shik appeared in front of the patient. He pumped his energy to the patient. Ma Young-shik stretched his arm forward, holding it over the patient, and tried to control this energy. The people around him stood still. The doctor monitored the readings of devices that monitored the patient's vital signs. The board of physicians were amazed at what they could now see. It seemed unthinkable. The doctors tried to personally touch patient and check his condition. Doctor thanked the man for allowing me the honor of witnessing a miracle today. Ma Young-shik said that it embarrasses him. The fact that his abilities, which don't even compare to the former cult leader's powers, are called a miracle. The interlocutor said that after this miracle, the religious influence of their cult is increasing day by day. Ma Young-shik said that the main goal of their cult is revenge against the Murimu. Don't confuse the goal with the path to that goal. The man apologized and said that he had lost his ability to think soberly because of the large amount of work that had been heaped on him. Ma Young-shik said that from now on he should not forget about it. A man came up in the parking lot and said he had one question for the chapter. Ma Young-shik asked why he had come here. The man said she had a very important message. The man showed his head a glowing crystal. The man claimed it was an eternal guardian. He got it with the help of people selling spiritual relics of the Murim. The man asked, "Isn't an eternal guardian only mined near the shrine of their cult?" Ma Young-shik thought, was the disaster that happened at the shrine back then really caused by people targeting it? The man said he was a big rascal. How dare the scum look down on their cult and act so disrespectfully? The head turned around in anger and walked away. The man asked for Ma Young-shik to stop being angry. The head of the cult said to bring the bastard to him alive. The man added that he personally wants to tear that rascal to pieces. Li Xiong once again approached the chamber his teacher was in. The doctors thought he'd gone back to his old ways. This young man has acted like this every day since the ghost doctor left. The young man kept replaying in his head what the ghostly doctor had told him the last time they met. The boy understood all this perfectly well, but he saw that there was no other way. Kang Sun spoke to his interlocutor, and the latter said that he had no other choice. The head of the Federation said it was heavy on his heart that he had to summon Kang Sun, even though he was still in the process of treatment. The man said he had plenty of time to recover. The elder said that recently there had been an increase in the number of people going beyond the borders of the Murim, and they, too, had found themselves in a difficult position. Kang Sun said that when he saw them in the hell of uninterrupted torment, it seemed to him that they spoke of Murim with intense disgust. Therefore, they deliberately ignore the rules of Murim. The old man remarked that their black protection organization and immortality cult was just an unnecessary headache. Lee's assistant came up to the old man and told him that the people from the treatment center were looking for him. Elder said he had an important business meeting right now and would be in touch later. The Federation head continued his conversation with Kang Sun, but he was interrupted again. The girl came back and said there was an emergency at the hospital after all. The old man was a little annoyed. What had happened there? What did they decide to contact about? Assistant Lee said that Elder received a call from Li Xiong, that young man. Lee's assistant said the matter was urgent, and he should be contacted now. The girl said that kid had just escaped from the treatment center. Deputy Lee reiterated they had just been contacted by the treatment center and were told that the young man had run away. The elder contacted the young man and asked what he had done. The head of the Federation explained to the young man that the young man was in great danger. He doesn't even know what is happening outside right now. The young man was in the forest. He told the elder that he should not persuade him. After all, he had not called to listen to his advice. Li Xiong asked the elder to take care of Master, as long as he's away. He would try to return as soon as possible. The old man was angry. Why is the young man behaving like this? Couldn't he at least give a reason for this behavior? The young man told the elder that he wanted to meet with the cult of immortality, and this matter is non-negotiable. The elder shouted that now it would not be enough for the young man to even hide, and he was going to deliberately climb the mountain to certain death. The guy said that was why he was going to take matters into his own hands. At first, he wanted to contact them with the help of an elder to find a way to cure the master. But after listening to the ghost doctor, he realized that it was impossible. The young man decided to meet them in person and find out who he was to them. The old man asked if it was true that the young man possessed part of the immortal demon lord's memories. If so, the old man said that this plan was already underway to some extent, but it was necessary for the young man to come back and help him. The guy said that even now, the master's energy was slowly running out. If this continued, the chance to save him would soon be gone. Gina's eyes were surprised. What does all this even mean? The girl wondered if the head of the Marima Federation had kept Cyan locked up all this time. Sarah Nuna had told her this information. She said that he was locked up in a place disguised as a hospital. Gina tried to find out where the young man was now. Sarah Nuna said there is no young man there now. She only found out about it through the news of Eloise Sion's escape from the asylum. The girls speculated among themselves where the young man might be now. They had no ideas. Gina said that the overall atmosphere in the clan had changed a lot. Gina asked her interlocutor. Maybe she wanted to find out if Li Xiong had contacted her? Sarah Nuna said she did. The girls said that she was really interested in the situation of the Sunu clan at the moment. The elders have been taking more initiatives lately, and Mrs. Sosol has definitely become less involved in the clan. The girls suggested perhaps Mr. Xiong would contact the clan through the elders. Sarah Nuna asked Ginny to tell her about it if it happens. Princess Sosol asked, "Why tell her about it?" Elder Yan asked, "Didn't it go without saying?" The man added that it was the duty of a servant of the Sunu clan to pass on the information the princess wanted to know. Elder Yan said that he didn't know all the details of what had happened during this time, but if the young man escaped, he could contact the clan head. Elder Yan bowed and said that he was leaving. The princess thanked the man for coming specifically to tell her this news. Elder Yang replied that he was not to be thanked. It was his direct duty. The man said he was really impressed. Although he had heard many rumors, he had no idea that his interlocutor was on such a level. The man said he would like to have another summit meeting with the chapter. The man already senses how quickly the religious influence of his interlocutor will grow. Even members of parliament are begging to meet him. The man smiled and said that with that kind of influence, he would soon be nationally famous. Ma Youngshik replied that their cultu still had a long way to go. The head said that before rejoicing in the expansion of the cult's influence, we should put all our energies into finding the culprit responsible for the destruction of the shrine. Ma Youngshik said that he should be caught as soon as possible. The head of the cult in the parking lot turned his attention to some man off to the side. The stranger said, "Here they meet again." The stranger was Li Xiong. He said that he had come to meet the cult leader Ma Youngshik. The cult leader looked at this young man carefully. Li Xiong stared intently at the man without lowering his gaze.